What are you talking about? He shouts at me. What? You can't. What? Stay up late and talk about everyone else. Yeah, this is definitely what gang will be drawing. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm pretty familiar with the layout of the library at this point. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Pause! Before Zubul can talk me out of it, I'm stripping down to my... Whoa, whoa! Whoa! What are we doing here? Freaky Gangle!
Yeah, fresh since I came out the womb. Best since 2000 and true. Life gives you pineapples, then you better make juice, producing the fruit. That is the move. You could call me a juicer. Synonym for producer. I'm cuffing bags like a seducer.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Shonyx, and welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator. You guys have been in my comments asking me to play this, and I was like, what are you talking about? There is an amazing digital circus dating sim, but basically this takes place in an anime adventure world, and we spend 5 days helping the cast prepare for the upcoming cultural festival. There are 5 romanceable characters so far: Pomni, Ragatha, Gangle, Zubul, and Jax. I'm sorry, I actually can't believe I'm playing this. But without further ado, let's just get right into it. Welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator, a slice of lifestyle school setting where anything and everything is possible. I'm Kane, and I'll be your principal for the duration of your stay here at the amazing Digital Academy. Help your classmates pull pranks on the teacher, become a straight-A student, or a rule-breaking delinquent. All this while possibly finding love along the way. But enough about my wonderful creation. Let's get you enrolled. First things first, what uniform will you be donning? Okay, we got the classic schoolgirl. Sounds good. How about your name? What should we call you? Okay, we're gonna go with Danish. Danish, huh? Are you sure you'll like that name? Well, first of all, now that you're questioning it, you're making me question it. But I'm fine with it, I'm fine with it. That's my name. Alrighty then, Danish. Then let's head inside. Hi, my name is Danish. I'm a transfer student to the amazing Digital Academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague, tragic event that changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all my old friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today is my first day at this new school. I glanced down at my class schedule. This should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger, so where is the teacher? As I step into the room to let in any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. Hops into the room? Is it Jax? Hops into the room? The figure looks like a tall white piece from a gaming set. Oh, it's actually Kinger. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put 2 and 2 together, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name can't really be... Hello, my name is Kinger. I hope I'm doing the voices okay, y'all. I'm gonna try my best. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named, what's your name again? Okay, let's see. Hi everyone, I'm Danish. I look forward to learning with you all, and I hope we can all be friends. That is so corny. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm Danish. Don't mess with me and we'll be good. See, that's also corny. I'm Danish. I'm always down for a good time. Let me just do that. Rightio. Go on and take any open seat, Danish. Most of our students don't bite. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. Jax! I take a moment to think of who to sit by. Okay, are we gonna do the girl in a colorful hat and sailor uniform? Or are we gonna sit next to the shy-looking girl with the comedy mask and a ribbon body? Are we gonna sit next to the mismatched figure with a bored look on their face? Or next to the cheery-looking rag doll in front of the class? Wait, who's the colorful hat in sailor uniform? Who's the colorful hat? Oh, that's Pomni. Duh. Or we could sit next to the mischievous-looking purple rabbit. Or we sit down in the teacher's chair. I'm not gonna lie. Me personally, I want to romance Jax. So I'm gonna sit next to the mischievous-looking purple rabbit. I sit down next to the purple rabbit. He looks bored by Mr. Kinger's lecture. As I take a closer look, I see his name is written on a nameplate on his desk. Apparently his name is Jax. As I get a closer look at Jax, I also see he's working his jaw. Is he chewing gum? He catches me looking at him and I almost apologize for staring, but I can see he isn't offended. Instead, he grins quietly before putting a finger up to his lips. He takes the chewed gum between his gloved fingers and reaches out towards the girl in front of us. No, he's bullying! Why do I feel like it's Gangle? It is Gangle. Dang it. Why? You know what? Now I kind of feel bad. I'm going for the bully. The girl in front of us has a ribbon for a body and a comedy mask for a face. She's paying close attention to Mr. Kinger's lecture, and Jax is reaching out with the gum on his hand. Is he going to stick it on her mask? If I warn her, is it gonna put me on a path to romance Gangle? I'ma just warn her. Hey, what are you trying to do to her? Ah! Thanks to your advance notice, the ribbon girl manages to extend her mask forward, turning to face Jax with a panicked expression on her mask. The ragdoll girl seems to notice this exchange as well. Jax, leave her alone. I don't even know why we let you sit behind her. It sounds like this isn't the first time Jax has tried something like this. Mr. Kinger's attention is drawn by the ragdoll girl shouting at Jax. Where's going on? A flicker of annoyance crosses Jax's features, and he narrows his eyes for a moment before grinning in his faux innocence, sticking the gum right back in his mouth without pause. What? He draws the word out, rolling his eyes as he looks directly at me. I guess the newbie just hates fun. Despite Jax's disapproval, I can't help but notice the masked girl giving me a grateful look. I nod in her direction. I'm sorry, I couldn't stand to see Gangle getting bullied. I'm sorry. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to this place when something burst into the room. Principal Kane, how exciting to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was a bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Kinger, class, how do you do? Principal Kane extends a hand, gesturing to all of us, before freezing in place. With a sound like porcelain grinding against porcelain, his teeth slam shut. Ugh. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth like they're not solid objects. Danish, wasn't expecting you here. Manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points his cane at me. Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to making the school interesting. He pauses a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there a reason you're here, Kane? Zubul speaks to him like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal of the school. Kane perks up. That's right! The reason I'm here, to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One filled with fun, danger, adventure. He begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience. He turns towards the window and stares out of it for a moment. Okay, buddy. Is he addressing somebody? There doesn't appear to be anyone outside. However, the numbers are in, students, and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time that I'd tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and Kinger play along, gasping at this revelation. Gangle looks ready to burst into tears. However, my sweet-toothed students, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way. At this point, the sharp-toothed bubble next to him pipes up. How are you bringing interest back to the school, Mr. President? Kane shoots the bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. You see, my little Tomar Emeralds, what's one thing no academy around here has ever had? A cast of colorful characters. A competent principal. Adequate funding? Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about. No school around here has had a cultural festival, celebrating the unique talents of all its students. So I, being your benevolent principal, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best cultural festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. Make it flashy. We gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads, I'm almost late for my deep tissue massage. All right, Kinger, I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities. You'll have 5 days. Break a leg or two. As abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. All right, class, let's see what roles Kane assigned to each of you for the culture festival. Kinger lifts a paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as the class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me. Zubul and Gangle, you two will work on art to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival. I don't know. I still don't have anything I'm comfortable showing everyone else. Pomni and Jax, look up what a culture festival is. Look it up. They don't know what it is. Shouldn't we do that before we start making posters? No, I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gangle comes up with for her posters, if it's anything like what she comes up with when she draws Ragatha. Jax! Gangle interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading with him to stay quiet. The class erupts into chaos as Zooble and Gangle argue with Jax, Pomni tries to figure out what a cultural festival is, and Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker among themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his lesson planned and is just waiting out the lunch bell. As if I had summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their arguments and files out of the classroom. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. After my chaotic first half of the day, I had worked up quite the appetite. The cafeteria is bustling with unfamiliar faces. I wonder if Gummy Goo is here. Around me, there was a selection of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another. I pick up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scan the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. So should I take my lunch back to the classroom or sit alone? I guess we could sit alone. Wait, if I take it back to the classroom, is that where everyone else is? Or should I sit alone? Where would Jax be? Okay, I'll sit alone. I found a seat at an empty table and set my food down there. Apparently today was pork cutlet day, but by the time I got to the front of the line, all the pork cutlets had already been taken by other students. I ended up just getting a slice of stale pizza and a chocolate milk. I sigh. This is just like my old school. I sit alone, just like my old school. Dang, maybe I should have went back to the classroom. Wait, I'm regretting this. I feel like I should go back to the classroom. Hold on, I want to see what happens if I go to the classroom. I walk back to my classroom. I'm gonna spend the rest of my day here, and at least I won't have to struggle against all the other kids trying to head back after lunch. Wait, what? When I walk back in, I see Mr. Kinger. He's sitting down, pulling out a sandwich from a picnic basket. The classroom lights have been turned out and the curtains drawn. It's as dark as night in here. Danish? Wait, I can eat with Kinger? What? Good to see you again. It seems like we run into each other quite a bit these days. You are my teacher. Doesn't he realize I'm one of his students? We passed lunch in silence for a few moments. Hey, Danish, wouldn't you rather sit with one of your classmates? Well, I mean, it just makes sense for me to sit here. Mr. Kinger pauses a moment. I see. He takes a break from his sandwiches. Well, Danish, if you want to live a solitary life, I don't think anyone here is going to stop you. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with being alone, especially if that's what you want. But if you don't want to be alone, I think we have a really good class of students, and I feel you could have a really good school experience if you nurture your bonds with any of them. Mr. Kinger looks a little sad. In this world, one of the worst feelings is being alone when the only thing you want is the company of others. Dang. Maybe I should ask him about someone. Ooh, okay, I'm glad I went back. I'm glad I went back to choose this path. Okay. Ragatha seems cool. I like Gangle. I want to understand Zooble better. Tell me about Pomni. I want to bond with Jax more. How about you, Mr. Kinger? Can you romance Kinger? Because there's some options here where I'm like, wait a minute. It seems like you can romance Kinger. All right, I want to bond with Jax more. Jax is a tough nut to crack. I don't know him as well as I know the others. I do know he lost someone who was really important to him, and he took it very hard. I think a good friend would challenge Jax sometimes, because I do think there's somebody worth saving buried underneath that tough exterior. I'm momentarily stunned by his insights. It's like I'm talking to a different person than the teacher I met this morning. Sorry, I know that's a lot to take in. He chuckles jovially. But I have a lot of respect for my class, and I really do think any of them would make an excellent friend. He leans forward until he's almost right next to me. Or more, if you know what I mean. Look at him being a wingman! He offers me a playful wink. But again, no pressure. Do what makes you feel best. Anyway, Danish, it's been really nice chatting, but I have a lesson plan to finish. You should get back out there. He seems to smile at me before lightly ushering me out. Oh. So I can do that and then sit down for lunch. Okay, so then we sit down at an empty seat, and yeah. And then we eat. Okay, I'm glad we went back. When the lunch bell finally rings, I step out of the lunchroom and head to afternoon classes. They're uneventful. Finally, the last bell rings and it is time to go home. What a boring day. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. My mind drifts to the day's events. I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. I gather my things and wait a little bit, but alas, no one approaches me. Dang! Guess I didn't make a substantial enough impression on anyone today. Just like my old school. Well, there's always tomorrow. I head out of the school front doors and brave the chill of the evening on my own. I sit on the curb, waiting for my parents to come pick me up. I wait, and wait, and wait. It's starting to get dark and cold. Why are my parents not here? A cool breeze rushes by, chilling me to the bone and filling my nose with the scent of stale cherry blossoms. And I could swear it smells like an old abandoned office. Must be my sinuses acting up or something. The moon is high in the sky as I get up from my perch and begin to walk. As I make my way further from the school entrance, I see a silhouette of someone in the trees. Looks like someone was waiting for me in the trees? They're too short to be Ragatha, Gangle, Zooble, or Jack, so it's Pomni. And I don't remember Pomni wearing a suit like that. Ahoy there, Danish! Why are you here? As I reach the tree line, their appearance becomes more clear. Principal Kane? Hey there, old sport! He extends a hand. I hesitantly take it. Hey, Principal Kane? I can't suppress a shiver. Pretty cold out here, huh? Is it? I hadn't noticed. He shrugs as if the weather is of no consequence. Looks like you had a rough first day, Danish. It's a shame, too. When we talked earlier in the intro, I really thought you seemed excited to mingle. I give him a confused look. Talked earlier, intro, what is he talking about? He looks away from me and taps his chin. Well, no matter. I guess we'll need to restart from square one, eh? He whips back around to face me, his expression bright. Square one? What? Principal Kane reaches out and taps me with his cane. I feel my memories begin to unravel. It's a weird, uncomfortable feeling. First, my memories become fuzzy, like I'm watching them on TV, but the TV has really bad reception. Then my entire body starts tingling, like when you sleep on your arm weird and when you wake up. It feels fuzzy and you can't move it, no matter how hard you try. All shades of color fade to a dull gray. Even my sense of smell fades as I feel myself pulled into Principal Kane's cane. Maybe next time flex those socializing muscles a bit, eh, Danish? I'm barely able to hear him. It feels like I'm underwater. Here's a hint. Focus on spending time with at least one person. And maybe say things that they'd like to hear. Just some advice. Best of luck next go round. Is it because I stopped Jax from putting the gum in Gangle's ribbon? Bruh, with the shake of his cane, the last of my consciousness dissolves. Game over? It's because I didn't let Jax put the gum in Gangle's mask, bro. So basically, if I'm gonna go for Jax, I gotta kind of cater to him. Let's keep quiet and see what happens. Jax reaches forward with practiced stealth, sticking the wet wad of already been chewed gum to the ribbon girl's mask. The ribbon girl lets out a quiet shriek of discomfort, flailing her arms as she desperately pulls away from Jax. Jax, what is that? What did you do? Ew! Her whining and desperate flailing is a little funny, even as she feels around blindly behind her mask. Her movements attract the attention of Mr. Kinger. What's going on? He seems aware something is going on, but he doesn't seem to know that. How is this guy teaching us? Jax is just picking on Gangle again. The mismatched figure pipes up from next to Gangle, who is evidently the ribbon girl that Jax just stuck his gum to. Here, Gangle, let's go to the bathroom so we can wash it off. Oh, yes, carry on then, Zooble. Nothing phases this teacher. Zooble glares daggers into the rabbit as they leave. What? It was funny, right? Back me up here. Jax turns to face me. Okay, I guess we should agree with him. Yeah, that was hilarious. Jax smirks as I take his side. It was a pretty good prank. Oh, I feel mean. You're not so bad, new kid. Maybe you can teach these losers how to grow a sense of humor. I smirk back. Maybe things at this school won't be so bad. I feel like evil Pomni. Like, where it's like unnatural to be evil, so it feels kind of cheesy. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to the place when something burst into the room. And then it was Principal Kane. Okay. We saw all of this. Ragatha is still the representative. Zooble and Gangle are working together. Pomni and Jax are gonna look up what a culture festival is. I just realized that I never got a role, like what I'm supposed to do. Ah, so now I could check the library. Maybe Pomni or Jax is there trying to find out what a culture festival is. Ah, okay, let's go. I walk into the library with my tray in hand. I peer through the rows of dusty, cluttered shelves, and I see Jax and Pomni by the tables in the middle of the library. Even from here, I can tell Jax is up to trouble. He's tapping his foot impatiently and pacing back and forth. I can barely make out Pomni craning her neck to peer up into the tall bunny's yellow eyes. I just realized I'm gonna have to compete with Pomni. I'm gonna have to compete with Pomni for Jax's attention. As I gingerly maneuver between the shelves, trying to avoid spilling the creamed corn casserole I brought from the cafeteria, I can make out some words. Kinger asked us to. I can't hear Jax's response, but I don't have to, as he mimics Pomni's mannerisms, tilting his head from side to side. As I get closer, I can hear her trying to reason with the stubborn rabbit. We should at least try to do what he said. I don't want to be the only one who didn't do anything to help. Against my better judgment, I creep closer, nearly tripping over a step stool. I manage to creep into earshot. Why? This whole thing is pointless, and no one will even notice if we bail, trust me. Jax crosses his arms, leaning back and letting out an annoyed sigh. As he leans back, he catches sight of me. Oh. Hey. Oop. Hey, new kid. He calls out to me. What do you think? We should ditch this dumb culture fair thing, right? Her name is Danish Jax. Second off, they were in class with the rest of us. I bet they want to stay on Kane's good side as much as the rest of us. I bet they'd rather do something fun, like pulling an epic prank. Pomni gives me a meaningful look. Jax shoots me a mischievous grin. I feel like I should choose my response carefully here. Well, I'm gonna go with Jax. That sounds fun, Jax. I don't care about the culture fair. Let's go and pull a prank. Ha! See, Pomni? This new kid's cool. Alright, well, you two have fun then. She turns back to the shelves while Jax ushers me out of the library. Later, Pom-Pom. So what prank are we gonna do? That Pomni, huh? She can be so needy. Jax smirks, rolling his eyes. Not like you, huh, new kid? I'm not sure how to proceed for a moment, but I have a feeling I know what Jax wants me to say. Yeah, I'm down for anything. I give Jax finger guns, which he scoffs at before grinning at me. I told y'all, I'm like cheesy, corny, evil Shonyx. You're so cringe. I know I'm cringe, I know. But since you're so eager to get on my good side, I came up with something fun for us to do. Let's go on a little field trip outside. Are we allowed to do that? Jax rolls his eyes. Sheesh, you sound like a broken toy. Is that the only thing you say? I shake my head. I don't want to disappoint Jax. It doesn't matter what we're allowed to do. It matters if we get caught. So keep up, new kid. He finds a door leading to a field, slyly pushing it open before bounding through. I have to sprint to make it through before the door locks. The door leads us onto a softball field. I didn't even know the school had a softball team. Jax gets on all fours, putting his head almost even with the ground as he crawls around. What? Is he looking for something? Jax, did you lose something out here? Shut up, I'm looking for something. In the few hours I've known him, I've never seen Jax take something so seriously. Okay. I get down on my hands and knees too, checking each blade of grass for anything remarkable. I'm so focused I forget my surroundings, bumping face first into the seat of Jax's pants! Oh girl. Oh girl. He wheels on me. Don't try to get fresh with me, new kid. It was an accident. It was an accident. I'm sorry. I blush as I crawl back a few paces. Sorry. Jax shakes his head. Do you even know what we're looking for? Well, you're not even telling me. I shake my head. I didn't want to make him angry by asking. Then how do you think you're gonna find what we're looking for? I blush again as I realize he had a valid point. So what are we looking for? A centipede. What? A centipede? Jax doesn't look amused that he has to repeat himself. A centipede. We spent the rest of lunch searching, but just as the bell rings, I find a centipede crawling near a rock pile. Jax, I found one. I hoist the insect up by its rear end. It flailing around as it tries to escape my grasp, its dark legs wriggling in discomfort. I would have never picked up the centipede. Never. Jackpot. Nice job, Danish. You used my name. No, I didn't, new kid. I squint at him. You're imagining things. He puts on an unreadable smirk. Guess I'm not going to get him to admit anything. Okay. But this is one fine specimen. Okay, what are we doing with this? Are you an insect collector? Ew, no. He shakes his head before he drops the centipede into my backpack. Hey! Calm down. We're gonna put this in Ragatha's locker and then hide out and watch her open it. Why? Cause Ragatha hates centipedes. I paused for a moment, not fully understanding why we would do that. Cause it's a prank. So why are we putting one in our locker? Because it's funny, new kid, try to keep up. I don't know if I agree, but this is the happiest I've seen Jax since we started hanging out. Come on, I have a key to let us back inside. He pulls a ring of keys out of his back pocket. Where'd you even get that? How did he get those? It looks like a set of master keys to every door in the school. Cool. Oh, just like the show, how he has just a bunch of keys. Jax lets us back in. We sneak our way up to the main stairwell and are almost at Ragatha's locker when our class rep herself shows up, strolling down the hallway. Uh-oh. Danish, what are you doing in the hallway? She tilts her head, offering me a weary smile. I've been looking for you since you didn't show up to afternoon classes. Oh. She notices Jax and her expression sours. Jax, you better be leaving Danish alone. Come on, Ragatha. He offers a cartoonishly wide grin. The new kid actually looked for me. We even got lunch together. Ragatha looks utterly confused. Danish, is that true? It feels like I should choose my response carefully. That's right, we had lunch together and we're just trying to get back to class. No, Jax asked me to look for a centipede to put in your locker. She knows! Throw the centipede and run. Yo, wait, I don't know. What should I do? I low-key want to throw the centipede and see what Ragatha does. I want to do that. My hands fly to my backpack, seizing the terrible black insect before hurling it directly at our class representative. No part of this is voluntary. Every movement feeling like a scene out of a horror movie. Yo, oh my goodness, I would freak out. Ah! Her one eye bugs out of her head as the centipede lands in the center of her face. Jax is laughing like a madman next to me. Holy new kid, that was amazing. Ragatha flails wildly, running back to class with the centipede on her face. Kinger! She runs out of earshot as she disappears into our homeroom. Jax is still laughing, taking the seat on the floor to catch his breath. Sheesh, new kid, where did you learn that? I didn't learn it anywhere, I just panicked. Jax finally gets control over his fit of laughter after a few more moments. Well, if that's what you do when you panic, I guess I need to keep you on edge. Jax stands up, putting a hand on my shoulder as he looks me directly in the eye, grinning from ear to ear. She hates you for sure now. I bury my face in my hands. Now what? Well, school's almost over. Guess we should grab our things. Sheesh. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. Yeah, she probably actually hates me now. Like, that probably seals the deal on not romancing Ragatha. My mind drifts to the day's events, and I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar figure swaggers up to me. Hey, new kid. You're still hanging around? Yep, just getting ready to head out. What do you say, how about I walk with you after school today? Surprised at Jax asking to walk me home, I run out of words and just nod. Cool, let's go. Okay, so this is how it's supposed to go. This is how it's supposed to go, not me waiting by myself. The front door is open for us and I stand outside waiting at the curb. My parents dropped me off this morning and I'm sure they'll be here any moment to pick me up. Jax stands next to me for a few moments. He gives me a confused look. What are you waiting for, kid? My parents? Are you waiting to get picked up too? I'm 22 years old. I haven't been picked up by my parents for like 6 years. I'm going to the dorms. What? The dorms? He looks at me like I'm an idiot. The on-campus housing Kane designed for our class, where we stay when classes end. Oh, that sounds nice. I wish I was staying on campus. His annoyed expression changes. Oh, you poor little lamb. His voice drips with sarcasm. Kane really didn't tell you anything, did he? Okay, I'm thinking that I'm actually in the digital circus, and this is one of the adventures, but I'm not aware this is one of the adventures. Like, I think I was dropped into here. Oh, no wonder I could smell the smell of a dusty office before. I'm not aware that I'm in the digital circus. Look, Danish, I'd love to watch you stand out here until the sun goes down and you start shivering in your little school uniform. Jack smirks. Honestly, just imagining it is pretty funny. The smile drops from his face. Your parents aren't coming for you, he says to me in a deadpan before continuing. Come on, we need to get to the dorms before it gets too cold out. Kane only gave us summer uniforms. Yeah, he's aware that this is one of those adventures. A chill travels through the air and I shiver in place. Jax shivers too. I'm losing my patience. He glares at me. Jax, I'm telling you, I don't have any housing on campus. My parents are picking me up. Jax just sighs. You just don't know when to give up. He glowers before walking away from me. Suit yourself, new kid. He walks off to the dorms. I'll show him. My parents will be here soon. An hour passes. The sun begins to sink below the horizon. Another hour passes. The moon is visible and the sky is darkening. It's getting really cold out here. Like, really, really cold. I looked the way Jax walked when he left me standing here. A nice warm room sounds really good right about now. Where are they? I stick it out another half hour before sighing frustrated. Did they forget about me? No. I walk towards the dorms, seeking shelter in the plain building. As I do, I run into Jax. Why was he heading out? Finally come to your senses, new kid. What if he was out looking for me, like he was about to come out and see if I was still standing there? He asks, sounding tired. No, I just stepped inside because my parents forgot to pick me up. I bet they'll be here any moment. Jax's eyes narrow in annoyance and he drags a yellow gloved hand across his face in exasperation. Listen, new kid, get it through your head. There is no outside world. There's the school. He points to the large brick building across from where we are. The dorms. He points to the building we're standing in. And that's it. He mutters something under his breath. Okay then. But if these are the only two places, why were you going outside? He was gonna check on us. His face flushes and he turns away from me. I just wanted some fresh air. It's pretty cold outside though. Okay, well if everyone stays here, then I should have a room here. Show me my room if I'm supposed to stay here. I grin, comfortable in my undefeatable logic. Huh? Yeah, you're probably right. Let's go find your room so I can stop babysitting you. What? Jax grabs my hand in his as he hauls me through the hallways, but I'm not complaining. Just another way for us to hang out together. As we walk through the hallways, 1,000 questions rush through my head. We pass a traditional Japanese-style door. Gangle. We pass a door that's half blue and half red. Pomni. We pass a dark door with a black and yellow caution tape crisscrossing it. Me. We pass a door that looks like it belongs in a ranch-style home. Ragatha. We pass a sleek door with bright geometric shapes all over it. Zubul. We come to the end of the hallway, finding a plain wood door with a brass nameplate listing my name. Why'd I have a plain door? It couldn't be anything special? And this must be you. I stand there in stunned disappointment. Are you going in, or... He looks sort of annoyed I haven't opened the room yet. I twist the handle and open my bland door into an equally bland room. Wow, I am a bland person. A gray mattress sits atop a wooden bed frame with plain white pillows. A dark green comforter with the school emblem on it has been neatly folded. In the back right corner, a beaten up metal desk sits, with a computer that looks almost as old as the desk. A neat stack of papers and a set of black pens and pencils have also been provided. Wow, pretty boring. I try to look around the room for anything to dispute those words, but come up empty. It is boring. He walks to the center of the room and looks around at the plain interior. Not beating the NPC allegations with this one. Huh? Am I actually an NPC? Imagine if I'm an NPC. NPC? You think Kane would have put a movie poster or something up. Guess he thinks you're boring, huh, Danish? No, I'm sure my parents just... Jax has stopped listening by this point and is striding out of my room. What a waste of time. Wait, Jax, aren't you gonna say that? Jax slams the door in the middle of my sentence. Well, okay then. Night? I give up on any expectations I have for Jax being polite. Even if he skipped out on saying goodbye for the day, I feel like I might be making a connection with Jax. Maybe. I lay down on my bed, defeated by the day. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. It doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on, as if overridden by some remote console. The room to my dorm flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinkler. Doesn't that violate some sort of building safety code? Hello, my darling Toy Box characters! Principal Kane announces from what sounds like the hallway. Well, time to investigate. Bruh. Kane, what the are you trying to pull this late at night? Haha, Zubul! His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment, but none too pleased by it. You're lucky I even let you get sleep! This he blurts out in a harsh monotone before recovering his cheery demeanor. I'm here because even with the culture fair pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to. Which is why I've secured us a sponsorship. He stretches out the last two words, using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words. Without further ado, I introduce you all to... A drum roll plays from somewhere in the background. Ragatha looks a little more awake, but the rest of us are still trying to shake off sleep to understand what exactly Principal Cain is talking about. The Wacky Watch! You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been finding trouble finding a good audience for their product. But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama.
But we're adults, I'm actually...
Now, Gangle, I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of affixing a Wacky Watch to each of your wrists. What? Each of us glanced down. To my shock, the watch is already on my wrist. How did it get there? What in the... And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very special adhesive. And if you do try to remove them, let's just say they'll be taking a little piece of you with them. Okay, well, we will leave it alone. I can hear Gangle beginning to whine as panic sets in. Pomni tugs at her Wacky Watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays affixed, her gloves stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Ragatha just looks down with a resigned sigh. Where's Jax? Cain, I can't remove the arm with the Wacky Watch. What the f? Principal Cain ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue. You see, my turtle doves, in order to secure the funding we need to make it to day 5 and the culture fair, I need you wearing the Wacky Watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need all of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your Wacky Watches. Good luck with school life. Can't wait to see what you do with the culture fair. Bye! He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the culture fair easier. With the sound of breaking glass, Gingle's comedy mask shatters and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes.
I don't want a Wacky Watch.
Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up.
Well, I think it could be useful.
And look, Gangle, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw. Pomni goes over to Gangle, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature.
That is kind of nice.
Gangle sniffles. Yeah, that's the right spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Everyone's door closes. I hear a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustration on. Why didn't he come outside? I flick my dorm light off as I close my door. I check my Wacky Watch. Got a text from Jax. He has set his avatar to a picture of himself flipping off the camera. What the heck is up with this stupid watch? Why can't I take it off? I did not consent to this. I laugh. That sounds like the Jax I know. You didn't miss much. Apparently Principal Cain took a sponsorship from Wacky Watch to keep the school open or something. And now they're physically stuck on us. They really are. This sucks. Yeah, but at least we can text each other whenever, right? I guess. I hope you sleep well tonight, even though Cain stuck these Wacky Watches on us. I wait several minutes for a response, but nothing. I begin to pull the sheets over my head when the Wacky Watch buzzes with another text from Jax. Whatever. Nighty-night, new kid. Don't let the centipedes bite. Okay. That was more than I expected from him. As I get to sleep, I cherish the bond that Jax and I have built today. I can't wait to find out what sort of trouble we can get into tomorrow. Day 1 complete. I yawn as I awake in my room. The clock on my Wacky Watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the sliver of sunlight peeking from under my door. I slide my school-issued pajamas off and look in the closet. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there, with a little tag on the sleeve of the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Cain left me a note. Hi, Danish. This is Principal Cain. As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you have been provided a set of uniforms, free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. Looks like you and Jax have been spending time together and everyone's talking. Wait, why are we talking about that? That's nothing to do with the uniform. That sort of drama-seeking, desperate, mismatched energy is exactly what we need to keep our studio audience engaged. Remember, if Jax pushes you away, it's just because he wants you to try even harder. Right, he's not even wrong. It probably is that. As I pull my uniform over my Wacky Watch, I glance down at it. I have a text from Jax. You headed to school yet? I spy Jax as I stumble out of my room, still slipping my foot into my shoe. Jax, wait up! You wanted to walk to school together, right? Jax looks up from his watch, pausing for a moment. What? He notices me. Oh, it's you. He's doing a great job of hiding how excited he must be to walk to school with me. Yep, I'm ready to walk to school with you. Jax looks confused for a moment before slowing down. Don't remember saying I was gonna walk to school with you, but whatever. He waits as I catch up with him. What's on the agenda for today? Well, he did text me you head to school yet. That's like slightly subtly saying you want to walk together. Huh? Aren't we gonna pull another epic prank today? Jax shrugs. I hadn't thought that far ahead yet, but I'll come up with something. We step out into the crisp early autumn air. What about you, new kid? Got any plans for today? Well, I was thinking about working on the culture fair project that Principal Kane asked us to do. I trail off as Jax shoots me a sharp look. That was the wrong thing to say. But that's stupid, so I was just gonna help out with whatever you want to do today. Jax's smirk is back and as wide as ever. Careful, new kid. Keep hanging out with me and the rest of the class will hate you. That's true, they probably will by the end of these 5 days. We get to the school entrance just as the last bell rings. Jax turns to me as I start to follow him up the main stairwell to class. If you're really cool, you'll go to the cafeteria and bring me something for breakfast. I don't want to be late to homeroom. I think to complain about how I'll be late if I get Jax breakfast. Give me something like an omelet and a bottle of orange juice. Well, at this point, he told me his order. It'd be rude not to go. I don't know about that, but okay. I step into the cafeteria to see a crowd of students at various breakfast places. Evidently, none of the other students here care about being late. By the time I get to the front of the line, I'm already 30 minutes late to class. One omelet, please, and an orange juice. The staff member behind the counter tells me the price. But that's all my money for lunch. Sorry, new kid. No money, no omelet. I don't want to get this stupid omelet, but I'd just be going to class late and empty-handed if I don't say yes. Okay, get me the omelet. Takes a bit longer for them to make an omelet, but I eventually collect my orange juice and omelet before heading to homeroom. And that's where we get the English phrase, raining cats, and Mr. Kinger turns to me. Danish, nice of you to join us. His enthusiasm seems genuine. Ragatha gives me a concerned look. Did Jax make you bring him that omelet? Oh, real nice, Raggy. So because the new kid wants to get on my good side, I made them do it. Time to clear things up. I'm gonna say I did this on my own, because technically I could have said no. I could have said no. See, Dollface? New kid wanted to bring me breakfast. Ragatha turns to me. Try not to be late to class, please. Whatever. She looks hurt by my response, but Jax is smiling. Oh, I feel bad for being mean. I don't like this. Jax passed the seat next to him, discreetly taking my breakfast from me. After a few minutes, Ragatha spots Jax eating the omelet and wheels on us. See? She raises a hand. Uh-oh. Kinger, Danish said they brought lunch for themselves, but Jax is eating it. Who's eating Jax? He seems genuinely panicked by the prospect. Jax is eating, Danish brought breakfast and now Jax is... Mr. Kinger turns around. Danish isn't eating Jax, Ragatha. Everything is fine. He gives her a reassuring smile. Ragatha splutters for a few moments before sulking, burying her face in her arms as she leans forward on her desk. I feel bad for her. Never mind, I give up. She groans into her arms. She's going to hate us by the end of this week. Jax and I share a conspiratorial grin. The lunch bell rings, dismissing the class. I make my way to the lunchroom, but I have no lunchroom money. As I'm exiting the lunchroom with my tray, I spot Jax. He's eyeing Gangle like a lion stalking its prey when I catch up to him. Wait, so I can have it, I can't have lunch? Or like a bunny stalking its carrot? I spend a few moments racking my brain for something that might be hunted by a bunny before Jax notices me. Oh, hey, new kid, good. I think you can help me out. Can you keep Gangle busy for a little bit? I want to try something funny. I nod. I walk up to Gangle. So, anime, huh? What? She looks genuinely confused, which makes sense. This is one of the first few times I've ever talked to her. Luckily, I'm a master of subversion. You know, anime. It's the happening thing. It's hard to be this cool. I guess. She must be intimidated by my charisma and looks. I'm gonna dial it back a little. Yeah, if you say so. I think it's cool. Huh? I honestly didn't expect that from you, Danish. Well, if you want to talk about anime, I guess I have a moment. She smiles at me, an attempt to disarm me that won't work. Which anime do you like? The cool ones. She called my bluff. Red alert, red alert! The cool ones? I stumble over my words for a second. How about you tell me about the ones you like? Oh, don't get me started. I like Yo-Yo Hachoko, Quad Gun, Uzumaki Ninja, Inuyasha. Okay, I know Inuyasha, and that's Yu Yu Hakusho. I don't know what Quad Gun is, and I don't know what Uzumaki Ninja is. I keep nodding and smiling as Jack sneaks up behind Gangle, a shop vac in hand, and a dark grin on his face. Oh no. He's just about to press the power button when... Is that Zubul? And they're holding a corn cob? Jax's eyes fly wide as he notices them, stepping back slowly but tripping over the shop vac. The lid goes flying as my poor companion trips over it, dust caking his entire body. Oh, Zubul got him. Zubul got him. Zubul! Gangle turns around to see what the commotion is. I rush to Jax's side. Leave Gangle alone, or this won't be the last time you see a corn cob in an unwelcome location. Jax is still spluttering, covered in dust. Kane himself has come out of his office to see what the chaos is about. What's going on here? You, Danish, tell me what happened. Wait, I have to lie? I think what I hate is that in my heart, I'm a good person. So every time I lie for Jax, I literally feel bad. Jax was walking around when Zubul attacked him with the shop vac. Jax looks confused for a moment, but then grins as he realizes I'm getting us both out of this. Yeah, that's right. I was just trying to clean, and Zubul over here attacked me. Are you seriously implying? Now, Zubul, you really shouldn't be harassing the cleaning staff. Jax here asked me earlier if he could use the shop vac to clean the tops of the lockers. I was surprised but impressed by his go-getter attitude. Shame on you for disrupting his cleaning activities. Kane, that's not what... Chop, Zubul. You're coming to my office while I decide what to do with you. Everybody's gonna hate me. Everybody's gonna hate me. In the meantime, Bubble. He claps his hands. Bubble manifests out of seemingly nowhere. What's up? Clean this up. Bubble opens his mouth, extending an unnaturally large tongue as he begins to lick up the dust from the shop vac. Kane stands there, his jaw agape. Why are you like this? By this point, Gangle has made herself scarce, and Zubul is stomping off to the principal's office. As you were, Jackson Danish. We make ourselves scarce as well, heading to the school entrance as the bell rings. Well, that was a bust. But at least we got Zubul put away. Hey, Jax, what happened back there? What are you talking about? He gives me a confused look. I mean, you're afraid of corn. The corn thing? No, what you're talking about. He tries to keep walking. Oh no, Jax, you're not getting away that easily. I grabbed the small corn cob off my lunch tray and pointed at him. His eyes widen. Put that down. I smirk. Aha! So you are scared. He ducks his head, looking to see if anyone is in earshot around us before addressing me. Fine. Yeah. I don't like corn. The seemingly unflappable Jax has been flapped. Still, he's obviously uncomfortable, so I toss the corn into the nearest trash bin. So, what is it with corn? Like, that is the weirdest fear. Do you not like the color yellow? I can't fully stifle my laughter at the thought of someone like Jax being afraid of corn. He hears me and gives me an annoyed look. My gloves are yellow, new kid. And your eyes, and your teeth, and part of your tie. Good point. What is it then? He waits until we are significantly away from the other students before answering me. All the little kernels are just... ugh. He gives me a revolted expression before smirking. But don't think you have the upper hand just because you know that about me, new kid. I'll find out what bugs you. He looks serious about that. I shrug, trying to play it cool like him. Nothing scares me. Jax grins at me. I don't buy that for a second. Don't worry, I'll find out. I gulp. Anyway, new kid, you heading back to the dorms? Yeah, I don't have anything else to do today. Cool, me too. I stand awkward for a moment before going for it. Do you want to walk back together? He raises his eyebrows at me before returning to his normal demeanor. Yeah, why not, Danish? You said my name! Huh? Oh, I guess I did. New kid is so, I don't know, cumbersome anyway. I was just screwing with you. I know, I just like hearing you say my name. Jax gives me a pointed look. You made it weird, new kid. Jax sighs. But hey, you can at least distract people. So you're not entirely useless to me. And that stunt you pulled with Ragatha yesterday was comedy gold. So I guess I'll keep you company on the way back since nobody else will. Yep, that's for sure after today. Man, we make our way back to the dorms. The chill air causes us to shiver and run for the entrance. As we reach the building, we're both out of breath. Can't in these dumb uniforms. He mutters between breaths. I shiver. I could go for a hot tea or hot chocolate right now. I rub my hands together as I make my way up the stairs to my dorm. It's too bad I don't have a kettle or anything. I think aloud. Jax looks at me. You know, there's a kitchen in the lounge, right? It has like everything you just mentioned. I blink at the Jax. You didn't know that? You'd be lost without me, Danish. It's kind of embarrassing. He motions for me to follow him. I didn't ask for him to show me, but I can't lie. I appreciate his help as he leads me down the staircase. It's a pretty nice lounge, all things considered. I make my way to the kitchenette. The cupboard down there has the tea and whatever else. He points at a lower cabinet before throwing himself on one of the couches. I open the cabinet to see an assortment of different teas and drink mixes. I look for one to try. As I'm rooting around under the cupboard, I peek around the lounge. To my surprise, Jax is still hanging out here and hasn't left for his room yet. I decide not to question it and just enjoy the shared moment. Should I make you some tea or something? Jax looks over at me from the couch. I expect a quip or some smart remark, but instead he simply shrugs. Sure, I'll take a coffee, black. Isn't that gonna keep you up? It's like nighttime. I nod. I make myself some tea, and once I'm done, I make a coffee for Jax. I can't help but feel a little happy to be spending time with Jax in a more casual environment. For his part, Jax seems more relaxed too. Or maybe he's just tired. Too tired to pick on anybody. It's a nice moment. I finish up and start bringing the drinks over. As I carry the drinks over, I notice Jax has been weirdly quiet. I go over to the couch to check on him. Sure enough, he's fallen asleep. We could low-key prank him. I can't help but stare for a moment. Guess it takes a lot of energy to terrorize your classmates all day. He looks so peaceful. Why? I end up so caught up in my own thoughts that I end up tripping over my feet, dropping the drinks all over the wooden floor. Oh, I'm sorry, I tripped and spilled everything. I try to explain myself, tea and coffee running down the front of my shirt. Jax has a hand on his head, still a little groggy from his cat nap, or would it be a bunny nap? He looks down at me as I start picking up the broken pieces of the mugs. Wow, Danish, you can't even make tea or coffee without messing it up. He chuckles, slow clapping. Yeah, I rub the back of my neck embarrassed. Is there a mop or anything like that here? I feel bad leaving a mess. Well, I feel bad about it. Just don't bother cleaning it up. What if someone slips and falls? Then that would be pretty funny, right? I pick myself up off the floor, determined to find a mop or rags or something to clean up the mess I made. I see what looks like a closet, the door slightly ajar on the opposite side of the lounge. Maybe there's a mop in there? Okay, Jax watches me annoyed as I open the door and look around the closet. It's roomier than expected. Still cramped though. I see some cleaning supplies. I'm definitely in the right area. I rummage around a bit, not noticing Jax approach the entrance of the closet, his arms crossed. It's above you. He eventually pipes up, pointing to the top shelf after watching me struggle. Huh? Oh, on the top shelf, a mop sits tucked behind some boxes. Who stores a mop like that? I try to reach for it, but it's pretty hard to get a grasp on it, tucked behind all this junk. I continue to struggle before Jax walks past me, taking pity on me. He rolls his eyes as he steps past me. I can't watch this anymore. Move. He enters the closet, the door closing behind him as he reaches over to grab the mop out from behind the boxes. Here, he states, pushing the mop into my hands. I blush a bit, embarrassed at how much I've been relying on Jax. Thanks. I'm sorry I spilled our drinks. Stop apologizing so much, it's annoying, he says, twisting at the knob of the closet. What? He tugs the knob a little harder. No! No! Oh my goodness, no. No, you've got to be kidding me. He shakes his head, pulling at the knob vigorously. It's locked. I feel my chest tighten up. Come on. Jack starts banging on the door, pulling more violently. The door shakes on its hinges, but no luck. We're showered with old paint chips from the crumbling ceiling. We're locked in here. I feel the breath leave my lungs as I clutch the mop to my chest. This would happen to me. I barely hear him. My ears are ringing as panic starts to set in. My breath comes in ragged gasps as my heart hammers against my ribcage. Suddenly, I lose my balance, clutching the mop as I back into the wall and sink to the ground. Whoa, hey. Danish, calm down. Oh, we're gonna die in here. I continue to hyperventilate. Okay, you're overreacting a little too much. Don't you guys have your wacky watches? We're gonna die in here. I can't breathe. Jax kneels down next to me smirking. Not scared of anything, huh? This is not funny. I eke out with the last of my breath. Jax lets out a sigh. Well, we're not going to get anywhere with you freaking out like that. He sits against the door facing me. Just breathe. I'm trying. Well, I don't know. Close your eyes then. Stop freaking out. He tosses his jacket over my head. Imagine you're on a wide open rooftop or wherever your happy place is. I can't breathe in here. I manage as I cover my ears with my hands, clenching my eyes shut as I try to imagine I'm in a wide open meadow. It's surprisingly helpful. My breathing shifts from ragged, panicked gasps into a slow, peaceful rhythm. You all right? Can't talk. Just breathing. I hate to admit it, but if I do anything but focus on deep breaths, I'll start to panic again. I'm barely able to muster the strength to talk. How long do you think until someone finds us? Who knows? He looks up at the ceiling and chuckles. I bet if they knew I was in here, they wouldn't bother opening the door. He laughs again. It's a hollow laugh. But right now I can only focus on me. My head is planted firmly in my knees as I continue to clench my eyes shut. Don't you have any friends here? At school? Jax goes quiet. Well, duh, he doesn't. Well, definitely not Ragatha. She's way too fake and annoyingly positive. She's always trying to pretend everything is great and awesome. It's exhausting. Gangle's just sad all the time, not like she has a backbone. Zubul just chooses to be difficult to get along with. They're really a stick in the mud. Pomni's alright, but she's always worrying about what everyone else thinks. Jax's confession about how he feels about his classmates distracts me from our cramped situation, if only for a few moments. Wow, is there really nobody at the school you like? Jax remains silent as he looks away, a tinge of red on his cheeks. Wait a minute, Jax! Wait a minute! I can't help but blush myself before putting my head back into my knees. What was that? Suddenly, Kane pops out of thin air. Of course he's here. Of course he's here. His booming voice makes us both jump. There you two are! Thought you could get past the curfew rule by hiding in here, huh? You little scamps. For some reason, he pops up inside the cramped space of the closet instead of opening the door. With a snap, we're instantly transported to our respective rooms. Oh. I feel relieved being back in my spacious room. I flop into my bed, completely worn out from that whole ordeal. Still, I can't stop thinking about what Jax said and what he didn't say. Why was he so quiet after I asked him if he liked anybody? He couldn't have meant... Nah! I wrap my pillow around my head as I stare at the wall. Surely not. I must be delusional. As I get under the covers for the night, I can't help but think about what or who he could have meant. I think it's obvious. Day 2 complete. I wake up to my usual alarm and get ready for the day. It takes a little longer than usual. I didn't sleep well last night, and I couldn't stop thinking about what Jax said yesterday. I brush my teeth and put on my uniform. To my surprise, I hear a knock at my door. I think for a few moments about who it could be, before deciding to just open it and remove the mystery. I bet it's Ragatha. Oh, it's Jax! To my surprise, it's Jax! He leans on the doorframe, grinning his usual confident grin. Rise and shine, Danish. Ready to head out? So now he's here at my door to walk me to class. What? I'm a little flustered as I try to find my words, finishing pulling on my uniform and suddenly very concerned about making sure everything is neat and covered. Oh, yeah, I was just gonna try and pick something up to eat real quick before class. I don't want to be late again. Jax rolls his eyes. Why? It was so funny yesterday. He's still wearing that same confident grin. I giggle awkwardly. Yeah, but I don't want to make a habit of being late. I turn around and lock my door while Jax waits for me. Once I'm sure the dorm is locked up, we start walking to school together. The fall air is cool against me. I shiver again. You were right, these uniforms do suck. Jax nods. Yep, when Kane designed this school, it was early spring. Then the seasons just kept going and we couldn't convince him to make us new uniforms. Said to put it in the suggestion box. And I guess he forgot to put one up because we never found one. We ended up having to just ditch the blazers for the summer. But you can't do anything about the cold. He shivers, rubbing his arms, his breath visible on the autumn air. I lean in a little close and Jax doesn't stop me. He doesn't acknowledge the shared warmth, but honestly, not being kept at arm's length feels like progress. Until we enter the school, and he moves in front of me, keeping a safe distance between us as we walk into the school. Yep, of course, he can't look too close to me inside. You getting breakfast or head into homeroom then, new kid? I'm gonna grab something real quick. Alright, I'm not hungry, but I don't really care about being late either. I'll wait outside the cafeteria, I guess. I nod, smiling to myself. He's waiting for us! I duck into the cafeteria, all of the lines are crowded, and I know Jack said he would wait, but I don't want to test his patience. There's a wicker basket of granola bars with a note card in front saying Student Health Week, take one. I snag one from the basket before turning back to the cafeteria entrance. You get something? I look down at my humble granola bar. Yep. Good. Let's get going. We ascend the main stairwell, entering homeroom at an appropriate time today. I munch on the granola while I take my seat. Jax takes the desk behind me. Huh? I turn to look at Jax. You're sitting behind me today? Jax flashes me a grin. You're so observant today, Danish. He rolls his eyes. What's the problem? Don't trust me? Low-key, I don't. Low-key. I turn to face the front of the class as Mr. Kinger starts his lecture on English. I can't help but feel a little nervous, periodically reaching behind my neck to feel for any gum or something. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. But it also means he could just look at us without us knowing that he's looking at us. If you know what I mean? You catch my drift? I guess I still don't trust Jax. Once I finally manage to focus on class, I feel somebody poking my elbow. Looking down, I see a small folded up piece of paper being passed to me from behind. Must be by Jax. I give him a confused look before taking it as discreetly as possible. Unfolding the paper reveals a crudely drawn sketch of Mr. Kinger, a speech bubble over his head that reads blah blah blah. I'm so boring, bro. Oh my goodness, it's giving SpongeBob and Patrick when they drew the picture of Mrs. Puff. I stifle a chuckle, adding my own contribution. I've never been very good at art, but I do my best to draw Ragatha. No, I'm scared. I don't want Ragatha to see that. Oh, I feel bad. Ragatha, don't look at this. Don't look at this, Ragatha. She comes out looking pretty botched. I draw her nose all wrong and end up shading it in black. Her hair looks like a bunch of rectangles exploding out of her head, and I get which side the button is on wrong. But I hope it gets the point across. I add an arrow with the words Killjoy. Just before I hand it back, I add another arrow with the word boring written on it. I pass the note back and Jax quickly swipes it from me. I hear him let out a small exhale through his nose before the sound of his pencil scratching again. I'm scared that Ragatha's gonna catch us! He takes some time before passing the note back. Yo! What the freak? He's about to crash into everybody! That is actually surprisingly detailed. I opened the note to see what he was working on. This time there's a sketch of him in a large truck heading for the previously drawn sketches. There's a speech bubble coming from the truck saying incoming. There's also a small pretty much right he added by my sketch. Not sure if that's a compliment or not. I start my own contribution when Mr. Kinger walks by me and does, no! I don't want this! I feel so awkward. I have secondhand embarrassment, guys. I have secondhand embarrassment. I can't. I like Jax, but I hate this route because this route, I feel so awkward and embarrassed. Do you have your homework, Danish? I try to cover up the sketches, but Mr. Kinger sees the paper and quickly snatches it up. This isn't the homework. He eyes it for a moment. Wow, Danish, you're a pretty good artist. Except your Ragatha could use some work. Huh? Mr. Kinger continues taking up the homework and our sketches along with them. Crisis averted? I shoot a relieved look at Jax, who's covered his mouth, trying to hide an amused smirk. Before we can be questioned about it anymore, the lunch bell rings. Oh my goodness, that stressed me out. I followed Jax out to the nearby stairwell. Wow, that was close. Thank God Mr. Kinger doesn't seem to have all his marbles. I chuckle. Yeah, our teacher has a few screws loose. He traces a circle around his temple as he bobs his head from side to side before continuing. Anyway, listen up, Danish. I have a really good prank idea for today. I perk up. Jax reaches into his blazer pocket and pulls out a little red bottle. I managed to get my hands on this Satan's butthole ghost pepper sauce. Even a few drops of this is supposed to make you taste nothing but fire for a week. Who are we using this on? Whoa, where'd he get something like that? I reach for the vial instinctively. Jax pulls it back, holding it far above my head. Wasn't easy to get this, Danish. He tucks it back into an interior pocket of his blazer. Besides, guess what today is? Wednesday? It's mystery meat day at the cafeteria. Just a few drops of this little guy in the pot, and everyone's mouth will be on fire. Come on. This should be good. He beckons me to follow, and I do so without question. We head for the cafeteria, but stop in our tracks. Looks like everyone decided to work on their culture fair projects in the cafeteria today. Oh, a few tables have been cleared where Gangle and Zubul work on a large paper mache sculpture. Pomni sits at a nearby table, reading a few thick books from the library and taking notes. Probably still trying to figure out what a culture fair is. Ragatha looks like she's putting together a stall from pieces of wood and nails. It looks like everyone is in there. Jax shakes his head, grinning even wider. This is perfect! He looks so excited. I bet they're all gonna eat here together too. We just need to find a way to discreetly slip into the kitchen. Even as we cast a glance around in a wide open view, all of our classmates are so engrossed in their own projects they don't even notice us. I whistle subtly. We could probably just walk right in? Jax shrugs. Worth a shot. Jax and I walk up as casually as possible to the kitchen door. He opens it a crack before ushering me in. That was surprisingly easy. Whoa, is that? I can barely get the words out. The mystery meat vat. Terrible, isn't it? He says with a grin. And it comes out of a hose. His face deadpans in abject dread at the implications of that. I break the awkward silence that falls between us. That sure is a lot of meat. Jack shakes the dread off as he returns to his normal grin. All right, help me find out how to get in there. Jax's gloved hands scrabble over the sealed vat for any type of opening. I stand there just sort of watching for a few minutes as Jax tries and fails to find the opening he's looking for. What the? There's gotta be a valve or something. He grunts as he tries to pry at a door on the side that has been welded shut. How do you open this thing? Maybe there's a pressure relief valve or some kind of button opens it? I look around the tank underneath, finding some buttons and a lever. Hey, buttons! Jax pushes me aside to access the hidden panel. Let me see that. He stares at the panel for a few moments. Jax starts pushing random buttons. Are you sure that's a good idea? A metallic whirring sound begins as the tank controls seem to come to life. The hose begins to croak and whip around as a thick, brown, sludgy stream of mystery meat comes flowing out. Uh-oh. Turn it off! I scream, panicking as the sludge begins to flow towards us. Right. He tries another button. The hose begins to whip around like a snake in its final moments. Molten meat sludge spraying all over the room at higher volume than before. Please stop hitting random buttons. I tuck my head under my arms as I duck. We gotta get out of here. We rush out the door, dodging jets of hot meat juice while we make our desperate escape. We burst out of the door like a bat out of hell. The hose has a mind of its own, the nozzle wedging between the door and the frame, oscillating up and down like it's a living creature. Oh, it's gonna ruin everybody's projects. Oh no, oh no! Y'all, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Y'all, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Vile mystery meat spews from its nozzle in a spiteful deluge of heated horror, coating the guilty and innocent alike in terrible, meaty sludge. The sludge flies across Pomni and her books. A thick puddle begins to form on the once pristine table where Zubul and Gangle left their art. A thick jet of meat slams into the ladder Gangle was standing on. The velocity and force behind the gout of meat knocks the ladder over, promptly sending the ribbing character to the ground. She lets out a little yelp, her comedy mask shattering on impact with the ground. Ragatha is standing behind her stall, which proves to be poor cover as a pressurized spray of meat knocks the stall over and pins her underneath it. Everyone is meat. Everything is meat. The entire interior of the cafeteria has been painted by the vile concoction brewing in that vat. Eventually, with a wheezing hiss, the last of the vat's contents are exhausted, now lying across everything in my field of vision. A terrible silence settles over the cafeteria. In the wake of the chaos, the entire place looking the scene of some grotesque crime. A silence that is eventually broken by the appearance of Principal Kane, who floats above the bubbling sludge. Oh, I hate this. Whoa! Clean up on aisle U, he says as he surveys the scene. Mystery Meat Day is ruined! Mystery Meat Day? What about the entire culture fair? Our projects are completely covered in meat juice. Oh no, that too! Who could be behind this targeted attack on our school festival? Who do you think? Zubul crosses their arms and glares at Jax and I. To our credit, we are also covered in meat. Listen, we can explain this wasn't supposed to happen. Jax wheels on me as everyone else begins to glare. Yeah, Danish. What were you thinking? Ruining everyone's culture fair projects with meat. Did Jax just turn on me? Oh, I see how it is. You're sick. What? I'm very disappointed in you, Danish. I expected better. Principal Kane turns his back on me, shaking his head as he surveys the cafeteria again. Disciplinary action is the only way I can try to correct this little behavioral hiccup. Wait. Oh no. Before I continue, Principal Kane snaps his fingers and we're transported into his office. Now wait here while I prepare your disciplinary action. Oh, this is so unnerving. He disappears behind a desk for a moment before a massive red slug creature with yellow polka dots slides in, ringing the bell on his desk. A bunch of small geometric-shaped creatures with eyes and mouths bounce around outside the office. I'm here to enroll my Onyx in classes. Oh, 500 of them! Kane appears from behind the desk, his eyes wide. Whoa! Enrolling 500 Gloinks into classes. That's gonna take a while. Bubble, cancel all my meetings for the rest of the day.
On it, boss.
He looks a little down as he continues. And cancel my 3 p.m. massage therapy appointment. He turns to face me. Wait here, Danish. Kane motions to the giant slug creature. Follow me this way, your gloinkiness. He leads the massive slug thing into a back office. Wait, but what about my... I try to protest, but it's too late. The little geometric shapes bounce around the office now, knocking things down and making general chaos. This is gonna take forever. I wait there. I'm realizing now that since Jax and I had pulled our prank, I hadn't really gotten to eat anything. My stomach growls. I think about ditching, but Bubble hasn't stopped staring at me since I sat down. Pop him! I'm nervous about what will happen if I try to leave. The time crawls by, minute by agonizing minute. I miss my first afternoon class, then my second. I start to question if the clock is working right, or if time is really passing at this sluggish of a pace. As the clock ticks down, the last bell for the day rings. I've been sitting for hours. Gloinks continue to bounce off of me and around me, sometimes sticking to my clothes, so I have to pluck them off. Hell can't be much worse than this. All right, thanks for stopping by. We'll be seeing all your precious Gloinks in class. I hope not my class. Bye now. Finally, the Gloinks all gather around their mother, who carries them out with her in a sort of organized mess. Kane turns to me with a stern face, or as stern as a pair of eyes set into a set of toy teeth can look at least. All right, Danish, come to my office immediately. I step into Principal Kane's office and sit down. For your disciplinary action, I wait with bated breath. You'll get a written warning! I stayed here for 7 freaking hours for a written warning, and I'd like you to help your classmates fix up their projects you destroyed tomorrow. Sound good? I waited hours for that? Yeah, that's fine. All right, off you go then. I walk out of the school finally after a long day of sitting in Kane's office. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I prepare to walk myself back to my dorm alone. My other classmates definitely don't want to see me right now. As I approach the exit of the school, I see a familiar lanky figure waiting at the entrance. No, go away! Jax? I'm shocked. The purple rabbit is standing there. How long has he been waiting there? Was he waiting for me? He tilts his head and grins at me. Wow, took you long enough. I guess it got pretty messy back there. Didn't go exactly the way I wanted it to. But it was still pretty funny though. You should have seen everyone's faces. I kind of want to say it wasn't funny, Jax! It wasn't funny! What happens if I say that? Oh, come on, don't be so lame. I'm not being lame, or boring, or whatever else you want to call me. We messed up everyone's culture fair projects that they've been working on all week. The words come spilling out before I can stop them, but I can't honestly say I disagree with anything I'm saying, or even that it doesn't deserve to be said. Jax rolls his eyes and crosses his arms as I offer my heartfelt rebuke for our actions. Sheesh, I didn't think you cared about that stupid festival. He gives me a look of utter ridicule. Maybe I don't. They clearly do. I curl into myself. Oh, they probably hate me. The tears flow as freely as my words. I spent hours in the office, missing lunch, missing my classes, and on top of it all, you just let me take the blame for it all. I could deal with everyone hating me, but I at least thought you would be there for me. Jack's grin curls into a frown of disgust, but I can't stop. I don't know if I care. You weren't there for me. There for you. His voice is venom, bearing down on me with cold, condescending anger. What do you think this is? You think I'm just gonna swoop in and save you every time you need it? He wipes his hands off of his uniform as his expression returns to one of neutrality. You wanted to pull that prank just as much as me. He turns away from me before letting out a short, manic laugh. You went along with every little thing I told you to do until now. Now you want to care what everyone thinks of you? He turns away from me before leaning back down to my level, gazing into my eyes with manic anger. His own voice seems to pitch up as he gets in my face, his pupils dilating to small black squares. Nobody here has ever liked you. Whoa! He sweeps an arm across his chest. I have to stumble back to avoid being pushed back. You spent every moment here tormenting them, with me. He points to his face where a manic grin now matches his eyes and tones. Now you want to pretend you have a moral compass? He leans back and lets out a hollow laugh. That might be the only funny thing you did that I didn't tell you to do. I sit there in stunned silence. Even as I hold back more tears, I have to admit he's right too. I did spend the last 2 days with him pranking people. I thought we were having fun, but today we took it too far. I can't even stand to look at Jax. I turn away, half mumbling my words. I thought you were my friend. Jax's manic grin falls away from his face as his mouth narrows, his pupils go wide. Somehow this is even scarier than the manic rage I was facing moments ago. No, he says plainly. No? He can't mean that. I push him for a different response. I'm not your friend. My chest goes tight. Why would he say that? How could he say that after everything that's happened between us? It feels like I'm talking to a different person. I'm going to deny his words. I know you don't mean that. Oh my goodness, listen, newbie, and listen closely. We aren't friends. He stretches out each word before returning to his signature smile, taking a few deep breaths. We were never friends. I was just having a little fun. Clearly, you got the wrong impression. Why would you say that? I'm on the verge of tears again. I thought we were getting close. Jax scoffs. Getting close? Are you that deluded, new kid? Oh, he's back to new kid. Then why would you wait for me before school? And text me at night? And sit by me in classes? It's my turn to be angry. You chose to help me last night. Why would you do all that if you didn't care? Jax shrugs neutrally. You're reading too much into it. I can't even look at him as tears blur my vision. Our shoulders slump as I run past him. Everything about this moment hurts. Every emotion feels like a jagged edge. But it's like Jax says, I must be deluded. Deluded to think we were friends. I was alone this entire time. And when others reached out to me or offered respite, I turned them away. I hear others whispering or casting worried looks my way as I get back to the dorm. I open my stupid plane door to my stupid plane room and throw myself on the bed. I hope that wasn't a bad choice. Should I have just said, yeah, that was funny? I don't know. I kind of want to see what happens if I go against that. When I finish crying and begin regaining my senses, the first thing I notice is how hungry I am. I load up DoorDash to see that the only open restaurant is some fast food place called Spudsy's. I load up their menu. Looks like all they have available is something called the Stupid Burger. What the hell is that? Sounds kind of weird. I think I'm gonna order the Stupid Burger. I think something might happen if I order the Stupid Burger. Like maybe we'll text Jax something. It's really my only choice for food at the moment, and my stomach rumbles to remind me of how badly I need something to eat. Whatever it is, I just ordered it. I await the delivery as my stomach grumbles even louder. It takes surprisingly little time for it to get to my dorm. There's a knock on the door. I open it to my delivery guy. A red mannequin-looking character holds my food in his hand. Order for... He's gone. I stumble forward, catching my food moments before it splats against the ground and makes eating that much messier. That was strange. Still, at this point, I'm learning to simply not question the ways things work at the school. I go back to my dorm and unwrap the burger. There's a weird pink sauce dripping from the patty. That must be what makes it stupid, I guess. My stomach rumbles again to remind me that I'm too ravenous to even think about another decision. I take a big bite of the burger. Another, and another, and another, and another. Before I know it, I've completely eaten it up. I attempt to get up, then suddenly, the room starts spinning and stretching and just sort of moving. And this is weird. Everything is so funny. The room is funny. My bed is funny. Wow, that was a really good burger. Suddenly I hear another knock on the door. 1 second. I shout a little louder than I mean to. I try to regain my balance and pick myself up off the floor. But it's no fair because the room is still spinning. Come on, room, stop spinning. Another knock at the door. Let yourself in. I'm no closer to the door and the room isn't slowing down anytime soon. Lying down on the cool, welcoming floor seems like the right move. Luckily, I must have forgotten to lock up after getting my food because my favorite bunny walks into the room. Jax! Wait, weren't we not friends? He regards me with a skeptically raised eyebrow. Are bunnies supposed to have eyebrows? He sighs. Danish, what the heck have you gotten into? He's so tall, I barely come up to his ankle. Or is that because I'm on the ground? Tall bunny alert, tall bunny spotted. I laugh. You get taller or something? I hiccup. I tilt my head to the side to get a better look at him. He looks annoyed, but concerned. Is my Jaxie boy worried about me? Sit up, are you drunk or something? Drunk, no way. You're drunk, the words don't come out. Jax gets down to my level to try to sit me against my bed, but I push him away laughing. Would you just... He struggles to get a good hold on me. Sit down. Even as he manages to force me into an upright sitting position, my hands flail out, pushing his face away from me. No! I shout, pouting for a moment before I try to crawl away. You're drunk and mean. Jax sighs and stands back up, giving up for the moment. What am I even doing here? He mutters under his breath, but I can hear him. Then he speaks up. I brought you food, since you missed lunch. He emphasizes the last word of each sentence, pointing in an exaggerated way to the bag in his hand. He shakes his head as I keep lolling my head from side to side, fascinated by whatever he's trying to do. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't have eaten the stupid burger, since he was gonna bring food. He's actually nice. Well, I don't know. He's trying to make up for what he said earlier. Whatever happened, you're too messed up to even eat, right? He folds his arms and turns away from me. But I have a real truth bomb ready for this mean bunny. But you don't want to be my friend, though. The last word comes out in a mix of other words, but I'm trying to be serious as I stumble over my own words. You hate me. I emphasize the word hate, putting as much of my fleeting breath behind it as I can muster. Whatever was in the burger is wearing off enough for me to stumble to my unsteady feet. Jax is impressed that I managed to stand up, but doesn't acknowledge the huge truth bomb I just dropped. I try to take a step forward. My knee wobbles dangerously and I almost fall over again. Careful. He flinches, almost reaching out to catch me, but I catch myself. What the heck is up with you, Danish? You're gonna hurt yourself, just sit down. He shouts at me urgently, but I'm too deep into telling it like it is to let him distract me. Say it, say you hate me. I swing useless floppy hands at his cartoon rabbit face. He doesn't even have to try to dodge a single one. Hey, watch it. He catches my wrist in his hands. Whoa! Wait, I'm flustered. I'm flustered. Would you stop that already? He tightens his grip, making me his captive. Listen to me right now, Danish. He manages through heavy breaths. We're gonna move you to the bed. You're going to sit down, and then you're going to go to sleep. He didn't say he hated me, though. So you don't hate me? Again, my words start merging inside my clumsy mouth, but the meaning is still there. My anger subsides as I look into his beautiful yellow eyes. You love me, don't you? I inch closer to his face. Oh! Jax blushes furiously. Whoa, that's kind of forward. What are you talking about? He shouts at me. Whoa, I can kiss. Whoa! I didn't know we could kiss him. Wait. Wait. You know what? YOLO! I lean in. I feel the sparks flying between us. These must be the feelings he was trying to fight this whole time. Could it be he was pushing me away because he really felt this way? I feel hot and lightheaded. But before our faded lips can touch, I feel my body go weak and give out. Dang it! I pass out. Dang it! Ugh, it's gonna be so awkward at school tomorrow. I wake up in my bed the next morning. The cover is over me as if nothing happened last night. Did anything happen last night? My memory's all fuzzy. I ate a burger and then Jax was there. Jax! I sit up straight in my bed and do a quick scan of my room, but it's completely empty. Could it just be a dream? I notice a bag on my desk. Food? I guess some of it wasn't a dream. I rack my fuzzy mind to try to remember what happened, but I come up empty-handed. I have to get ready for school anyway. I stumble out of bed. My head throbs with pain. This is not my finest moment. I manage to get dressed in my uniform and grab my things before stumbling out the door. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they definitely are not gonna want to talk to me at all. Approaching the school, it seems like every other student is coupled up with one another, chatting away as they head to class for the day. I look for Jax to no avail. But what would I even do if I saw him? Talk to him and pretend like nothing happened? I can't ignore the thoughts swimming around in my head, keeping me too distracted to pay any real attention in class. For his part, Jax is a no-show this morning. For the next activity, form pairs, Mr. Kinger says. Then his eyes catch me in my isolated corner and the empty seat next to me where Jack should be. Oh, it looks like we're missing a student. It's like a spotlight is focused on me. All eyes focus on me in my humiliating solitude. I feel like I'm gonna cry and then... Hey, Danish, wanna join me and Ragatha's group? Her smile's awkward but friendly. I almost wanna lash out at her and say something like being alone is better than being with a lame-o like you. Jax is rubbing off on you way too much! But I'm too miserable to really put that to words, and her kindness is genuine. Come on, Danish, you can sit next to us. Even Ragatha gives me a shy smile. I shuffle over, leaving my dignity behind me. Hey guys, there's a few moments of awkward silence. Oh man, I feel like the worst person in the world for ruining their projects. Hey Danish, how you doing? You seem kind of off today. She trails off, giving me another awkward smile. Oh, sorry. Did something happen between you and Jax? Ragatha shoots her a look. Pomni! Then she fixes me with a gentle look. Did something happen though? I roll my eyes and swallow my sadness. That obvious? Still, maybe it's time to get this off my chest. We got into a huge argument yesterday over that prank we pulled. I still feel really bad about messing up everyone's projects, and then when Kane punished me, Jax just walked off. And he acted like it was messed up for me to expect him to share the blame with me. We were both upset and said a lot of things, and I just wish I hadn't told him how mad he made me. Pomni puts a hand on my arm. That's not fair to you, Danish. You're allowed to be upset and talk about things with your friends. Ragatha nods. Jax isn't the kind of person to really talk about those kinds of feelings with. She seems to be almost speaking to herself, looking into the distance. Pomni shoots her a look before continuing. He sort of puts up walls with that kind of stuff. Why? Has he really not made any friends with anyone in the school? He used to have friends here. He did? Ragatha has my full attention. It was... She pauses a moment, rubbing her forearm. A while ago. Dang. Back then, we were all friends. Kaufmo and Ribbit were his closest friends, though. They really brought everyone together. But one day, something happened. We all lost them. And Jax closed himself off. He took it really hard. Aw, what happened? Ragatha and Pomni exchange a look before Ragatha leans in, whispering under her breath. Out of school suspension. Is that supposed to be scary or sad or something? Still, I guess that's why Jax is the way he is. He just doesn't want to get hurt again. I understand. At least I think I do. If it makes you feel any better, him not being here is kind of a good sign. How is him avoiding me a good sign? Well, he cared enough that he had to take some time off. Jax likes to run away from his feelings, so whatever happened, it affected him enough to skip class today. The cogs in my head start turning. Is everything she said true? All that we did together, getting trapped in the supply closet, pulling that prank, all the awkward pauses where I felt like we were both holding back. So something was there? So what, you think I should go after him? Pomni ponders for a moment before peering over at our teacher. Well, someone once told me, the worst thing you can do is make someone think they're not wanted or loved. She looks back at me. I think it's worth a shot to try and patch things up with him. I stand up suddenly, surprising the two girls in front of me. You're right. He needs me right now. Thanks, Pomni. And Ragatha. I sprint out of class, even as Ragatha and Pomni look on, shocked. For his part, Mr. Kinger looks too confused to tell me to sit back down as I leave the classroom. But where would Jax be? There's no way Kane would just let him skip school. I rack my brain. Imagine you're on a wide open rooftop, or wherever your happy place is. Okay, the roof! Was that his happy place? I don't have time to think of another place. The crisp fall air blows out of the door as I push it open. Jax is here, looking out at the view. He turns to face me. Jax, I know you don't see me as your friend, and that's okay. But I'll always think of you as my friend. And just like I can't make you like me, you can't make me not like you. I call out to him. As much as you push me away and try to make me hate you, I won't do it. I'll always come back. Even if you think I'm just crazy, I'll never stop trying to be your friend. So no matter what you do or say, you won't get rid of me, Jax. For better or worse, I'm here to stay. He gives me a confused look. That got kind of creepy there at the end. Kind of yandere-like a little bit. His characteristic smirk returns to his face. But if you're really that obsessed with me, I guess I'm really stuck with you. He sounds kind of relieved. He walks over to me, putting a gloved hand on the top of my head. Stalker. He smirks down at me. I smile back up at him, blushing a little. Will things go back to normal now? So, Jax? The tall purple rabbit looks at me. Yeah. I can't remember everything that happened last night. I ordered some kind of burger and you were there and nothing happened. He interrupts me, putting a gloved hand over my mouth. I managed despite his attempts to silence me. You ate a bad burger, he says, pulling his hand away from my mouth. Why do I remember you there? So many questions. You were just making an annoying amount of noise, so I went over to tell you to knock it off, and then he trails off looking away. Just don't order from there again, okay? Push him for more details? I kind of want to do it. Let's do it. Let's push him for more details. Oh, come on, please tell me. I say, putting on the most pitiful face I can. Jax grins sadistically down at me. Uh-oh. Okay, but you were an absolute freak last night. Oh no. His grin grows wider. You did horrible, horrible things. Of course he's gonna take it to the nth degree. The kind of things that anyone would be scared about getting out. Ugh, why did I ask? I don't want to hear it anymore. His grin is just as wide. Well, anyways, Danish, I got something fun for us to do on our lunch break. Oh yeah, well, about that. He looks at me, eyebrow raised. I sort of promised Principal Kane I'd help everyone with their culture fair projects. His eyes go wide as he scowls down at me. What? Yeah, it was part of the disciplinary action for the prank yesterday. He crosses his arms. I don't want to do that. Well, it's not like you got punished yesterday. You could just meet me after school. Jax is already shaking his head. You're seriously gonna pour your heart out to me, then ditch me for those losers? You could always come with me, I say, putting on my most pathetic face. Jax rolls his eyes with a sour expression. All right, let's get it over with so Kane gets off your back and we can have some real fun. Oh, he's joining us! Our first stop is Pomni in the library. She spies us as we enter the library, making frustrated noises as she sorts among the books to recover her notes from yesterday. Pomni, she turns to face me with a tired sigh. Hey. She puts on an unconvincing happy face. What brings you two here? We're here to help in any way we can. Sorry about the whole meat thing. Pomni turns to Jax. You're really gonna help, Jax? Jax gives me a dirty look. Yeah, whatever Danish says. Well, I've been looking all day for Culture Festival books. I have no idea who organized these shelves, though, or how they were organizing them. I don't even know if I can find any new books after what happened yesterday. We'll find some. Least I could do after she helped me go find Jax. We all start searching for books about culture festivals. Some of us, aka Jax, less enthusiastically than others. One shelf is devoted to corn recipes, and corn byproducts. Jax searches the bookshelves directly behind me. You find anything? He just shakes his head. This library is so random. He nods. Another shelf with books with no common topic. In fact, the only thing they have in common is that their covers are blue. I throw my hands up in the air and groan in frustration. This could take a while. Hey, Danish. He pulls out a thick book with the title Celebrations of Culture, Festivals, Fairs, and Other Occasions, smirking as he waves it in my face. Where the heck was that? Jax shrugs. Between a bird-watching book called A Beginner's Guide to Vultures and a book about dry multure law. Oh my goodness, Jax is so big. What are you two doing? Pause. What are you two doing over there? You gotta show Pomni. What? I don't need to see. We step out from behind the bookshelf. Jax holds out the book. Yo, oh my goodness, she definitely thought it was something else. Oh my goodness. Oh, where did you guys find this? Between a book about vultures and a Scottish law book. What the? No, you know what? That might be the most sense this library has even made. She takes the book and skims the pages. This should be more than enough. She gives us both a relieved smile. You guys are really helpful. I can't help but smile back even as Jax crosses his arms and gives us both an annoyed look. Thanks. I nod and smile as I tug Jax away before you can undo all the goodwill we just earned. Helping others isn't so bad, huh, Jax? Speak for yourself. Next on the list is Ragatha. She's pacing the classroom manically. There's no way at all I can get this all organized in time. Jax announces our presence. Hey, Raggy. Ragatha sees us reunited, and you'd think she just saw the girl from The Exorcist the way she regards us. Come on, you two, haven't you done enough to our projects already? I throw my hands up in a defensive gesture. I promise we're here to help. Ragatha casts a glance our way, mostly Jax's way, that says she doubts it. We're completely innocent. Why does he sound so unconvincing when he says that? Why are you saying it like that? I don't know. I elbow Jax's gut, which has him doubling over. I appreciate the thought, but I'm good, she says harshly, turning back to her clipboard. Come on, Ragatha, I have to do this as part of my punishment from yesterday, or Kane is gonna punish me. We'll do whatever we can to help. She gives us a dubious look but relents. Well, I mean, if you have to, and if Kane is going to punish you if you don't, I guess I can give you something to work on. How about... She looks around. Oh, how about you two work on the info stall? Just putting it together. I have a few other things I need to do, so can I trust you to do it? She motions to a series of wooden boards, staplers, and nails. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? She casts one last vaguely distrustful glance at us before departing. Jax rolls his eyes when the door shuts behind her. What's her problem? He grins at me. I respond by starting to see how the stall is supposed to fit together, eyeing the best place to put the screws. Come on, you're really putting that thing together? I roll my eyes in response. The sooner I start, the sooner I'm done. Jax picks up a hammer and hefts it in his hand with a wicked grin. Or we could use this to break Gangle's mask. Jax. He rolls his eyes and gives an exaggerated sigh. I keep trying to fit pieces together, applying a liberal amount of staples and nails. Sometimes when I ask for a tool, Jax hands it to me, but he does as little as he can without ignoring me. Still, it's better than the no help at all I was expecting. I take a step back and look at my handiwork. It definitely looks like a stall. I test some of the supports. Seems steady. Looks like we're good here. You know what this could use? I sigh, already knowing the answer. The centipede. Just as he says that, Ragatha walks in. Her eyes go wide at Jax's words. What centipede? Well, Danish and I elbow him again. Nothing. Jax and I are finished here, though, if you think this is good. Jax mutters something rude at me while Ragatha inspects the stall. Good job, you two. There's a hint of surprise in her voice. Thanks, Danish. Then, as an afterthought, and you too, Jax. She collects herself, beaming with gratitude. If you guys have more time, I have a lot more I could use help with. Sure has been fun, Ragatha. Catch you later. He grabs my wrist and pulls me out of the room before Ragatha can protest. Well, we still have to help out like one more person, I think. All right, we're next on this stupid punishment quest. The art classroom. Jax rolls his eyes as I lead the way. We slide the door to the art classroom open. Gangle and Zubul are scribbling away, pushing out any art they can finish. Half-finished sketches litter the floor, marred by a single errant line or scratched out for being too poor quality to be submitted for the culture fair. I call out to them, hey Gangle, hey Zubul. Gangle ignores me, but Zubul looks up, turning to us with a sour expression. What do you two want? Sheesh, why the cold shoulder, Zuby? Zubul's expression intensifies. What is it now? Didn't you two do enough yesterday? Look, Zubul, I'm really sorry about yesterday. Is there anything at all we can do to make it up to you? Zubul eyes me, then Jax. I guess I can trust you, Danish, but why is he here? They point at Jax. Are you seriously trying to tell me you're sorry, Jax? I didn't think you could feel sorry about anything. Nah, you're right. I'm not sorry, just bored. Zubul's expression stays sour, but they turn to me, their gaze softening. Well, it's not up to me, it's up to Gangle. Maybe you can make things up to her. I turn to Gangle, who has stopped drawing to watch us intently. Gangle, I'm so sorry about yesterday. Can we help you with art? Gangle thinks about it for a second. You promise you and Jax will mess things up again? Hey, I interrupt him before he can make things worse. I promise we won't. Jax just rolls his eyes, crossing his arms. Okay, I guess you guys can help. Can either of you even draw? I think about it for a few moments. I'm honestly pretty bad, but Jax is all right at it. Jax looks at me like I just sold him out for a talent of silver. What? And when Mr. Kinger saw those sketches you were making in class, he thought so too. Zubul face palms. I can't believe I'm saying this, but here. They hand us a few large pieces of poster-sized paper. Do your best, we're trying to make as many posters as we can for the festival. Yeah, we need to get people excited for the culture festival. Try something like this. Gangle lifts up a poster of the entire class rendered in a manga style. Big eyes, small mouths. The top reads, Go Culture Festival. The proportions seem off. Ragatha definitely isn't that busty, and I think Kane would have an issue if Pomni's skirt was really that short. But I get the spirit of her art. What, seriously? I hate that. Zubul glares at him. We didn't ask for critique. Get to work, you two. I try to draw something, but I'm so nervous I end up drawing a bunch of wiggly outlines, making no headway at all. Oh, this sucks. Jax has already made impressive progress on something. Oh. Okay. This culture fair is sure to be killer. Okay, it's on theme. I guess the image is Jax holding a hammer, Gangle's mask is shattered, and Zubul has been disassembled. The title is, This Culture Fair is sure to be killer. Zubul walks over to check our progress. So, how are you two doing over here? I throw my arms over Jax's offensive drawing. Hey. Oh, it's going good, so good, but don't peek, no spoilers. Zubul raises an eyebrow but shrugs before returning to the corner Gangle is working in. What's wrong with my poster? Seriously? You thought it was funny when a truck was running over Ragatha. In class, Jax! This is something that everyone in school is gonna see. Jax grins. Good, they'll think it's funny too. I'm too distracted lecturing Jax to notice somebody sneaking up behind us. Oh! Her face falls as she looks at the drawing. See, Gangle knows what art is. Come on, give me your opinion. This is way too violent to put up at the culture festival, but... She trails off. But your style is pretty good, Jax. How long have you been practicing this cartoon style? What? I mean, you clearly know your way around a pencil. By now, Zubul has been alerted to something going on in our corner. Spying the drawing, they glare at Jax. Are you serious with this? They gesture to his art, then shrug. Gangle is right, though. This is better than I was expecting from either of you. Gangle smiles despite herself. Have you been hiding your talents from us? Now Jax shields the drawing with his body. All right, that's enough. You said it wouldn't work, so stop looking at it. If you join the art club, we could draw together more and... Something like real fear begins to sneak its way into Jax's expression. No. I'm not like you. I cut him off before he can destroy what little goodwill we managed to accumulate. Hey, we can just go to a different corner and keep working. Jax and I share the rest of the day trying to make passable art. I struggle to make something that looks good, and Jax struggles to draw anything that would be appropriate for a culture festival. Despite our struggles, Gangle and Zubul look genuinely happy for what little help we can provide. Thanks, Danish. Even if you two didn't do too much. Gangle cuts her off. We really appreciate the effort. Gangle manages to smile. Anytime. Looking back at all the good we did today, it feels like a weight is lifted off my chest. And Jax will keep a seat open for you in the art club. Jax just shudders as we depart the art classroom. Just as we step out, the bell to dismiss class rings. When we're out of earshot of everyone, Jax sighs, sagging. That was exhausting. I don't know, that wasn't bad at all for me. You know, there's other ways to have fun than just making other people miserable. I grin smugly, stepping closer to him. Before either of us can make another move, Kane appears from thin air, hovering in front of us. That's an A+ job if I ever saw one, Danish. You managed to make up for all your pranks this weekend, then some. He notices my purple companion. And congratulations on roping Jax in to help you too. As a reward, I've cooked up a special vacation location for you two to visit. The air above us explodes in a spray of colored confetti fluttering down like snow. I stick my tongue out. Huh? Candy confetti? It tastes like straight sugar as it melts on my tongue. Kane looks at me. Don't do that. Then he gestures to a 3D model of a mall he conjures from thin air in front of us. Behold, the amazing digital mallscape. Come check it out when you finish with homework. Why don't you? He winks at us before disappearing, leaving as strangely as he first appeared. A new location? Ugh, I'm all lame. Why didn't we get to pick? Yeah, but I mean, I really was just completing my disciplinary action, so it's not like you usually get rewarded for doing that. Jax shrugs. I guess so. You wanna go? I'm almost scared to ask. Jax rolls his eyes. Duh, anything that's a break from this boring old school. I'd probably visit a doctor's office if it meant getting out of here. I mean, you know, do you want to go together? I'm good. I look up at him on the verge of tears. He scrambles to respond before I can start actually crying. Sheesh, I'm kidding. Come on, how about we go tonight? Oh, he doesn't want to make us cry again. But we have school tomorrow. Sheesh, who are you, Ragatha? All right, we'll go tonight then. I grin up at him, barely able to hide my excitement. Looking through my dorm, I realize I don't actually have anything to wear to the mall tonight while I spend time with Jax. You would have thought my parents would send me some of my clothes, but I'm starting to doubt whether they even remember me. Yeah, you need to, I ain't gonna lie, you need to settle into the fact that you are stuck here. As I reluctantly pull on a fresh uniform, I silently hope that there will be a clothes shop so I can pick out something new. I head out of my dorm with a sigh of resignation as I make my way to the mall using the Wacky Maps app on my Wack watch. Make a left right here. There's only one voice, and try as I might, it can't be disabled. In fact, the voice can't be dialed below max volume on the Wacky watch. The best I can manage is pressing an apologetic hand over it as Principal Kane's muffled voice barks out directions from it. In a half mile, make a right! I'm relieved when I finally get there. The mall's large. It's a few stories tall with a big glass roof. As I enter, I see a few glowing storefronts and some furniture set out in a sort of lounge area. I facepalm as I realize I never asked Jax exactly where in the mall we should meet up. I tap my Wacky watch. No messages from Jax. Just as I sit down on a bench to collect my thoughts, a familiar voice calls out to me. He has different clothes! Yo, Danish. Hey, Jax. He's already wearing a new set of clothes. He looks so cool. Nice fit, Jax. I just had this lying around. His words may be humble, but his confident posture betrays how much he liked the compliment. He casts a mildly disapproving glance my way. So why are you just wearing your school uniform? I blush. He tilts his head with a sardonic grin. Don't tell me you didn't have anything else. Gulp. I nod. That's so lame. Can't believe Kane didn't even give you an alternate wardrobe. But, well, you know, we're at a mall anyways. Can't we just go pick something up? His grin widens at my embarrassment before diffusing the tension by ruffling my hair. Sure thing. Where you wanna go, Danish? Spicy subject, trendsetters, or her ladyship's enigma. What's spicy subject? Something tells me it's a spicy store. Jax, okay, it's not spicy. It's more like a hot topic. Jax walks with me as I walk to the all-black storefront. Faded fluorescent buzzing from the red sign above the store. An impressive array of band shirts and black clothes fill the display windows. Wow, so you're the edgy sort, huh? Didn't expect that. Oh, I'm full of surprises. I grin playfully at Jax, who rolls his eyes. Whatever you say. He seems skeptical, but the smile doesn't leave his face as we walk in. Punk rock and alternative music plays from the speakers. There's an entire wall devoted to silver piercings. Jax picks up a belt from a shelf. Whoa, I think this might be more studs than belts. I find a black jean jacket with tears in the arms on a rack and check the tag. Perfect, it's my size. I pull it out, holding it in front of me. What about this, Jax? He regards me for a moment. That's pretty intense. It's hard to tell from his tone or face if he means that as a good or bad thing. To play it safe, I put it back on the rack and keep searching for an outfit. Jax has found the band shirts section. He holds up a shirt with a picture of the band diminishing. Their lead singer, Amelia Adam, is wearing so much foundation she looks like a ghost. You listen to these bands? I nod, excited. Oh yeah, I'm still super into art, alchemical romantics, and somnolescent with singers. I used to be into brainless self-satisfaction, but they're sort of problematic these days. I'm wondering what these are references to. The only one I recognize is My Chemical Romance. That's the only one I recognize. Oh yeah, I heard about that. He picks up another shirt. Wow. Analog Head didn't expect to see a classic like them here. My eyes light up. I love Analog Head. Jax's interest seems piqued, but he plays it cool. Yeah, they have some good songs. I didn't know you were a fan too. Well, I guess I'm full of surprises too. Would you want to listen to them together sometime? He stands up and looks away coolly. After a bit of searching, I decide on an outfit with striped sleeves, 3 belts, and black platform boots. Once I finish paying for everything using Wacky Pay, I head to the dressing room and change into my new clothes. Jax waits patiently outside, scanning the wall of designs for the various graphic tees they sell here. After I finish changing, I open the door. So how do I look? He scans me up and down before giving me a grin. Pretty cool. I can't help but blush. So what do we do now? Jax shrugs. I don't know. My mind races. That grin he gave me isn't helping me keep my thoughts clear at all. Finally, I think of something. Food court! Food! Jax cocks an eyebrow. What? You wanna get some food? He still looks confused. Ugh, stupid Danish, say it all together. You wanna get some food together? Jax nods with a smile. Sounds good, Danish. We head to the food court. Various restaurants offering international cuisine advertise their offerings, filling the food court with a heady aroma. Where are you getting food? I spy Uncle Uriel's pretzel stand. Oh, that's like Auntie Anne. My mouth is already watering. There, I say, pointing to the neon pretzel above the pretzel stand. I pick out an almond pretzel, and Jax gets a cup full of pretzel dogs as we find an empty table. Me personally, I always get like the cinnamon pretzels. I take a big bite out of my pretzel as I look across the table at Jax. He hasn't even touched his pretzel dogs yet. Having fun? I swallow the big bite of pretzel before responding. Yeah, I am, are you? I know we haven't pulled a prank or anything all day, but I just like spending time with you. Before I can demand a response, Jax stuffs a few pretzel dogs in his mouth, thinking a bit before responding. I guess I'm wondering why a mall. What? Kane can make anything, I'm pretty sure. Why make a mall as the new location? I shrug, taking a bite of my pretzel. I don't know, he said it was for us. Maybe it's supposed to be educational or something? Jax rolls his eyes. What's educational about a mall? It's just mindless. You walk around, you look at stuff, maybe buy something and walk out. But there's pretty much always something for everyone at a mall. I say, swallowing my bite of pretzel. What are you into? Jack spends a moment thinking before grinning. Violence. Okay! Oh, right. Where can I find something like that in a mall? Got it. I grab his arm as I stuff the last of my pretzel in my mouth, dragging him into a dark part of the mall. What the freak? Oh, various multicolored lights flash from game cabinets. The arcade. I look up at him grinning. Jax looks down with a skeptical grin. You really want to see me let loose in here? I nod. He cracks his knuckles. All right, don't say I didn't warn you. Prepare to get your butt handed to you at every game here. I smirk back. Oh yeah? I'd like to see you try. Watch me get cooked. Watch me get cooked, bro. True to his word, Jax humbled me in every game we played. Even the kiddie game Bring Cake to the Picnic, he managed to outscore me 20-1. Oh my goodness. How are you that good at video games? Jax just chuckles. I warned you, Danish. He sighs, clearly happy with himself. Just had a lot of time to practice. I spent a lot of my time as a kid loitering in arcades. That might be the first thing he told me about himself. I'm stunned for a moment that he's so open with me. But he notices my expression and retreats back into himself, looking down at his wacky watch. Well, whatever, it's late. Let's go. I frown. Oh yeah, I guess so. You think they'll close soon? Probably. He shrugs. And don't we have a curfew? We head back together. When we get to my door, I pause a moment. Do things really have to end here? So, this is me. I chuckle nervously. I had a lot of fun today, Jax. I look up at him looking for any reciprocity. Nope. Just stone-faced Jax. There's an awkward pause. For a few moments, I think he's just going to ignore me and then... Danish. What? His tone is severe. Yes, Jax? He turns his gaze from me. How did you know? How did I know what? How did you know where to look for me today? It was just a hunch, Jax. Before I can keep talking, he closes the gap between us. His hand slamming to the frame of my door on either side of me, pinning me in place as he leans in my face. Whoa! Wait. Hey. What's your game, Danish? Are you just obsessed with me or something? Why aren't you just treating me like everyone else? Why do you keep coming back after I treat you? He stops himself before continuing. I can make your life really difficult and painful. Whoa! Wait, what do I even say here? I kind of want to go the spicy route. I have to see what happens if we say hurt me, Jax. He shakes his head, laughing manically. What the heck is wrong with you? His fist slams into the door behind me. He eventually relents, turning away from me again. Look, Danish, people who try to get close to me, people who want to get close to me, they just end up getting hurt. He gives me a tired half smile. Just walk away, leave me alone. I thought something spicy was going to happen. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought something wild was going to happen with that response. He turns away from me, leaving for his dorm. Jax! I call out to him from the balcony, but my words fall on deaf ears as he turns his key in his door. I'm going to be there tomorrow at the culture fair. He pulls the door open. I want to go with you! He slams the door behind himself without responding. Ugh. I stand in the empty dorm hallway. Everything with Jax is such a roller coaster. Ugh. Even today, he was finally opening up to me. We picked out clothes, ate pretzels, and when we get back to the dorms, he just shut me out again. For every step forward I take, it feels like Jax takes 3 steps back. I sigh as I unlock my door, frustrated. Is the fight for this relationship, whatever it ends up being, going to be one-sided the entire time? Does he even want to be part of this? Does he feel for me the same way I feel for him? Today was fun. None of his immature outbursts will take that from me, no matter how much he pushes me away. Tomorrow will have to be the moment of truth, no matter what that means for me, for us. I close my eyes and settle into an uneasy sleep. Day 4 complete. This is the last day. The day of the culture fair arrives. I slip on my uniform and stand in front of the mirror. Today is the day. I still myself for the culture fair and seeing Jax again, if he shows up. In all my unease last night, I did a lot of thinking. I need to tell Jax how I feel. All this back and forth between us. Him pushing me away, me pulling him back. It's too much for me to handle. Maybe I should just be honest with him. That way we can at least make progress. Ooh! The school's abuzz. Gangle and Zubo are at their assigned art stands, mingling with the students walking past and admiring the art. Despite the meat incident, They were able to pull off a half-decent art display. Pomni is giving some presentation on a stage in the auditorium, and I can even see Ragatha bustling about making sure everything runs smoothly. I look around still, but no sign of Jax. Maybe he really is not going to show up today. Maybe he really meant what he said last night. My mind swirls with anxiety before suddenly it goes dark. 2 gloved hands cover my eyes from behind. Guess who? Oh, wait a minute! My heart jumps. My anxiety melts away at hearing his voice. Jax! He pulls his hands off my eyes, smirking at me coolly. You're good. I can barely contain my excitement, pulling him into a hug. You came! Jax looks around and laughs awkwardly, patting my head. Yeah. I release him from the hug, but still look up at him, beaming. He scratches the back of his neck. Well, I couldn't let everyone else have all the fun. So, what do we... Well, I grab Jax by his hand and excitedly pull him along behind me. We stop by the art booths. Gangle is happily talking to customers as it looks like some of her art is selling. We approach the booth. Danish and Jax. She drags his name, her tone cautious but also seemingly confused. Hi, Gangle, your art looks nice. I say, eyeing a picture of what looks like Jax in a maid dress. I may have to come back for that. Hey, is that? Jax points up to a familiar piece of art hanging on the back of the stall. That's the art you drew yesterday, I say, leaning over the counter to get a better look. Yeah, I didn't want to put it up, but Gangle insisted. Art is meant to disturb the comforted and comfort the disturbed, she says, raising her ribbon. I think that does the job. We put up some of Danish's stuff too. They gesture to a wall with some of my art pinned up. My terrible art, because I ain't no artist. We appreciate you guys coming back and helping us catch up. It was the least we could do. Ah, Zuby, my heart is melting. Jax puts his hands over his heart dramatically. Zubul rolls their eyes before turning away. I was mostly talking to Danish. They turned back looking directly at Jax. But you know, you're pretty tolerable when you're not trying to ruin everyone's fun. You should try that more often. With that, Zubul turns away and returns to their stall. Were you guys gonna buy something? There's a line forming. Oh, sorry. Jax and I head further into the festival, passing by the auditorium as Pomni is coming down from the stage. Hey, Danish, Jax. We both stop as Pomni runs up to us. I'm glad to see you both made it. Hey, Pomni, what were you doing on the stage? Oh, I guess Kane wanted me to do a presentation on culture festivals. Thank God you guys found that book for me yesterday, or else I would have been standing up there telling jokes or something. That'd be entertaining. Jax smirks dryly. Maybe, but still. Pomni looks around and back at us with a neutral smile. I guess despite the meat mania, it all came together nicely. We really couldn't have pulled it off without you guys either. You two make a pretty good team. I can't help but blush at Pomni's words. If only you used your powers for good more often. She giggles. Anyway, what are you guys up to for the rest of the day? I look at Jax, who in turn looks at me. I really want to see what Kane whipped up for the food stalls. We're always eating, but I guess, I don't know, living involves eating. I guess we're getting some grub. Jax surprises me, this time taking my hand in his! It's my turn to drag you around, he says, suddenly gripping my hand and pulling me off towards the direction of the food stalls. I quickly wave goodbye to Pomni. See ya, Pomni. Hold on now. As Jax pulls me off to the food stands, I laugh. You're gonna pull my arm off, slow down. He laughs. How do you think I felt? Ooh, not looking where we were going, we accidentally run into... Oh, Ragatha! Jax, Danish! I'm glad you guys can make it, she says with the fakest smile she can muster. She is fake. You're not here to cause trouble, I hope, she says, wringing her hands. We were just heading to the food stands, nothing malicious, I promise. I say, trying to plead our innocence. Oh, right. Well, I have to say I'm pretty surprised at how much you've actually been helping everyone out here. It's a nice change of pace, I should admit. Even that stand you guys built for me was pretty sturdy. I really thought you'd leave a screw loose or something. She laughs nervously. Oh, you have little faith. Jax smiles sardonically back. Ragatha looks at me and Jax before noticing our hands still clasped together. She smiles warmly. Well, I won't keep you guys. Go enjoy the festival. You're letting us off just like that? I have a feeling you'll stay out of trouble, she says, looking directly at me. Oh, and Jax, it's nice to have you back. With that, she leaves us. Jax looks over at me. She can be so weird sometimes. I laugh. We make it to the food stalls. Everything looks and smells amazing. We eventually settle on a stand selling pretzel dogs. which I didn't know was part of a culture fair, but I do love me some pretzel dogs. We grab a few snacks and find a good spot to eat, somewhat secluded by a tree. As we sit down and finally have a moment to ourselves, my stomach suddenly twists with anxiety. I had to tell Jax how I felt about him. Oh, now's not the time. I'm really happy you came to the festival. For a minute there, I thought you weren't going to show. Of course I was going to show. We did all that work yesterday. It'd be kind of pointless if I didn't see it through, right? Yeah, true. Yeah, that's why. Jax, I should just get it off my chest, right? In public? I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Jax turns to me, tilting his head curious. Suddenly I feel warm and clammy. I don't know how to say this, but my mind races with a million things to say. But ultimately, I decide direct is best. Okay, I'll just say it! Jax is looking at me like I'm crazy at this point. Jax, I like you. I like you. And I like you a lot, like a whole lot. Not like too much though. Not in a creepy way, or a clingy way, or a yonder way. Just a normal amount of liking someone, but still in a romantic way. I just think you're cool and funny, and I think about you a lot. I mean, not a lot, not too much. Jesus, it's warm out here, or what? Whoa! Jack suddenly grabs my chin and pulls me in for a kiss, completely making my mind go blank and my heart pound. We stay in the kiss for a moment before he relents. My face burns brightly as I can barely think about anything. What? Jax laughs, though his face is flushed as well. Sorry, I just wanted to see how you'd react. Speechless, huh? Are you playing with me again? Yes and no. Huh? My mind is spinning. Jax laughs again. Sorry, Danish. You're just so cute when you're flustered. I just poured out my heart to this fool. And he wants to play games? Two can play at that. I reach up and pull him into a kiss. This time deeper than the last. Y'all doing all this in public? Y'all doing all of this in public? Like, public PDA? His body tenses up against mine, but then relaxes as he melts into it. As we break away from each other, his face is bright red. Danish. Now he's cute when they're flustered. Jax looks away, blushing a deep purple. All right, you win. I like you too. I gave you a whole freaking paragraph. That's all you can say? My heart skips a beat at hearing those words, and unable to contain myself, I pull him into another kiss, this time falling over on him. Guys, we're in public here. I knew you liked me, I knew it. Jax is a blushing mess underneath me. Okay, but not so loud. I still have a reputation to uphold, you know? Does this mean I can call you my boyfriend now? I guess so. He rubs the back of his neck, looking away, but my mind and heart are aflame with excitement. I finally got him to say it. Hey, you two, are you? Zubul comes from around the tree to see us in our compromising position. Am I interrupting something? They say, not sounding like they care much if they are, but trying to be polite all the same. Zubul! Jax shouts in frustration. Zubul, Jax just said yes to being my boyfriend! I hug him tightly. Jax's face continues to burn. He really is cute when he's flustered. I mean, Zubul's eyes widen. No way. Zubul turns to me. Danish, are you sure you want that? They pause to find their words, gesturing in Jax's general direction. Jax as a partner? Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Zubul throws up their hands defensively. Nothing, I'm happy for you guys. They scratch the back of their neck awkwardly. Are you two coming to the fireworks display tonight? Ragatha asked me to get a head count. Fireworks? That sounds like fun. Count us in. Zubul nods and leaves us. Did you hear that? Zubul's happy for us. My lips curl into a grin as I tease him. I'm still going to get you back for that, he says, his hand cupping the side of my face. Now, where were we? He pulls me into another kiss. We stay under the tree for a little while longer before going to the fireworks show. Despite all the ups and downs, it was worth it to get here. Jax and I may still have ways to go, but I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. We eventually part ways and return to our dorms. I walk to my room, still giddy from the day's earlier events. I pull a yukata from my clothing rack and start to get changed. Wait, was there always a yukata here? I peer at a note on it. It's a gift from Kane. Congratulations, Danish, on getting close to the prickly pear cactus that is our Jax. It's come to my attention that you were even invited to the fireworks festival. Very impressive indeed. Well, you can't just show up in your stuffy old school uniform, so I decided to give you a yukata for tonight's little outing. Have fun with it. I shrug. I pull my yukata on and wait for Jax outside my dorm. When he sees me, he smirks. Wow, Danish, really got yourself all dolled up for some dumb fireworks just to show off for me. I should be flattered. I smirk back. Yeah, you should, I say, putting a hand on my hip. Jax shakes his head. Well, come on. Let's go to the school since you want to tell everyone I'm your boyfriend so badly. We walk hand in hand to the school entrance. Before we enter, Jax stops me. So, I just got one question before we go up there, Danish. I pause. Why me? I ponder that a moment, putting a finger to my chin while I really try to think of the answer. I mean, I got you in trouble, bailed on you, didn't really do anything for the culture festival. Low-key, he is kinda awful. He is actually very toxic and awful and terrible. Why do you care? The answer finally comes to me. Because you're you. Jax looks confused. I guess, I don't know, I could tell there was someone genuine underneath it all. At my old school, I was a loner, and I would just ditch anyone who tried to spend time with me or make fun of them. But it was a really lonely way to be. When I came here, I told myself things were gonna be different. And I guess I just saw you and you reminded me of how I used to be. And that reminded me how much I just wanted someone to talk to and confide in and spend time with. Sorry if that's cheesy or whatever. Jax has been silent next to me for a while, but he finally meets my gaze. Nah, he rolls his eyes. I mean, I'm a loner because I'm a cool guy, and you were probably a loner because you were an awkward loser. Okay, why am I dating him? I roll my eyes at his obvious joke as he smirks down at me. But having you around does make things less lonely. So let's go up there and make everyone else jealous with how cool I made you. Wow! This is such a pretty scene. We do just that. Every once in a while we share a kiss. And while the others give us a wide berth, there's a sense of peace, or at least truce, that settles over the group. As the fireworks go off above us, to the oohs and ahs of our class, I realize something. I may have changed Jax some, but he also changed me. With time, more and more of my memories returned. We still haven't found a way out of the school yet, or back to our lives before. But as long as I have Jax by my side, I'll be alright. Finito. That was actually pretty good. That was a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. Like, it was very well made. Anyways, let me know if you guys want me to try out any other routes, but I'm happy with this ending. I'm happy with this ending. Welcome back to the amazing digital dating sim. You know that we dated Jax last episode. We dated him. This time we're gonna date someone new. Hey, Ragatha. You looking kinda cute. What's up, guys? It's your girl Shonyx and welcome back to the amazing digital dating sim. I low-key had such a good time playing it in the last episode where we did Jax's route. So I was like, you know what? I want to do a part 2, but try somebody else's route. It's actually a really well-built game. We're gonna go ahead and do Ragatha's route. So without further ado, let's just get right into it. Welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator. A slice of lifestyle school setting where anything and everything is possible. I'm Kane and I'll be your principal for the duration of your stay here at the amazing Digital Academy. Help your classmates pull pranks on the teacher, become a straight-A student, or a rule-breaking delinquent. All this while possibly finding love along the way. But enough about my wonderful creation. Let's get you enrolled. All right, let's choose our uniform. I'm still gonna be schoolgirl. Sounds good. How about your name? Oh, we're still gonna be Danish. Let's head inside. Hi, my name is Danish. I'm a transfer student to the amazing Digital Academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague, tragic event that I don't even know the name of changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all of my old friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today is my first day at this new school. I glanced down at my class schedule. This should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger, so where is the teacher? As I step into the room to let in any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. The figure looks like a tall, white piece from a gaming set. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put two and two together, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name can't really be. I just realized something. Why is my character not freaking out over the fact that all these, like, characters are, inanimate objects? Hello, my name is Kinger. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of a genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named, what's her name again? Okay, this time I'm gonna say I look forward to learning with you all and I hope we can all be friends. Last time I did this one, I felt like that one would be more of what I would say to like Jax or Zubul. No, actually I said I'm always down for a good time. That's what I said. Yeah. I wanna do, I hope we can all be friends. Rightio, go on and take any open seat, Danish. Most of our students don't bite. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. I take a moment to think of who to sit by. Okay, let's sit next to the cheery looking ragdoll in front of the class. I take my seat next to the ragdoll girl in a blue skirt and vest. She's paying such close attention to the lecture, I hesitate to introduce myself, not wanting to disrupt her. To my surprise, she takes the initiative once Mr. Kinger pauses to write some English letters on the board, a friendly smile on her face. Hey, new stuff. My name's Ragatha. I'm the class representative, so you can talk to me if there's anything you need, like an extra pencil or dealing with Jax if he gives you a hard time. Anything at all. I can tell she's trying very hard to make me feel comfortable and like part of the class. As a transfer student, I appreciate the effort. Well, that's not very nice, Raggy. Bad-mouthing me to the new kid. Based on the grin on the purple rabbit's face, this must be the Jax that Ragatha is talking about. The way she moved away from him. Jax! She cries out, exasperated. Don't sneak up on me like that. Listen, newbie, if you want to be the perfect straight-A student, you can trust Ragatha to make that happen. Oh, thanks, Jax. That's oddly nice of you. But you're gonna bore everyone to tears and nobody's gonna want to hang out with you. His grin fades to an obstinate smirk as he continues. Now, if you want to have real fun, be cool, and be loved by everyone, I'm the guy to talk to. It's the way nobody even likes you. Nobody likes you. Ragatha's frown grows deeper as Jax keeps talking, interrupting him with her own rebuttal. I don't think Danish wants to go around pulling pranks on everyone, and I really don't think... Jax interrupts her again. These two must have some sort of history, leaping into any gap in one another's argument to berate each other. Yeah, I bet the new kid wants to spend all day reading textbooks. Good one, Ragatha. Jax offers a humorless laugh as he mocks her to her face. Well, that's better than being a jerk all the time. The two keep interrupting and talking over one another. How has nobody noticed the escalating argument at the front of the classroom? Evidently, I'm the only one who wants to end this argument. I can enjoy a good prank. What's wrong with being a good student? Well, since we're going for Ragatha, we're gonna say what's wrong with being a good student. Ragatha smiles a friendly smile, turning to me with a look of genuine gratitude before turning to face Jax again. See, Jax, people like Danish want to focus on their academics. Jax rolls his eyes and walks away. If he's bothered about losing the argument, he hides it well. Ragatha leans over to me. If you want, I can give you a tour of the school during our lunch break. She pauses for a moment. Only if you want to, though. I totally get wanting to be left alone on your lunch break. Well, she may not be the most assertive member of our class, but I can tell her smile and positivity are genuine. A part of me is excited to start our class tour, but another part of me worries that if I tell Ragatha that, her doting on me might start to smother me. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to this place when something burst into the room. Principal Kane, how exciting to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was a bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Maybe I'm dreaming. Kinger, class, how do you do? Principal Kane extends a hand, gesturing to all of us before freezing in place. With a sound like porcelain grinding against porcelain, his teeth slam shut. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth like they're not solid objects. I don't know why when I imagine the sound, it actually irks me. Danish, wasn't expecting you here. Why are you looking at me like that? Manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points his cane at me. Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to making this school interesting. He pauses a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there a reason you're here, Kane? Zubul speaks to him like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal of the school. Kane perks up. That's right, the reason I'm here, to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One filled with fun, danger, adventure, more danger, begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience, you guys. You right there! He turns towards the window and stares out of it for a moment. Is he addressing somebody? There doesn't appear to be anyone outside. However, the numbers are in, students, and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time that I'd tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and Kinger play along, gasping at this revelation. Gangle looks ready to burst into tears. However, my sweet tooth students, my lovely, loving little duckies, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way. At this point, the sharp-toothed bubble next to him pipes up.
How are you bringing interest back to the school, Mr. President, my king?
Kane shoots the bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. You see, my little Tomar Emeralds, what's one thing no academy around here has ever had? A cast of colorful characters. A competent principal. Adequate funding? Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about. No school around here has had a cultural festival celebrating the unique talents of its students. So I, being your benevolent principal and king, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best cultural festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. Make it flashy. We gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads, I'm almost late for my deep tissue massage. All right, Kinger, I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities. You all have 5 days. Break a leg, or 2, or 3. As abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. All right, class, let's see what roles Kane assigned to each of you for the Culture Festival. Kinger lifts a paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as the class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me. Zubul and Gangle, you two will work on art to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival.
I don't know. I still don't have anything I'm comfortable showing everyone else.
Okay. Pomni and Jax, look up what a culture festival is. Shouldn't we do that before we start making posters? No, I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gangle comes up with for her posters. If it's anything like what she comes up with when she draws Ragatha. Jax! Gangle interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading with him to stay quiet. The class erupts into chaos as Zubul and Gangle argue with Jax. Pomni tries to find out what a culture festival is, and Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker amongst themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his lesson planned and is just waiting out the lunch bell. As if I had summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their arguments and flies or files out of the classroom. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. All right, this is where everything is really new now, because now we're going on the Ragatha route. After my chaotic first half of the day, I had worked up quite the appetite. The cafeteria was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Around me, there was a selection of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another. I picked up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scan the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. Oh, I think Ragatha wanted to give me a tour of the school. I grab a sandwich from the lunch line and look around for Ragatha. She did want to give me a tour, right? Oh, Danish, sorry for keeping you waiting. Did you want to start our tour today? Sure thing. That's what I like to hear. Let's get started then. She starts by leading me to the stairs in the middle of the school. Wow, stairs! This is the main stairwell. Our homeroom is upstairs, so you need to know where this is to get to class. She gives me a friendly smile before realization strikes her. But you probably already knew that because our class is on the 3rd floor and you would have had to take the stairs to get there. She sighs but regains her composure quickly, putting on a slightly less cheery smile as she takes my hand. Slightly less cheery, dang. She walks to the left, taking us back to the lunchroom. This is the lunchroom where you can grab a bite to... She cuts herself off, eyeing the sandwich that I'm still eating. This is awkward. Oh my goodness, this is awkward. Wait a second. She puts her palm to her face. You just met me in the lunchroom. You're really nervous. Ragatha sighs. So, you already been here too, huh? She giggles nervously, putting on an even weaker, faker smile. She grabs my wrist with gusto, pulling me along with so much zeal that I feel like she's gonna tug it out of the socket. I wince as she pulls me towards the next location. Okay. Well, I can at least show you to our homeroom. We head back outside the lunchroom. and are halfway up the stairwell when Ragatha realizes that I was in the same class as her this morning, so I've already seen this too. Girl, why don't you show me like the library or something, or the outside, I don't know, field? Like, girl, you didn't strike me as airheaded, but girl, you're giving it. Ugh, I'm sorry, Danish. She pulls out her red, strangely licorice-like hair. I just wasted your entire lunch period taking you around places you already saw at the school. I offer an apologetic, shy smile. Well, kinda, I guess. She sighs again, slumping forward. You must be pretty annoyed with me, huh? She says, not looking me in the eye. Wow. Imagine just saying that this whole tour was a stupid waste of time. Is it bad that I want to see what happens if we say that? Wait, I don't want to get off on the wrong start with her. Let me say it's okay. I know you meant well. She clearly meant well. I don't see any reason to put her down. Ragatha perks right back up as if all of her mistakes were undone by my forgiveness. Oh, well, if you're having a good time, maybe I can continue the tour and excuse you from afternoon classes? Oh, well, we get to skip class. We stop by the principal's office. Kane is leaning against the door, bubbles coming out of his pipe. Wait, isn't it a violation of the code of conduct to smoke a pipe on school grounds? But he's smoking bubbles. Ragatha, Danish, what do I owe the pleasure to? Hey Kane, I was giving Danish a tour of the school, but I wasn't able to give them a full tour during lunch. Can they be excused from afternoon classes so I can show them other places in this school? Kane stops a moment, then nods. I don't see why not. Now go along, my scrumptious little scholars, and take in the glorious work that is my academy. Ragatha turns to me, taking my hand in hers. Let's not waste any time, Danish. Next stop, the library. Okay, finally somewhere new. We visit the library. Row upon row of bookshelves crowds this room. Pomni is sorting through a massive pile of books. Jax is probably not here. Dry mulcher, migration habits of vultures. Guess she's still trying to find a book on culture festivals. We leave her to it. We also have an art classroom. Wait a minute, y'all. Okay, you know how in Jax's route, he wanted to prank Ragatha with a centipede. Is he still gonna try and do that here? Oh no. We also have an art classroom. As we walk into the art room, Zubul and Gangle are working away, designing posters for the school. I peek over Gangle's shoulder. She's drawing Pomni with generous proportions. Gangle sees me and throws herself over her art.
Don't look Danish!
Zubul turns to me and glares. My bad. I'm new here. She's not done with it yet. Don't you know how impolite it is to look at art before it's done? I just got here. Look at Zubul being overprotective. I was just curious. Ragatha takes my wrist and begins to usher me out. Sorry, guys. She closes the door behind her and catches her breath. All right, time to show you my favorite spot on campus. We walk for several minutes. She leads me down the staircase all the way outside. I see a large patch of dirt in the shape of a diamond, surrounded by a chain link fence. This is the softball field. Do you play? That was apparently the right question to ask. Ragatha's smile widens. Yep, sometimes I can get the other guys out here, but Kane actually has a pitching machine, so sometimes I just go out here to let out stress. If you ever want to join me, let me know. I file the information away for later. In the distance, the bell to dismiss evening class rings. And now I'll walk us back to the lockers so you can pack up and head out for today. Well, I guess that's the end of our tour for today. Time to head out. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. My mind drifts through the day's events. I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar doll walks up to me. Hey, Danish, you getting ready to head back for the day? Yep. Ragatha looks around a bit, seemingly working up the courage to ask something. You know, if you want to, I could walk you back today. How does that sound? You know, if you want to, I could walk you back today. How does that sound? Sure thing. Oh, awesome. She beams. Okay, so Jax doesn't do the centipede thing. Okay. Ragatha and I make our way to the front doors of the school. Hey, Danish? She looks at me as if she just remembered something very important. This is your first night here, right? Sure. I mean, it's technically my first day here. The sun has barely begun to set, so I don't know why she's saying first night. I'll show you to the dorms then. She gives me a polite smile. I hate to let her down, but actually, Ragatha, my parents are picking me up today. Ragatha gives me a confused look. Are you sure about that, Danish? I think I am. I'm not sure why she's questioning that. Duh. But as she asked me the question, I try to remember what my parents said about picking me up today. I begin to discover worrying gaps in my memories. Did my mom or my dad drop me off? Was it someone else? What does the car that I was dropped off in look like? What do my parents look like? I begin to hyperventilate as I realize if it weren't for seeing my own reflection in a mirror when I was washing my face in the bathroom this morning, I wouldn't even remember what I look like. What's happening to me? In the corner of my eyes, abstract patterns begin to fade in and out of existence. Are we about to abstract right now? It's okay, Danish. Everyone goes through this the first day they're here. My breath begins to steady. The abstract patterns fade. Things start to feel, well, normal definitely isn't the word, but at least a little more okay. They do? Yeah, it's this weird thing. Nobody really knows how it works. Most of us can't even remember our own names. Well, I at least managed to remember my name. Unless somebody else made that up for me? No, that's ridiculous. There's totally not somebody behind the screen who made up a name. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Honestly, I haven't seen anyone ever leave campus. So we'd what, just go inside and sleep on the floor of our homeroom? Ragatha laughs. No, Kane actually built us a set of dorms to stay in. She says, offering a hand. Something to give us a break from the old rigmarole of going from class to class. I take her hand. I'll lead you there, don't worry. Ragatha smiles gently as she leads me by my hand to a building nearby. Just by glancing at the doors, I can tell who stays where. The vibrant red and blue door has to be Pomni's room. Another door is sleek with bright geometric shapes all over it. That has to be where Zubul stays. I could pick Jax's door out of a crowd. It's darker than the others and crisscrossed with black and yellow striped caution tape. Ragatha stops at a ranch-style door before proceeding. This is my room, Danish. She smiles. I'm the class rep and the resident assistant here, so if you have any trouble with any of your dorm mates or need anything for your room, I'm your girl. She gives a jovial swing of her arm, sliding her door open. Oh, it's cute! The inside is adorned with doilies, a thick blue duvet covers her bed, and I think I even see a tea set on her white dresser. My door's always open. As we stand there, Jax walks by. He gives Ragatha a wicked grin. Or it would be if I could trust Jax not to put a centipede in my room. Jax gives her an offended look. Come on, Ragatha, pranking the RA. I can't believe you think so little of me. He says, barely hiding a sadistic grin. Ignore him. She pauses a moment. And if you don't want to wake up to a centipede in your room, don't let Jax in. Jax lets out a dark chuckle as he overhears her, unlocking his door before stepping inside. She waits a few moments to make sure he's out of earshot before lowering her voice. But seriously, as long as you're not Jax, you're welcome to come visit me if you need to relax or talk to somebody or just want to say hi. Now let's go find your room, new stuff. We walk side by side until we find a new door that doesn't apparently belong to anyone else here. It's very plain and basic. Substantially less impressive than the doors to all the other rooms. A plain oak door with my name on a brass nameplate. I couldn't come up with a more boring door if I tried to imagine one. Ragatha turns towards me, noticing my disappointment. Hey, looks can be deceiving. Maybe it's really nice inside. I twist the handle and pull the door open. The room looks empty. Really empty. The walls are plain and unadorned. A gray mattress sits on a cheap-looking wooden bed frame. A duvet decorated with the school's logo has been set atop the mattress, as well as a pair of plain white pillows. In the back corner, an aging wooden desk has been set up with a few sheets of paper, a set of number 2 pencils, and some ballpoint pens in blue and black. Not even any pens in my favorite colors. Well, there's a lot of room to customize. She walks around in the vast emptiness of my room, the plain walls making it seem even bigger and emptier than it is. Haha, yeah. I rub a hand across the back of my neck. Can we go back and hang out in your room for a bit? I really don't want to be alone here. Oh, I'm really sorry, Danish, but Kane doesn't want us in each other's rooms after the sun is down. Oh, so Jax broke the rules last time then, when he came in our room. And of course, she's gonna follow the rules, but Jax is not. She offers an unapologetic smile. No, sorry, not unapologetic. She offers an apologetic smile. I know it's a silly rule, but he says that since this is supposed to be a family-friendly environment, he doesn't want us in each other's rooms at night. She backs out of my room, crossing her arms across her chest with a nervous giggle. I technically shouldn't even be in your room right now. The rest of our conversation continues with her standing in the hallway and me in my dorm. This is so beyond awkward. So that's it for today? Yeah, I mean, you know where school is, right? And do you remember all the places I showed you? I nod. It's a lot to take in, but I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I got it from here, I guess. Ragatha nods with a weak smile. Good. That's good. We stand there. And we stand there, and we stand there. The conversation has definitely dried up. Neither of us knows what to say next. I'll see you in class tomorrow? Well, I can walk with you to class tomorrow if you like. I nod, that's something at least. Yeah, you know, if you aren't too busy being class rep and resident assistant. She smiles. Well, as class rep, I'm supposed to help new students get acclimated to our academy. So I can definitely make time for you tomorrow. I smile back at her as we exchange goodbyes, and I close my door. Maybe things will be all right. I lay down on my bed, defeated by the day. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. It doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on as if overridden by some remote console. The room to my door flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinklers. Doesn't that violate some sort of building safety code? Hello, my darling toy box characters! Principal Kane announces from what seems like the hallway. Oh well, time to investigate. Kane, what the are you trying to pull this late at night? Aha! Zubul! His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment but none too pleased by it. You're lucky I even let you get sleep. This he blurts out in a harsh monotone before recovering his cheery demeanor. I'm here because even with the culture fair pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to, which is why I've secured us a sponsorship. He stretches out the last words, using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words. Without further ado, I introduce you all to the Wacky Watch. You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been having trouble finding a good audience for their product. But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama.
But we're adults. I'm actually...
Now, Gangle. I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of affixing a Wacky Watch to each of your wrists. Each of us glanced down, and to my shock, the watch is already on my wrist. How did it get there?
What in the...
And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very, very special adhesive. And if you do try to remove them, let's just say they'll be taking a little piece of you with them. Ha ha ha, you'll explode. I can hear Gangle beginning to whine as panic sets in. Pomni tugs at her Wacky Watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays affixed, her gloves stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Ragatha just looks down with a resigned sigh. Kane, I can't remove the arm with the Wacky Watch. What the Principal Kane ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue. You see, my little turtle doves, in order to secure the funding we need to make it to Day 5 and the Culture Fair, I need you wearing the Wacky Watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need all of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your Wacky Watches. Good luck with school life. Can't wait to see what you do with the Culture Fair. Bye! He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself, an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Okay. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the Culture Fair easier. With the sound of breaking glass, Gangle's comedy mask shatters and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes. I mean, honestly, it's not that deep. It's literally just a watch. I don't know why Gangle is falling apart over this. Like, why? Why is Gangle like, this is the worst thing ever to happen in existence? Like, sheesh. Calm down.
I don't want a Wacky Watch.
Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up. Well, I think it could be useful. And look, Gangle, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw. Pomni goes over to Gangle, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature.
That's kind of nice.
Gangle sniffles. Yeah, that's the right spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Everyone's door closes. I hear a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustration on. I flick my dorm light off as I close my door. I check my Wacky Watch. I got a text from Ragatha. Her portrait is outlined in gold to indicate that she's an RA. Hey, Danish. I just wanted to check in on you after the whole Wacky Watch thing. Guess I'm doing pretty okay, Ragatha. Just getting used to how things work here. I get that. Showing up to this school, losing your memories, and now the wacky watch. It's a lot for anyone to take in. You're telling me. There's a few moments before Agatha responds. Well, if you ever need it to talk to anyone, I'm here. Thanks, I'll have to take you up on that. Oh, really? Bro, she'd just be saying that, not expecting anybody to actually take her up on it. Yeah, it's nice to talk with you. That's kind of you to say, Danish. Maybe I can make you some tea sometime this week, between all the culture fair stuff. That sounds nice. Cool. Did she just send a smiling sunglasses emoji? That's kind of corny, but you know what? We'll let it slide. Well, Ragatha can be kind of old-fashioned, but it seems like she genuinely wants to help me fit in here. At least I have one friend at the school. Day 1 complete. I yawn as I awake in my room. The clock on my wacky watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the sliver of sunlight peeking from under my door. I slide my school-issued pajamas off and look in the closet. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there, with a little tag on the sleeve of the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Kane's left me a note. Hi, Danish. This is Principal Kane. As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you've been provided a set of uniforms free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. It looks like you and Ragatha are off to an absolutely fantastic start. Good on you for befriending the valedictorian, class representative, and residence assistant. Ragatha has a lot of people she's almost friends with, but it looks like you two might be building something genuine. Good luck! She's almost friends with. That's kind of sad. As I pull my uniform over my wacky watch, I glance down at it. I have a text from Ragatha. Are we still walking to school this morning? It takes no time for me to find her door, though Ragatha's already standing outside of it. It's a cold fall morning. Ready to walk to school with me, Danish? She takes my hand in hers as we begin our walk. She likes to hold hands a lot. That's what I noticed. She's been holding hands with us since the very, very, very beginning of the game. She's surprisingly warm. I guess I thought she would be as cold as the outside. I mean, she looks like a rag doll, but she's as warm as any human. Did you sleep well last night? Yeah, I did. Thanks for asking. Still up for tea later? Yeah, I think so. Great. Maybe this evening. I think there's still some in the student lounge. Student lounge? Oh, I guess I hadn't shown you that yet. It's in the dorm building. I'll show you tonight. I smile at Ragatha. She seems really eager to make plans. I remember Kane's note from this morning mentioning she has a lot of almost friends. I wonder if maybe she's just lonely. Well, let's get going before we end up late to class. She pulls me along, walking at a brisk pace as we head to the school entrance. So, how do you like the school so far? I shrug. I don't know, haven't been here long enough to really form an opinion. I mean, that's valid, that's fair. She nods. Oh, right. Well, I'm sure you'll come to love it here. I'm not so sure about that, but I guess it wouldn't really feel like I was talking to Ragatha unless I was also dealing with her relentless optimism. She laughs nervously. Last time I was late, they locked the entrance. I had to wait outside for hours until somebody noticed I wasn't in class. Then Kane had to unlock the doors for me. I give her a worried look. That's messed up. Nobody even noticed you were gone? Oh, no, wait. She backpedals, crossing her arms. It was an honest mistake. Right. As we step into the school, she turns to me. All right, Danish, quiz time. Do you remember where our homeroom class is? Why are you quizzing me? Oh my gosh, she's such a bookworm. How could I forget? I went there myself yesterday morning and Ragatha showed me on the tour. Up the main stairs and to the left, right? That's right, Danish. Here's a cookie. She smiles. Aside from us two, Kinger is the only one in the class. Oh, Ragatha, Danish, good to see you two are getting along. He glances down at my hand, which Ragatha is still holding. She pulls it away, embarrassed. Just showing them the ropes. The way she pulls back reminds me of how she stepped out of my dorm last night. I wonder if... No, it's probably nothing. Is it nothing? Is it nothing? I take my seat next to her and Ragatha goes back to her cheery self, constantly raising her hand and answering questions as Kinger quizzes the class on his lessons. Well, at least she gets along with the teacher. If I ever fall behind in English, I know whose notes to borrow. As the bell to dismiss morning class rings, we get up to leave, but Kinger asks Ragatha to stay back. I wait for her by the door. They only speak for a moment, Ragatha nodding before turning to leave. Kinger told me Kane wants to meet with me to discuss his expectations for the culture festival. Wanna come with me? I nod. I think I'll grab some food first, but I'll meet you there. I grabbed the lunch of the day from the cafeteria before seeking out Ragatha, finding her outside of Kane's office, tapping her foot. Hey, sorry I'm late, Ragatha. She notices me. She looks down at her shaking leg, embarrassed. Oh, no, Danish. I wasn't impatient or anything. I'm just nervous. Kane can be... She pauses to find the polite words for what she wants to say. A bit much. So I just try to get our meetings over as quick as possible. She laughs nervously. I nod. A bit much how? Oh, you know, violent? I'm joking. Right? Anyways, he asks you to host a game night and you say yes, and then he asks you to get all the latest gaming consoles and every board game in alphabetical order, even the really obscure ones. And if you try to say no, he just kind of stares at you. She shivers. That does sound pretty intense. Well, I'm here to help you, so how do I help? Just help me keep his expectations in check. She turns to the door nervous. I really don't want to disappoint him, but... I nod again. She definitely comes off as a people pleaser. You know, I feel Ragatha. I can be a people pleaser sometimes. I'm working on that. So I know it sounds weird, and you can totally say no if it makes you uncomfortable. But if you can just, I don't know, try to talk to Kane if he comes up with any unreasonable expectations. She looks back at me. I nod, and she lets out a big huff of nervous energy. Oh boy, it's like a boss battle. The door flies open, narrowly missing both of us. Well, if it isn't Ragatha and Danish again! He smiles down at us, eyes bulging in excitement. Come. He ushers us into his office. Principal Kane floats over to his desk before taking a seat behind it. Call me Charles Dickens because I have great expectations. Go ahead and wow me, you two. He leans back in his chair as we walk in, puffing on a bubble pipe. Is he smoking on bubble? Bro, is he smoking on bubbles? Like the character. Anyways, again, I'm surprised he's allowed to do that on school grounds, but if he's the principal, then I guess he makes the rules here. You wanted to talk to us about the culture fair, right, Kane? That I did, class representative. He takes the pipe out of his mouth as he leans forward. We need a fire eater, a knife juggler, a cotton candy machine, street vendors for every type of Japanese food. I want a realistic reenactment of the story of 47 Ronin, a line of dancing geishas, or geishas. Young lady, I have heard rumor that the Prime Minister of Japan himself may be in attendance. He is lying out of his booty. Kane opens his hands as miniature fireworks go flying about the room. Well, Kane, Ragatha is struggling. My time to step up. This would be so toxic. Kane, don't you think that's a bit much to ask? Ragatha doesn't respond but nods stiffly. Well, of course, my pupil. I was going to provide the food myself. Principal Kane shakes his head as he regains his composure. He scratches his chin again. Yo, I don't like when he does that with his freaking teeth. But now that I think about it, I don't see a practical way for you to do any of those things I asked you for. Is he actually starting to see reason? You know what? You two take the rest of the day off to start planning. I'm gonna completely revamp my plan. Principal Kane laughs manically before dismissing us. Go on, you two. Have fun with the rest of your day. I'll be in touch. I'm a little scared. We leave Principal Kane's chaotic office? Phew. She wipes her brow. Thanks for helping me manage Kane's expectations today, Danish. I nod. You really came through for me. She looks down at me with a warm smile. Since Kane gave us an early day to start on planning, do you want to meet in the student lounge while we go over the culture fair plans? Sounds good. Great. Let's get going then. She offers her hand, which I take. Come on, Danish. Since Kane let us out so early, the weather's gonna be a lot nicer. Huh, I guess I didn't think of that. We stroll out into the autumn air. It was a lot less cold than this morning. Wow, Danish, we haven't had weather this nice in summer. I can't deny the weather is pretty nice. And I know with your help, the culture fair will be a huge success. She jovially swings her arm as she talks to me, just like when she was showing me the dorms. Well, you know, let's at least start planning the fair before we say it's gonna be a success. She smiles back at me. Yeah, of course. It's just nice to have some help. I was really nervous I would have to organize this whole thing on my own. That would be pretty stressful. Hopefully we can share the burden of organizing the culture fair pretty evenly. All right. I take a seat in the student lounge, a cup of tea that Ragatha made me in my hand. Ragatha went to her room to grab some things, but it's been a while since she left. To my surprise, the first person to walk in is Pomni? Okay. Hi. I waved to her. Hi, Danish. You here for dinner? Dinner? I was actually gonna meet with Ragatha for, as if summoned by my words, Ragatha walks in carrying a paper bag of groceries. But I never ate dinner in Jax's route. Hi, Danish. She gives me a friendly wave. Hey, Ragatha, weren't we going to have tea and prepare for the culture festival? She puts a palm to her forehead. I knew I was forgetting something. Sorry, Danish. I kind of forgot that me and Pomni make dinner in the lounge every Tuesday. Oh. I suddenly feel really awkward. Oh, am I interrupting something? Like, is there something between you two, or... No. They say at the exact same time. I mean, if you want, you can join us for dinner. Would that be okay? Ragatha and Pomni exchange a quick look before nodding. Yeah, you know what they say, Danish. Variety is the spice of life. I nod. Okay, Ragatha, well, I didn't bring anything to cook, so I'm just gonna work on ideas for the culture fair, I guess. That sounds great, Danish. I'm excited to see what you come up with. The two of them get to work swiftly as they make spaghetti and meatballs. Ragatha sets the water to boil and hands Pomni a jar of sauce to heat up. Even as Pomni pours the sauce into the pot and starts one of the burners to warm it up, Ragatha eyes her nervously. Pomni must be a pretty bad cook if Ragatha doesn't even trust her to heat up pasta sauce on the stove. No time to think about all that, though. I begin to jot down ideas in my notebook for the culture festival. Oh no, I forgot to grab something to stir the pasta with, she says, clutching her hair. Danish, Pomni, can you guys hold things down while I go grab something from my room? Well, I was trying to work on ideas, but I was struggling to come up with any ideas anyways. I nod. We'll be fine for a few minutes, Ragatha. Good, thanks, Danish. Just try not to burn the place down, you two. I try my best to hold things down, watching the pasta water and making sure the pasta sauce is heating evenly. But within a few minutes, the student lounge is filled with the unpleasant smell of burning tomatoes. I turn to Pomni. Hey, Pomni, is the sauce supposed to smell like that? She picks up the jar and looks at it. It says smoky romesco sauce? She reads directly off the label. Maybe it's supposed to smell like that. I shrug. That's not a sauce I've heard of before. I keep watching the pasta water. The smoky romesco sauce bubbles ominously next to me. Maybe if I turn up the heat, it will... No! Why would you turn up the heat? Why would you turn up the heat? As Pomni twists the knob on the nearly antique stove range, it goes to maximum heat. Pomni, wait! Is all I manage to get out before the flame engulfs the pasta sauce. Oh no, she says, trying to turn it back. As she does, the knob comes off in her hand. She gives me a nervous look. The once appetizing looking smoky romesco turns a truly unpleasant shade of orange, bubbling ominously. Popping of the growing bubbles sends spurts of sauce bouncing out of the pot. It looks like something out of a cartoon witch's cauldron. Just as the chaos builds to a crescendo, Ragatha comes back into the lounge. Hey guys, how's it look? She spots the bubbling pot. Get out now, she's gonna blow! Bro, what? Pomni and myself follow Ragatha out, taking cover just outside of the lounge. Moments later, the glass pot bursts with an audible noise inside the lounge, smoky romesco coating the window like a blood splatter in a TV crime drama. Oh, wow. Sorry, guys. What should I even do here? Because if I'm on the Ragatha route, right? What would Ragatha do? Should I say, no, it's okay? Or should I crash out? Maybe I should crash out for Ragatha because Ragatha's not going to crash out. Ragatha is going to be like, oh, you know, I got to be nice and stuff. But inside, I know Ragatha wants to crash out. So what if I crash out for her? I don't know. Either way, if it's bad, we'll go back. What, Pomni? Yeah, sorry about that. Ragatha gives me a look. Danish, don't be mean. But dinner is ruined. Ragatha rolls her eyes. Dinner is not ruined, Danish. I'll just order from Cane Dash. She says, pulling up the app on her wacky watch. Hey, Pomni, can I talk to Danish for a moment? Okay, Ragatha. Okay, well dang, I was just seeing... Look, I just was voicing what you're thinking in your head, Ragatha. Look, you wanted to cuss her out too! Danish, you need to be nice to other students. But she ruined... Ragatha shakes her head. Pomni did not ruin dinner, Danish. And besides, I asked you to watch her, so didn't you also ruin dinner by not helping her? But Ragatha shakes her head. Yeah. If you can't be patient with other students, maybe I should just handle the culture festival without you. Oh, guess I messed that up. Pomni heads back to her room. Ragatha walks away from me. The next time I hear from her is to organize a meetup to organize the culture festival. She wants to meet me early tomorrow morning at school to work out details. I sigh at the thought of getting up early, but relent. Maybe getting up early and working hard on the culture fair will undo the bad impression I left today when I blew up at Pomni over her cooking almost killing us. It was definitely Pomni's fault, though. Maybe I didn't have to cuss at her, but it was definitely her fault. That didn't leave a good impression on Ragatha. We'll see. I awake earlier than normal to a knocking on my door. That must be Ragatha. Hey, Danish, ready for our morning meeting? Coming. I grumble, making my way over to the light switch and flicking it on before pulling on a uniform. I don't even bother to fix the wrinkles in it before pulling it over one shoulder and opening the door. Do they not have morning breath in this game? Or in this school? Do they not have morning breath? Nobody brushes their teeth. Morning, I mumble. I look down. Ragatha already has her tea set ready, all packed up in a carrying basket ready for the trek to school. The entire tea set is made from white porcelain and has cute floral designs. It seems to suit Ragatha. You know, a cup of Earl Grey can have just as much caffeine as a cup of coffee, and is less likely to give you the jitters. Even against the morning cold and how early she woke us up, Ragatha's relentless optimism shines through. I'm hoping we can see her crash out by the end of this week. Okay, well, let's head out then. I say, trying to match her enthusiasm, but unable to mask the tiredness in my own voice. She at least seems to appreciate the gesture. We make our way over to the school promptly. I'm surprised it's even open this early, but here we are. I start heading to the homeroom before bumping into Ragatha walking in the opposite direction. Oh, sorry about that, Danish. Aren't we heading to homeroom? Actually, I was hoping we could go somewhere special. Special? Special? Special how? You'll see, she says happily, leading me down the corridor. We wander for a bit before she leads me down a dusty hallway. Girl, how was this special? I'm pretty sure I haven't seen any students walk in. I don't remember Ragatha showing me this part of the school during the tour. The fluorescent lights above us flicker ominously. Oh, she gonna kill us. After a few minutes, she walks up to a door, twists the handle, and with a creak, it opens. Here it is. This is the place? Doesn't look all that special. So, what is it? This is the place I go when I, feel overwhelmed. You overwhelmed? I say half sarcastically. I know I may seem like I have it all together, but sometimes I just really need to get away. I mean, I'm the class rep and the resident assistant. She laughs nervously. If anything goes wrong, it's basically my fault. Even class reps need time off, you know? I nod. Well, if you ever need to share your burdens, I'm here for you too. I really appreciate that, Danish, but I'm the one who volunteered to be class rep. As long as everyone else can be happy, maybe I can be happy too. She ain't happy. I can tell in her face. Ragatha, I can't help but feel bad for her. Don't worry about me, Danish. I'm tougher than I look. Now let's get to work. Don't want the tea to get any colder. I nod again. I sit at a spare desk and pull out my school notebook to start writing down ideas. Ragatha goes over to another desk and begins making tea, pulling a canister of hot water out from her travel basket. At this point in the idea process, no idea is a bad idea, so I just let any idea that strikes me flow out into the page. Maybe we could have live music? What kind of foods do other students like? Maybe we can ask them, see if Kane can provide them? And if Gangle and Zubul are doing art, maybe we could do an art exhibition. Or have them do art to help advertise the stalls. I'm so busy writing down ideas, I almost don't notice as Ragatha comes over with 2 cups of tea, setting one down in front of me. I inhale the smell of the tea. It kind of smells citrusy and floral, with maybe some vanilla in there too. It definitely smells better than the teas I had at home, which either smelled like straight sugar or whatever else had been sitting next to it in the fridge. I hate fridge taste. Okay, this happens, for example, let's just say you have birthday cake and you put it in the fridge without covering it. It tastes like fridge the next day. It's so nasty. I hate fridge taste. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I take a moment to enjoy the aroma. Enjoying the tea, Danish? I nod. It smells really nice. I take a sip and almost spit it out. That's nowhere near as sweet as the tea I'm used to at home. Still, after a bit, I gulp it down. That's one way to wake up. Is something wrong, Danish? She looks concerned. No, it's nothing. Let's talk about the culture fair ideas. I say, pushing my notebook towards her. She reviews each idea, nodding. These are all pretty good ideas. Don't know where we'd get live music, though. She reads my idea about doing different food stalls, pointing at the line on the page as she looks up at me. Oh, this is a really good one. If we can ask everyone what their favorite food is, we might be able to get Kane to make a stall including all of them. She's certainly free with compliments, but I appreciate her positivity. I try the Earl Grey again. Still way too bitter for me. Hey, Ragatha? Yes, Danish? Do you have any sugar? Ragatha seems a bit taken aback. Sugar? I nod. Yeah, I'm just not used to taking my tea like... I gesture to the still hot Earl Grey she served me. This? She pauses a moment before nodding, bringing a sugar bowl over with some sugar cubes in it. Sorry, Danish. I take a sugar cube. Then another. And then about 3 more. Sheesh! You don't think that's a little too much? Hey, Danish, take it easy. You don't want to drown out the taste of the tea with sugar, right? I disregard her protest, adding a few more before stirring my tea. When it takes on the consistency of warm maple syrup, I take a sip. Just like Mom used to make. You might as well put some high fructose corn syrup in there. You really like sugar, huh? I nod as I eagerly sip my tea. So, do you want to hear my ideas for the culture fair? I nod. Well, I was thinking it might be nice for everyone to pick something to present for the culture festival. Pomni could do a historical presentation on different culture festivals. Gangle and Zubul could maybe present the best art they did for the culture festival. I nod. What would Jax do? I'm not gonna lie, we haven't seen Jax since day 1. It's day 3 now. We literally have not seen Jax since like day 1. She begins to genuinely think about it. Wasn't he supposed to help Pomni? I do seem to remember that. But the idea of Jax helping anyone seems pretty unlikely based on my experiences with him. Maybe we should just hope he doesn't mess things up for anyone else. She giggles nervously. I nod. So what should we do if everyone presents something? Ragatha pauses to think about that for a few seconds as well. I don't know, Danish. Any ideas? Well, we're planning the festival, so whatever we do, it has to be something that won't interfere with helping everyone plan the culture festival. It eventually hits me. What if we MC the presentation? MC? I nod. You know, we could tell people about everyone's presentations, cue them to come on stage, and even talk about how we brought people together. I take another sip of my thoroughly sweetened tea. That's a great idea, Danish. More tea? I nod. Ragatha pours me another tea, and I empty the rest of the sugar bowl into it. Ragatha just gives me a smile as I shovel cube after cube into the tea. I'll need to get more sugar before I make tea for you again, Danish. I nod and we both laugh as I drink the syrupy sweet tea. As we sip tea in Ragatha's special hideaway, I can understand why she finds the room so peaceful. No sounds of chaos from the rest of the school. No chance of someone walking in and interrupting the moment. I don't blame Ragatha for keeping this place to herself. Yeah, if Jax ever found out, oh, she'd be cooked. As the hour creeps on, we're both reluctant to go to class. Still, we eventually have to. Ragatha checks her wacky watch. Oh, time really flies when you're having fun, huh, Danish? Do we have to head to class already? Ragatha nods. We really should. I'd be a pretty bad class rep if I encourage you to be late to class, you know? Wouldn't want to make Kane angry, right? Ragatha begins cleaning up the tea set. I help her, bringing the now empty sugar bowl over to her basket. I had a lot of fun planning with you today, though, Danish. Me too. Can we do this tonight, too? Ragatha taps her wacky watch, checking her planner, before clenching her teeth and sucking a bit of air in. Sorry, Danish. I have softball practice tonight. It's kind of the one thing I never let myself skip, you know? She's a busy gal. Okay, busy gal. I nod. That's too bad. We should watch her. An idea occurs to me as we finish cleaning up and head for homeroom. Wait, Ragatha. What's up, Danish? Can I come to your practice? Oh, I don't know, Danish. I'm not that good. You don't want to waste your afternoon doing that, right? No, I mean, I could just bring my notebook and keep brainstorming ideas, and then we could still walk back together, you know? Oh, I mean, if you want to, that would be okay with me. Okay, cool, it's a deal. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action. That's really nice of you to say. I guess it'll be the first time I'll have a real audience. But I'm happy you're gonna come out to see me. I'll meet you after school and walk you to the field, okay? I nod. I doze off a few times in homeroom, still groggy from waking up so early to meet Ragatha and plan the culture festival. I was happy to get to spend some extra time with her, and I'm happy she felt comfortable enough to share her secret place with me. Still, I can't help but feel she seemed a little pensive this morning. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. She's probably right. She's tougher than she looks, right? I feel like she's gonna have a crash out in this. Danish, are you sleeping? I feel Ragatha's hand gently shake me. Danish? Sorry, I guess I'm not used to waking up so early. Ragatha gives me a half smile before shaking her head. Right, sorry. I guess that's my fault. Before I can reassure her, the bell for lunch rings. Wow, I got nothing from that lecture. The thought immediately disappears from my mind as Ragatha excitedly tugs on me to get up from my desk. Come on, Danish, we have a lot of work to do. But right. I sluggishly rub my eyes before getting to my feet and following Ragatha out into the hallway. All right, we have today and tomorrow to make sure this culture fair goes off without a hitch, she says with an exaggerated smile. So, what do you say? Let's check up on the progress everyone has made so far. And then we can share some of the ideas we came up with this morning. She punctuates her sentence with a jovial swing of her arm. She keeps doing a jovial swing of her arm. I'm too tired to take the lead on this, but I would be lying if I said her enthusiasm wasn't at least a little infectious. First, we check on Pomni and Jax in the library. Pomni mutters to herself as she sits at a library table, sorting through a few books. Hey there, Pomni. Ragatha waves as we approach the jester girl. Oh, hey guys. Pomni's voice is filled with a false enthusiasm that doesn't reach her eyes as we approach. We're just here to check up on the progress you've made so far for the Culture Festival. I think you and Jax were supposed to find out what exactly a Culture Festival was, right? Where is Jax? Definitely one of the weirder tasks King gave out, but I won't question his methods. That shouldn't have been too difficult, right? I say, giving her an encouraging grin. Yeah, well, you'd think so, she says, returning my enthusiasm. The way her voice trails off at the end of that sentence makes me think this won't be as easy as we thought. I can't find any books about anything I need. This library isn't organized in any way that makes sense. I spent all yesterday just taking shelves down to find anything relevant. Ragatha pauses a moment before responding. Oh, wait, I thought Jax was supposed to be helping you. Where is he? Pomni shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. He ditched me on Monday, said it was a waste of time. Serious? Ragatha clutches her hair before cutting herself off, heaving an annoyed sigh that seems to move her entire body. I shouldn't even be surprised. The ragdoll straightens her blazer, trying to compose herself again. Well, Pomni, Danish, and I were thinking of having everyone present what they've been working on this week. We were hoping you'd be able to present a historical presentation with what you'd found. Which is, She pauses a moment before mumbling out the rest of her sentence. Nothing. Right. Pomni shakes her head, gathering a few notes she has, spread across a mess of notebook papers. Don't get me wrong, it sounds like a fun idea, and if I even had a single book on the subject, I could probably put something together, but right now... No, I understand, you're right. It was silly to even ask. An awkward silence commences, and I decide to break the tension. Well, Pomni, we have to check up on Zubul and Gangle's progress. I guess let us know if there's anything we can do to help you further. Oh man, this sucks. This culture fair is gonna be whack. Pomni offers us an unamused smile. Oh boy. Well, it's clear Pomni's frustrated at the situation and not at us. I can't help but notice Ragatha sag a bit as we leave the library, her formerly undefeatable enthusiasm now dented. Hey, I can't believe Jax would just leave Pomni to sort through the library on her own. She cuts me off before I can reassure her. I personally don't find it so difficult to believe, but I understand that she's just venting right now. Jax is gonna be the one that causes her crash out. Who knows what he's even doing right now? Probably trying to mess everything up for the rest of us. She starts riling herself up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? We already lost a bunch of points for yelling at Pomni the night before, so let's just be chill. Let's be smooth. Calm down. For now, let's focus on checking on Gangle and Zubul. It's okay, don't let him get to you. As far as Jax, you don't have to worry. I'm here. I won't let him mess anything up. I give her a reassuring smile. Ragatha returns my smile with a tired one of her own before nodding. Yeah, you're right, Danish. Thanks. We're not beat yet. A little enthusiasm seeps back into her expression. Let's check on Zubul and Gangle. Entering the art room, Zubul and Gangle are completely engrossed in their own artworks. Hey guys! Ragatha manages to summon her usual cheery tone as she greets the two. Huh? Oh. Hey Ragatha and Danish. What's up? We're just checking up on your progress for the culture fair so far. Ragatha wanders over, peering over Gangle's shoulder. Gangle seems completely unaware. Oh, we're gonna get yelled at. Well, we've been working on posters and promotional stuff for the moment. Yeah, looks like you guys have been busy. I look over at Ragatha, whose face has gone white at Gangle's drawing. Is Gangle drawing Ragatha? Ragatha? Ragatha jumps out of her state, alerting Gangle of her presence.
Oh, Ragatha, the Danish!
Gangle covers her drawing with her ribbon arms, though it's much too late, as Ragatha has already seen it. That's an interesting drawing there, Gangle. Are you hanging that up for the culture fair? Ragatha's cheeks are now burning red. Gangle gives her a shy smile before nodding.
Yeah, that was the plan.
I walk over to see what the hubbub is about. Zooble follows me. We all crowd around Gangle as we eye her drawing. Oh. Okay, wow, all right then. A familiar figure with a curvy figure is in a risque pin-up style pose, holding a sign that reads Culture Fair this way. You don't even want to draw a little bit of clothes on her? Not even a little bit of clothes on her? Now that I take a closer look, it definitely looks like... Is that supposed to be Ragatha? Her expression goes pale. No way! Gangle clutches the drawing protectively.
It's okay if you don't want me to put it up.
Ragatha blushes even more, realizing that the drawing was indeed meant to be her. Well, I mean, I just don't know if that's really appropriate for her. She trails off.
So you're saying I can't hang up any of my pinup series?
Any? Gangle asks, her lip quivering, tears prickly at the edges of her eyes. Wait, how many do you have? You made a series? Ragatha manages to mask her apparent dismay with false enthusiasm. I can tell, but based on Gangle's own excited smile, the latter does not pick up on it. Gangle unveils a slew of risque pinup characters! Ragatha's face flushes with humiliation at the images. Oh. Well, maybe if they're toned down a little bit, she says, shifting uncomfortably in place. Zooble scratches at their chin before chiming in. I don't really see the problem with them. It's mostly tasteful artistic nudity, you know? Artistic nudity? Ragatha's already flushed face turns a deeper shade of crimson. I don't know if Kane will be okay with the She stumbles over her words. They might be a bit much. Zooble rolls their eyes. Who cares what Kane wants? Ragatha's lips tighten at Zooble's flippant response. I decide to change the subject, trying to tear my eyes away from the Ragatha pinup. So, Zooble and Gangle, me and Ragatha were thinking about having you guys present some of your art at the culture fair. Maybe talk about the techniques you used and your inspirations for your favorite pieces? Yeah, sure, that sounds easy enough. Zooble agrees easily.
Present my art? Like it in front of people?
Yeah, just a few pieces. Nothing too intense, I promise. Gangle looks unsure.
I don't know.
Ragatha opens her mouth to try and further convince Gangle, but is beaten by Zooble's interjection. How about we get back to you on that? Ragatha looks at me before offering a weary smile to Zooble. Ragatha looks like she is giving up on life. Sure, I'll check back tomorrow. No pressure, guys. It's supposed to be fun, right? She laughs nervously, but Gangle and Zooble only look on. Oh boy, y'all. I don't know how this culture fair is gonna go. I follow Ragatha out of the art classroom. She looks utterly defeated by the afternoon's events. I barely have time to ask her about it though, when the incarnation of trouble itself comes strolling down the hallway. Oh boy, our favorite little bunny. Jax. The purple bunny makes eye contact with us, his eyes widen for a moment, then he immediately tries to turn down another hallway. That's weird. That's suspicious. But Jax is already too late. Ragatha has locked on. Jax! She shouts with a voice loud and angry enough to silence the other students in the hallway. The purple bunny stops dead in his tracks before turning his head and batting his eyes at us. Yes? His tone is dripping in sarcasm, but nonetheless, Ragatha marches up to him. You were supposed to research culture festivals at Pomni in the library. Why haven't you been doing that? Jax looks up, pretending to ponder before shrugging coolly. Oh, that's easy. Because this culture fair thing is dumb. And I didn't want to do it. Ragatha huffs. Oh, so you just leave Pomni to do it all by herself? Hey, I offered Pomni to ditch with me. She didn't take the offer. That's not my fault. He grins back at Ragatha, intentionally needling her. Ugh! Do you realize how selfish you sound? I take a step forward, but the argument has already started. Seriously, selfish, huh? Why do you care so much about this stupid festival? He says, only half joking. Seems like he's getting angry too. Oh no. Well, obviously because he cuts her off before she can get another word out, stepping closer to her. Because it makes you feel important, like you need to be. He throws up his hands in mock surrender. Go ahead, feel important, but don't pretend I'm the one being selfish. I step between them before it can escalate anymore, glaring daggers at the rabbit. He looks down at me before scoffing. Especially now that you've got Danish fool too. He looks down at me with a smirk. Don't worry, kid. Your damsel's not in distress. He pauses as Ragatha huffs, searching for the words to defend herself. She came at me, remember? He rolls his eyes before turning away from us, walking down the hallway and out of sight. We stand in silence for a moment. Ragatha's anger quickly fades to regret. She buries her face in her hands before pulling them back to the sides of her face. Hey, are you okay? She gives me a tired smile. Yeah, I'm good. Tougher than I look, remember? She gives me her best happy face, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, I know, but I still have softball practice, remember? She's gonna put all her anger out on the bat. She says, changing the subject quickly. I'd almost forgotten about her softball practice. Oh yeah, you're still coming, right? She says, a hopeful look in her eyes. I give her a warm smile back. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. So, are you organizing with your team or? I trail off. Oh, there's no team or anything. What? I mean, sometimes I can get Pomni or Gangle or Zooble to join me. Or Kane has us play a pickup game, but it's usually just me out there. You're gonna be the first person I've taken to join me for practice in a long time. I'm sorry to hear that. You can't get any of the freaking NPCs to join you? Don't be. Honestly, I've kind of become used to practicing on my own. It's peaceful and lonely. Sometimes I just stand out there in front of the pitching machine and just practice my swing until my problems feel smaller. As far as ways to deal with stress, that isn't the worst. Especially after everything that happened today. Sounds like she might need it. The more I hang out with her, it's hard not to notice how lonely she seems. This makes me feel bad for Ragatha in general, like even in the show. That's probably how she is even in the show, just not necessarily having any close friends. Well, I really want to go out there and watch you today. Come on, Danish, don't just say stuff like that. You're gonna make me blush. Well, it's true, I tell her. And who knows, maybe I'll like it so much I'd join you for practice more often. How does that sound? Well, it would be nice to have someone else out there. She trails off. As long as you're sure that you're not just doing it to try to make me feel better. I shake my head empathetically. I really want to go out there today. Maybe if I get to a good place and taking my notes, you can show me the ropes. I'd like that, Danish. We start heading out that way before Ragatha stops me. Oh, I forgot I need to change into my uniform. Do you mind meeting me out on the pitch? You remember where it is, right? I nod. She nods back at me smiling. Good. I'll see you out there. As I step out and walk towards the softball field, I can't suppress a shiver as a chill runs through the late autumn air. The sky is a deep orange, the clouds a bruised purple. I wait a few moments on the bleachers, then Ragatha shows up in her softball uniform. Hey Danish, oh cool, I like it. I hope you weren't waiting too long. I know it's a bit chilly. I shake my head, reassuring her. She makes her way out into the field, setting up a pitching machine as she makes conversation. So, how have your classes been going so far? Oh, you know, boring. Ragatha laughs nervously. Well, you should try to pay attention in them. As your class rep, I'm supposed to be in charge of your academic success. So it would look bad if I didn't encourage you to pay attention in all your classes. You're not my mom, Ragatha. You're not my mom. Can we just have a more of a friendly, you know, cutesy vibe going here instead of a, I don't know, older sibling vibe? Yeah, but I mostly just look forward to hanging out with you. Ragatha goes quiet for a moment. Oh, okay, Ultimate Riz. Well, I look forward to that too, but you should still pay attention in class, you know? I'll try. I tease her. All right, Danish, I'm all set to start. You okay in the bleachers? I nod, pulling out my notebook and starting to go over our plans. We forgot to ask the other students about which foods they want for the culture festival earlier. Plus, Ragatha and I need to work on our jokes as we MC the event. That's if people decide to present. First of all, I ain't gonna lie, Ragatha's not funny. Ragatha's not funny. You are gonna have to write all the jokes. I don't even think she can tell a knock-knock joke. The more I look at all the ideas we agreed on, the more I realize we're going to need to cram multiple days of work into tomorrow. I glance up. Ragatha is squaring up at home plate, her body tightly wound as she holds the bat at the ready. A cool wind blows. Ragatha loads each softball into the back of the pitching machine, each one thumping softly against the other. I want to look down at my notes and start trying to make a plan, but I can't keep my eyes off of Ragatha. The first ball shoots out, and her body uncoils, her gleaming aluminum bat swinging forward to meet the ball. With a sharp crack and a metallic ping, the softball goes flying. One hit like that would be impressive, but Ragatha keeps winding back up, her bat meeting each softball and sending it flying. She finishes a set and is already panting. Hey Danish, if you're not taking notes, would you mind helping me collect all the softballs? Sure. I nod, getting up from the bleachers and collecting the softballs from the outfield. I help her load them again. The second time around, I managed to make a few more notes about the culture festival, but I'm still pretty much mesmerized by Ragatha every time I look up from the notebook. She finishes the set by sending a softball sailing over the far fence. Hey, Danish? Yeah, I'll get the balls. I say preemptively, happy to help. Actually, I noticed you watching me. You want to take a turn? Oh, me? Hey, why not? Come on, I bet you could do a pretty good job. I'm not really athletic. Besides, then I can check your notes and see if I have any ideas to offer. Well, it's not like I can tell her I didn't get work done because I can't stop looking at her. I'll give it my best shot. Ragatha nods excited. After we load up the machine, she leans against me, putting a hand around my waist. Oh, hold on. You gotta kind of stick your butt out, and then you just want to wind up your body and square your shoulders. She reaches up to my shoulders. And don't be so stiff, Danish. Just let yourself move. How about you show me a few practice swings first? I nod, practicing the motion. Ragatha gives me a few more pointers. Before walking over to the pitching machine and turning it on, she gives me a few slow, underhand lobs. I feel like that if I was in that position, I'd just get hit by the ball in the face. After a few swings, I get a good feel for when to hit the ball and where to aim my bat. Good job, Danish. Ready for the machine? I nod, squaring up to the plate. Ready. With a whirring sound, the pitching machine turns on. It's getting close to dark, so I squint my eyes, leaning forward a bit. Danish, don't lean so far forward, you might get... are the last words I hear before a softball comes rocketing out of the machine and slams into my head. I told y'all that was gonna happen. I told y'all. I literally predicted it. Danish! The world goes black as I fall backwards, pain radiating from my eye socket where the softball hit me. I wonder what kind of like object character I am. You know what I mean? You know how like she's a doll, Jax is a bunny, Pomni is a clown or a jester, and then Zubul is Zubul, and then Gangle is like Ribbon and the comedy mask and stuff, right? And then Kinger is the chess piece. What would I be? Y'all, give me some suggestions down in the comments below. Like an idea of what you think I would be in like the digital circus. Like what object would I be? A freaking water bottle? I don't know. I wake up in an unfamiliar room. A cyan mannequin leans above me. Is Danish okay? Well, they are pretty badly concussed. I don't think they should be going anywhere alone. Nonsense. I try to stand up and immediately feel woozy. I fall forward, but thankfully Ragatha catches me. Oh, Danish, be careful. The mannequin rolls his eyes. You shouldn't have assumed you were in good condition to walk just because you felt okay lying in bed. But the school is closing soon. Ragatha, can you take Danish back to the dorms? Of course, she says, lifting me up and propping one of my arms across her shoulders. Let's get going, okay, Danish? Okay, Ragatha, let's go. I make my way out of the clinic on unsteady legs, leaning heavily on Ragatha the entire time. Well, dang. I hope I don't have a black eye. I probably look ugly. As we make our way out of the school entrance, I'm really grateful to be so close to her. She's so warm and pretty. Thanks, Ragatha. Don't mention it. Guess this means I won't be seeing you at softball practice in the future, huh? I wouldn't say that. Really? Yeah, gotta get back up if you get knocked down, right? I say, putting on a brave face, but I can't help but suck in air as we keep limping towards the dorms. That softball hit me pretty hard, and I still have a pretty bad headache. Take it easy, okay, Danish? She says, helping me up the stairs as we arrive to the dorm building. She leads me down the hallway all the way to my dorm. She pushes the door open without a second thought, lowering me into my bed. Are you going to be okay, Danish? Probably. Hopefully. Hopefully I wake up in the morning. Danish, you need to take this seriously. Even if I'm not okay, it's not like you can stay here with me. I say, remembering how insistent Ragatha has been up until now about the curfew. Well, I mean, this is a special case. Wait a minute now, Ragatha. What you talking about? What you mean by that? If you need me to stick around, I think Kane would understand. Well, I guess I wouldn't mind some more tea. Without another word, Ragatha gets up and fetches her tea set. She returns swiftly, bringing me a steaming cup. The cup of tea she pours me this time smells herby and kind of sweet. It sort of reminds me of the smell of apples as I inhale the aroma. It smells nice. What is it? Chamomile tea. It's good for relaxation. I take a sip. I love me some chamomile tea. Blech. But it's good! Sorry, Danish. I haven't had time to restock on sugar. It's okay. I'll manage. I say, smiling back at her as I sip the tea. My eyelids feel really heavy. Ragatha puts a hand on my shoulder. Thanks, Danish, for everything today. I'll be here tomorrow morning to check on you and take you to class, okay? Okay, thanks, Mom. Isn't it funny that this is what the character's saying, and I literally said, stop acting like a mom? I say the words slipping out of my mouth before I know what I'm saying. For a moment, Ragatha's expression shifts, but it's too fast for me to get a read on how she reacted. Oh well. Sorry. I mean, thanks, Ragatha. Don't mention it. Sweet dreams, Danish. Well, not sure what her reaction was about, but that's okay. I can't fight off sleep any longer as Ragatha flicks off the lights in my room on her way out. Are you supposed to sleep when you have a concussion, though? I thought you're not supposed to sleep when you have a concussion, but I don't know. Day 3 complete. Day 4 is gonna be very chaotic because ain't nothing got done on day 3. I awake the next day to knocking on my door. Danish, you ready to go to school today? I get up and immediately lie back down, searing pain coursing through my head. Yeah, give me a few days. I try again. Before I can protest, the door flies open and Ragatha bursts in. Danish, you're still hurt. Oh no, this is my fault. No, Ragatha, I'm fine. I say, trying to get up, but the pain is still a bit too much. You're clearly not fine, she says, lowering my head back into my pillow. Oh, this is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to join me for my stupid softball practice. Ragatha, I wanted to join you, and when you didn't ask me, I volunteered. But my words fall on deaf ears as Ragatha paces back and forth. Oh, you can't go to school like this. Ragatha, come on, I can make it in. I can. I say, gritting my teeth as I manage to push myself up into a sitting position. Danish, stop. It's okay. I'll write you a pass for today. You can stay here, and I'll take over organizing the culture festival. I don't like the sound of that. Can we at least walk to school together? You want to go to school today? I shake my head. Not really, but I should at least follow up with Nurse Ming, right? She paces the room a bit, muttering to herself under her breath and nodding a few times before nodding. And what? What? I was so confused. I was like, she was muttering to herself under her breath, nodding a few times before nodding? Sorry, I was just like, wait, did I read that wrong? Okay, but I'm gonna walk you there myself, okay? I nod. Ragatha helps me off my bed, and I get to my feet and manage to pull my shoes on. Am I still in my pajamas? As we head out of the door, I lean against her. I can't deny it's nice to have someone warm to lean against during the cold autumn morning. Between the cold and the dull throb in my head, I decide to give in and just lean into Ragatha, nuzzling into her. Danish, you? She gasps. Oh, you're pretty bold, huh? Okay, wait a minute now. Warm. I say, unable to put a filter between the thoughts in my head and the words tumbling out of my mouth. She pulls me in a little closer. Well, I wouldn't want you to freeze. She chuckles nervously. Come on, let's get you to Nurse Ming's office. We make our way through the entrance to the nurse's office. Look at her still blushing. Oh, hey, Danish, doing any better today? Head hurts. Nurse Ming shakes his head. It may be time to get Kane involved. But until we can locate him, I'm going to need to keep Danish under observations and do some brain scans. Dang, how bad is this? How bad is this? Brain scans? I don't know why Kane complains about the school funding so much. Seems like we're loaded. Will they be okay to go to classes? Nurse Ming shrugs. I don't know. And I don't want to assume anything until the brain scans come back. You know, we need to stop assuming. Huh, get it? Assuming. Hey, Danish, I'll go ask everyone about their favorite foods and organize the culture festival today, okay? Wait, even in my concussed state, I don't feel like that's a good idea. Weren't we supposed to go work together on that? Wait, Ragatha, wait! Before I can protest, Nurse Ming eases me into a bed. I'll be back for lunch, okay, Danish? Maybe if you're feeling better, we can eat together. Wait! Before I can stop her, she's off. Ugh. My thoughts start becoming more clear. She must blame herself for my injury. But still, I don't want her running off on her own. We have a lot to do for the culture festival, and based on what she told me yesterday, I really need to make sure she doesn't try to shoulder the whole burden of organizing the culture festival alone. I felt like we were getting somewhere yesterday and she was letting me in. But everything about this morning feels like she's shutting me out all over again. I let out a frustrated sigh as Nurse Ming puts an EEG cap on my head. Until we know exactly what the damage is, we can't rule out anything. But I can't focus on myself. I can only remember how guilty Ragatha looked this morning. I can't let her take this all on alone. I have to help Ragatha. My eyelids flutter closed. Culture fair. I come to in Nurse Ming's office. As my vision unblurs, I can see our strange principal. Egads, a student in peril! He looks down at me. Principal Kane? Me! He does a little flourish in the air, then freezes there, smiling upward at some indeterminate point for a few seconds. Okay. I break the awkward silence. What are you doing here? Why, I'm fixing you up! He smiles down at me with his terrible teeth. Actually, that looks kind of perfect, his teeth. He produces a heavy-looking blue plastic mallet. Wait, hold on now. What you about to do with that? And a one, and a two. No, wait! The hammer slams into my head before I can stop him. And yet, just as the hammer connects with my aching head, suddenly everything goes right. Oh, that worked? You didn't know it was gonna work? Well, mostly right. My thoughts still swim around in my head in a disconcerting mess, but I'm at least able to get my bearings and stand up. But thanks, Kane. I'm feeling a lot better. You really should stay for observation. You shouldn't just assume you're all right without being absolutely sure. Bro loves to talk about assuming. Ha. Let me stop. I agree, but there's no time for that. I need to find Ragatha and help her with the culture festival. I wander through the halls. She could be anywhere. Eventually, I make my way to the library. Ragatha isn't here, but Pomni is. Maybe Pomni will know where she is?
Oh, hey, Danish.
She winces as she looks at me. Do I really look that bad? Hey, Pomni, I was just wondering if you knew where Ragatha was? Are you sure, Danish? That bump on your head looks like no joke. Dang, how big is the freaking bump? If I don't help her, I can't think of anyone else who will. Pomni considers my words a moment.
I guess so, Danish. But to be honest, I haven't seen her all day.
Wait, what? Has Ragatha even been organizing anything? Huh? What? Not even in homeroom? Pomni shakes her head. That's not like Ragatha at all. I feel like I might know where she is. Thanks, Pomni.
No problem.
She almost waves me off before stopping me.
Oh, and if you do find Ragatha, you can let her know I found a book on culture festivals. So I'll be able to do a little presentation like you guys asked for before.
She gave me a small smile. Sorry if I wasn't really helpful yesterday. I return her smile. No worries, I'll definitely let Ragatha know when I find her. I almost turned to leave again before I remember. Oh, Pomni, did you have any snack or food requests for the festival tomorrow? Pomni blinks at me before scratching her cheek.
Oh, maybe pretzels or something like that?
I nod and take the mental note before heading back out to find Ragatha. I run out into the hallway. Where was it again? I try to remember the way, realizing how truly massive this school is. After searching around for a bit, the familiar abandoned hallway appears before me. I walk right to the door of the disused classroom Ragatha showed me yesterday. She's inside. I can't imagine why she's in here. I gently open the door, y'all. She's gonna be crashing out. Hey, Ragatha? She looks up. Oh, Danish, it's you. That didn't sound too enthusiastic. Still, I take a seat next to her. We sit in silence for a while. Eventually, I decide to make the first move. You doing okay? She doesn't answer, but she tightens her grip on her own forearms in a sort of self-hug. I'm fine, Danish. Really. You should go, hang out with everyone else. I'm sure they'd like to be spending time with you right now. Bruh, she's putting herself down. Well, I want to spend time with you right now. Why? She cuts me off. Shouldn't you be more upset with me? I hurt you pretty bad and could barely do anything to help. I push back. Is that what's bothering you? I'm not upset at you at all. She pauses a moment. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. There's something else wrong, isn't there? It's not like you to avoid everyone and not even go to homeroom. I move a little closer. You can talk to me, Ragatha. She huffs a resigned sigh. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, especially not you. I let those words sit in the air between us for a bit before continuing. Well, I do want to talk about it, Ragatha. She looks at me, pain in her eyes. Please? Well, me and the other students, we don't get along. That seems surprising, but I hear her out. Well, not as much as I'd like to. She looks away from me. I want to put a hand on her shoulder, but resist the urge. Me and Jax used to be on better terms, but things changed and got complicated. Gangle has Zooble to hang out with, so they're never available either. Even when I tried to get closer to them, they just pulled away. What about Pomni? I mean, even on our first day together, we all made pasta. Ragatha gives me a weak smile. Pomni? For a while, I thought we were gonna be super close, you know? These days, it seems so busy. And Jax got to be our partner for the culture festival. It's like I'm constantly fighting for her attention. Ragatha withdraws into herself even more, almost curling into a ball. It just gets old getting left behind by other people, you know? She pauses a moment. It's like everything she said about me was true. She? As if Ragatha read my thoughts, she continues. My mom, she was, a lot. I mean, nothing was ever good enough for her. And she would constantly pick me apart. She'd tell me I wasn't going to amount to anything. Tears begin to well up in her eyes. That no one would put up with me. The tears flow freely, and I lean forward as she rests her head on my shoulders. Aw, dang. Ragatha, I'm so sorry. It's just so hard, you know? She manages between sobs, never feeling like you're enough, and no matter how hard you try, you just push people further away. I feel like the character I literally relate to the most is probably Ragatha. I feel like literally as a character, Ragatha is probably the one I'm the most like. Very ironically, like that's the one I'm the most like. It's hard to feel like you're enough when every time you try to get close to someone, they just find someone else. It's okay, Ragatha, let it all out. Ragatha does let it all out, and all I can do is helplessly hold her as she cries. Her tears soak through my uniform, and I just hold her as we sit there in one another's embrace. After a while, she pulls away from me. Thanks, Danish. I feel a lot better. She looks up at me. You're a really good listener and a really good friend, Danish. Well, I care about you, Ragatha. A lot. A lot, you know? And I think you mean a lot to a lot of people around here. And I think if everyone knew how lonely you felt, they'd all come together just to try and help you cheer up. Would they though? Would they though? You think so, Danish? I nod. Well, maybe not Jax. Yeah, probably not Jax. I don't even know why I told you all this. I just feel like I'm getting really close to you. Is that okay, Danish? She looks up at me. Imagine if we friend zone her right now. I'm not gonna do that to her. I'm not gonna do that to her. We can't become another one of the people that push her away. I feel the same way, Ragatha. Ever since the tour, I just can't stop thinking about you. Yeah. I don't know how to explain it, but I shrug helplessly. Well, maybe we don't have to decide what it is. Not right now, at least. Maybe the best thing we can do right now is just focus on being there for each other. At least until we're finished planning the culture festival. She looks up at me with hope in her eyes. I can agree with that. Sure, we can avoid putting a label on things until we get the culture festival stuff sorted out. Good. You're really sweet, Danish. I'm really lucky I have someone like you around. Well, I'm not going anywhere, so just get used to it. And besides, you walked me home after I got a concussion. Only after I put you in front of the pitching machine without a batting helmet. Maybe so, but still. What do you say? Let's finish organizing this festival. Ragatha nods in agreement. Oh, I had talked to Pomni earlier. She said that she found a book on culture fairs and that she thinks she'll be able to do a little presentation for the fair. Really? Yeah, so now we just need to check back in with Gangle and Zooble. Ragatha wipes at her eye. Thanks, Danish. I don't know how I do this without you. Let's just be grateful you don't have to. I smile at her, picking myself up off the floor and reaching out a hand out to help Ragatha up. She takes it and gets to her feet, smiling up at me. My heart skips a beat as our hands meet. It feels like electricity crawling up my arm. I try to hide my excitement. We enter the art classroom once again, and we can see there's already twice as much art as there was the day before. Is it gonna be still more, explicit content? Zooble and Gangle look like they are gathering it all up to start hanging. Hey guys, we're back. Ragatha smiles awkwardly. This is amazing, look at all this art. Zooble turns to us, arms full with a hefty stack of papers. Thanks, Danish. We step deeper in the room, looking at all the pieces they worked on. Ragatha takes notice of a familiar piece from the day earlier, but it looks a little different this time. Okay, see? A lot better. Oh, is this the same one? Gangle approaches cautiously, a small smile on her mask.
I took your advice and tried to make it a little more, appropriate. Is it okay?
Ragatha has a relieved expression as she nods. Yes, thank you for that, Gangle. Gangle smiles at the assurance.
Oh, and I decided I will present my art with Zubul at the Culture Festival.
Ragatha and I share a surprised look. Are you sure? I don't want you to do anything that'd make you uncomfortable, Gangle. Gangle nods.
Public speaking isn't really something I like, but
She smiles up at us shyly.
I want to contribute just as much as everyone else, even if it is a little scary.
I can't help but let out a little sigh of relief. That's one less burden for Ragatha and I to deal with.
Besides, I can present my pinup series.
Gangle smiles up at us cheerily. Ragatha scratches her cheek awkwardly but returns the smile. Okay, it looks like we both have you down to present tomorrow. Oh, did you guys have any requests for food? Zubul and Gangle look at each other for a moment, pondering my question.
Ramen.
Kebabs. I jot down their requests in my notebook before turning to Ragatha. Thanks, guys. You really did a great job. Gangle and Zubul nod at us appreciatively. All right. Let's just hope we don't bump into Jax. We both head out for the day. I look down at my notes before turning to Ragatha. Hey, it looks like everything is going to plan. I've got the food picked. Everyone is on board to present. All that's left for us is to MC. Ragatha huffs a relieved sigh. I just hope Kane is satisfied with it, she says wearily. And I am! Okay, hey. Kane pops into existence in front of us as if merely speaking his name summoned him to our location. We both jumped at the sudden appearance of our kooky principal. Congratulations, Danish! Ragatha! You two have put your blood, sweat, and tears in making sure this culture fair goes off without a hitch. It's a pretty big responsibility to keep all your classmates in check and make sure they stay to task. But you two did it! He gives us a big, exaggerated thumbs up. And for that, you both get a super duper extra special prize. He flourishes in the air, confetti popping from seemingly nowhere. A special prize? That's what I said. For one night only, you two get to choose a sparkly new location to spend some much needed time winding down from the week. As he finishes saying this, his mouth stretches wide open. Well, okay. With a sound like an old fax machine, a piece of paper with a gold emblem of Kane slowly extruded. It reads Certificate of Accomplishment. Okay. Ragatha and I look at each other. I take the paper. It smells vaguely of cotton candy and is somehow completely dry. On it, along with some words of praise, is the offer for us to go to a location of our choice. That sounds nice. Any ideas where you'd like to go on this fine evening? Kane pushes, returning to his normal state. Ragatha looks at me. Did you have anything in mind? Not really, you can choose. Ragatha seems surprised. Are you sure? I nod. Well, okay, how about a fancy restaurant? I blush at the idea of going to a fancy dinner with Ragatha. Can do! Get ready to be transported to a fancy schmancy restaurant. Are we gonna get new clothes? Cause I don't think we're looking drippy right now. Kane starts to wave his cane before Ragatha stops him. Oh, but, well, can I get ready first? She gives a pleading look up at Principal Kane. Ragatha gives me a nervous smile, a blush on her cheeks as she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. I'd just like to look nice, you know? I nod, backing her up. Yeah, me too. All right, you two. I'll give you some time to look presentable for your night out. Whatever. Just give me a holler when you're ready. Without another word, Kane disappears. Ragatha turns to me excitedly. Wow, we're actually gonna get to go out and dress up and feel, well, kind of normal. She walks ahead of me a bit, excitement quickening her steps. It's been so long since I've been on a date like this. Her assertion stops me in my tracks. A date? Well, duh. Ragatha stops walking as well, realizing what she said. Her face heats up. Did I say date? It doesn't have to be a date. I just meant... She fumbles at her words. We both stand there blushing before I stop her. No, that's okay. It can be a date if you want, eh, girl? It could be a date if you want it to be. I scratch the back of my neck awkwardly. Okay then, it's a date. She gives me a shy smile, making my heart skip again. But I don't think I have anything to wear. I only have a bunch of school uniforms Kane gave me. Ragatha perks up, grabbing my hand. I'm sure I could probably find something in my closet for you. Come on. She excitedly drags me off to the dorms. Ragatha immediately finds a beautiful dress for herself and gets changed in her bathroom before going back to her closet. Oh! Danish, what size are you? Bruh, she looks so pretty. Why? I'm just trying to see if I have anything you could wear tonight. What are your measurements? I genuinely do not know. Who knows their measurements off the top of their heads? She shakes her head. Haven't you ever gone to a formal event in your life? I think about it. Maybe my uncle's wedding when I was a kid. Ragatha huffs as she begins searching her room, eventually finding some measuring tape. She lifts my arms up, measuring my shoulders, my chest, and my waist. She keeps marking points on her tape and muttering numbers to herself before she dives back into her walk-in closet. She comes back out with a garish red, frilly dress that looks like it's straight out of an 80s prom catalog. No. Danish is the only thing I have in your size. I'll go naked before I wear that. Okay. Ragatha huffs again. You are not going to this restaurant in your school uniform. I don't want to look like I walked out of my grandma's prom. Just as Ragatha is about to retort, Principal Kane pops into existence from nowhere. Are we ready yet? Danish doesn't want to wear the outfit I picked out for them. Kane's jaw drops and he has to spend a moment picking his eyes up off the floor as he fixes it. Yikes! I don't think anyone would want to wear that kind of outfit. See, he agrees! But she's right, Danish. Your school uniform, it's a little lacking. He taps his cane against my school uniform, and the fabric transforms around me, like some kind of messed up fairy godmother. I'm Cinderella. A perfectly fitted, shimmery dress hugs my curves. Even my wacky watch is now a studded affair with a gold-plated screen. Chop chop now, young lovers. We have a studio audience to keep engaged. Oh, okay, that was fast. Okay, with another tap of his cane, we're teleported to a bustling French restaurant. Ragatha and I are already seated. In front of us, 2 menus with gilded lettering announce the restaurant's name, Le Cochon Harou. As I flip open the menu, I realize every entry is in French. A waiter comes by and places a basket with assorted breads in front of us, as well as a fancy glass bottle containing water. He turns to Ragatha. Evening, miss and matey. Oh, it's Gummy-goo! Evening, miss and matey. Welcome to our fine dining establishment. He speaks in an accent that's definitely not French. Anything to get you started with today? Another waiter bumps our waiter harshly. Oh, I mean, he produces a card from his suit pocket. It is vous prêts commander? He stutters and trips over every word. It's like a drunk man from Australia ran over the French language in his Volvo. Not that I would understand any better, even if it were perfect French. In fact, the only 2 French words I know are oui and baguette. Still, I decide to try and impress Ragatha with the only French I know. Oui? Oui? He does not know what that means. You need the loom, little mate. I blush. Ragatha stifles a chuckle, turning to our waiter Gator. We'll need a minute. He gives us an appreciative nod before leaving us. Bro, just stick to the Australian accent. I give Ragatha an awkward laugh before admitting, I don't know like any French. Ragatha gives me a warm smile. It's okay, Danish. I can order for you if you aren't comfortable. I'm not, but it seems kind of lame to ask Ragatha to explain the whole menu to me, so I start looking at what's on the menu. One of the first things that catches my eye is a menu entry that actually has a word in English on it. Escargot à stupid. What? Why would I have escargot? That sounds nasty. And then the fact that it says stupid escargot tells me it's gonna have some stupid sauce in it. It's under starters, so I offer to order it for us. I think I'll get us an appetizer. Okay, Danish, that sounds nice. Our waiter comes back, seemingly completely forgetting the French thing again. Have you decided on something to order? Not just yet, but let's start with the escargot. I'll stupid. Ragatha's pupils dilate as her face takes on a 1,000-yard stare. Our waiter takes no notice of her, writing my order down. Sounds good, I'll put that in for you, mate. He promptly leaves us before Ragatha can object. Oh no, she doesn't want it. Ragatha, you okay? Ragatha shakes her head. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I just had a bad experience with stupid sauce once. I'm sure I was just in a bad headspace or something. She gives me a fake positive smile. I probably should have asked her before I ordered it, but I really wanted to impress her. I can send it back. We can get something else. I didn't know. I say, hands flying up defensively. Ragatha shushes me with a gentle smile. It's okay. I think I might just skip on the appetizer. She scans the menu. Oh, this sounds good. The filet grille béarnaise. I nod, realizing I'll probably just have to turn to the waiter and tell him to get me whatever Ragatha orders. I have literally no idea what anything on this menu is. and I don't want to embarrass Ragatha further by admitting that to the waitstaff. Just as I begin trying to decipher a menu item, a runner comes to deliver our appetizer. Enjoy your meal. That was the worst person that could have delivered anything. Bro, that was the worst person that could have delivered this. I hate the disappearing guy. I can't stand the disappearing guy, bro. He disappears mid-phrase, the platter in his hand tumbling forward. I don't understand how bro's not fired. The next moment happens in slow motion. The steamed snails fly high while the dipping sauce slides forward. It connects with Ragatha's dress, the pink sauce flying across her chest and mouth. Oh my goodness, bro. No! She trails off as her pupils dilate to pinpricks, then expands to the size of dinner plates. When she seems to have recovered, she turns to me. Danish, you're so funny. She leans across the table towards me. Oh boy. I guess so? She cuts me off. Ragatha, are you okay? She rolls over looking at me as she flops over, almost lying on the table. I'm super fine. She sounds drunk. How are you, cutie? She grins at me. My thoughts race. This is not a good development. Good? You remember when you said we? She bursts into laughter as she looks at me. And Gummiku asked if you needed the bathroom? Yeah? That was like 2 minutes ago? That was so funny. She's slurring her words. I desperately look around. Our waiter catches my panicked glance. You alright, miss? He eyes Ragatha, who is now trying to make a snow angel using the tablecloth. The runner disappeared in the middle of handing us our food and spilled an entire order of stupid sauce on Ragatha. Our waiter gives me a surprised look. That's not good. Another member of the waiter staff notices us. Mon Dieu! He claps his hands, and Kane appears. Hello, I have been summoned. The lady, she has taken enough stupid sauce to tranquilize how you English say the elephant. I think it would be best if these students were sent back to their dorms. We didn't even get to eat yet. Aw, we were just starting to have fun. She trails off. Ragatha pouts. Kane scratches his chin. Very well, guess this adventure's a bust. Kane claps his hands and the restaurant disappears around us, leaving us back in Ragatha's room. Dang it! I wanted to eat, bro! I wanted a baguette! My formal wear has been turned into a fine pair of pajamas. Sorry about that, you two, but I just can't have my students making an embarrassment of themselves in public. It reflects poorly on the school, don't you know? He winks at me. Why did he wink at me? Anyways, you two sleep off your decisions. I hope you learned a valuable lesson about substance abuse. Kane, a waiter spilled the sauce on... Before I can finish my thought, Kane disappears. Where's the restaurant? For a second, I think she's gonna burst into tears, but she surprises me by bursting into laughter instead. Silly dorm room, you're not a restaurant. She turns to me. Danish, you're so cute. She comes over to me and wraps me into a sloppy hug. Wait a minute now. How come Kane didn't change her clothes? Because like she still got the stupido sauce over her. She trips on her way over to me, so I have to hook my arms under her shoulders just to stop her from face planting on the ground. So warm. She buries her face in my stomach. Ragatha! I help her to her feet as she releases her embrace around me. We should get together and go on a date. Wasn't that what we were just trying to do? Yeah, I'd like that. She blushes. You like me. You like me. Now seems as good a time as any to admit it. She probably won't remember I said it tomorrow. Yeah, Ragatha, I do. I like you a lot. Even though she's slurring her words and barely able to stand, I still blush as I confess my feelings. Well, I think... She leans forward, bearing a finger on my chest. I think you're a cutie. She leans too far forward and I catch her again. Ragatha, let's get you to bed, okay? But Danish... She looks at me, her eyes beginning to water. If I go to bed, you have to go away. She wraps her arms around me. I don't want you to go away yet. I know, but I don't think you're in a really stable headspace right now. What if we have a pajama party? Her mind flits from one subject to the next like a honeybee attending flowers. Before I can respond, she grabs a frilly polka dot negligee from her bedside and steps into the bathroom, slamming the door and changing into it. Oh, wow, wait a minute now. Pajama party! She throws her hands up in the air before walking past me and pulling out a mattress from underneath her bed. Now, why does she have a mattress underneath her bed? You could sleep there, Danish. I step back. This feels kind of weird. Ragatha pouts at my reticence. Danish, don't you want to stay for the pajama party? This is the kind of stuff Gangle draws. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is Gangle's fantasy. Should I even do that? If I stay, I can keep an eye on Ragatha. If I leave, I don't have to deal with whatever this is. Wait, why would I leave? Man, I done built up all this. I'm about to stay. I'll keep you company tonight, Ragatha. Ragatha eagerly pats my mattress. Let's stay up late and talk about everyone else. Oh, you a gossip. Oh, yeah, this is definitely what Gangle be drawing. I ain't gonna lie to you. Gangle be drawing this. Hold on. This right here, old Gangle would have been frothing at the mouth, okay? She kicks her feet in the air. Do you think Zooble and Gangle like each other? Well, they sit together, so... I mean, like each other. What kind of question is that? This is what I think. If I were to give my opinion, I think Gangle likes Ragatha, but I think Zooble likes Gangle. That's just my opinion, though. Maybe? Ragatha giggles, rolling on her bed until... Oh! She falls right off her bed? Thankfully, my mattress catches her instead of her hitting the floor of her dorm. I heard you like somebody. She giggles again. Yeah, I just told you I like you. Still, I give her a smile. Yeah, Ragatha, I like you. She smiles, kicking her feet in the air again. I heard someone likes you too. And her name is... Man, I'm such a mess right now. She's so close to me. And she smells so nice. She puts an arm over me. And then... Guess it just ends there. What? Ragatha? She holds her other hand up to her mouth. Shh, Danish. Sleepy time. You're about to tell me... She shushes me again. Sleepy time. We'll talk tomorrow. Guess it's sleepy time. Even though I'm anxious to hear what she was about to say, the comforting weight of her behind me, her arm across me, is also comforting. I fall asleep only a few minutes later. Oop, is this allowed? Although Kane did wink at me. I feel like he was like saying, go ahead. He was like, yeah, y'all didn't have the date. So I'm gonna let y'all spend the night in each other's room. He's not gonna say nothing. He's letting it slide. I wake up in Ragatha's embrace the next day. I'm still dressed in the clothes she gave me yesterday. What? I thought it was replaced with pajamas. She smells like fabric softener. I could probably sleep here a little longer. Ragatha wakes with a start. Danish, we have to go to the culture festival, she says before doing a double take. Wait, Danish? What are you doing here? Did we? She says, her pupils going squiggly. Uh-oh, I need to defuse this situation fast. No, don't worry, Ragatha. You just got some weird pink sauce spilled on you last night, and you wanted me to keep you company. She begins to calm down. You just fell asleep, and I didn't want to leave you alone while you were acting weird. Well, that was really nice of you, Danish. But, can you give me some privacy to get changed? I nod. We still going to the culture festival together? Definitely. I slowly get up, preparing to leave so Ragatha can change. But she grabs my wrist before I can leave. And, Danish, she leans in. Thanks. You're really sweet, and I'm glad we hung out yesterday, even if the stupid sauce messed things up. What I want to say is that I'm secretly happy, that even though she got stupid sauce all over her, I liked everything she said to me. And I wouldn't change anything about last night. But instead I nod and give her a smile before leaving her to change. I return to my dorm and find a uniform with a few enough wrinkles that it won't stand out, and meet Ragatha outside the dorms. Ready, Danish? Okay, yeah, ready. She offers a hand. I take it as we walk to the school. We walk into the culture festival. Principal Kane is already here to greet us. Ragatha, Danish, the stars of the show. Come on, we've been waiting for you two. You have? How can we start the show without our lovely MCs? Come on, take the stage. Start us off. No time like the present. Oh gosh, Danish, are we ready for this? I take her hand and give her a reassuring squeeze. I feel like we barely did any planning. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how they're gonna be prepared for this. I feel like they barely did anything. We're ready, I know it. And I don't even think we wrote any jokes. And if we aren't, I'm sure they'll love it anyways. Are you sure, Danish? I am. I lied, but it seems to cheer her up. Well, if you say so. I nod. Besides, if we do mess up, it's not like they have the script. Whatever happens up there, I'm here for you. Ragatha nods.
That's right, we can do this.
She squeezes my hand back.
Together.
We ascend the stage. At first, our performance is a bit stiff. Oh boy. I try to set up a joke by asking Ragatha a question, but she takes the question literally and ends up ruining the punchline. I knew it! Bro, I knew it! I literally knew she can't joke. But the audience laughs anyways. Now introducing our 2 resident artists, Gangle and Zooble. Without them, we wouldn't have any posters for the Culture Festival. Ragatha nods. Yeah, Gangle and Zooble really came through for us. Without further ado, the art club's presentation. We step off the stage and take a breather as Gangle and Zooble show off their art. The audience applauds. Zooble has drawn a series of interesting geometric patterns and a few impressionist-style pieces of art of our classmates. Gangle has done a series of anime-style arts, including a few of our classmates, in different pin-up-style shots. When she presents the busty picture of Ragatha, my co-host blushes.
Gangle, do I really look like that?
I hear her mutter under her breath. I can't help but stifle a laugh as the audience applauds the art. Ain't gonna lie, from what we saw last night, all I'm saying is, I see the vision. All I'm saying is I see the vision. Well, it seems like they enjoy it.
Danish, not you too.
I chuckle again. After the art club's presentation concludes, it's time for us to take the stage again. That was the art club. Give him a hand, folks. Yep, Gangle and Zooble sure are talented. Who's up next, Ragatha? That would be Pomni, who is here to present on what a culture festival is. No Jax? Honestly, that's more of a relief than anything. Jax regrets not being able to help but sends his regards. Okay. We step off the stage as Pomni begins to explain to the gathered crowd the history of culture fairs and why our school specifically chose to do one. Ragatha turns to me.
While I was organizing things yesterday, I asked Kane to make sure Jax wouldn't disrupt the culture festival. I didn't want him to just make Jax sit the whole thing out or anything.
So what'd he do then? Ragatha scratches her cheek. I don't know. Kane just said he'd take care of it. But whatever he did, at least it lets us roam the festival worry-free after this. More time with Ragatha is always good with me. I wonder where Jax is. Is he in like some kind of cage? Pomni finishes her presentation, fields a few questions, and eventually walks off the stage. Everyone seemed to enjoy that. We ascend the stage again, thank everyone for coming, and start to tour the festival. Kane brought all the food we asked for and then some. Colorful rice dumplings filled with red bean paste, fish-shaped pastries, and even a ramen stand have been set up. Ragatha and I make the rounds, talking with our classmates. We congratulate Pomni on her presentation.
Thanks, guys. It seemed like everyone else enjoyed it too.
We tell Zooble how good their art was. Oh, thanks. People seem to like it too, so that's nice. We even find Gangle, who's surrounded by students asking her if she does commissions.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't done commissions in a long time.
Gangle sees us and rushes over.
Danish, Ragatha, you guys can tell them I don't normally draw this kind of thing.
Actually, you do. I doubt that. That was a really interesting art of Ragatha you showed off, huh, Gangle?
Danish, you didn't have to bring that up.
I chuckle. Come on, guys, give Gangle some space. She should get to enjoy the festival, too. The crowd disperses.
Thanks, Danish.
Ragatha and I keep touring the festival. Looking around at all the stalls, we see a familiar face. Kane has made a sort of dunking booth for Jax. Jax looks bored as he sits atop the seat over the water. You know what they should have put? They should have put a bunch of corn instead of water. I guess that's the solution Kane came up with for keeping him out of trouble. I have half a mind to go over and give it a shot, but Ragatha puts her hand on my shoulder.
I wouldn't do that, Danish.
I pause. Jax has a really long memory about these kinds of things. You really don't want to get in a prank war with him? Don't you dare. The mannequin student at the dunk tank sinks a shot. Oh! The platform Jax is on flips over and he is drenched. Dang it, I wanted to be the one to do that. He climbs back on the platform, his every movement suffused with the hate of 1,000 suns. When I get out of here, you're gonna wish you were never born. I shudder, deferring to Ragatha's wisdom as I leave Jax in the dunk tank alone. She has been here longer than me. I would not want to get on Jax's bad side, I'm not gonna lie to you. I take her word for it. We keep touring the festival until eventually I find a quiet corner for us to talk, alone. So, Ragatha, this is bad. I'm already sweating. What's up, Danish? About, last night. What about last night? Well, I know you were on Stupid Sauce, and it was kind of late. Ragatha shifts but doesn't look away. But I told you that I like you, and I trail off. Well, you never told me if you feel the same way. Danish, she says, stuttering.
Maybe I should just...
She leans forward. Hey! She pulls me into a kiss before I can prepare. You know what? She's not one for words. She's one for action. She's one for action. We linger together for a few seconds before she slowly pulls back. Does that, answer your question? My heart is beating a mile a minute. I can hear it in my ears. I barely manage to stammer out. Yeah. She leans in and kisses me again. Good. When you first came here, I didn't know what to think of you. I tried to build a good relationship with everyone else too, but I don't know. There's just something special about you, you know? I think I do. My heart is still racing. You're special to me too, Ragatha. I know Gangle is jealous. You reached out to me and gave me a tour. You invited me to your softball practice and let me help you plan the Culture Fair talent show. You even showed me your favorite spot in the school just so we could share it. Oh yeah, you mean a lot to me, Danish. You mean a lot to me too. Can I have another kiss? I nod, leaning in and giving her one more kiss. Oh, Danish, I almost forgot. Me and everyone else are meeting after the Culture Festival to set off some fireworks. You know, to celebrate surviving another one of Kane's adventures. Would you like to go too? As my partner? I nod, taking her hand in mine. Yes, Ragatha, I can't wait to go with you. We hold hands as we tour the rest of the Culture Fair. When I first came here, I had no idea things would work out this way. But seeing Ragatha smile, feeling the soft warmth of her hand in mine, I wouldn't change a single thing about how this week went. Ragatha and I returned to the dorms, parting ways to get changed for the after party. Upon getting to my dorm, I'm surprised to see a yukata that has been folded and neatly draped on my bed. It has a note. I can only guess who this might be from. Dear Danish, congratulations on your success with our resident ragdoll Ragatha. Try saying that 5 times fast. Resident ragdoll Ragatha. Okay, let me stop. You've made quite the impact on our little school. So to commemorate that, I want to gift you this. The Fireworks Yukata. It adds +3 to your defense stat. Okay, seems like Kane's as weird as ever. But I don't want to be the only one out of fashion. So I don the yukata and meet with Ragatha at her door down the hall. When we meet back up, Ragatha is wearing a pink kimono with white flowers on it. Oh, so pretty! So, Danish, how do I look? Bro, I love this outfit on her. I'm speechless for a second, but I find my voice quickly enough. You're perfect, Ragatha. Her blush deepens as she takes my hand. Flurries of cherry blossoms blow past us. Even the late autumn breeze gives way to the sun's warmth, making the walk pleasant. When we get to the rooftop, everyone else is waiting for us.
Glad you guys showed up. You look great. Yeah, glad you guys could make it.
You two look pretty cool together.
Supple!
Just saying. Ragatha and I spend time with our classmates talking about the Culture Festival, joking with friends. I almost forget about the fireworks until Mr. Kinger joins us. Hey everybody, I brought the fireworks. Remember, you should always have a trusted adult to light these. I don't trust you to light them. And never buy any fireworks that are illegal in your state. He winks at us. Now, let's light these puppies. The fireworks go off, but I only have eyes for Ragatha. Her eyes go wide as the fireworks explode into various colors. I almost forgot how pretty they are, she says, almost breathless. We stay there for a while watching the fireworks. Danish? She turns to me. It's been a long time since I was this close to someone. But if I could share this moment with anyone at all, well, I'm really glad it's you. Aww, I'm glad it's you too, Ragatha. We kiss one last time as the last fireworks explode in a brilliant finale. Ragatha and I spent a lot more time together in the school. With time, more and more of my memories returned. We still haven't found a way out of the school yet, or back to our lives before. But we promise to stay together no matter what happens. The end. Finito. And that is the end of Ragatha's route. That one was definitely very, wholesome, I would say. I would say that route is, very wholesome, very cute. And also kind of like slightly emotional because it's like she reveals just how much she's kind of insecure in herself, low key. What's up guys, it's your girl Shonyx and welcome back to the amazing digital dating simulator. This is an amazing digital circus fan game about going to a school where you can date any one of the characters. Now we already did Jax's route and we did Ragatha's route. I did a poll asking you guys who I should do next and you guys said Pomni, so that's what we're doing today. So without further ado, let's just get right into it. Welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator. Wait a minute, I've seen you before. I'm Kane and I'll be your principal for the duration of your stay here at the amazing digital academy. Help your classmates pull pranks on the teacher, become a straight A student, or a rule-breaking delinquent. All this while possibly finding love along the way. But enough about my wonderful creation. Let's get you enrolled. First things first, what uniform will you be donning? This time I'm gonna go with a dude actually, just to give some variety. What would be a guy version of Danish? Maybe just Dane? Like Dainsliff in Genshin? I'm gonna go with Dane. Alrighty then, Dane. Then let's head inside. Hi, my name is Dane. I'm a transfer student to the amazing digital academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague, tragic event that changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all of my school friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today is my first day at this new school. I glanced down at my class schedule. This should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger, so where the freak is this teacher? As I step into the room to let in any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. The figure looks like a tall, white piece from a gaming set. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put two and two together, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name can't really be. Hello, my name is Kinger. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of a genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named, what's her name again? Ahem. All right, so if we're dating Pomni, if we're going for Pomni, what will be a good, intro to ourselves? What's a good introduction? Maybe I'm always down for a good time. I think that's a good one. Let's do that one. Righty-o, go on and take any open seat, Dane. Most of our students don't bite. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. I take a moment to think of who to sit by. All right, let's go next to the... Which one? Oh, the girl in the colorful hat and sailor uniform. I take a seat next to the girl in the colorful hat. Oh, hi. She gives me a shy wave, as if she's surprised I want to sit next to her. Hello there. Hey. I squint down at her desk. Written on it is the name... What? What? Why is her name Okay, I don't even want to try to pronounce that. Though I'm pretty sure I heard another student address her as Pomni.
It's Pomni.
She says, covering the plaque on her desk with one of her gloves. So canonically in this world, that's her name? XDDCC?
Just Pomni.
She lets out a sigh.
When I first got here, well, it's a long story, but basically I couldn't remember my name. So Kane tried to make one up for me. For the first few days here, I was, XDDCC. XDDCC.
How did she manage to pronounce that? Like how? How do you pronounce that?
But nobody could pronounce that, so we ended up going with the second name he picked out, Pomni.
Guess that makes sense. As much sense as anything makes here, at least, since, everybody is a freaking moving and talking inanimate object.
Though, come to think of it, since you just showed up, I'm officially not the newest one around here. So, I can show you the ropes if you're interested.
Just as she says that, the ragdoll student at the front of the class seems to take notice of us, walking over to our desks. Oh, hi you two. Pomni, are you making friends with the new transfer student?
Hey, Ragatha. Yep, just talking to Dane.
Pomni turns to me.
Dane, this is Ragatha. She's our class president.
Ragatha extends a hand towards me.
Welcome to our school, Dane. If you ever need help with anything at all, I'm your girl.
She beams.
I'm happy you and Pomni are getting along. Can I tempt you with a tour of the school later?
maybe Pomni can come along too. What do you think? Pomni interjects.
Oh, that's really okay, Ragatha. I've been on your tour a few times. I'll sit this one out.
Oh, you sure? Well, okay. What do you say, Dane? She says, leaning towards me. Okay. Oh, wow. Can you two jump off my back is crazy. Bruh, that's so rude. Why would I say that? Do I really want a game over from Kane? No, I'm gonna say, actually, I'd like to keep talking with Pomni. Pomni gives me a small smile. Right, sure thing. I'll leave you two to it then. Ragatha seems to take it all in stride. After doing Ragatha's route, I feel a little bad.
It's kind of cool to have someone else new to talk to.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, everyone here treats all the weirdness of the school like it's just business as usual. Now I get to see how you react to all the weirdness for the first time.
It gets weirder than this. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to this place when something burst into the room, something shaped weirdly like dentures. Principal Kane, how excited to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was a bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Kinger, class, how do you do? Principal Kane extends a hand, gesturing to all of us before freezing in place. With a sound that sounds like porcelain grinding against porcelain, his teeth slam shut. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth, like they're not solid objects. Dane, wasn't expecting you here. Manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points his cane at me. Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to make this school interesting. He pauses a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there a reason you're here, Kane? Zubul speaks to him like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal of the school. Kane perks up. That's right, the reason I'm here to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One filled with fun, danger, adventure. He begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience. He turns towards the window and stares out of it for a moment. That's you guys. Hey there. How you doing? Is he addressing somebody? There doesn't appear to be anyone outside. However, the numbers are in students and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time that I tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and Kinger play along, gasping at this revelation. Gangle looks ready to burst into tears. However, my sweet tooth dumpling adorable students, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way. At this point, the sharp-toothed bubble next to him pipes up.
How are you bringing interest back to the school, Mr. President?
Kane shoots the bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. Is Kane confused that Bubble is talking? Is Bubble not supposed to talk? Why is Kane confused? You see, my little Tomar emeralds, my little shining diamonds, was one thing no academy around here has ever had. A cast of colorful characters. A competent principal. Adequate funding? Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about, stupid heads. No school around here has had a cultural festival celebrating the unique talents of its students. So I, being your benevolent principal, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best culture festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. Make it flashy, we gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads, I'm almost late for my deep tissue massage. Alright, Kinger, I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities. You all have 5 days. Break a leg or two, break some arms as well, and break your teeth. As abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. All right, class, let's see the roles Kane assigned to each of you for the Culture Festival. Kinger lifts a paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as the class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me. Zubul and Gangle, you two will work on art to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival.
I don't know. I still don't have anything I'm comfortable showing everyone else.
Okay, Pomni and Jax, look up what a culture festival is.
Shouldn't we do that before we start making posters?
No, I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gangle comes up with for her posters. If it's anything like what she comes up with when she draws Ragatha. We've seen how she draws Ragatha. We've definitely seen how she draws Ragatha. Gangle interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading with him to stay quiet. The class erupts into chaos as Zooble and Gangle argue with Jax. Pomni tries to find out what a culture festival is, and Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker amongst themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his last lesson planned out and is just waiting out the lunch bell. As if I had summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their arguments and files out of the classroom. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. After my chaotic first half of the day, I had worked up quite the appetite. The cafeteria was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Around me, there was a selection of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another. I pick up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scan the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. Alright, let's check the library. Maybe Pomni or Jax is there trying to find out what a culture festival is. I walk into the library with my tray in hand. I peer through the rows of dusty, cluttered shelves and I see Jax and Pomni by the tables in the middle of the library. Even from here, I can tell Jax is up to trouble. He's tapping his foot impatiently and pacing back and forth. I can barely make out Pomni, craning her neck to peer up into the tall bunny's yellow eyes. As I gingerly maneuver between the shelves, trying to avoid spilling the creamed corn casserole I brought from the cafeteria, I can make out some words.
What Kinger asked us to...
I can't hear Jax's response, but I don't have to, as he mimics Pomni's mannerisms, tilting his head from side to side. Rose mocking her. As I get closer, I can hear her trying to reason with the stubborn rabbit.
We should at least try to do what he said. I don't want to be the only one who didn't do anything to help.
Against my better judgment, I creep closer, nearly tripping over a step stool. I manage to creep into earshot. Why? This whole thing is pointless, and no one will even notice if we bail, trust me. Jax crosses his arms, leaning back and letting out an annoyed sigh. As he leans back, he catches sight of me. Oop! Hey there! Hi! Hey, new kid! He calls out to me. What do you think? We should ditch this dumb culture fair thing, right?
Her name is Dane, Jax. Second off, they were in class with the rest of us. I bet they want to stay on Kane's good side as much as the rest of us.
I bet they'd rather do something fun, like pull an epic prank. Pomni gives me a meaningful look. Jax shoots me a mischievous grin. I feel like I should choose my response carefully here. Alright, Pomni's right. We all have a part to play to make the culture fair a success. Let's lock in.
Thank you, Dane.
She trails off, giving me a nervous but genuine smile. Jax scowls for a moment, but recovers quickly. Whatever, see you losers later. You know, I still have a lot of gum to chew. What does that mean? You're gonna put it in my hair? Maybe I'll find a book about culture festivals and stick all the pages together. That's not even a prank, that's just mean. That's just mean. Jax gives a mischievous grin before strolling out of the library. I hope he wasn't serious.
Ignore him. He probably isn't gonna do that.
There's an awkward pause as neither of us seems to know what to say, before Pomni breaks it for us.
So it looks like it's up to us new kids to find out what the culture fair is about.
I nod. How hard could it be to find a book about culture festivals? We proceed into the depths of the library. I pretty much forget about lunch as we search the shelves. I mean, I don't know how good that corn casserole was anyways. Each book is so caked with dust, it feels like the library is a forgotten archive. The more we scour the shelves, the more we realize how daunting of a task this actually will be.
These don't seem to be organized by genre.
She looks over at me. Yeah, and they don't seem to be in alphabetical order either. What's on your shelf? Pomni lifts up a book with a happy puppy on the front, the title reading Spot's Day Out.
This was between a book of dessert recipes and a calculus textbook.
So it's really just random, huh?
Oh, this could take all day.
Pomni seems to deflate at the prospect. Hey, there's two of us. That's double the search power. It'll take half a day, maybe. We'll take it one shelf at a time. We got this. I do my best to reassure her. She looks at me a bit skeptically before nodding.
You're right. We can do this.
We both get back to the search, carefully inspecting the spines of every book on the shelves. Eventually, we split to different parts of the library, trying to maximize our progress.
A little help?
Pomni seems to have found a book she wants, but she's too short to get it. Meanwhile, I'm 6'2" macho man. I got that muscle. There's barely any muscle here, I ain't gonna lie. I've been working out though. There's like a slight curve there. I'm coming, Pomni. I stride between the bookshelves, coming up to her side. She points at a book on the higher shelves, and I reach for it, but no luck. It's a bit too high for me as well. I'm 6'2". Did you want me to lift you, or... Oh, wait, this is better. Pomni goes flush at the idea.
Oh, no, that's okay.
It's all right. I promise I'm stronger than I look. I won't drop you. Let me try. Let me demonstrate my strength. I flex my biceps jokingly, flashing a big grin at the jester girl. Pomni chokes an awkward laugh. I got Riz. Look-key. Come on now.
It's not that. It's just, I just prefer if you didn't.
She smiles at me timidly as she clutches her arm. It seems Pomni doesn't want to be touched. I realize I was pushing a boundary and suddenly backtrack, not meaning to make her uncomfortable. Oh, okay. No worries. You want to carry me instead? Maybe you're stronger than you look. I don't know.
There has to be a step stool around here or something.
I remember tripping on a step stool by some shelves when I entered the library. Oh, here. I dip out quickly to grab the step stool and return with it. Ta-da! I set the step stool on the ground for her. She climbs to the top step, however, still has to reach a bit. She plucks the book off the shelf.
Got it. Hey, you're pretty reliable, Dane.
Now, why would I say don't get used to it? Why would I say don't get used to it? Come on now. Come on now. Unless maybe I wanted to be nonchalant, like, you know, it's nothing. It's nothing. You know how the nonchalant guys be? It's to be like, whatever, you know. And inside, they low-key got butterflies. I'm just happy to help a friend. Pomni blinks at me. Friend? I suddenly feel my stomach sink. I didn't say that too soon, did I? Pomni gives me a bright smile.
You're sweet, Dane.
We search well beyond the bell signaling lunch until the bell that signals that classes are over for the day. Time seemed to fly by with Pomni. Ah well, guess it's time to grab my things. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. My mind drifts to the day's events. I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar gesture walks up to me.
Hey, Dane. About to head back?
That's right.
If you want somebody to walk back with, I'm free.
She offers me a shy smile. Sure, that sounds good. You know, whatever.
Great.
She pauses to redo her response.
I mean, that's cool, I guess.
Look at her trying to be nonchalant. She's trying to hide it, but I think she had more fun than she expected. I did too, so I'm happy for her company on the way back.
So, Dane, how was your first day at school?
It was pretty crazy, you know, as far as first days go. Time to get home and get some shut-eye. Pomni gives me a confused look. Home? Yeah, you know, home with my parents to relax, chill out, you know, maybe get on the game, get on that PS5, get on that COD, get on that Marvel Rivals, you know what I mean?
Right.
She gives me a concerned look. What, is there something wrong with going home?
Dane, I don't know how to tell you this. So,
She begins to fidget with her hands. She about to confess to me in one day? I mean, I knew I had game, but like, I didn't know my game was that strong.
Let me ask you this. Where do you think you live?
What kind of question is that? I trail off, my mouth going dry, my thoughts racing. Where do I live? What's happening? Am I going insane? My mind reels as it tries to process information and it can only fill in blanks. The faces and names of my parents, what my house looks like, how I got to school. I feel a trickle of blood running down my nose as I strain my mind for something, anything that defines my life outside of the school. Then I look over at the girl I've spent the day with. Pomni is looking up at me, a kind expression on her face.
I thought so. When people come to this school, they forget everything about the outside world. I even forgot my name before I came here.
She offers me a comforting smile. The warmth of her smile anchors me in the moment, pulling me back from my fractured thoughts as my thoughts return to the current moment. Well, make sure you wipe off that blood on your nose. So, what do? Do we just go back inside and sleep at our desks? Pomni chuckles.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. You just sounded so shocked when you asked me. Kane actually provided us some dorms to stay at during the night.
Dorms? Pomni rubs the back of her neck as she gives me an apologetic smile.
Yeah, I know. But it was nice of Kane to set up a place for us to stay in.
I nod, still processing everything. Pomni starts walking ahead towards a building nearby.
Come on, let's go find your room.
The dorm building is completely unremarkable, but maybe that's a good thing. We stride past door after door until we come to one at the end of the second door. Each door is decorated according to the personality of the person staying inside. For instance, Gangle's door looks like a traditional Japanese-style door. Pomni's door is half red and half blue, mimicking the vibrant shades she normally wears around school in the color of her eyes. My door is a plain oak door, with the name Dane embossed on a brass nameplate.
Guess this is your room.
She smiles nervously. I nod.
Are you going to be okay?
I hesitate a moment before nodding again. I open the door, which is unlocked. And it's, basic. My room is pretty generic. Basic, boring, and bland. This is a lot to take in.
Yeah.
She rubs the back of her neck.
Well, I'm just down on the first floor if you need me. Look for the blue and red door.
She offers a nervous giggle. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm spacing out. It's just
a lot to take in, I know.
She offers me a sympathetic smile.
But honestly, once you get used to it, it can be sort of nice. And you don't have to worry about being late for school.
I can't blame her for trying to find the optimism in a situation like this. Especially when it feels like we don't have any way to resist the will of Principal Kane. As Pomni quietly leaves me to my thoughts, my mind begins to wander again. Who is Kane? What is Kane? And why can't anyone remember their lives before they came to this school? I collapse on my bed. The world spins as I stare up at the fluorescent light that illuminates my room. I low-key am very interested in a Kane route because I have no idea how, the writers of this fan game is gonna mold that together. How is that gonna work? I hope to get the answers to my questions sometime soon. My thoughts also drift to Pomni. The time we spent together today. Her walking me to the dorms and explaining everything to me. I'm lucky to have someone like Pomni around. That is the one thing I'm sure of. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. Only to be woken up again. Yep, it doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on, as if overridden by some remote console. The room to my dorm flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinkler. Doesn't that violate some sort of building safety code? Hello, my darling toy box characters! My puppets! Principal Kane announced from what sounds like the hallway. Ah, well, time to investigate. Kane, what the are you trying to pull this late at night? Ha ha, Zubul! His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment, but none too pleased by it. You're lucky I even let you get sleep! This he blurts out in a harsh monotone before recovering his cheery demeanor. I'm here because even with the culture fair pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to. Which is why I've secured us a sponsorship! Everybody say yay money! I said everybody say yay money! Okay, he stretches out the last word, using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words. Without further ado, I introduce you all to... The Wacky Watch! You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been having trouble finding a good audience for their product. Hey guys, are y'all buying the Wacky Watch? If y'all saw your favorite celebrity, let me think of a celebrity. Okay, Zendaya, Olivia Rodrigo, Michael B. Jordan, I don't know, Corey Kenshin. If y'all saw any of those people wearing the Wacky Watch, are y'all buying a Wacky Watch? But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama.
But we're adults, I'm actually...
Now, Gangle, I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of affixing a Wacky Watch to each of your wrists. Each of us glanced down. To my shock, the watch is already on my wrists. How did it get there?
What in the...
And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very, very, very special adhesive. And if you do try to remove them, let's just say, they'll be taking a little piece of you with them. I can hear Gangle beginning to whine as panic set in. Pomni tugs at her Wacky Watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays fixed, her glove stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Agatha just looks down with a resigned sigh. Kane, I can't remove the arm with the Wacky Watch. What the Principal Kane ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue. You see, my little turtle doves, my little sassy dolphins, in order to secure the funding we need to make it to day 5 and the culture fair, I need you wearing the wacky watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need all of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your wacky watches. Good luck with school life. Can't wait to see what you do at the culture fair. Bye! He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the culture fair easier. With the sound of breaking glass, Gangle's comedy mask shatters and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes.
I don't want a wacky watch.
Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up.
Well, I think it could be useful. And look, Gangle, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw.
Pomni goes over to Gangle, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature.
That's kind of nice.
Gangle sniffles. Aww. Yeah, that's the right spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Everyone's door closes. I hear a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustration on. I flick my dorm light off as I close my door. I check my wacky watch. I got a text from XDDCC. Dang, it's the fact that it hasn't even changed in the wacky watch.
Hey, Dane, I just wanted to send you this text because I know you're new here. I'm sorry about Kane. He's really weird.
Everything here is really weird. Before she fires off the next text, she fixes her name in the texting app. Oops, guess Kane forgot to update my name here too. Yeah.
Anyways, I wanted to thank you for sticking with me today and for helping me out in the library.
I know this place is weird. You text a lot.
But maybe if us new kids stick together, we can still have a good time.
All right, finally I can get a word in. Yeah, sometimes, honestly, it feels like you're the only one who gets me. Maybe because we're both the new kids. But I really appreciate you hanging out with me today. I'm still getting used to things, though.
Well, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So if we keep sticking together, maybe you can feel like a member of the class, too.
Yeah, I'd like that, Pomni.
Good night, study partner.
Good night, Pomni. My room may be empty, but I don't feel as alone anymore thanks to Pomni's text. I'm really lucky to have a friend like Pomni. Even if we didn't make any headway on finding out what a culture fair is, I'm excited to spend tomorrow at the library with her. My excitement for tomorrow keeps me warm and helps me drift off into a peaceful slumber as my mind wanders to what tomorrow might hold. Alright, day 1 complete. I yawn as I awaken my room. The clock on my wacky watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the sliver of sunlight peeking from under my door. I slide my school-issued pajamas off and look in the closet. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there with a little tag on the sleeve of the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Kane's left me a note. Hi, Dane, this is Principal Kane. Haha, it rhymes! As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you have been provided a set of uniforms free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. I see you've taken a shine to our school's resident jester. Well, you're both new to the school, so that's no surprise. I hope you and Pomni can unravel the secret of the culture fair before it's too late. Make the most of your time. As I pull my uniform over my wacky watch, I glance down at it. I have a text from Pomni.
Running a little late, but do you want to go to school together? Sorry, just finished getting ready for the day.
Yeah, I bet it takes a while to put on all that grease paint every morning. Oh no. I don't think that's grease paint.
Huh?
She stands there a moment.
Oh, no, actually, this is just how I look.
I stand there for a second, just taking in how awkward I made things. Oh my goodness, bro. You were on a good roll yesterday. You were on a good roll. Sorry. Pomni flashes me a grin.
Nah, it's okay. I didn't even believe I looked like this the first time I came here.
She heaves a tired sigh.
At least you look relatively normal.
Relatively? Well, considering what I just said to her, I let it slide.
Now what do I look like? What do I look like?
I gotta be some sort of humanoid because at least I have like, you know, regular sleeves and stuff like that. Maybe I'm like, I don't know, built like ramen noodles. We step out into the cool autumn morning. I shiver. Can't Kane give us anything warmer to wear?
We asked, but he said that since that wasn't part of the suggestion for the school, he couldn't do anything about it. Most of us started in the summer, so things were really nice then. But I'm really dreading walking around during winter in this.
She tugs at her sailor uniform. I can't help but agree.
At least we spend most of our time inside the school, so you really only notice it when you're heading to or leaving the dorms.
Yeah, that is nice. I hope we don't have any outdoor PE classes. Just as I say that, we make our way inside the school.
We don't have any classes aside from Kinger's class, which is also our homeroom.
I've never heard of a school curriculum like that. That's simple curriculum, okay. Is this place accredited? How am I gonna explain that my entire school career was spent studying English in a boarding school? Oh well, there's always jobs for Japanese to English translators. Maybe that's my fate now. Before I know it, we're at homeroom.
Thanks for walking with me.
Pomni beams at me.
Sometimes I walk to school with Ragatha, but with her duties as RA and class representative, she doesn't always have time to wait until I wake up.
Anytime. Maybe we can do this tomorrow?
I'd like that, Dane.
I make my way to the desk I chose right between Ragatha and Pomni. Class goes on normally, Mr. Kinger going over sentence structures. Suddenly, Principal Kane's voice booms over the intercom. Pomni, to the principal's office immediately! Up, please! I look over at Pomni, who seems just as confused as me. She motions a small shrug. Aw, you're in trouble. That sounded important, Pomni. You should probably go. Pomni gives me one last look before getting up from her seat and exiting the classroom. Oh no, I'm scared. I guess I'll meet up with her at lunch. I head into the library hoping to keep my promise and help Pomni figure out what a culture fair could actually be. When I enter, I don't immediately see my jester friend. I figured after meeting with Principal Kane, she would meet me here. Maybe she got a head start and is already searching the shelves. I walk around the library, scanning section after section. Alas, no Pomni. I send her a message on my wacky watch and wait. And wait. But I don't get a response. Maybe she's still in the meeting with Principal Kane? It's been over an hour since she went, though. After a while, I leave the library and look around. Where is she? Still nothing. Eventually, I see Zubul and Gangle out of the corner of my eye, hauling some paint buckets into the art classroom, and approach them. Hey, you guys wouldn't happen to know where Pomni is, right?
Pomni?
Zubul shrugs. I haven't seen her. Wasn't she in the library yesterday around this time? Yeah, I was with her yesterday. You know, to help with the research and all. Sorry, Dane. Gangle fiddles with her ribbons.
Well, it is lunchtime. Maybe she's in the cafeteria.
Yeah, I'll check there. Thanks again. I head over to the cafeteria looking for a distinct blue and red hat. No dice, but I do spot someone of the purple variety. Hey, new kid. What you looking for? I'm looking for Pomni. Have you seen her? Jack stifles a laugh. That didn't take long. Pom-Pom ditched you already. Pom-Pom? Hey, hold on now. Hey, bro. Cut the nicknames. I'm going after her, okay? Cut the nicknames. She didn't ditch me. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. Jack shrugs. I haven't seen her. I was going to Kane's office. Maybe she's still meeting with him? Nope. I was just by Kane's office. She wasn't there. Oh. But she totally didn't ditch you though, right? I glare at him and his sarcastic remarks. Later, newbie. He strolls off. Maybe she went back to homeroom? I admit, I'm running out of ideas. I decide to check our homeroom again. On my way back, I hear Pomni's voice from one of the doors in the hallway.
How?
I open the door to what looks like the school's nurse office. Oh! Okay. What happened? Pomni is sitting on the medical bed, her ankle wrapped up with a bandage. Pomni, there you are.
Dane, I'm so sorry I couldn't meet you in the library.
Pomni, what happened? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, don't worry about me. I just twisted my ankle. Nurse Ming got me all patched up.
Well, at least that's good to hear. I'm glad she could treat you. Wait, is it a girl or a guy? From behind a curtain, a blue ball joint mannequin with large googly eyes and a nurse cap appears. Oh yeah, I was about to say, I was like, I don't think it's a girl. You shouldn't assume I'm a woman just because I'm a nurse. Men can be nurses too. Look at us assuming. Get it? Assuming. Anyways. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the second time we put our foot in our mouth today. It's fine. Just know those assumptions can be really damaging to my reputation. Right. I'll be more careful next time. Seems like a sore spot. Nurse Ming turns to Pomni. Anyway, Pomni, if you're feeling better, you are good to go. Make sure you see Kane before you leave for the day to finish treatment, though. Pomni gives a nod to Nurse Ming. I offer my hand to help Pomni off the medical bed. She takes it and hops off, limping a bit on her way out. I hold on to her, supporting her as she leans on me. I figure she'll tell me if she wants me to stop, but that moment never comes. Okay, alright. Pomni, I know you said you just twisted your ankle, but just how did you twist your ankle? And what happened with Principal Kane?
Kane was asking what I'd learned about the culture festival so far and what the progress was. He was really grilling me for answers, so after I told him I hadn't made any progress, I decided to go to the library and search a bit, get a head start. And then I wanted to get a book on a high shelf, but I couldn't find that step ladder, so I may have tried to climb the bookshelf.
Girl. What?
And I maybe fell and rolled my ankle on the landing?
She gives me a nervous smile. Sheesh, Pomni. You really could have hurt yourself. I know I must sound like her mother right now, but I can't believe my ears.
I know. I should have been more careful. In my defense, it's not like we can actually die or anything.
Huh?
Yeah, it's another weird thing about the school.
She looks up at me with a deadpan expression.
We can't die.
But you can still feel pain, right?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Sorry, I don't want to harp on it. I'm glad you're okay. But next time, can you just wait for me to help you or anything? She looks away, seemingly fighting her pride.
Yeah, I guess so.
I laugh.
What's so funny?
I'm sorry. I guess this is kind of surprising. I didn't expect this from you. Pomni puffs out her cheeks. The effect is more cute than intimidating.
Listen, I'm not a kid. I can take care of myself.
I look at her as she leans on me for support. Clearly. I like this dynamic. I can't help but stifle a grin. She sees what I'm insinuating and laughs along with me.
Okay. I'll try not to make a habit out of this. Let's just find Kane so he can fix me up.
I pause a moment. Didn't Nurse Ming fix you up?
Kinda. But that's really only because Kane can sometimes be really difficult to find during the day. When we find Kane, he can just snap his fingers and it'll be like I never got hurt at all.
Can Principal Kane really do that? I decide to ask her a more direct question. Hey, Pomni?
Yes?
Is Kane gone? You know what's funny about this route? This is the first route I've seen where we really question who exactly is Kane. The other routes, they didn't really question Kane. They were just like, oh, I'm focused on loving Jax, pranking with Jax, and I don't know, being an emotional support to Agatha. This one, we're like, bro, who the freak is Kane?
What?
She looks at me like I just grew a horn out of my head.
No, definitely not.
She's quiet for a moment.
Well, I guess kind of. But not in the way you'd usually think of a god. He just kind of has all the power and can control basically every aspect of our lives, which is why we do our best to appease him so it makes our lives easier. So, basically, yeah.
Another awkward silence falls. I wonder why God would want to be principal of an academy. Pomni laughs.
Hey, Dane, do you want to walk to the dorms together again today? I do owe you for ghosting me in the library today.
Yeah, I'd like that, Pomni. Soon enough, the bell to dismiss us rings, and I meet up with Pomni at the entrance. The chill air hits us both. I clutch myself and shiver as the autumn air rushes past me. Sheesh, how are there still cherry blossoms on those trees when it's so cold out?
Yeah, I've been wondering that myself since I got here. My theory is Kane doesn't understand how seasons work, so we have cherry blossom trees that never lose their flowers.
I shake my head. This school is so weird. You're telling me. We share a conspiratorial laugh. How long have you been going here? Didn't you say you were the newest student before me?
Honestly, not that long. Maybe a few weeks.
Oh, that's pretty new. A few weeks? Wow, you really are new. I never would have guessed. You seem, really well adjusted.
Oh, thank you. To be honest, I know it's only been a few weeks, but it really does feel a lot longer than that. You should have seen me when I first got here. It was rough.
Really? She seems like such a natural.
Yeah,
She slides a hand across her neck, wincing at her own memories.
I think you're actually doing way better than me. You just sort of take everything in stride.
She offers me a friendly smile.
I wasn't able to just accept how things are here.
Her friendly smile is replaced by a nervous one.
But this place wears you down, I guess.
Dang. I'm sorry to hear that it wasn't easy for you at first. I try to cheer the clown girl up, which seems a little backwards for some reason. If it makes you feel any better, I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad I'm here, you know? Pomni pauses, her eyes growing large and inquisitive as she looks up at me. I mean, you were the first person to show me the ropes. I guess you make all the weirdness and chaos feel normal. I feel like I can really talk to you. I'd say you're my first friend here. Pomni smiles, her natural gesture blush taking on a more intense, warm pink hue. She fidgets with her hands.
Thank you. I mean,
She pauses.
I also think you're cool.
Her expressions crack me up because it's like when Pomni tries to be cool and chill, she doesn't look like it. She averts her gaze from me as she confesses this. When we get to the dorms, I walk Pomni to her blue and red door. Okay, gentlemen.
This is my stop.
She smiles nervously. Oh, yeah. I felt like it went so fast. Thanks for walking with me again today. Pomni doesn't go inside just yet, her hands behind her back as she kicks playfully at the ground.
Did you wanna come in?
Oop, breaking the rules now, are we?
If you're not doing anything else, that is.
I didn't have any plans besides maybe doing the homework. Big maybe. Yeah, let's hang out. Pomni smiles, unlocking her door and leading the way in as I follow. Well, let's see what her room looks like. Okay, it's kind of basic. She still needs some time to, like, you know, add some personality. Her room is similar to mine, however, with some more personality. Her sheets are striped blue and red. She has a rug and a small accent table. For the most part, though, it doesn't look too crazy or out of the ordinary.
I know it isn't much. I just got my bearings a little bit ago, so I'm still making it my own, you know?
No way, it's great. I mean, you saw what I'm working with. Pomni laughs.
It wasn't that bad.
So, what do you usually do when school is out for the day? For fun, I mean. Pomni takes a seat on her bed and reflexively tucks her hair away, but her lack of ears makes that pretty fruitless as it just falls back into its original position. I didn't even realize she doesn't have ears. For a moment, I wonder if she has any hair under her gesture hat. I like this route because the main character be asking the questions we're all asking. Like, who is Kane? Does Pomni have hair under her hat? Like, the important questions. But the thought is gone as quick as it enters my mind.
Oh, well,
She thinks.
sometimes me and Ragatha make dinner together in the lounge. Or I study, do homework, stuff like that.
Sounds pretty normal. She gives me an odd smile, her eyes kind of shifting around like she wants to say something else. Are you good? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I don't like this expression. It's creepy. Look at her. Are you okay? What?
Well, I do like to do something else. I call it scavenging.
Scavenging?
Yeah, it's what it sounds like. There's only two places to go here. It's the school or the dorms and everything inside. That's really it. Sometimes if you ask Kane, he can spawn new stuff for you. That's how a lot of us decorate and spice up our rooms. But sometimes when you look in the right places at the wrong times, you can find random stuff. What do you mean?
Odd places, wrong times? What are you talking about? Pomni looks around as if this is very confidential information.
Places we're not supposed to be, you know? For instance, if you go into the school after hours, after the clubs, when it's dark out, you can find weird junk sometimes.
But look, Pomni reaches under her pillow before pulling out something small. That's how I scored this. Oh! Okay. W, a small handheld video game console sits in her palm. It looks old, vintage. You broke into the school after hours?
Yeah?
Isn't that, like, against the rules?
No.
She pauses, uncertain.
Well, probably. But Kane hasn't caught me yet. Don't tell anyone else either.
Especially not Ragatha. It feels good to know Pomni would trust me with something like this, It definitely feels like we're getting closer.
The first time I did it, I was just bored and decided why not. It was kind of spooky, but then I found this in the auditorium under a seat. It's got some games on it, weird old ones, but...
Pomni hits a switch on the old game console. A chiptune jingle plays as it powers on. The title of a game, Super Jumpy Bros, comes on the screen. I look at the small jester girl, bewildered. I'm learning a lot about her. I guess I wasn't sure what to expect from Pomni when I first started talking to her. Did you find anything else scavenging? Pomni's eyes brighten at the question.
You want to see my collection?
Oh, I hope it's not weird. She goes to her closet and rummages through it before pulling out a box, clutching a clown doll under her free arm.
This is a Kaufmo doll I found in an event.
I don't know what a Kaufmo is, but I don't ask as she sets the clown doll down. Aww, Kaufmo!
This is a Swiss Army knife I found in the cafeteria vending machine.
That looks dangerous. Okay! Alrighty!
A demon mask I found in the stairwell.
She tosses each one of these out of the closet as she announces them to me.
Lastly, I found some beef jerky.
Not as impressive, but I guess it's something.
They're not all treasures, but it's pretty fun just to see what you might find.
You're pretty into this. I chuckle at her enthusiasm.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of being back home. I used to do a little urban exploring in my free time. You know, back home. I'd even record it and post it online. Not that anyone watched. Of course, the school isn't abandoned and it's in much better shape than most buildings I used to explore, but it's something to stop the existential dread from settling in.
She giggles nervously. I see.
I've kind of always wanted to go scavenge with a partner, you know? I kind of always wanted to do that.
But there's no way Ragatha would ever break into the school after hours.
And I can't trust Jax to keep quiet about it.
She looks up at me with her big pinwheel eyes.
Maybe you'd want to tag along with me sometime?
Yeah! Sounds fun, let's do it. Breaking into the school in the middle of the night sounds risky. But I'm really enjoying spending time with Pomni, and I'd like to keep spending time with her. I guess it doesn't matter how.
What? Really?
Yeah, it sounds fun. Besides, my room is so empty, I'll take anything I can find at this point.
Okay, what do you think about tomorrow? After school?
She seems much more animated. Or at least more excited. I guess we all look animated in this school. Yeah, sounds good. I give her a thumbs up. Just seeing her happy is enough for me to also get excited about it as well. Just as we settle into a comfortable silence, something, or rather, someone interrupts us. I bet you it's Ragatha saying I'm not supposed to be in her room. Oh, it's Kane. I wasn't expecting this. Hey! Hello, my little salted caramels. What are we up to today? He comes up with the most random nicknames. Kane's voice sends Pomni on the defense, quickly stowing the box of treasures behind her under a pillow.
Kane, shouldn't you knock before bursting into our rooms? What if I was changing or something?
Well, I don't think Dane would be in here if you were getting changed. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He clocked us. Kane suddenly gets very close to me, breathing down my neck. After all, that would go against our very strict PG rating. Okay, I get it. Calm down. I don't know why I'm actually really enjoying this route. His eyes seem so big, the dark pupils, infinite voids threatening to swallow my soul. Anyway, I'm just doing a quick routine inspection to make sure everything is in tip-top shape. How are you finding your dorm, Pomni? Pomni looks around a bit confused.
It's good.
Great! And what about you, Dane? Now seems as good a time as any to let Kane know my feelings about it. I think it's a bit plain. I just wish I had something to give it more, personality, you know? I think that's risky to say because you don't know what personality he's gonna give it. Plain? That's not good. We must fix this immediately. Okay. With a snap of his fingers, we are instantly in my dorm. Kane looks around, inspecting every corner. I know. I told you it was risky. I told you it was risky. This is hurting my eyes. This is demolishing my eyesight. He snaps his fingers again, and suddenly the room is covered in red, blue, and yellow polka dots, covering the wall, the floor, and every surface. What do you think? This has tons of personality. Oh, you should have shut up. You should not have said a single word. But you're new here. You're new here, and you don't know you're not supposed to trust Kane with your true thoughts. Tell me you love it. I'm glad to hear it, Dane. And would you look at the time? You need to get to bed. It's gonna be an early start tomorrow. Good night, Dane. Oh, we are stuck with this. We are stuck with this. Oh my goodness. With that, Kane poofs away into thin air. The lights turning off with his departure, the polka dots glowing brightly off the walls, ceiling, and floor. All right, we cooked ourselves. My wacky watch lights up with a message from Pomni.
How's it going?
He covered my room in glowing polka dots. Oh.
You have to be really specific with Kane. Otherwise, he'll just do weird stuff like that.
Yeah, I see.
I was hoping you'd get a mini fridge or something.
Maybe next time, lol. I wait a minute, but Pomni doesn't respond. I turn to go to sleep when I get one more message.
Did you want to walk to school together tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do it. I feel a warmth in my chest at the text. Pomni seems really cool and down to earth. I find myself thinking about her and her odd hobbies. She's cute. You know, she's kind of cute. Despite the atrocious spots Kane filled my room with, I managed to fall asleep to these thoughts about the gesture girl. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, our room sucks. I'd rather the plain room. Waking up the next day, I can't help but feel a bit of anxiety knowing I'll be meeting Pomni soon. I spend some extra time fixing up my hair and trying to look extra nice. Alright, I lock my door as I leave and make my way to Pomni's blue and red door, knocking twice when I get there. Hey, Pomni, you ready to go? Silence. I decided to knock again, a little harder just in case she's still asleep. I just realized she was supposed to get fully healed by Kane. We didn't do that yet. Pomni, maybe she forgot about our arrangement and already left for school? Sounds out of character, but it could be possible. I turn to walk away, accepting defeat when suddenly... Okay, wait! Pomni bursts out of her room, a piece of toast in her mouth as she catches up to me. How did you make toast in your room?
I overslept,
she says between breaths.
I'm sorry.
She's panting heavily as if she just ran a marathon. Oh, don't worry about it, Pomni. I was chilling. You know, I totally wasn't about to leave you. Are you okay? Pomni shoots me a thumbs up before scarfing down the toast in her mouth.
I have to get my alarm clock fixed. I'm always running late because of that thing. And I'm kind of a heavy sleeper.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get ready fast enough. I was looking forward to walking with you again today, you know? You know what I mean? Pomni looks away.
Oh, thanks. Me too. I was looking forward to it as well.
She smiles at me awkwardly. She really is adorable. Are you ready to find out what a culture festival is today? Pomni makes a sour face sticking out her tongue.
Blech, I swear I'm gonna see that library in my nightmares.
I laugh. Well, besides our part, are you excited for the culture festival?
I guess I'm excited for what everyone else is gonna do. And I hope Kane provides some decent food stands.
That'd be nice. I think I'd like to try some takoyaki.
That's octopus, right?
Yeah, that's not too adventurous for you, is it? I tease her.
No way. I could definitely eat takoyaki. That's not adventurous at all. Maybe something like...
She thinks for a moment. Gator? I interrupt her. Pomni's face blanches. I definitely couldn't eat gator. Oh no! Oh my goodness, bro. We have eternal foot and mouth disease. I am so serious. We are constantly saying the wrong things. Of course she's not gonna eat gator because of freaking gummy goo. I laugh at her sudden change. Well, a gator wouldn't think twice before eating you. Guess we'll have to see if Kane provides any at the festival. Maybe we can see who'll eat the most adventurous food stands.
Is that a challenge?
Yeah, I think it is. I smirk.
Oh, you're so on.
We reach homeroom. We were so engrossed in our conversation, we didn't notice how late we were. Until we walk in mid-laughter. Oh, hello, Dane and Pomni. You guys sure are early. Huh? Early? I think you mean late, Kinger. The ragdoll offers us a smile. Hey guys, I think you probably just overslept. No worries, just try and be on time in the future, okay? Wow, looks like Dane's being a bad influence on our Pomni. Oh, take the blame or let Pomni take the blame. Let me take the blame, even though it was her fault. I'll take the blame. Sorry, Kinger. I made Pomni stay back with me to get breakfast. It's my fault. I promise to be more prompt in the future. We take our seats next to each other. I offer Pomni a smile, hoping she's not too embarrassed by the whole ordeal. But she offers me a smile back, reassuring me. I try to focus on the lesson for the rest of the class, but I can't help my eyes from wandering to Pomni. She doesn't notice me watching her as she takes notes. Her hair catches the light, just right where she looks picturesque. If I had any talent for art, I'd paint her. This is kind of romantic sounding, I ain't gonna lie to you. Kinger's lessons, background noise, muffled. I barely hear the bell as it rings for lunch. Man, our main character is whipped. Jax leans over between our desks, causing me to jump out of my reverie. Hey, Pom Pom. Pom Pom again? You better shut the freak up, Jax. I'ma get Pomni, okay? Stop with the freaking nicknames. You wanna skip the library duty and help me pull a really funny prank? Is it gonna be another centipede in Ragatha's locker? I'm good, thanks. No, it's way funnier, trust me. Don't be lame, come on, new kid, tell her. Is there 2 routes we could do? We should go, Pomni? You don't wanna be lame? If I press that, does it automatically take me to Jax's route where we ruined the culture festival? Let's just go to the library, let's just keep on the good route. Pomni gives me a grateful nod. You heard my study partner. Ugh, when did you become so uncool? Jax glares at me before shrugging it off and sauntering out the door. I think Jax might be jealous. I think Jax low-key might be jealous. Pomni and I head out to the library, ready to attempt to find any clue what a culture festival is. Maybe we'll find out why Kane wants to hold one while we're at it. Hey Dane, before we get started today, I figured we could maybe eat together. She fidgets with her fingers. You know, it might help us focus if we had some fuel in our tanks. She gives me a hopeful look. Sure, you want to hit up the cafeteria then? Well, actually. She averts her gaze from me before continuing. I brought lunch today. She looks up at me. For both of us. She produces something she's been hiding behind her back. Imagine if I said no. A pair of small boxes, wrapped up with a cutesy knot and light blue striped napkins. This is actually the cutest route. This might be the best route. I'm stunned by her considerate gesture. I have to take a moment to collect my thoughts as my cheeks light up in a blush. Except I'm black. I kinda messed up the first batch. She rushes, then slows down before continuing. I decided to try again and figured it'd be wasteful to just throw out the first batch. I interrupt her before she can spiral further. Thanks, Pomni. I can't wait to try it. I give her a reassuring smile. We take a seat at the tables in the center of the library. Pomni hands me my portion of lunch. This one is the better batch. My fingers brush hers as I take the box from her and she blushes. I almost let myself linger there for a few moments, but we can't afford to lose any time getting through lunch and research. Still, Pomni made a meal. For me. I love this! I can't take my eyes off of her, she's so sweet. Oh my goodness. Forget everything I said. We need to course correct. Hey Jax, you still want to do that prank? Jax, we're gonna have to eat this to be nice. It's potato curry. Oh, bro, did you get the potatoes straight from the ground and mix the dirt in with it? How old are these potatoes? Were they 30-year-old potatoes? Did you freaking cook the potatoes from the Bratz Super Babies movie? She gives me a toothy smile. This looks like death. Something that was never meant to be eaten. There's an off smell that no curry I've eaten has ever had. The color is a shade of purple that reminds me of bruised skin, and I can't determine what's supposed to be in this. If she didn't tell me it was potato curry, I wouldn't have even been able to puzzle potato had gone into it. This was the good batch? As Pomni opens her lunchbox, my question is answered. A smell like dying fish wafts from her side. The curry is an indescribable color. I can't even tell what is curry and what is vegetable in her lunchbox. Remember how in the Ragatha route, how she burned freaking pasta sauce? I can see now that she is just not to be trusted in the kitchen. I think this food may violate the Geneva Convention. So, did you try it yet? She gives me a sweet smile. I told y'all we were gonna have to eat it. Not yet. Well, go on. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. No. She looks so freaking excited. Oh, we have no choice. We actually have no choice. Oh my goodness. Take a bite. Oh my goodness, my knuckles are white as I grasp my fork. Every instinct in my body is telling me to throw this out, but I shove my fork in. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. You have to be joining up with Jax on pranking me. The curry flows over it like thick muck, and as I pull it up, The curry comes up like a sopping wet pie crust. I slowly bring it to my lips and slide it in. It reminds me of when I was bullied as a kid, and the bullies made me put a frog in my mouth, both in terms of texture and of taste. I try to make my throat muscles work as my mouth goes dry. The scent of the curry drifts up from my mouth into my nose, making my eyes water. Pomni watches me, her sadistic smile twisted by my perception, as if she were a torturer and I her unfortunate victim. I tried to remind myself that whatever she made, she didn't mean to make it, and it would make her really happy if I managed to choke this poison down. My gag reflex battles my desperate need to please Pomni, and I manage to overpower my instincts as I gulp down the slimy patty of curry. Yo, he is whipped.
So, what do you think?
Ooh, I ain't gonna lie. So we just lie and say delicious? I wanna see what happens if we say it's the worst thing. Oh wait, now I feel bad. I tried to pass the insult off as a joke, but the second the words leave my mouth, I can see her face fall. She looks completely shattered as she takes the box from my hands.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I thought it was ready for you to try.
She giggles nervously, but as she turns away, I can see tears beginning to prick the edges of her eyes. I'm sorry! Way to go, me. Maybe we should just start looking for culture fair books? I try to change the subject so she can take her mind off of the food fiasco. Pomni just nods, her mood not improving at all.
Sure, let's just do that.
She says with a sigh, still avoiding eye contact. I actually feel bad. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm sorry. It's delicious. It's delicious, Pomni. Pomni's eyes sparkle at my compliment of her cooking skills.
It took me a while to get it just right. I nearly spent all night on it.
Oh my goodness, she spent all night, and we freaking insult her.
Usually when me and Ragatha make dinner together, she does almost all of the cooking, so I wanted to test what I learned.
She smiles innocently.
I'm so glad you like it. Maybe I should bring you lunch every day.
No! Please, no! Bro, main character's on my timing. No! The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them.
What?
Shoot, gotta try to salvage this. That it's just so good. If I keep eating this, I won't ever be able to go back to cafeteria food. Plus, maybe you should let me cook for you one day, you know? Pomni gives me a confused look, but smiles at the compliment anyways. Crisis averted. I'm glad she likes me enough to make me lunch. The thought of her working so hard for me fills my stomach with butterflies. Or maybe that's the curry. But the idea of trying to swallow even another bite of this curry fills my stomach with a less generous feeling. I might have to see Nurse Ming after this. We continue to look for culture fair books, trying to sort through the labyrinth of bookshelves. I help Pomni search the shelves, but things feel different now. Every slight touch we make, passing each other, makes me feel tingly and anxious. When I catch her eyes, I look away, not wanting her to think I'm staring. So, Pomni, are you excited to do the thing tonight? I keep my voice low. It seems like she likes to keep her scavenging a secret. Oh boy, if anybody listens in on this, they're gonna think this is crazy.
The thing?
She looks at me a moment before remembering.
Oh, the thing.
She catches my drift and gives me a gentle smile.
Can we meet at the school entrance around 9 tonight?
I pause a moment, then realize I don't have any plans outside of spending time with her. You're the veteran here, I'll follow your lead.
Well, then 9 it is. You can repay my generous invitation by bringing enough snacks for both of us. We have a lot of area to search.
What do you think we'll find?
Search me.
What? She shrugs, then grins at the pun. What? What pun? I don't know what that means. How about this? If you could choose something, what would you want to find? She pauses a moment to think.
Good question. Maybe a camera could be fun, like those old-timey ones.
Polaroid.
Yes. Maybe we could get photos with all our friends, and if it's a Polaroid camera, you can hang them up in your room. Maybe jazz it up a little.
Ugh, I think my room is already jazzed up enough. The idea sounds appealing. You think everyone would pose for a picture?
I don't think they would fight me on it. I get along with pretty much everyone here. When I first got here, I was pretty scared, and I really struggled to get along with everyone. They all seemed like weird caricatures. But after you get to know them, you realize we're all in the same situation. We're all stuck at this weird school, and everyone just has their own coping mechanisms. You just have to learn how to deal with their quirks.
So you're saying Jax isn't actually a jerk? Pomni laughs, giving me a playful shove. I just feel like you don't seem particularly close to anyone. Not that you don't get along with everyone, I guess, but you know, I just hope you feel like there's someone you can lean on. Well, she is new, and I hope that person is me. Still, I wonder if I gave away too much. I look away and Pomni clutches her arm. Well, I mean, who knows? It might be early to tell, but I feel like I could really get close to at least one person here. She also averts her gaze. You could cut the tension in the air between us. Still, I do want to get closer to her, so maybe if I tell her how I've been feeling, that would help. Pomni, Hey, look at this! She pulls a book out from the shelf. She turns to show me the cover. How to Throw a Culture Fair. She jumps in excitement. We finally found a book about culture fairs. I can hardly contain my own excitement. All right, open it. Pomni lifts the cover of the book and skims a bit before she reads aloud. All right, so... She takes a deep breath, licking her fingers as she turns to the first page. Cultural festivals in Japan are annual open day events held by most schools, from nursery schools to universities, at which students display their artistic achievements. Pomni and I blink at each other. So, mystery solved then? What do we do next? I guess we tell Kane? The bell rings, signaling the start of afternoon classes. We can do that tomorrow, though. Pomni smiles at me. We both pack our bags to get ready to head home for the day. Do you want to walk home together again today? Thought you'd never ask. I struggle to focus on the rest of my classes, my eyes watching the clock. Has the second hand always moved so slowly? By the time the bell to dismiss classes rings, I'm already mostly out of my seat, knocking another student aside as I rush out to meet Pomni. I make a pit stop at my locker and see the familiar menacing grin and purple rabbit ears of one of my homeroom classmates. Well, somebody's in a rush. Got a hot date or something? His smug grin splits his rabbit face. Yeah, I'm going on a date with... Wait a second. I'm meeting up with Pomni. That was weird. As I try to push past Jax, he moves to continue blocking my path? Hey now, Jax, I know you're jealous, but just because you don't got game like me, doesn't mean you gotta block my path. Now move out the way. Go ahead and hop like a rabbit and move. Don't you got some Easter eggs to go and hide? Yeah, you and Pomni have been pretty much inseparable after you showed up. She seems to genuinely like you. It's actually pretty sweet. Thanks. I bet she'd feel pretty betrayed if you didn't show up to that thing tonight, huh? How you know about the thing? What thing? What thing? Jax rolls his eyes, but instead of responding, he shoves me. Hey! Whoa! I fall backward into my locker, which conveniently for Jax slams shut behind me. Jax? I shout. I can hear my own voice reflected back at me, metallic. Am I locked in the locker? Yo! Jax is actually crazy for this. He low-key is so jealous. Actually, not even low-key, high-key. Let me out! I peer through the slits of my locker. The walls seem to close in around me. Jax! All I can do is bang against the door, screaming my lungs out as I try to escape this hell. There's no way Jax knew I was claustrophobic when he pushed me into the locker. But right now, it's all I can do to stave off an incumbent panic attack. Somebody, anybody. My own voice is sluggish in my ears as reality seems to stretch out before me. Then the world goes dark like a snuffed candle. Bruh. This is insane. When the lights do eventually come back on, everything is still dark. I wave my hand in front of my face and register no movement at all. The only way I know I'm awake is the dull ache in the back of my head and the heat of my breath in my locker. As I peer out of the slits of my locker, I see something, or someone short, walking through the hallway. I bang the door. Pomni, is that you? Dane? Her voice is like an angelic chorus, piercing through the Stygian darkness of my locker interior. Pomni, I'm in the locker! I rock back and forth in my locker, slamming my body against the door to help her locate me. Okay, calm down. What's the combination? 694257. With a click that feels heaven sent, the locker door opens. Before I can think, I fall forward, wrapping Pomni in my arms. Dane, how did, Jax, he shoved me. Only now do I realize how tightly I'm holding Pomni. Embarrassed, I jump back, almost slamming myself backwards into my locker again. Sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. She mercifully interrupts me before I can stumble over my words any further. My response comes out in a rush. Pomni, I'm so sorry. I was heading back and then the locker and I got stuck and I searched for words but find none. I'm sorry. You must think I'm a bad friend. Why are you blaming yourself? It was literally Jax. Pomni rubs her arm.
Well, I mean, I was pretty disappointed, but I thought I maybe said something weird or you just forgot about me.
Her face falls a bit as she trails off, and my heart begins to break. Oh my goodness, bro. Jax is ruining everything! Ugh! I'm finna make rabbit stew. I couldn't ever forget about you, Pomni. The spark returns to her eyes as she smiles up at me. I was just stuck in that stupid locker. I think I passed out there for a few hours.
You passed out?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. I'm really claustrophobic and Pomni cuts me off.
It's okay, Dane. I shouldn't have just assumed you forgot about me. I'm sorry you got stuck in your locker.
Speaking of which, what time even is it? Pomni looks down at her wacky watch.
9:45 p.m.
Guess I was out for a long time then.
You still want to do some scavenging?
Yeah, I'm feeling better now that you're here, so let's do some exploring.
Cool.
She hands me a flashlight and gives me a cautious smile. Sorry I don't have the snacks.
I brought a flashlight for you, so let's go see if there's anything good tonight.
She starts down the nearest hallway, and I follow her closely. Just being next to her is pretty comforting. I like this music. The shadows seem to loom from every corner around me. I'm glad for Pomni's company in more ways than one as we explore the spooky empty school.
Where should we go first?
Ooh, okay, let's go to the cafeteria first. Pomni and I scope out the dark cafeteria, long tables untouched. I sneak behind the counter to see if anything is hidden in the display case, but it's completely empty. Aw. What? I was hoping something would be in the display case back here. Pomni gives me an embarrassed smile.
Dane, things in the school are usually better hidden than that.
I think a second. What about in the vending machines then? I cut my hand over the glass and peer inside, but it's just stale snacks and expired soda cans. There's some kind of Coca-Cola variant called cocaine. Excuse me, but that's stocked during school hours. Yo, the cafeteria is so big, we managed to pass a lot of time searching it without talking to each other. When Pomni speaks aloud again, I almost let out a gasp of surprise.
Sometimes being in the dark like this reminds me of Kinger.
Oh, how come?
You know how Kinger can be,
Pomni shrugs.
Absent-minded? But I guess he's been like that for a while. But in the dark, he's actually smart and coherent, and a really nice person.
I can't imagine Kinger being coherent, let alone lucid enough to be purposefully nice to somebody.
It sounds weird, but when the lights are off, he's probably the most genuine person here.
I shrug back. Guess everyone here has their quirks, huh? Pomni gives me a smile and a nod.
Looks like there's nothing here. Where do you want to try next?
Let's go to the art classroom. The art classroom is dimly lit by the moon seeping through the windows. This must be where Gangle and Zooble have been doing most of their art for the culture fair.
Gangle and Zooble are an interesting pair, huh? Apparently, when they got here, they weren't that close, but I guess being at this school really brought them together.
Pomni opens a drawer as she continues.
Honestly, it's good for both of them. Zooble was just kind of a loner who avoided everyone at first, and Gangle spent a lot more time around Jax.
I shudder at the thought. I at least have enough of a backbone to stand up for myself sometimes. I can't imagine what somebody like Gangle would go through under Jax's torment. I check under a table supporting a few canvases that lean against a window. Nothing there. I guess that makes them a good team then. Gangle has someone normal to talk to, and Zooble has a reason to show up to school every day. I pull open an art cabinet. A few open tubes of paint and some pencils scattered across the shelves, but nothing that really qualifies as epic loot. Do you think they're, more than friends? Pomni grins at me, cocking an eyebrow.
I didn't know you were such a gossip, Dane.
She giggles.
Find anything yet?
I shake my head.
Next should be the library. It's pretty big. You think you're up to it?
Yep. I give her an exaggerated thumbs up. This isn't too different from looking for a culture festival book, except this time, I'm looking for something actually interesting. I'm pretty familiar with the layout of the library at this point. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Pause! Pomni! What are we getting into? What are we getting into?
Hey, bend over.
What?
If I get on your shoulders, I can check the upper shelves while you check the low ones.
Oh, okay. Right, that's what I thought she meant. Don't know what I thought she meant by that. Still, I steel myself for the task ahead. Time to lock in.
Let's do this.
I kneel down so Pomni can hoist herself into my shoulders. She's light, so keeping my balance isn't too difficult. Pomni's legs are warm on either side of my face. Oh. I'm thankful for the small mercy that she can't see my face as a blush rises to both of my cheeks. This is such a departure from a couple days ago when she didn't want me to lift her. She must trust me much more now. I have to focus. We move as one, searching each shelf thoroughly.
Nothing up here. You see anything down there?
Nope. We move to the next shelf, but Pomni begins to teeter atop my shoulders, almost losing balance. She grasps my hair to steady herself. Ow.
Sorry.
I hold her legs even tighter to steady her, which makes me blush even harder. I feel like there are heat lamps on either side of my face, and I can hear my own heartbeat. Careful, Pomni. It's not like Ming or Kane can fix you up. I offer a weak laugh that barely sounds like a laugh, my heart still beating out of my chest.
I'll be careful, Dane.
She chuckles. I try to refocus myself as we move a few shelves over. Then I see it, something small wedged between a pair of books. Pomni, I see something. I go for it, forgetting Pomni for a moment.
Huh? Wait!
She can't steady herself in time. My reflexes take over. Oh. I managed to catch her in my arms. Now wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't really know how this works because if she was on your shoulders, right? And teeters over, well, maybe she fell forward, maybe? I don't know how it worked. Her panicked expression shifts to one of surprise at the catch. Our eyes meet as I hold her in my arms.
Dane?
I realize I've been holding her for maybe a little too long without saying anything. I can't hold back a furious blush as I meet her gaze. Ooh, what do I say? Don't worry, Pomni, I'll always be here to catch you, baby. Or I could say, I guess you're pretty lucky to have me around. Or I could say, I told you, be careful. Nah. I wanna say, don't worry, Pomni, I'll always be here to catch you. Pomni blushes as I let her down from my arms, returning her safely to the ground.
Sheesh, Dane, you're such a romantic. You know, I try. I promise y'all, if I was a dude, I would be the most romantic dude ever. I'm so serious. Gender bent Shonyx, I am romantic as heck. Anyway, let's see what you got.
I pried two books apart, pulling out something that caught the light when we were searching earlier. It looks like some sort of old compact MP3 player. No screen or anything, just a jack for headphones and options to play, pause, and next.
No way, you think it has music on it?
I guess it could. Do you have headphones for it? Pomni thinks for a moment before motioning for me to wait a second. She disappears into the depths of the library before returning with a set of headphones.
Snag these from the librarian's desk. Let's listen.
It's a pair of black wired earbuds. I take the right one and she takes the left one. As we sit close to each other, the wire tether keeping us close to one another. Ah, this is so romantic. This is actually so romantic. I fidget with the music player and find the play button. As I hit the play button, a melody begins to crackle through the earphones. Hey, Pomni, I like your hat. You know that I'm liking that look in your eyes. You looking like you got something in your eyes. Look, I want to give you flowers. You know that I'm about to shower you with a lot of affection. I want to give you all of my attention. You want to be my girl? Say yes. You know, if I'm with you, I'm feeling blessed. I'ma say it with my chest. Pomni, you looking the best. So there is music on it.
Yeah, wow.
Whatever's playing now sounds like some song from the 80s. Definitely before my time. We passed some time together just listening to the music on the compact MP3 player. Do you recognize this one? Pomni takes the music player from my hands.
Nah, skip it.
She hits next. The next song up sounds like some sort of slow piano song. The lyrics are about love and loss in some sort of hotel. The melody is nice.
This one's pretty good.
Yeah. Pomni closes her eyes and rests her head on my shoulder. My heart leaps out of my chest in excitement. Part of me wants to cuddle her and make a move, but discretion wins out and I decide to just savor the closeness of the moment. Hey, Pomni? She's quiet a moment, then responds. I sit for a moment, wrestling with my feelings, but the moment feels so right. I swallow. Has my mouth always been this dry? I like you. I like you. Yo, it's only day 3! I hold my breath for a moment, waiting for anything. Rejection, laughter, or maybe even a returned confession. Instead, there's silence. Is she asleep? Pomni's breaths are lighter and I hear very slight snoring. Girl! I'm confessing my love. She fell asleep. I chuckle at my rotten luck, but let her nap on me for a while. I listen to the music and let myself doze off a bit as well. When I wake up, it's still dark out, but the clock says it's a few hours past midnight. I pause the music, which was still playing softly in our ears, and lightly shake Pomni. Psst, Pomni, we should probably get back to the dorms. She offers a groan of protest, but I shake her a bit and she nods, getting up and following me out of the library. When we get back to our dorms, the sun is already starting to rise. Uh-oh. We get no sleep for today. I try to hand her the music player, but she shakes her head and closes my fist over it.
This was your find. You keep it. Besides, maybe I'd like to listen to it with you more sometime.
She offers me a playful smile, heading back to her dorm before I can think of a response.
See you soon.
She calls back to me, waving at me before she enters her own dorm. Oh my goodness, I forgot about the polka dots. I'm in a daze as I enter my own dorm, mind reeling at the day, or rather the night's events. I know I don't have much time until I have to start getting ready for the day. Even with the little sleep I got, I feel refreshed. I'm more than a little excited to see Pomni again so soon. Man, that was day 3. A lot happened on day 3. Bro, I'm about to beat up Jax as soon as I see him. When my alarm goes off, it feels like I barely closed my eyes. The only real proof I even got sleep is my wrinkled uniform and messy hair. Hope nobody gets on my case about it. I pull my backpack off the ground, slip my music player into my pocket, and throw open the door. I feel like in this world, nobody has to brush their teeth and shower. In this world, you really don't. Pomni is already there to greet me. I yawn. Morning, Pomni. I shake my head. Pomni, on time. Wait, yeah, why were you on time? Did she just not sleep?
Hey, why are you looking at me surprised?
This is just the first time I think I've seen you on time. To anything. Pomni rolls her eyes.
Come on, I'm not that bad.
I yawn before I can muster a response. She smirks at me and stares at my mess of hair.
How did your hair get that messed up from sleeping only a few hours?
I run a hand through my tangled hair. Whatever. I look away, heat rising to my cheeks. I opt to change the subject. You want to listen to music on the way in? Pomni's eyes gleam in anticipation as she gives me an emphatic nod. We share the earbuds we swiped from the library yesterday as we listen to more old music. We take turns guessing at artists I'm pretty sure neither of us have ever heard of before. When we do finally get in, we take out our earbuds and I wrap the cord around the media player before putting it in my pocket. I realize something interesting. Pomni?
Yeah?
How long have we been listening to that thing between yesterday and today? Pomni shrugs.
I don't know, a few hours?
Right, but do you remember any of the songs repeating? She stops on the stairs and thinks a minute.
No, that's
weird, right? Wow, wait, maybe it just has eternal music.
Guess it must have a lot of storage on it.
Our conversation ends just as we arrive at homeroom. Like I said, the main character asks the important questions. Because I didn't even be thinking that. I wasn't even thinking that. Jax! The purple rabbit and our class rep are somehow already fighting by the time we step inside. Give it back! I know you took it! Jax rolls his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. What's happening? My diary! She pulls open her desk, pointing at an empty spot. It's missing from my desk, and I know... She points at the purple rabbit who is staring back with a bored look. That Jax took it! Pomni and I exchange a look. Pomni begins to search her own desk.
Wait, mine's missing too.
What? Dang. Everybody got diaries? Are you serious, Jax? Stealing girls' diaries? I can't believe I'm saying this, but surely you're better than that. Jax's eyes go wide as he faces down the disapproving stares of his classmates. What are you talking about? I didn't steal anything! Come on, Jax, nobody else would do this. Just give the diaries back. Jax face palms with an annoyed groan. I told you already, I don't have them. He takes an exaggerated pause between each word as he casts a spiteful glare at his accusers. I look at Pomni, who has been quiet through this whole exchange. You okay, Pomni? She doesn't respond. Earth to Pomni, anyone there? Nothing. The other students continue to argue and accuse Jax. What, Pomni, are you good? When the bell finally does ring, Jax takes the opportunity to head out of class without a word. Jax, get back here, I'm not done! I stand up. Don't worry, Ragatha, I'll get the diaries back. Okay, Dane, I really need it back. That's where all my notes for the culture fair are. She clutches her hair in anxiety and frustration. Pomni was just frozen there. Pomni leaves with me as we stand up and head out of class. Wow, didn't think Jax was enough of a creep to go through everyone's desk like that. What would he even do with all those diaries? Pomni shakes her head. I don't want to know. I just want to get them back as soon as possible. I promise we will, I say, giving her a genuine look. She meets my gaze and blushes a bit. Thanks, Dane. Pomni and I spend some time organizing our thoughts and developing a plan.
I think the best thing to do is tell Kane. Maybe he can just...
She shrugs. Snap them back or something? What if he reads them? We make our way to Principal Kane's office As we open the door, we're greeted by Bubble sitting in front of a computer. The occasional noise of typing on the keyboard comes from the computer as Bubble stares at the screen with an intense expression. How the freak is Bubble typing? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like the important questions.
Hey, Bubble, we need to talk to...
That one egg was 40 eggs.
What? Bubble shakes their head then addresses us.
Sorry, let me check the principal schedule.
They give an enthusiastic smile, and there's a few moments of awkward eye contact as we wait for Bubble to do that.
How about next month?
Next month? Principal Kane pokes his head out of his office. Hey, Bubble, reschedule my 2 o'clock. Pomni and I exchange a glance before speed walking right past Bubble and into Kane's office.
Stop that! You crazy kids.
As we step inside, Kane is on the phone. No, not 2. 200. 200. What? You can't call me that. I'll tell your manager. Oh, you're a Harvard graduate. Then you should definitely know better than to call a customer that. You have a casserole in the oven. Oh, okay. Bye-bye, Schnookums. What? Who could that have possibly been? Pomni Dane, the 2 people I was least expecting to see between my meetings. How is work on the Culture Festival going? Do you know what it is yet? He leans in, holding a hand to the side of his, well, I would say mouth, but his head is a giant mouth, so he just sort of uses one oversized hand to hide half of his face. Can you tell me what a culture fair is? Pomni steps back and nods nervously.
Well, we did figure out what a culture fair is, but we need to talk to you about something more important.
She gives me a meaningful look, and I nod, turning my attention to Kane. I'm sure you do, but right now, I'm doing everything to make sure that the culture fair doesn't explode all over the place. So I only have time for official culture fair business. Pomni steps forward.
Well, Kane, it technically is culture fair business. Ragatha had all her notes in her personal notebook.
She says, trying to remain vague to avoid embarrassing anyone.
So if she doesn't get that back, then there might not even be a culture fair to explode.
Explode? What? Kane's eyes bug out of his head. What? No culture fair? No explosion? Weren't we trying to avoid the explosion? Where do you think it went?
Well, we think maybe
She shuffles her feet.
Jax maybe could have possibly taken them.
Kane immediately takes interest. That lovable rapscallion? I'll have to. His wacky watch makes a terrible cacophony. Several animal noises screech out and springs go flying. Egads! That would be my 12:30 appointment. Good luck, you two. I'm sure you'll find Jax and work something out. Wait, what?
Can't you just, I don't know, snap and bring Ragatha's notebook back?
No time. Good luck with Jax.
What do you mean no time?
He snaps, and before we can complain, we're teleported to the school rooftop.
Bro snapped us to the rooftop. If he had time for that, he could have snapped the diaries back into place.
Uh-oh. Oh, he snapped us to Jax. Oh, boy. Jax is standing there, his back to us. Wait, how did he... Jax turns around.
How did you...
Pomni cuts him before confusion can take hold.
Jax, look, I know you think it was a really funny prank to take everyone's diaries, but just give them back.
She gives him a meaningful look.
I have some really personal thoughts in there. This is really not cool.
Oh, it's probably about us. Jax pinches where his nose would be if he were a person with an angry sigh. This again, for the last time, I didn't take your dumb diaries. He turns to me. Dang, come on. Do you really think I did this?
Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I don't think Jax took them. I don't know, actually. To me, he seems like he didn't take them, but I don't know what kind of route that is. I don't really think he took them. I don't think he's lying.
You don't? I mean, why would Jax lie and not take the credit? He'd get a way bigger response from you guys if he just admitted to having them and refusing to give them back.
But who but Jax would take them?
Hey! He gives her an exasperated look. Just leave me out of this. We need to investigate everyone equally, not just Jax. Pomni nods reluctantly. You know who hasn't said anything? Gangle. What if Gangle did something? Who should we question first? Gangle and Zubul! Unless Kinger did it by accident. I doubt Ragatha did anything. Let's investigate Gangle and Zubul. We stop by the art classroom. Gangle and Zubul are too focused putting the finishing touches on their art to even look up as we enter. Pomni clears her throat.
Hey guys, we're trying to figure out where the missing diaries went. Can we ask you some questions?
I thought Jax stole them.
Go ahead, I guess. Pomni turns to face Zubul.
Zubul, how did your morning go? Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Zubul shrugs. I got up early today. Gangle and I had a lot of art to finish, so we agreed to meet up before class. We went to school and came right here.
That's right.
You look nervous. Gangle pipes up.
We just worked all morning and went to homeroom together. Nothing else.
Wait a moment. You didn't leave? At all? You were here all morning? Well, at one point we had to move a big art piece to the courtyard, so Gangle offered to go talk to Kinger to help out. Gangle, why did you take the diaries? I knew it was Gangle! So that means you were in homeroom in the early morning, right, Gangle? Gangle looks away and fidgets with her hands, or ribbons.
Huh? Yeah, I guess I forgot. So, Gangle came back with Kinger to help you move the art piece?
Zubul shrugs again. Yeah, after a bit. I almost left to see if she got lost, but she came back just as I was going to leave. I nod. Something here smells fishy, and it isn't the sushi Gangle brought to the art room.
Oh, hey, yeah, that sure was silly of you to worry about me.
She trails off. At the worst possible time, the door to the art room bursts open behind us, and Jack strides in, bearing down on Gangle. Uh-oh. It was you! You stole the diaries and pinned it on me! Ah! She throws her ribbon arms in the air, running around the art room as Jax chases her with violent intent. What? Pomni steps in front of Jax, stopping him short. Was he listening in?
Jack, stop. We don't even know if Gangle did anything wrong yet.
Oh, but you're happy to accuse me when the diaries go missing. He frowns.
All we know is Gangle was there early and spent a lot of time there before anyone else was there.
Pomni trails off. The case for Gangle's innocence is falling apart in real time. I turn to Gangle, who is shrinking in on herself in a corner of the art room. As if we needed any more chaos in here, Ragatha walks into the art room door, still ajar from Jax's dramatic entrance earlier. I heard a loud noise and yelling. What's going on in here? Jax turns to her. That's the diary thief. He points an accusatory finger at Gangle, who flinches. Jax, you can't just bully Gangle like that. Come on, Gangle, tell him it isn't true. I hear a sound like porcelain cracking as Gangle flinches away again. Uh-oh. He's lying, right, Gangle? Ragatha's face begins to fall. Gangle's comedy mask breaks in two, falling to the floor. Tears already at the edges of her tragedy mask as she curls up in the corner, the very image of misery and guilt.
No, Ragatha, he's right.
Jax looms over Gangle with a cruel, smug grin. I knew it! He spins on his heel. All of you owe me an apology, right now! Zubul scoffs and crosses their arms, interposing themselves between Jax and Gangle. That'll be the day. I'm still in shock, but Pomni takes the lead, turning to Gangle.
Why, Gangle?
She's on the edge of tears.
I needed material for my fan fiction, okay? I admit it!
You read Pomni and Ragatha's diaries for material for your fan fiction. I mean, we already know how Gangle draws them. You know, all curvy and all that. But girl, that is a lot too far. She throws up her ribbon in surrender as she starts to sob. And honestly, I'm not messing with the tears. This is giving victim mentality. Fan fiction, what the?
I needed more ideas, some inspiration. I was hoping I could find some juicy material in them. You all probably hate me now, though.
She turns away from us. I would never trust you again. While I don't think hatred would be a wholly inappropriate response at this time, it's hard not to pity her. No! It's actually easy not to pity her! Gangle, look, those have some really personal things. Next time you can just ask me. I'll tell you something spicy. I promise. No, you won't. Ragatha gives a confused but encouraging smile.
I'm sorry, everyone.
We all spend some time reassuring Gangle, except for Jax, who can't stop rolling his eyes and telling us we still owe him an apology.
I didn't even really get anything interesting out of them anyways. Well, except...
A sly smile crosses Gangle's mask. Why would you do that? I mean, cool, but like, why would you just blurt that out? Oh my goodness. If I was Pomni, I would be pissed.
Pomni thinks you're really cute, Dade.
Gangle! I clap my hands to my mouth as Pomni glares at Gangle.
But other than that, it was nothing. I'm really sorry, guys.
As she finishes giving back the diaries to Ragatha and Pomni, one still remains in her hand. She freezes. A black book. None of us recognize it. And for a moment, I think it's just a random book, until I turn to see Jax blank. She's writing fan fiction about Jax. Jax has a diary? Oh, guys, I love this route so much. How did you? That was in my dorm, Gangle. He begins to make his way towards her. Girl, you need to run. You're dead. Gangle lets out a wail as she begins to run away, but Ragatha stands up and blocks him. Move, Ragatha.
Don't move, Ragatha!
Shut up, Gangle.
He won't hurt you. He thinks you're too soft and huggable and...
Shut up, Gangle. Ragatha and Jax both blush. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness, he put that in the diary. Wait, I need to go and read that again. What did he say? He thinks you're too soft and huggable. Oh my goodness, bro. Ragatha and Jax both blush, but Jax backs away from Ragatha, affording Gangle some degree of safety. Oh my goodness, he likes Ragatha. Oh my goodness. Gangle takes advantage of the opening to flee the room. Gangle! Hey. He chases her out, followed closely by Zooble. Thank God I got my diary, Jax. I really needed my notes on the culture fair. Huh? We all pause a moment as we realize her frozen slip. Her face goes beet red. I'm back! Got my diary back! She pounds her head with her own fists as she flees the room. This is the most dramatic scene in this game. Speaking of crushes, I turn to face Pomni. You think I'm cute?
Well,
Her face turns from white to red.
that is, I'd just like to say,
As Pomni stumbles over her words, Kane bursts out of thin air. Kane wanted all of this to happen. The ratings must be sky high. Excellent work, my little investigators. Looks like you found the magic diaries and got the culture fair back on its track. Magic diaries? We're showered by confetti coating the floor in a mess of colorful paper. I shake my head and small pieces of confetti come raining down like multicolored dandruff. Ew. As a reward, I'm gonna send you two on a vacation to a location of your own choosing.
wow, seriously, anywhere? What do we pick?
Well, you led the investigation, Pomni. You can pick.
Oh, come on, I can't think of anything right now.
You have 10 seconds or you'll go on a vacation to the fudge dimension. I don't know if I want that. He says the words fudge dimension in a deep tone with a heavy reverb. How does he do that? A clock appears and begins to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Amusement park. We want to go to an amusement park.
She shouts out just in the nick of time. Kane snaps his fingers. Your wish is my command. You get to go to Bubble World. It's open, it's ready, and more importantly, we have free tickets through our Wacky Watch sponsorship. He claps his hands and a glowing white portal appears behind it. The faint outline of various roller coasters and the sounds of general merriment emulate from it.
Oh, wow.
Let's go, Pomni.
What? Right now? I'm not even dressed for an amusement park, though.
What does that even mean? Still, some time to get ready would be nice. I turn to Kane. Can we go to our dorms to get ready first? Kane considers it a moment before nodding. All right, be back here within the hour, you two. Pomni nods before giving me a grateful smile. We head back together. As I step into my room, though, I notice I am woefully underprepared for a date with Pomni. I don't even have anything aside from a set of school uniforms in my closet to change into. Well, standing in front of my closet won't make a new outfit materialize. I step outside. Maybe I can order an outfit on my Wacky Watch or something? Hey, Dane, what's going on with you? Zooble strolls past, stopping in front of my dorm to make conversation. Hey, Zooble. I'm going to the amusement park that Principal Kane just opened. I think he called it Bubble World. Bubble World? I shrug. Principal Kane made it up. I guess he can just call it whatever he wants. Zooble nods. Maybe I should take Gangle there sometime, if she's brave enough to ride any of the rides with me. Aw, that's sweet. On like a date? Zooble looks away blushing. What? No, like a normal hangout, Dane. They give me a look, but they're protesting so much that I'm pretty sure I guessed Zooble's intentions correctly. Sure. See, this is so convoluted. Zooble likes Gangle, but Gangle likes Ragatha a lot, and also Pomni a little bit. Ragatha kinda likes Jax. Jax likes Ragatha and Pomni. Pomni might like Jax a little bit, and I don't think that she likes Ragatha that way. But I think that's the whole love triangle circle thingy. I don't know, is that a love octagon? I don't know. And then Kinger's just to himself. Sure. Zooble turns to me. Why are you going anyway? Are you going on a date? If they could smirk, they would be doing it right now. Their accusation makes me blush. Well, I don't know. I'm going with another person, but we are, I didn't ask the other person on a date, just like hanging out with Pomni. They lean in my face. How did you know? I mean, it could be her, I guess. Zubul rolls their eyes. Real subtle, Dane, but she's been stuck by your side almost since you first showed up. Has she? Zubul rolls their eyes again, then nods before looking at what I'm wearing. Are you seriously wearing that on your date? I blush furiously. It's not like I want to, but I mean, I've been looking around my dorm and all I can find are spare school uniforms. I don't even know where to get an outfit at this time of day. Zubul puts a finger up to their chin. Hold that thought. Let me check my dorm. What? You can't go on a date dressed like that. And besides, I owe you some sort of thanks for getting everything sorted out with the diaries. That's not really... Shut up. I'll be back in a bit with something for you. Zubul departs for their dorm. When they get back, they have a leather jacket, dark jeans, and a plain white tee folded over one of their arms. It's not much, but this is what I have that will probably fit you. Thanks so much, Zubul. Don't mention it. All right. Wearing my new clothes, I walked to the portal Kane opened to Bubble World. I apparently got there before Pomni. Well, Pomni's always late. Even though neither of us called this a date, I can't help but feel myself getting anxious as I wait for her. Eventually, she does show up, walking towards me and giving a wave as her face lights up with a smile. Hey. Oh, wow, she has hair under the hat! She has hair under the hat, guys! Hey, Dane. Pomni decided to dress up for the occasion too, which makes me feel a little happy, so the hat's not stuck to her head. And a little more confident that she might feel the same way I feel about her. You look great. She looks me up and down while I try to conceal a blush. I really like your outfit too, Pomni. Ready to go in? Pomni nods enthusiastically. Yep. The moment we enter the portal, we're bombarded with sights and sounds. Signs advertising various attractions sit among the nicely manicured topiaries at the entrance. Multicolored roller coasters, tracks in the distance, promise a menagerie of thrilling rides. What are with these long words? A cheery tune that sounds suspiciously like a royalty-free version of It's a Small World plays throughout speakers in the park. There's a lot of rides here. Some game stands, she says, picking up a park map and pointing to various areas. And oh, look, a Ferris wheel. She says that last one with a little extra excitement. What should we do? She looks up at me smiling. Let's do the roller coaster first. The first coaster we come to is called the Star Killer. It boasts some intimidating lift hills and drops, a few loops, and even a short period of track where the cars are suspended upside down. Pomni jitters a bit as we approach the queue line. How high do you think that drop is? Yeah, I say, barely hearing the question as I look up at it. Pomni giggles. You nervous? Maybe, I say before regaining my composure. I be nervous. I hate heights. But I can do this for you. I give her a thumbs up. She chuckles and gives me a smile. Well, if it gets too intense for you, you can always hold my hand. I blush at the proposition. Since there's no line, we breeze through the queue. I'm not sure there's anyone else here at all. We board the ride and the restraints lower themselves, making sure to take seats next to one another. I let Pomni talk me into sitting in the front car, despite my better judgment. I grip her hand before the ride even starts. She squeezes mine and gives me a gentle smile. You're gonna be okay. This is gonna be fun. She reassures me. Kane's pre-recorded voice booms through the speakers. For your safety, please keep all claws, hands, arms, tails, ribbons, and various appendages inside the coaster. Now get ready for blast off on the Star Killer, rated for 900 G's of force. Surely that number can't be right. That would kill anyone who rode on it, right? I have a moment to ponder this before the coaster is launched forward up the first hill. The coaster whips this way and that at breakneck speed. I'm jerked around with such force that I can't even manage to scream as we descend the first gut-wrenching drop. Pomni cheers and laughs at my side. I close my eyes and squeeze her hand. On the second drop, I manage to scream. Ah! As we plunge through 2 consecutive loops into an inline roll, I barely keep my lunch down. Finally, we reach the safety of the station. Thank you for riding the Star Killer. As a reminder, Bubble World claims no liability for upset stomachs, soiled pants, or lost limbs. What was that last one? That was so fun. Come on, Dane, let's go again. Yo, her evil side is showing. I managed weakly, putting on a fragile smile. I let Pomni talk me into riding that coaster 3 more times before my stomach can take it no more. We ride a few other rides like the Extinction Event, the Flying Dutchman, and Friar's Deep. I learned quickly Pomni is a connoisseur of thrill rides, as she regales me with the precise technical names of each gut-churning spin and turn we go through during the ride. The only one I enjoy is the one we only ride once, the Dino Coaster Jr., which Pomni insists is kinda lame and definitely for kids. Ah, well, I liked it. As we go on the extinction event for a second time, Pomni turns to me.
Make a face when we go past the camera. I want to get a picture so we can always remember today.
I nod, trying to marshal my strength, but after the first drop, I'm a screaming mess, and any hope of putting on a brave face for the camera is lost. Pomni tugs me by the arm as the ride finishes.
Come on, let's look at the picture.
She leads me to the photo booth before putting a hand over her mouth.
Oh my goodness, look at your face!
She looks so cool there, actually. Pomni's putting up a peace sign and pretending to yawn. My face is contorted in an expression of fear, as if someone just told me I was gonna die before the coaster arrived at the station. But even so, I can't deny that my expression is kind of funny, and I want to remember this day too, so I nod. Yeah, let's get this picture. I smile. It may have felt like each coaster was going to be the death of me, but just seeing how happy this made Pomni, I would do it over again in a heartbeat. Aww! I step up to the counter and pay for the photo, handing it to Pomni. She looks up to me, grinning from ear to ear. Dusk comes before either of us are ready. Time flying by as we eat fried foods, try and mostly fail carny games, and Pomni talks me into trying various death-defying thrill rides. Pomni surprises me by taking my hand, tugging me towards the immense silhouette of the Ferris wheel in the distance, the park lights coming on and illuminating our path in neon green and cool blues.
It's finally dark enough. Let's go to the Ferris wheel, Dane. We can get a good view of all the lights.
I let her pull me along the route to the Ferris wheel. Pomni may be looking ahead, but I can't focus on anything but her hands in mine. I've wanted to hold her hand all week, but I was never sure when the right time to make the move was. Now that she tugs me along the path, I'm glad I waited for the opportune moment. I savor every second as we sprint through the chill, late autumn air. The Ferris wheel is lit up like a Christmas tree. She keeps a firm grasp on my hand as we breeze through the queue. A mannequin holds one of the cars for us, ushering us inside. Here goes nothing. We step in and the door is closed behind us. Once the car ascends a bit, I ask Pomni a question. So, why an amusement park? She shrugs.
Well, I guess I just wanted something that everyone could enjoy a few times. Only being able to go to school or the dorms all the time is kind of a drag, you know? I nod. I started to feel like I was going crazy.
She chuckles, staring out the window of the car and pausing a moment before collecting herself.
Amusement parks are just for fun.
She blushes.
Although this week hasn't been all bad, you know?
Not all bad, huh?
You know, I've just been having a lot of fun this week with you.
She smiles shyly, looking up into my eyes.
And I wanted to maybe just do something, you know, just us.
This whole week has been fun for me too, Pomni, not just today. You have to be the coolest person I've ever met. I mean, I wouldn't have ever tried sneaking into school at night. Even in the case of the mysterious diary disappearances. Pomni puts on a posh British accent.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
What?
Sherlock Holmes, you know, the famous detective?
I smile sheepishly. I guess I should pay more attention in literature class. Pomni smiles apologetically.
Well, you were a good sidekick.
Thanks. I just liked spending time with you. I say, not able to fully conceal a blush.
Dane?
I meet her gaze, noting her serious tone.
I want to thank you for everything,
she says, looking at her feet, then out the window at the glowing park lights.
Before you came to this school, I really felt like I was just going through the motions. And even before I came to this school or the circus, I still felt lost. Like I was just doing things to get by without actually living. I wanted people to take me seriously when I didn't even take my own life seriously. I guess I just wanted to feel seen, like I was doing something important. But with you,
she trails off a moment.
I feel seen.
I feel like you get me, and I don't feel like I'm weird, or I need to be ashamed around you.
You don't know how much that means to me, Dane.
She looks back at me. Pomni, I take her hands in mine. You shouldn't ever feel bad for being yourself. You know, I confess, you really are the coolest person I ever met. You already said that. She blushes back at me.
Dane?
You're funny, you're witty, and you're really, really cute. Pomni smiles. Aww! Bro, the cuteness is overwhelming me.
Thanks, Dane. I think you're cute too.
I grin. I remember from earlier today. Earlier? I see her blush furiously as she remembers Gangle's antiques with the diaries.
I'm gonna get Gangle for that.
I laugh. Well, can we keep holding hands?
Of course we can keep holding hands, Dane.
She smiles, letting out an amused snort. As our car on the Ferris wheel ascends, she puts her head on my shoulder. It reminds me of when she fell asleep on my shoulder yesterday. but it's made all the sweeter by the fact Pomni is awake this time, snuggling into my shoulder. Which reminds me of how I almost told her. I almost told her that no time like the present. Before I can finish the thought, Pomni reaches out and touches the glass, breathless at the view.
Hey Dane, we're at the top, look!
Her pinwheel eyes are aglow in the reflection of the myriad lights of the amusement park. I can't keep my eyes off of her. Like, I've never seen a character so whipped.
So pretty.
Yeah, I say even though we're looking at different things. Oh my goodness! Pomni's eyes eventually catch my gaze and she blushes.
You're not even looking at the lights.
I know, I just can't take my eyes off of you. I manage before my courage gives out. I'm sorry, is that weird? Pomni gives me a playful smile.
Maybe a little bit.
She moves closer to me, planting a kiss on my cheek before I can react. Told you I got game.
But it's also very sweet, Dane.
My face goes red. I rub the place where she kissed my cheek. It feels like a miniature fire is blossoming right where she kissed me. We keep holding hands, even as we depart the Ferris wheel, talking about nothing and everything at the same time. Sometimes I feel like I could be happy just walking and talking with her for the rest of the time, even if my heart is beating out of my chest the entire time. We get back to the dorms all too soon, and she lets my hand go as we get to the door of my dorm. Pomni smiles shyly at me.
I had a great time today, Dane.
Me too, Pomni.
You'll be at the Culture Festival tomorrow, right?
Yup. We stand there awkwardly. I don't want the night to end just yet. Should I kiss her? What if I'm misreading things? What if she thinks I'm weird? What if I'm moving too fast?
Well, I guess this is goodnight, Dane.
She takes a step towards her door. Sweet dreams, Pomni. She goes back to her dorm, shutting the door behind her. Stupid! I missed my chance. Well, as I enter my dorm, I comfort myself with the knowledge that the date still went better than I could have hoped. At least she kissed me, even if it was just on the cheek, and we got to hold hands a lot, which makes me really happy too. It makes the fact that I didn't kiss her on the way out tonight all the more painful. Tomorrow at the Culture Festival, I'll confess everything about my feelings for her. Maybe she'll even let me make up for the missed kiss. But even thinking about that makes my heart pound against my ribcage. I turn my light off and hope to get some sleep despite my brain racing with thoughts of Pomni. Day 4, complete. I wake up on the morning of the Culture Festival. Carnival tunes from the amusement park Pomni and I went to yesterday still echoing in my ears. I'm still a bit flushed after everything that happened, especially the kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel. Still, I managed to pull on one of my many freshly pressed uniforms through a haze of anticipation. I'm ready so early that I end up opening my door right as Pomni was going to knock on it. Wait, why is Pomni early?
Oh, Dane, you're up early?
Well, I guess I was just excited to hang out again, you know? I smile back.
Good, you ready to do our presentation?
Present what now? She pulls out some papers from her backpack. After sorting through them, she hands about half to me.
Remember, we did all that research on the Culture Festival?
It's all coming back to me now. Oh, right. Between the midnight urbexing of the school and our amusement park date. Was that a date? It's hard for me to tell. I shake my head to dispel the thoughts and try to focus on the notes she handed me.
I wrote up your part for you.
I nod, grateful.
Agatha asked what time we wanted to do our presentation. I sort of answered for both of us and said we wanted to do it early in the day. Then we can focus on actually enjoying the culture fair once we finish our presentation. I nod again.
Sounds good, Pomni. All right. We walk through the cool morning air together. I try reviewing all of the paperwork that Pomni handed me. There's actually some interesting stuff in here. According to these notes, the root word from which culture fair is derived from has to do with Japanese religion, and people believe the gods descended from the heavens. In fact, shrines were typically present at a lot of these fairs and festivals, and local farmers would pray for good fortune. Wow, this history stuff is actually pretty interesting.
Thanks, I tried to focus on the most interesting parts of the book, but it was pretty dry.
I nod.
You nervous, Dane?
Nervous? Me? Why would I be nervous? What are you talking about? Oh dear God, I am nervous. Not just about the culture festival, but about things between Pomni and me in general. I feel like my feelings are probably reciprocated, but I can't really tell for sure. Bruh, she kissed you on the dang cheek. It's reciprocated. But I feel like I can't ask until after the presentation is over, because if Pomni doesn't like me, then things are going to be really awkward. I accidentally voiced my discomfort out loud.
Hey Dane, are you okay?
Yeah, probably just something I ate yesterday.
We could take you back to Nurse Ming before the festival if...
No. I say a little more loudly than necessary. I'm fine, really. I try to give a reassuring smile, but I probably look like a seasick crocodile. Let's do this thing. I try to imitate Ragatha's arm punt thing that she does when she's trying to reassure everyone.
If you say so, Dane.
We walk in. Ragatha is already there, ready to greet us. Oh, thank goodness. I was beginning to think you two were going to be late, and I would have to hand your spot over to Gangle and Zooble. Near the stage, Gangle is holding up 2 pieces of art to Zooble, neither of them appropriate for a school activity. Zooble wordlessly shakes their head, and Gangle pouts, putting them down. Ragatha gives us a tight smile. Gangle needs some helpful critique on what she can and can't present. The stage is ready. She gestures to the auditorium stage. Around us, students converse with one another. None of them seem to know what they're waiting for. We ascend the stage. I stand next to Pomni, trying not to look awkward. Pomni taps the microphone.
Testing. Is this thing on?
Her voice fills the room. Each of the students goes silent and stares at her at the same time, like an army of automations.
Hey, everyone.
She gives a nervous smile.
I bet you're wondering why you're all here.
She giggles uncomfortably. A familiar voice calls out from the audience. Yeah, now that you mention it, I do wonder why we're all here.
Well, we're here to talk about what a culture fair...
Yawn, he says, making an exaggerated yawning motion in the audience. Some of the crowd begins to giggle at his antiques. Ooh.
Seriously, Jax?
She doesn't seem too amused. We're already at a culture fair. What is there to know? More laughter. Pomni tightens her lips. Hey, Jax. Oh, hey, new kid. Are you done disrupting our presentation? That depends. Are you done boring me to tears? More students join in. I'm starting to get flustered, but I take a deep breath. If anyone's going to save this culture fair, it might have to be me. Look, listen up. The word for culture fair is believed to come from the Japanese word matsuri, which means I'm about to box him. I'm about to box him. I'm about to box him. He makes a loud farting noise with his mouth. The entire student body ripples with laughter. I'm actually gonna fight him. It means out of the corner of my eye, I see Kane eyeing me balefully. Are you guys going to do your presentation, or? Do you not see what Jax is doing? Do you not? Suddenly, an idea dawns on me. Huh. Oh. Hey, Kane, can you remind me who all was supposed to do the culture fair presentation? Kane gives me a confused look. Well, it was you, Pomni, and Jax, of course. Well, shouldn't all 3 of us be up here? A light dawns in Kane's eyes. Good point! He snaps, and Jax is teleported to the stage. What? And Kane, since all the lines are taken, how about you just put Jax in a costume? What were you thinking? Jax frantically wheels his arms. Wait. Don't I get a say in this? Kane ignores him. Well, Daruma dolls are pretty important to Japanese festival culture. Maybe you could... Daruma, what the heck is... Oh! That's actually perfect. Kane snaps his fingers and Jax is encapsulated in a large red egg-like plastic costume. His face, the only visible part of him, is caked in thick white makeup, and he can't wipe it off either. And a large mustache is drawn on him in black ink, with orange rings around his eyes. Hey, you can't do this I turn to Kane. And Daruma dolls can't talk. Kane snaps his fingers. Say no more! A cartoon-like zipper appears across Jax's lips before zipping shut. Jax goes silent, bobbing back and forth in his egg-shaped costume, murder in his eyes. Oh my goodness, we got on his bad side. I turn to our audience. Some of them are still laughing at Jax, but not because of anything he is saying. I do my part of the presentation, talking about the religious roots of traditional Japanese festivals. When I finish my part, I glance over at Pomni. She's trying to stifle a laugh. Back to her old self, she confidently comes up to the microphone, talking about the various foods provided at Japanese festivals.
Daruma dolls aren't food, but they are a big part of Japanese culture too, she says, gesturing to Jax,
who by this point has sort of resigned himself to his current fate, his eyes glazed over.
A person might even receive multiple Daruma dolls throughout the year as a good luck charm and as a symbol of perseverance. They're involved in a Japanese festival related to the New Year too, where people bring all their Daruma in a pile.
A few cutouts of Daruma appear, courtesy of Principal Kane, piling up behind Jax.
And the Daruma are lit on fire to create a bonfire to give thanks for past triumphs.
A giant prop flame appears behind Jax, whose eyes are wide with panic as it approaches. The fire isn't real, but as it eclipses the Daruma, it creates an effect where only a black silhouette of the pile is visible. So it looks as if they were in fact being burned. A trapdoor drops Jax and the Daruma cutouts beneath the stage. And after the old Daruma are burned, a new one is purchased for luck in the new year. Jax, still in full costume, pops out from the same trapdoor he was dropped into moments ago, eyes dazed by his rapid descent. Then ascent. Yo, he deserves all of this. Not just for today, but also when he stuffed me in the freaking locker. The students laugh at theatrics.
And that's our presentation.
Pomni and I hold hands as we take a bow. Period. Pomni and I exchange a smile as we walk off the stage. Our triumph is short-lived, however. Uh-oh. Dane, you are so dead. Oop. He somehow got free. Nobody makes me look like a... In the nick of time, Kane appears between Jax and the two of us. Jax, that performance was inspired. What? Kane, get out of my way. I need to... I don't think so, my boy. In fact, I think we may have just found our new mascot. Oh. With a snap, Jax is encased in a new Daruma costume. This one with just enough room for his gloves to stick out of either side and his shiny shoes to stick out of the bottom. Now, get to dancing. Show us some school spirit. Oh my goodness. He's going to kill Dane. Jax scowls at me. This isn't over. Yet, as Kane ushers him out towards the hallway, I think that at least for now, I'm safe from his wrath.
How did you think of that, Dane?
I shrug. I remember reading about them in the Culture Festival book, and I saw Kane and I just thought, what if we made Jax help us out with the presentation anyways? Pomni giggles, giving me a playful punch in the arm.
Well, that was seriously genius.
We share another smile as we walk towards the food stalls. As we're getting traditional fish-shaped cakes from one of the stalls, I turn to Pomni. So, about yesterday. Pomni grabs her fish-shaped cake and takes a bite before turning to me.
What about it?
She says, her mouth full of pastry dough and red bean paste. I was just kind of curious where we stand with one another. Her face pales as she gulps her food down.
Oh, Dane? Well, direct to the point, huh?
She scratches the back of her neck, looking away from me.
Well, the truth is, I guess I sort of am,
She rubs the back of her neck.
You're gonna really make me say it?
I wait with bated breath.
I think I like you a lot.
She blushes furiously. My heart skips a beat. Pomni.
I know it's kind of embarrassing and I totally get it if you don't feel the same way, but you know, you asked, so...
Me too.
So if you're not interested...
She pauses, her mind processing my words.
You too?
Her cheeks flush an even deeper crimson hue.
Well, wait, really?
I lean forward and seal my words with a kiss.
Hey! Hey!
We love to see it. We love to see it. It was a long time coming. This might be one of my favorite routes. This might be one of my favorite routes in this game. For a moment, Pomni seems too shocked to respond. Then she sinks into the kiss from her end. For a second, we stand there. A second that seems to pass too fast, but also seems to stretch into eternity. When we finally pull back, we're both blushing.
So, you weren't kidding when you said you liked me?
You meant it too, right?
Of course, I mean, I kissed you too, right?
She giggles nervously. So does this mean? I trail off.
Oh, I think this definitely means...
She gives me a smile, wrinkling her nose. Good. My legs feel like they're going to give out underneath me. We both find a place to sit nearby.
So when did you figure out I was into you?
I thought maybe when you found me in my locker during the urbexing thing, and I felt pretty sure while we were at the amusement park, but I wasn't sure if you were just trying to be friendly. Pomni laughs.
Well, for future reference, I don't kiss my friends on the cheek during a romantic Ferris wheel ride.
Duh, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. I rubbed the back of my neck. Yeah, I figured, but I didn't know. And I really didn't want to ask you and have you turn me down. And then the whole culture fair presentation would be awkward, you know? Pomni smiles up at me.
Well, I appreciate that. I think honestly, part of the reason I like you so much is you make me feel heard. Sometimes everyone here is so tied up in dealing with their own business that it can feel really like you're alone. Or at least you can only have a surface level friendship. But with you, Dane, I can't explain it. You're different. You make me feel seen. And you make me feel like, I don't know, I guess I feel like I can just be my fully authentic self around you.
She blushes, hiding her face behind her gloves.
I know it's kind of embarrassing when I say it out loud.
I lean forward and kiss her forehead. I think it's sweet, and I feel the same way.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, I feel like Ragatha is so busy with the student council thing. Gangle and Zubul are sort of their own clique. Kinger and Kane are faculty, so it doesn't really feel like they know what it's like to be a student. And Jax is, well, I cast a glance over to the Daruma Jax, who is still glaring at me with murder in his eyes from afar. Jax. Pomni chuckles. Well, all of us are getting together later to do fireworks on the roof. Would you want to come as my partner? I nod. That sounds great, Pomni. She smiles back at me. All right, we're all meeting after the culture festival. We spend the rest of the festival together. When the festival ends and Jax is freed from his costume prison, we both beat a hasty retreat to the dorms. Yeah. I sort through my uniforms, trying to pick one from the identical sets of uniforms, until I see that a yukata has been laid out on my bed. On it is a note from Principal Kane. Congratulations, Dane! I want you to have this. This was my grandmother's yukata, and before that it was her grandmother's yukata. Is that why it reeks of mothballs? And I heard someone special invited you to a fireworks festival. So show up in my granny swag, make Grandmama Kane proud. Okay, even though it smells very strongly, I pull it on and somehow it fits me perfectly. As I slip the yukata on, I hear Pomni knocking at my door. I open it. Pomni's in a beautiful yukata of her own. She does look pretty. Hey, Dane. Her nose wrinkles. Do you smell mothballs? I sigh. I don't want to talk about it. Dang it, bro. This is going to ruin our game. Pomni shrugs, offering a hand. Fair enough. You ready to go? I nod. On the way to the school rooftop, we talk about everything and nothing. We talk about the school and culture festivals and how Jax looked in that ridiculous Daruma costume. I hope he isn't still mad at me for that. Well, I mean, it'll probably be fine, right? What's the worst he can do? Push me off the roof? Well, just don't think about it. You won't die. I'm sure he's probably over it by now. She gives me a nervous smile as we ascend the stairs. But as we reach the top, everyone is in surprisingly good spirits. Pomni, Dane, you made it. Good to see you two. You make a cute couple. We both blush.
I know, you two are so cute together. I have so much ship art to start working on.
Ship art? Like boats? As I'm pondering Gangle's words, Jax walks up to me. Everyone gives us a wide berth. So, Dane, I flinch. Relax, I'm not here to push you off the roof. You definitely thought about it though. He says, wearing a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Not yet. Yet? He sighs. Look, I absolutely should throw you off 3 floors for that stunt you pulled with Kane. And I fully intended to, but... He glances at Pomni. Well, Pomni's cool. You two remind me of how I used to be when I hung out with someone who used to go here. Aww, he was talking about his friend freaking Ribbit. Who was... Jax hold up a finger. Don't push your luck. So in the name of peace and the culture festival, I'm giving you a pass today. I nod. Thanks, Jax. But you've definitely put a target on your head. Let's just say, all my pranks on Ragatha are gonna take a backseat for the next few months. Months? His smile widens sadistically. Besides, if I kill you now, I can't torment you later. He pulls back, patting me on the shoulder. Good talk, new kid. He turns back to the party, pulling out a centipede for some nefarious purpose as he approaches Ragatha. Pomni walks over to me. What did he want? I shake my head. Weirdly, nothing. I guess we have an understanding though. Pomni smiles up at me. Well, that's good at least. I guess it is. Kinger approaches the fireworks with a lighter in hand. Who's ready for ice cream? Huh? He says, holding the flame close to the fuse. Wait a minute. Ice cream? Ice cream? Where? Okay, Kinger. I don't know how it's gonna be when they do a Kinger path. Like, I genuinely don't know. He says as he does, he jerks his hand at an angle and ignites the fireworks. They begin to go off in a sequence, filling the sky with a parade of lights and shapes. The entire time, my hand never leaves Pomni's. With time, more and more of my memories return. We still haven't found a way out of this weird school yet, or back to our lives before. But one thing is for sure. As long as I'm with Pomni, I think I'll be okay. Yeah, that might be my favorite route. That was so cute and funny and like, that might be the most well-written ones besides the Jax one. Those two are my 2 favorite ones. I'm about to go on a date. I'm never late. Hey Zubul, what you trying to do? Wanna go and skate? Why don't we just go up and escape? What's up guys, it's your girl Shonyx and welcome back to the amazing digital dating simulator. We have already done Jax's route, we've done Ragatha's route, and we've done Pomni's route. Now, we are gonna do Zubul's route. I'm very interested in where they're gonna take Zubul's route because Zubul strikes me as the type that doesn't really care about Anybody besides Gangle? Anyways, I'm not gonna dilly-dally. Without further ado, let's just get right into it. Gotta get back into this again. Welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator, a slice of lifestyle school setting where anything and everything is possible. I'm Kane, and I'll be your principal for the duration of your stay here at the amazing Digital Academy. Help your classmates pull pranks on the teacher, become a straight-A student, or a rule-breaking delinquent. All this while possibly finding love along the way. But enough about my wonderful, fantastic, gorgeous creation. Let's get you enrolled. First things first, what uniform will you be donning? Okay, I'm thinking I'm gonna go with the girl uniform for Zubul. Sounds good. What about your name? What should we call you? Back to Danish. Alrighty then, Danish. Then let's head inside.
Hi, my name is Danish. I'm a transfer student to the amazing Digital Academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague and tragic event that nobody knows anything about that changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all my old friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today is my first day at this new school. I glanced down at my class schedule. This should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger, so where is the teacher? As I step into the room to let in any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. The figure looks like a tall white piece from a gaming set. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put like 2 and 2 together because I'm not that good at math, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name can't really be. Hello, my name is Kinger. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of a genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named, what's your name again? Okay, for Zubul, I feel like I should say, don't mess with me and we'll be good, I think. Maybe. I'm gonna go with that. Rightio, go on and take any open seat, Danish. Most of our students don't bite. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. I take a moment to think of who to sit by. Okay, I sit next to the mismatched figure with a bored look on their face. I sat down next to the interesting looking student with mismatched limbs. I'm not going to bother asking you your name or backstory if that's what Kane wants. Well, I said my name already. I'm sorry? You heard what I said. After a week, Kane is gonna get bored of all this and you won't even be here anymore. Did I do something to offend them? Why do you think I'm gonna be gone in just a week? Cause that's just how things work around here. Kane comes up with some new student or adventure. Everyone gets excited to know them. Then Kane gets bored or they move away. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm telling you all of this. Nothing they say makes any sense. But I'm still offended at being treated like some sort of side act in a circus. Because that's totally not what we are. Right? Well, I didn't ask to be here. All I remember is something happened at my old school and my parents had to move out to the countryside. I huff. That's the only reason I'm here right now. Zubul glares back at me, but before we can start to argue, the girl in the colorful hat comes over to us. Hey guys, what's going on over here? She says, looking at us. Well, I point to Zubul. Just keep saying I'm going to disappear in a week when Principal Kane gets bored of me. Well, that's no good. She waves her hands, trying to defuse the situation. You know how Kane gets when we don't play along, Zubul. How Kane feels about things isn't my problem. To illustrate their point, they kick their feet up on the desk in front of them. Pomni just shakes her head before extending a hand for me to shake. Well, anyways, welcome to our class, Danish. Sorry about Zubul. They just don't really like new people. Or Kane. I nod. I can see that. Well, if you want, you can come sit next to me instead. I'm sure Kinger won't mind. I cast a glance at Zubul, who is still ignoring me. The invitation is tempting. No. I'm gonna say, I think I'll stick it out with Zubul. We're gonna stick it out. We're gonna do it. Suit yourself. Don't think this makes us friends or anything. I guess not, but I find myself oddly unbothered by Zubul's cool demeanor. That's fair. I shrug. I'm sure you have a reason for feeling the way that you do. That oddly seems to pierce their cool exterior. Huh? Well, yeah, I do.
I feel like you just really dislike Principal Kane. Well, yeah, dislike is an understatement. They pause. He just keeps trying to come up with new things and acts like we should be falling over ourselves. I shrug. It's okay, you don't have to like me. Well, it's not that I don't like you. It's just that... Never mind. It's okay. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I was so harsh on you. Listen, to make it up to you, I usually eat lunch with Gangle in the courtyard. You can tag along if you want. You know, instead of sitting alone. Just as I'm about to respond, Zooble sees something out of the corner of their eye. Bruh, leave Gangle alone, Jax. They say, running off. Oh well, I guess if I want to talk to them later, I know where to find them. Okay. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to this place when something burst into the room. Principal Kane, how exciting to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was a bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Kinger! Class, how do you do? Principal Kane extends a hand, gesturing to all of us before freezing in place. With a sound like porcelain grinding against porcelain, his teeth slam shut. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth like they're not solid objects. Danish, wasn't expecting you here. Manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points his cane at me. Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to making this school interesting. Everybody else here is kind of boring. I want to kill them. He pauses a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there a reason you're here, Kane? Zooble speaks to him like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal of the school. Kane perks up. That's right, the reason I'm here, to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One filled with fun, danger, adventure. He begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience. He turns towards the window and stares out of it for a moment. Is he addressing somebody? There doesn't appear to be anyone outside.
I know you're watching.
However, the numbers are in, students, and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time I tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and Kinger play along, gasping at this revelation. Gangle looks ready to burst into tears. However, my sweet tooth cavity-filled students, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way. At this point, the sharp-toothed bubble next to him pipes up.
How are you bringing interest back to the school, Mr. President?
Kane shoots the bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. You see, my little Tomar emeralds, my little shining diamonds, my little soft sapphires. What's one thing no academy around here has ever had? A cast of colorful characters. A competent principal. Adequate funding? Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about. No school around here has had a culture festival celebrating the unique talents of all its students. So I, being your benevolent principal, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best culture festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. Make it flashy, we gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads, I'm almost late for my deep tissue massage. Alright, Kinger, I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities. You all have 5 days. Break a leg or two. In fact, I'll break them for you. Come here. Okay, as abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. Alright, class, let's see what roles Kane assigned to each of you for the Culture Festival. Kinger lifts a paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as the class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me. Zooble and Gangle, you two will work on art to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival.
I don't know. I still don't have anything I'm comfortable showing everyone else.
Okay, Pomni and Jax, look up what a culture festival is.
Shouldn't we do that before we start making posters? No, I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gangle comes up with for her posters. If it's anything like what she comes up with when she draws Ragatha.
Jax!
Gangle interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading with him to stay absolutely silent. The class erupts into chaos as Zooble and Gangle argue with Jax. Pomni tries to find out what a culture festival is, and Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker amongst themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his lesson planned and is just waiting out the lunch bell. As if I had summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their arguments and files out of the classroom. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. After my chaotic first half of the day, I had worked up quite the appetite. The cafeteria was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Around me, there was a selection of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another. I wish Kane would add like some McDonald's or some Pizza Hut or something. Or even better, Chick-fil-A. I pick up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scan the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. Alright, didn't Zubul and Gangle say they ate lunch in the courtyard? Ooh, this is nice. I pick up a garden salad. A what? You got a garden salad? Yuck! From the cafeteria and stride out into the courtyard. Though there are half a dozen tables out here, they're mostly empty, and it's easy to find Gangle and Zubul. Gangle gives me a big wave with one of her ribbon arms, her comedy mask showing an expression of cautious excitement. Zubul lifts up their claw hand in a friendly wave as well. Hey guys, thanks for the invite. No problem.
No problem.
Did they coordinate that? Either that or they've just been friends for a long time.
So, Danish, how are you liking our school so far?
Well, it's pretty different from my old school. I start Zubul and Gangle waiting on my next words. But I think I'm starting to like it here. I just got here. Gangle smiles, pushing the tips of her ribbon hands together with a gentle blush.
I like it here too. I'm really excited for the Culture Festival.
We pass the time in relative silence as we eat our lunches. Zubul is the first to break the silence, pointing at my meal. Of course Zubul is pointing at my meal. Because why am I eating a garden salad? Are you a vegan or something? Oh, this? I gestured to my salad. Not really, I just grabbed something that looks good before heading out to meet you guys.
I think it looks good.
Zubul shrugs. I like to bring food I cook myself. I can't stand what Kane stocks the cafeteria with. I love that Zubul finds every single way to like go against the grain. Gangle has a gentle smile on her face as she pokes a bit of shrimp tempura with a chopstick. How she manages to use chopsticks when both of her hands are the tips of red ribbons is honestly very impressive.
I don't think it's all bad. There's a lot of traditional Japanese foods in the cafeteria. I never got to eat sushi when I was in high school before.
They go back and forth like this for a bit while I stab at the remnants of my salad. A hush falls over our table for a moment, then...
So, Zubul, are you going to help me get art done for the Culture Festival after lunch?
Zubul looks at Gangle pointedly. Honestly, I'm tired of talking about the Culture Festival. It's just another one of Kane's stupid plans to make us all come together and make him feel good about himself. I mean, come on, Gangle. He's having Pomni look up what a Culture Festival is. He doesn't care about the Culture Festival at all. It's just something to make us all busy. I don't see why I should put in any more effort than Kane is, you know? Fair assessment. There's a faint tickle, like something delicate fracturing, and Gangle's smile falters? Gangle's lip starts quivering, tears welling up at the side of her mask. What? Zubul? Gangle, I didn't mean... But their apology is too late. Gangle's comedy mask has broken, and now lies on the table in front of us in two pieces. Gangle is sobbing loudly. Oh my goodness, bruh. They give me a meaningful look. Come on, Danish, you understood what I meant, right? I mean, honestly, I find Gangle to be a bit of a crybaby, to be honest. I don't really think that Gangle had to cry over this. I don't think Gangle had to cry over this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what it's gonna be like when I actually go through the Gangle route. I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna be annoyed by Gangle. All right, Gangle, Zubul is just annoyed at being pulled around by Kane all the time. They didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Thank you, Danish. Zubul sighs, exhausted, but clearly regretting that they upset Gangle. Seriously, Gangle, I promise I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. Gangle manages to choke back enough tears to respond.
I know that. I just wanted us all to have fun today and during the Culture Festival.
Zubul leans over, putting a hand on Gangle's arm ribbon. I know, and I'm sorry about being so rude about the culture fair. If you want to take this seriously, then I'll take it seriously too. Besides, I think Danish is really excited about the culture festival, right? They shoot me a look that tells me it's time to speak up. That's right! I stumble over my words, injecting as much enthusiasm into them as I can muster. I care a lot about the culture festival, and I'm really excited to work with both of you on preparations for it. I totally care so much, even though I just got here. Zubul gives me an appreciative nod as Gangle regains her composure. Her comedy mask is still broken for now, but she offers us both a delicate smile.
Thanks, you guys. Can we spend the rest of the day in the art studio working on posters?
Actually, I have some afternoon class. Zubul wraps their pincer-like hand around my forearm. You're coming with us. Okay. All right. I'm with you guys. I sure am. I let Zubul lead me to the art studio as Gangle starts to smile again, giddy at the prospect of spending a whole afternoon doing art for the culture festival. Gangle pulls open a closet in the back of the art studio, pulling out stacks of paper before handing several pieces to me and Zubul, along with some boxes of colored pencils.
Since we're all doing art for the culture festival, let's all draw some posters, then we can vote which ones will make the cut.
I glance down and start to sweat. I haven't drawn anything more complex than a stick figure since the 3rd grade. I glance over to Zubul's paper. They've already started drawing a bunch of unique designs, contrasting different colors against one another to produce something that looks like it belongs in a high-end art gallery. I crane my neck to peer at Gangle's art. There's something familiar about the excited anime figures she's drawing, but I still can't put my finger on what it is. Zubul sees me peering over at Gangle's work. Why don't you start working on your own poster? Nope. Sure thing. I try to scribble something resembling an excited student for my poster, but the proportions are all wrong. When I try to draw the school, all I can draw is a rectangle with smaller rectangles for the windows, or we're cooked. We're cooked. When I add a little sun in the top left corner and try to draw the courtyard, the picture's complete. You know you're a really bad artist if you're still stuck drawing the little sun in the corner. That is some 6-year-old type stuff. This definitely looks like what a toddler would bring home to his parents. Like I said, 6-year-old. Something that would end up under a magnet on the fridge for years. Zubul leans over and gives a bemused chuckle. Seriously, dude? Should I say yeah, I suck? I'm not gonna say it's not like yours any better. I'm not gonna do that. But I feel like I could say pretty sad, huh? But it's my best work. Zubul seems to respect me for admitting it. Well, I don't think you're winning any art contests anytime soon, but you can always ask me or Gangle for help. You know what? I appreciate you. Zubul reaches over to my paper and adds a few perspective lines and a bit of shading. It's like they see something in the picture that I don't. And from the few details they add, it transforms from a child's drawing to something that actually looks like a high school student put effort into it. Okay, nice.
Time's up. Let's see everyone's art.
We set all 3 of our pieces on the table in the center of the art room. We all take a moment to look at one another's art. Gangle's drawn an anime-style mascot, waving 2 flags with the school crest on them, jumping up and down saying please visit the school culture fair. Zubul has drawn a series of geometric figures and tessellations in different colors, but when you look at it at the right angle, it spells out culture fair. Okay, creative. I have drawn a few stick figures enthusiastically, pointing at a box-shaped school with a few perspective and shading lines added, making it half respectable. It takes a moment for me to realize Gangle and Zubul are looking at me. Oh shoot, they expect me to pick my favorite? Well, I ain't gonna lie to you. I knocked this one out the park. I'm kidding. Zubul, you got the coolest design. Zubul blushes a bit. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Rubbing their arm before looking away. Well, I think we all did a good job. They pause, except for Danish. You didn't have to do that, man. You didn't have to do that. Gangle giggles as Zubul points out my lackluster drawing.
I don't know, it's kind of cute.
Cute because it looks like a 5-year-old drew it. Dang! I swallow my pride and laugh with them. We laugh until the bell rings to dismiss afternoon classes. Well, I hated today a lot less than I thought I would. They look at me, gratitude in their eyes. Thanks for hanging out with us, Danish. They say before heading out, I should probably go grab my things too. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. My mind drifts to the day's events, and I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar figure walks up to me. Oh, hey, Danish, you still here? I nod, clutching my books. Well, since you're still here, want to walk back with me? Yeah, Zubul, that sounds nice. Cool. Their voice is completely nonplussed, but I can tell they're happy I said yes. So where's Gangle? Because I would have thought that Zubul and Gangle would be just stuck together. Zubul and I make our way out the front doors of the school. I walk to the curb, trying to find a comfortable seat on the sidewalk as I wait for my parents to pick me up. What are you doing? They give me a weird look. Waiting for my parents to pick me up, duh. Zubul seems only more confused by my answer. Danish, how old are you? I laugh. That's a weird question to ask. I begin to count on my fingers, only to realize I somehow forgot how old I am. Bro, imagine I'm actually like, I don't know, 62 years old or something. How did I forget how old I am? It's not important. How old are you? Zubul raises an eye at my response, but lets it slide. I'm 22. I'm completely bamboozled by Zubul's respoozle. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Did it actually say that? Did I mess that up or did it actually say that? Zubul's respoozle. What the freak? Bamboozled? I shake my head. Well, I'm probably an appropriate age to be picked up on my parents. Zubul sighs, pinching where the bridge of their nose would be with their claw hand. Danish, I don't know how you didn't notice this, but there literally is no outside world. Just the school and the dorms. Dorms? Yeah, I mean, I still don't like Kane, but at least he gave us all individualized rooms just a little off campus. And that was... Zubul pauses to make sure their next words aren't too complimentary towards Kane. Decent of him. That's so funny. Zubul is like, I will never compliment that freaking jaw. They seem satisfied with their word choice. But my parents, I was dropped off by them this morning. It feels as real as my name and my last school. Danish. They give me a look of pity. Seriously, try to remember any concrete details about your life outside the school. I try, but all I get is a splitting headache. The harder I try, the worse the pain. I got nothing. Yeah, something happens to our memory when we come to this school. Come on, let's get you to your room before it gets much colder out. Zubul takes my wrist in their hand and leads me to the dorms. Alright, which room is yours? Each door has so much personality, I can instantly tell who is probably staying in each. The red and blue door is probably Pomni's, the door crisscrossed with caution tape could belong to Jax, and the ranch door reminds me of Ragatha for some reason. We also pass a dark, sleek door with bright geometric shapes on it. Your room? Yep. They're quick with their response, but not curt. Clearly, Zubul is more interested in finding my room than making small talk right now. Unlike all the other fancy doors, mine turns out to be a plain oak door. We know it's mine thanks to a brass nameplate with my name on it. Well, you want to check it out? Yeah, let's see what Kane cooked up for me. Hey! Let's see. I pop open the door, looking inside expectantly. And it sucks. If I had to describe this room in one word, it would be inoffensive or boring. All the walls are painted a plain shade of white. My mattress is gray with a thick duvet embroidered with the school emblem folded on top. 2 pillows also sit on my bed. At the desk sits a pile of paper, a set of blue and black pens, a handful of sharpened pencils, and a computer that looks like it was plucked out of an office in the 80s. Zubul pauses to find appropriate words. Just be blunt. Roomy? I turn to them for a moment before bursting into laughter. You could say that again. I can't hide my grin at Zubul actually trying to be nice. It's the emptiest room I've ever seen in my life. It's literally so boring, it's funny. Zubul starts chuckling too. Yeah, I don't know what you did to off Kane, but he must have decided to give you the most boring room he could think of. We laugh at the sheer hilarity of my unfortunate room for a few minutes. Well, the room sucks, but if you give me a few minutes, I'll whip up something to make it less plain. Really? Sounds like a plan. I guess I'll unpack my backpack and see if I can rearrange things to give the room some more personality. Good luck. Zubul snorts as they leave my room. I close the door. There isn't much to work with, but I managed to arrange the pens in a neat little pyramid. Wow. And start trying to sketch something to put on the wall. That's all you got? A few minutes later, someone slides a paper under my door. I pick it up. Whoa, wow. Zubul has done a self-portrait in a neo-cubist style, incorporating various geometric shapes to make an interesting background to their self-portrait. Wow, I searched around in my desk and managed to find a thumbtack. I pinned Zubul's drawing to my wall and remind myself to thank them for the art next time we talk. Spending the day with Zubul was actually really nice despite our rocky start. I hope I can spend more time with them in the future. I lay down on my bed, defeated by the day. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. It doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on, as if overridden by some remote console. The room to my dorm flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinkler. Doesn't that violate some sort of building safety code? Hello, my darling toy box characters, my little children. Principal Kane announces from what sounds like the hallway. Ah, well, time to investigate. Kane, what the f*** trying to pull this late at night? Aha, Zubul! His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment, but none too pleased by it. You're lucky I even let you get sleep. This he blurts out in a harsh monotone, before recovering his cheery demeanor. I'm here because even with the culture fair pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to, which is why I've secured us a sponsorship. He stretches out the last word, using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words. Without further ado, I introduce you all to... A drumroll plays. The Wacky Watch! You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been having trouble finding a good audience for their product. But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama.
But rare results, I'm actually...
Now, Gangle! I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of affixing a Wacky Watch to each of your wrists. Each of us glanced down.
To my absolute shock, the watch is already on my wrist. How did it get there?
What in the...
And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very special adhesive. And if you do try to remove them, I'll blow you up. I can hear Gangle beginning to whine as panic sets in. Pomni tugs at her Wacky Watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays affixed, her gloves stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Ragatha just looks down with a resigned sigh. Kane, I can't remove the arm with the Wacky Watch, what the f***? Principal Kane ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue. You see, my little turtle doves, my little sweet water bottles, my soft toilet papers. In order to secure the funding we need to make it to day 5 and the culture fair, I need you wearing the Wacky Watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need all of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your Wacky Watches. Good luck with the school life. Can't wait to see what you do with the culture fair. Bye! He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the culture fair easier. With the sound of breaking glass, Gangle's comedy mask shatters and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes.
I don't want a Wacky Watch.
Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up.
Well, I think it could be useful. And look, Gangle, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw.
Pomni goes over to Gangle, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature. Aww.
That is kind of nice.
Gangle sniffles. Yeah, that's the right spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Everyone's door closes. I hear a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustration on. I flick my dorm light off as I close my door. I check my Wacky Watch. Got a text from Zubul. Looks like they haven't updated their profile picture. I hate this thing. I know, I hate it too. But at least we can talk without being in the same room. Yeah, that is nice, I guess. Still though, it's pretty late. Want to text more tomorrow? Yeah. It's the most blandest conversation I have had in this game so far. I almost pull my covers up, but my Wacky Watch lights up with a few more texts. And thanks for everything today. For sitting with me and humoring me. And for helping me smooth things over with Gangle. And for being cool when we made fun of your art. Okay, I didn't know Zubul was this talkative. You seem like a really cool person, and I hope you keep spending time with the art club. Even if you can't draw for
It appears that whatever sensor Kane has applied to the school also works on our wacky watches. Ah well, I send Zubul a laughing crying emoji before pulling up the covers and getting to sleep. As I get to sleep in my bland and empty room, my thoughts drift to Zubul. Our relationship was off to a rocky start, but I'm glad I stuck with them. I really hope we can spend more time together tomorrow. Day 1, complete. I yawn as I awake in my room. The clock on my wacky watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the sliver of sunlight peeking from under my door. I slide my school-issued pajamas off and look in the closet. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there, with a little tag on the sleeve of the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Kane has left me a note.
Hi, Danish, this is Principal Kane. As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you've been provided a set of uniforms free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. Well, there's no accounting for taste, my young student. Zubul's a thorny one, but if anyone can get through to them, it's you. If you can get Zubul engaged in the culture fair, well, I'd be one happy principal/AI companion.
Cool. As I pull my uniform over my wacky watch, I glance down at it. I have a text from Zubul.
Wanna walk to school together? You ready, Danish?
Zubul casts a glance around, looking a bit guilty. Oh no, is Zubul guilty because they're not walking with Gangle?
What's up? I normally walk to school with Gangle, but I guess she'll be fine on her own.
Whatever the reason, Gangle walking to school really concerns Zubul. Oh my goodness, Jax is gonna hound Gangle. Maybe we should wait for Gangle? I think we should wait for Gangle. Let's wait for Gangle. I just feel like that, I don't know. I got a bad feeling if we don't wait for Gangle. I did like the idea of walking to school alone with Zubul, but I completely respect them wanting to make sure their friend feels included. Especially considering the way Jax sometimes acts around Gangle, you know? We can go get Gangle too.
You sure you're okay with that?
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Thank you, Danish.
They give me an appreciative nod. I can see this means a lot to Zubul as we make our way to Gangle's door. Zubul knocks on her door. Gangle quickly exits her room, waving to me.
Hi guys, thank you for waiting for me.
Gangle is the image of contentment, a warm grin on her comedy mask as she walks over to me, her head held high next to Zubul.
Let's get going.
I nod. We exit the dorms and head towards the school. There's a bite of early autumn chill in the air as we make our way to the school.
I hate how little light these uniforms are.
Gangle manages through chattering teeth. Zubul is visibly shivering too. Even though their uniform is a long sleeve shirt and full pants, it's clear the fabric isn't thick enough. I can feel every breeze as well in my uniform.
Just another way for Kane to torment us here.
Well, why can't we have fall uniforms?
Zubul looks at me, because nobody told Kane about fall uniforms, and he didn't design any for us.
After exchanging a look, we all race to the relative comfort of the school's internal heating system.
That's much better.
Zubul nods. You guys ready to head to homeroom? We both nod. Good. We make our way to class, but before we step in, Zubul motions for Gangle to go inside, taking me to the side.
So, hey, I really appreciate you letting me bring Gangle along our walk. I know you probably didn't plan for that, and I only texted you about me, but it means a lot to me that you value my friends too.
Why not? Of course, you know why? I'm not gonna be a villain here. What kind of person would I be if I tried to control who you walk to school with?
Still, it really does mean a lot to me. You're really cool, Danish.
I feel my cheeks heat up at the compliment. Thank you? You know, we should head in, right? I scratch my neck awkwardly. Zubul nods in agreement. I take my seat between Gangle and Zubul. Time to spend another day with the art group in this crazy school. I joined Zubul and Gangle to get some much needed work done in the art room. This time, Zubul is sitting right next to me. Their eyes are glued to the page as I attempt art. Oh boy. I start with a few lines and try just drawing shapes.
How is that going to help with the art festival?
There's a mix of annoyance and curiosity in their voice as they lean over my shoulder. I'm trying here. Zubul gives off this sort of, I don't know how to fully describe it. I guess I could call it a warm aura? Just being around Zooble makes me feel a little happier and safer. No wonder Gangle orbits them like a moon. I try spicing up my drawing a few thick lines connecting the various shapes. What the heck? Are you drawing me? Are we? I glanced down. Oops. As my pen idly drifted across the page, drawing a triangle, a couple of circles, a potato, a spindly leg, and a boot, I ended up drawing a half-competent portrait of the person sitting next to me. Oh, whoop. Sorry, I let my mind wander, and the first thing I thought of was you? You know? I mean, do you like it? We both blush as we make eye contact. It's like some kind of staring contest, our faces inches apart, the air between us electric with some unspoken tension. Whoa, that's quick. I break first, turning away. Well, it's not bad. And I sort of like it. Oh, really? Zooble reaches a hand over and picks up my drawing before sliding it into their backpack. Yeah, but I'm not part of the culture festival. So for now, I'm taking this, so Gangle doesn't think you're not working on the culture festival. You know, it would hurt her feelings if you weren't focused. Right. As excuses go, it's weak. But I'm not bold enough to brave the awkwardness of confronting them on the obvious lie, you know? Hey, just admit, you like my art. Come on now. Instead, I keep drawing. No matter how much art I try or how much I improve, I can't stop thinking of Zooble. When I draw them intentionally, it never comes out quite right. But when I don't try, when I just let my mind drift, and I think about Zooble, I can make a few half-decent drawings of them. Even as I work on my Zooble portraits, I make sure to draw the occasional art in support of the culture fair. Dang, I'm obsessed already. I'm obsessed with Zooble already. I'm about as obsessed with Zooble as Gangle is about Ragatha. Mostly big bubble letters saying, culture fair, woo! Or drawings of stick figures talking about how excited they are for the culture fair. I eventually go back to one of my drawings of Zooble, adding a sign in their hand that says, go to the culture fair. I finish my art, stealing glances at Zooble. They steal a glance at me every once in a while too. Whenever our gazes accidentally meet though, Zooble rolls their eyes and points back to my art. Fine. Two can play at that game. Come on now, lock eyes with me. I don't think it's much of a stretch to say neither of us are really focusing on the art right now. What is this tension? The bell to dismiss class rings and Gangle stands up from her corner of the room.
Okay, guys, let's all show a few pieces of art we're really proud of, and we can see which ones we want to hang up for the culture fair.
I rifle around in my art, realizing I used a lot more paper doing different portraits of Zooble than I meant to. I picked the art of Zooble holding up a sign saying, join us for the culture fair, and a few silly stick figure comics I drew about the importance of participating in school activities. Gangle is first to present her art, an assortment of cute anime characters excited for the culture fair. Zooble takes the second slot. Their art is a series of different styles. Their impressionist and neo-cubist work is really cool. There is one with thick inked lines reading, join us for the culture festival, with dark flowers surrounding the lettering. That one is my favorite by far. I stand up in front of I stand up in front of Gangle and Zooble for my turn. My throat dries. I try to present my stick figure comics about the culture fair. Gangle wears a smile of delicate enthusiasm as she tries to come up with something positive to say. Zooble doesn't even try, alternating between laughing and pinching where their nose would be in mock annoyance. Danish, you should really apply your... I interrupt them by revealing my portrait of Zooble holding a sign. They're both stunned for a moment.
That is a lot better than your other art!
Gangle applauds my achievement. Thank you. Zooble blushes and averts their gaze. Yeah, it's not good enough to put up, but it beats your stick figures, I guess.
No, Zooble, this is totally good enough.
Before either of us can stop her, Gangle snatches the drawing from my hands, pinning it on the board in the art room.
Danish, it's clear to me you've been holding out on us. Tomorrow, I want to see at least 6 more this good.
She's putting on her manager role, you know, from that one episode. Gangle gives me a serious look. I nod with a gulp. Gangle then pauses and gives us both a look.
Oh, Zooble, I almost forgot. Ragatha wants to walk with me today and talk about the art for the culture fair. I can't join you today for the walk home. Maybe Danish can.
Is that okay with you, Zubul? Yeah, sure. Is there an undertone of excitement in Zubul's voice? I don't even know what Zubul would sound like if Zubul was excited. Zubul walks me home. Even though we've only spent a couple of days together, conversation comes with surprising ease. We begin to catch up on our lives outside of the school. So, Zubul, how'd you get so good at art? I used to be a tattoo artist before I came here. Oh, I forgot about that. Wow, really? Yeah, that's actually where my interest in art came from. Sometimes when I hang out with Gangle in the art club, I just sort of channel my time as a tattoo artist or draw something I remember doing for a client. You know, I always wanted to get a tattoo. Y'all, do y'all think I would look cool with a tattoo? Like right on my forehead. Really? That's not super true. I'm actually pretty scared of pain and needles. That's literally me. But Zubul just seems so cool that it would feel lame to admit that. Yeah. I always wanted to get a tattoo from one of my favorite animes. Low-key though, if I did get a tattoo, like for real. If I did get a tattoo, I would get some Mario ones and I would get some Genshin ones. I would love to get tattoos of those. Maybe even a Danganronpa one. I don't know. Zubul snorts at the mention of anime. Is anime not cool? Or, you know, something. Zubul notices the change in my demeanor. No, I can do a tattoo from an anime. I just laughed because you sounded so excited talking about getting an anime tattoo that you reminded me of Gangle. Gangle watches anime? That explains her manga-like art style. She's cooler than I thought. I don't have a tattoo gun here though. Aw, that's too bad. I breathe a sigh of relief. I could still do a tattoo though. Sort of. How can you do a tattoo without a tattoo gun? Pomnia actually gifted me a henna kit. I have no idea where she got it, but I could probably do something for you. I think about it. Do you still have to use a needle? Nah, it's kind of like just dyeing your skin. I can just prepare the paste and wait a few hours, then draw a tattoo. That sounds like the best of both worlds. I nod eagerly. It would be really cool to get to have your art on me forever. Zubul turns away from me. Well, you know, henna tattoos only last like 3 weeks tops anyways, so. But I can try to think of something to do for you. I nod again as Zubul recovers their cool, turning back to me and nodding approvingly. Yeah, I'll definitely come up with something. The dye takes a while to prepare though, so I'll probably have to prepare it one morning, then keep you after school to do the tattoo. I shrug. Sounds fine to me. Zubul nods and we reach the dorms. All right, I don't want things to end just now though. Hey, Zubul. What's up? You wanna, I don't know, canoodle? Why is my mouth so dry? Wanna, keep hanging out? Zubul pauses a moment before nodding. Yeah, I didn't have any plans after school. Let's hang out. Yes! Cool. I'm chill. I'm nonchalant. I'll drop my stuff off in my room and meet you in the lounge. Yep. All right. I practically sprint to drop my backpack and English textbook off in my room before heading to the lounge. Zubul arrives a few moments later. I sit on the couch and Zubul comes over and sits next to me. We sit there awkwardly for a moment. I realize I wanted to keep hanging out with Zubul, but don't have any idea of what to do. This is really awkward. After a few seconds, Zubul breaks the silence. So, Danish, did you have anything you wanted to talk about? They trail off. I rack my brain to think of something. Cold weather we're having. Zubul snorts. I guess so. Anything else you wanted to talk about? I keep trying to think of things to bring up, but everything I think of seems lame. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything. My cheeks burn red with embarrassment. I wanted to look cool and hang out with Zubul, and now that we're together, I can't think about anything that seems worthy of your time! Well, if you don't have any ideas, maybe I can show you where I like to hang out. Yeah, let's do that, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm fumbling. That comes out a little louder than I meant. I mean, that's cool. Zubul chuckles before going over to a small broom closet and opening it. You like to hang out in the closet? I tilt my head in confusion. Maybe the new cool trend is hanging out in broom closets? I almost question them when they kneel down and push a false door out from behind some cleaning supplies. Oh, okay. See, I thought there was gonna be some meaning there. Like the hiding in the closet. I don't know. They lead me down a cramped spiral staircase that goes underneath the lounge. The spiral staircase leads down to a room with antique furniture. What? A countertop and an assortment of liquors? The way I didn't know this place existed? Is this a... Welcome to the speakeasy. Antique lighting fixtures hang from the ceiling. In the back corner, there's even a pool table and a dartboard. I opt to take a seat at the counter. Zubul steps behind the counter without further ado. After I worked as a tattoo artist, I started working as a bartender. They're full of surprises, all right. This place is so cool. I'm surprised Principal Kane lets us have a bar in the school. Zubul shrugs. I don't think it's supposed to be here. Basically, only I know about this place. Well, I guess now, basically just you and me. I feel honored to share this secret with Zubul.
Thanks for showing me this place.
No problem. I think Kane meant for this to be part of a different adventure, but he got confused or forgot where he placed it, so now we just have a secret bar underneath the lounge. I'm not sure what they mean by a different adventure, but I decide to not question too much. Yeah, because I think I'm not aware that this is just one of the adventures in the whole digital circus. You know what I mean? So, can you make me a drink? I can make any drink. For a second, I think of a drink my uncle used to order. It was called a corn cob blitz and involved some sort of yellow liquor served with a corn cob. That just sounds nasty, to be honest. Why would I want to drink something that tastes like corn? But then I think of something better. I'll just have a cosmopolitan. Sure thing. In no time at all, Zubul has prepared my requested drink and set it in front of me. Here goes. I down the drink. It goes down smooth. Zubul really knows what they're doing behind that counter. So how about you, mysterious new kid? What's your story? Oh, you know, I come from a humble apartment in the inner city. We grew up with two parents who worked full-time to support us. The alcohol and the cosmopolitan hits me all at once. They always had these big plans for me. Oh yeah? Zubul leans forward. Yep, since I was little, they always put me in extracurricular lessons and found camps for me to go to in the summer. Zubul nods. Another drink? Yeah, another Cosmo, please. Zubul mixes one up for me in record time and I down it again. Honestly, it got kind of exhausting. I was either studying for school or taking lessons with tutors. Felt like they didn't even want me home sometimes. Zubul nods sympathetically. My mom was always saying I was meant for great things and I just had to keep trying out different things until I found out what that was. Sounds stressful. I nod. You don't know the half of it. Another drink? I nod again. I'm about to get drunk. Dang, it's only day 2. Keep the cosmos coming. Zubul mixes me another one and hands it to me. I guess all those lessons paid off though. I got really good at piano. Piano? Zubul looks surprised at my confession. Yep, classically trained. What's wrong with piano? Nothing, but my parents wouldn't let up once they found out about it. Every day after school was lessons, meetings with tutors, practicing compositions. Then it was recitals and competitions. I actually enjoyed playing the piano, but they made it my whole life. Zubul shakes their head. That sounds unbearable. Sounds like your passion was turned into a chore. Exactly. You're the only one I've told about it. 3 cosmopolitans into the night and my vision is swimming. Well, I'm glad you're comfortable enough to tell me. You're so cool, Zuby. I wish I was cool like you. I always feel so silly around you. What are you saying, Danish? They won't quite meet my gaze. I don't know, I always just get all nervous and my mouth gets all dry and I can't look at you in the eyes and I can't think of cool things to say to you when I'm near you. I pause for a moment. Is that weird? The blush on their face is apparent, even in my drunken stupor. I guess not. Anyways, Danish, why are you acting so weird? Weird? I'm not weird. Though I am a bit hurt by being called weird. I'm just drunk. Danish, there's no alcohol in the drinks I've been serving you. Wait, so what? What? So what, I'm just acting like this to act like this? Oh, I am weird. Oh, I'm a weirdo. Oh my goodness, now I'm embarrassed. Now I have the secondhand embarrassment. Oh my goodness. What? Kane is a weirdo, but even he knows you shouldn't have alcohol on school grounds. This is like a rec room with a bar aesthetic. It's not a real bar. Now it's my turn to be embarrassed as my sobriety comes rushing back to me. Why did that even happen? Why did that even happen? Was it a placebo effect? Like because I was convinced that there was alcohol in it, that it made me think I was drunk. Oh my goodness, I'm so embarrassed. Ugh, what was I even saying? Telling Zubul they make me feel, well, the way they make me feel? Zubul, I'm sorry. I looked down at my wacky watch. Would you look at the time? Oh shoot, I forgot to do my homework. Danish, wait, but their plea falls on deaf ears. Oh yeah, I would run so fast. I'm halfway up the stairs by the time I hear them and on a route directly back to my room. When I do get to my room, I notice I have a few unread messages from Zubul. I don't even want to read it right now. I'm so serious. I have so much secondhand embarrassment right now. So, hey, I didn't mean to call you weird. I was just, nervous. I thought you knew the drinks I was serving you didn't have alcohol in them. But I'm sorry for not telling you. I don't think you're weird. I'm sorry. Oh, thank God. I wait a bit, thinking out my response. I'm sorry, Zubul. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. You can forget what I was saying. I think I was just feeling sort of confused and weird. There's a moment before they respond. I didn't hate the things you were saying. Just so you know. My heart starts beating in double time. Oh. Good. 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 There's a pause. Anyways, you were right. It's getting late. I'm going to get some shut-eye. Do you still want to walk to school together tomorrow? Maybe you could tell me more about your piano playing. I can't contain my excitement, but thankfully I'm hidden from view, so nobody can see me kicking my feet in the air like a lovesick schoolgirl. Yeah, I'd like that. I roll over and fall into a fitful sleep, too excited about what tomorrow might hold to get any real rest. Yeah, that was the most awkward thing to go through. My alarm blares as I wake up. I get out of bed and pull on my uniform and brush my teeth and check my wacky watch. Should be able to make it out of the room in time to join Zubul and Gangle on their morning walk. As I finish up brushing my teeth, I hear a knock at my door. Hey Danish, you ready? Coming! I call out, finishing up and grabbing my backpack and opening the door. Wait a minute! This is the first time our character is brushing their teeth. In every other route, we never brushed our teeth. Never. This protagonist, this one, in this route, they really want to impress Zubul. Oh, they said we're gonna make sure our breath is fresh. Okay? I call out, finishing up, grabbing my backpack and opening the door. Zubul is leaning against the doorframe. Well, good to see at least you're still here. Huh? Zubul kicks off my doorframe, starting to walk into the cool morning air. I follow after them. I went to Gangle's door first, but she wasn't answering. We almost always go to school together. They're putting on a cool facade, but I can see some worry in Zubul's gaze. So why not just wait up for her? I say, shivering as the late autumn cool sets in. If we wait any longer, we'll be late. And I really don't want to hear what Kane would have to say about that. I shrug, but nod as we walk to school. I guess that is his job as the principal, though. Zubul rolls their eyes. Yeah, but Kane is just annoying about it. They heave a big sigh. He just finds you no matter where you are and won't stop asking you why you aren't at school or just teleports you there anyways. There's basically zero places to hide from him, though I found that cool speakeasy under the lounge while I was looking for a place he couldn't find me. Wow, sounds like they really don't want to be here. But Kane made it a lot more trouble than it was worth, so I shoved to class just to get him off my back. It's the only way to get him to leave me alone during the free time he lets us have. Well, that's probably not the best attitude to take towards your education, but now doesn't seem like the good time to bring that sort of thing up. Still, I can't help but think that Zubul was the kind of person my parents warned me about. I'm hoping they were right. I ignore any perceived red flags as I break into a light jog to keep up with Zubul on the way in. Maybe Gangle just went early. You know, hopefully Jax didn't get to her. So that's pretty much my story. They turn to me. How about you, Danish? Weren't you telling me about your piano playing yesterday? Yeah, before I confessed to having a crush on Zubul. Hopefully they forgot about that last part, though. That's okay. I maybe said too much yesterday. I say, turning away to hide my blushing face. Zubul shrugs. You don't have anything to worry about. But I won't make you talk about anything you aren't comfortable. Suddenly we hear a faint, high-pitched wailing. In the distance, I spy a familiar figure. Is that Gangle? Zubul turns to me, the same thought in their eyes as they race forward. Gangle, what's going on? I sprint to match Zubul's pace. Oh my goodness, he looks creepy. Bro, I knew Jax got to her. The scene that greets us is Gangle in her tragedy mask. Ugh. Bro, it's too early to be breaking her comedy mask. Jack stands in front of her wearing a sadistic smirk as he dangles her comedy mask just out of reach.
Jax, give it back!
She wails. Come on, Gangle. I just caught your mask before you broke it. Don't I get a thanks? He leans forward, his venomous smirk widening on his smug face.
Jax, please just give it back!
She leaps into the air, the tips of her ribbons brushing against the comedy mask before Jax holds it even higher. He chuckles as she stumbles. Wow, you almost got it that time. Zooble walks right up to Jax, arms folded. Jax, give it back. Jax turns, giving them an annoyed glance. Why should I? Stop being an hole. Jax scowls at Zooble. Me and Gangle are just playing a game, Zooble. Go inside and stop ruining the fun. Gangle doesn't look like she's having fun. Gangle nods her assent to Zooble's observation. Jax rolls his eyes. You want the mask back, Gangle? Gangle nods. Sadly, he's gonna break it. Jax extends the mask to her, but just as she reaches for it, he whips his arm around and hurls it into the air like a frisbee. Whoops, hand slipped. He says in a bored monotone. Jax! They shout furious. Look at the time, I gotta get to class. Don't wanna be late. He looks at Zooble. Don't want Kane on my case about not showing up. You know how that is. He grins sardonically at Zooble before he walks inside, leaving the three of us at the entrance. Gangle chokes out a sob. He's such a...
Sorry, Zooble.
Gangle interrupts them.
I just wanted to be early to school today so I could work on the art for the culture festival. But I ran into Jax and I almost tripped and then he took my comedy mask and...
She blubbers, beginning to lose control of herself. Zooble puts a comforting claw on her shoulder. None of what happened is your fault, Gangle. I'll go find your comedy mask. Go to class so you don't get marked late. Gangle pauses a moment, hesitant to accept Zooble's generosity before relenting with a grateful nod, pulling herself together just enough to head to class. Zooble turns to me. You should get to class too, Danish. We're both almost late as is. What? I'm not gonna say catch you later, Zooble. Why would I do that? No way I'm letting you look for Gangle's mask alone. For a moment, a look of surprise pieces Zooble's usual facade. But it's for the shortest of expressions, and I'm pretty sure if I blinked at the wrong time, I wouldn't have even been able to prove their expression changed at all. See yourself, Kane isn't going to be easy on you though. I nod, playing things cool as we walk in the general direction that Jax tossed Gangle's mask. Hopefully it's not broken. I scan my surroundings, seeing if the mask is lying on the ground or perhaps caught in the branches of a tree. Her masks are pretty fragile. I just hope it's still in one piece. Me too. Zooble's expression contorts in anger, clenching their claw hand. I could wring Jax's neck for the way he treats Gangle. Well, at least you stand up to him. I mean, someone has to. They try to brush me off, but I don't relent. No, seriously, I mean, it's really cool of you to stand up for Gangle like that. She's lucky to have a friend like you. Zooble blushes a bit. You think so? Totally. Anybody who has a friend like you to stand up for them is really lucky, you know? I give them a smile. Zooble's blush intensifies as they turn away. Well, it's just that, I just stand up to him because nobody else will. Which is what makes it so impressive, Zooble. Danish, I'm really not all that. Before they can continue, I notice the light glinting off something in the distance. Hey, wait, is that? Zooble turns relieved at the momentary distraction. Gangle's comedy mask. As we near the area where the light is glinting off the mask, we see where it landed. Oh, the mask is floating in the school swimming pool, which just so happened to be locked this morning and is surrounded by a wire fence. I didn't even know there was a pool here. The school has an outdoor pool? Zooble shrugs. Yeah, it's for swim team practice in the summers. I didn't even know we had a swim team. Zooble has already begun to scale the fence, making their way to the other side before I can even start climbing. They bend over at the pool's edge, eyes following Gangle's comedy mask as it floats lazily across the surface of the pool. Ugh, too far out to reach. As I make my way over the fence, Zooble looks around for something to catch the mask with. There's gotta be a net or something around. I should just go get it. I ain't gonna lie, let me just jump in. It's probably really cold though. Low key, it's probably really cold. I'm gonna still do it. I say before I can think of what it would mean to follow through on that. No way, Danish, that water has to be free. Before Zooble can talk me out of it, I'm stripping down to my underwear. Oh. Zooble averts their gaze. Oh, whoa. Hey, Danish, nobody wants to see that. Put your uniform back on. I
feel like you want to see that though. Are you sure nobody wants to see that? Are you sure nobody wants to see that?
I'll be quick. I give a nervous smile. The words are as much to steel my own resolve as they are to reassure Zubul. It's now or never. I take a deep breath and dive headfirst into the frigid water. And it sure as heck is frigid. I bite back a curse as the sheer cold assaults my body from every angle. The cold hits all my limbs at once. When I surface, I have to bite back a swear. It is a little chilly. I manage through chattering teeth. Zubul gives me an incredulous look, barely able to look at my barely clothed form. I told you not to. I swim forward as fast as I can. I'm not a great swimmer though, so it's more of a desperate flail as I make my way towards Gangle's comedy mask. Okay, now why would you jump in and you can't swim? The cool porcelain of the mask brushes my fingertips. With a few more strokes, I manage to grab it. Gotcha! I cry out triumphant as I make a beeline for the pool's edge. Zubul lends me a hand, still averting their gaze as they help me out of the pool. Danish, you're crazy, you know that, right? However cold the water is, the autumn wind is even colder. Zubul blushes as they occasionally glance at me standing there in my soaking wet underwear. Oh my goodness. It just gets worse and worse, or better and better. I don't know which one to choose. Is this worse or is this better? And you know what the crazy thing is? Wet underwear, it's like more see-through, so Zubul's seeing everything. Zubul's seeing all the bits and pieces. I'll get you a towel, okay, Danish? That would be really nice. I chatter. Zubul disappears for a moment in the nearby shed before bringing out an armful of towels. They drape one across my shoulders as I wrap other towels about my head and body. Why did you do that? They laugh, incredulous. Ooh, new angle? I try to be quick about drying myself off. You think if I get dry quick enough, we can, make it to class? Probably, maybe? Zubul shakes their head, cutting me off. We're already late to class, just take your time. I sigh. Sorry, Zubul, I know you said Kane annoys you when you don't show up. They shrug. I don't really care about that right now. They look at me judging by Zubul's eyes. I think they might actually be grinning. That's true, we can't tell whether Zubul grins or not because Zubul has no mouth. Actually, I just realized something. We can't kiss Zubul. We can't kiss Zubul. I actually kind of had fun. I smile back, drying myself off before changing back into my uniform. By the time we make our way back into the school building, the lunch bell is ringing. Guess we missed first period. My parents would be so ashamed of me if they could see me right now. Zubul, however, seems unbothered, giving a bored shrug at the news. Oh well. As we walk back to homeroom, we see Gangle heading out. I produce Gangle's comedy mask, handing it over to her. Hey Gangle, here you go. Sorry about Jax this morning. She looks up at me with a gentle smile, her ribbons pressed together in a gesture of gratitude.
Well, thank you guys.
She takes the mask, affixing it to her face, before giving us a big smile.
Was it too hard to find?
Zubul and I exchange a glance. Zubul lets out an awkward chuckle. Just be careful with it, okay? Gangle is already turning to walk to the art room.
Now that everything's fixed, let's start working on art for the Culture Festival.
Well, I'm glad she bounced back so quickly. Zubul and I follow her. Wait, we not gonna eat? I'm hungry! We're just getting set up to start working on our art as Ragatha pokes her head into the art room. Hey guys! She gives us a friendly wave and a smile before turning to Zubul. Zubul, can I, talk to you? She asks, nervous at the perceived imposition of her own request. Zubul shrugs neutrally. What's up? Zubul gets up, but from where they and Ragatha are standing, I can hear everything. So, Kane dropped a lot of things on my plate at the last minute. Apparently, he wants a live music performance at the culture fair. Zubul rolls their eyes, sighing. Of course he does. You told him we were busy working on the art, right? Well, I tried, but you know how Kane can be sometimes. She gives Zubul a hopeful look, but Zubul still seems pretty annoyed. Okay, good luck with that, I guess. Zubul turns to walk away, but Ragatha wasn't finished. I was hoping you could, help me, maybe? Zubul turns, giving Ragatha an irritated look. You could, you know, She makes a gesture with her hands. Absolutely not. Irritation begins to blossom into genuine contempt as Ragatha insists on the compromise. Come on, Zubul, please. Well, I've had enough of pretending I can't hear this conversation. Hey, Zubul, what's Ragatha talking about? Zubul's eyes narrow for a moment, glaring at Ragatha before turning to me. Well, she wants me to. They pause a moment, heaving an annoyed sigh. She wants me to play the drums for the school festival. You play drums? Before Zubul can respond, Ragatha interjects. Yes, Zubul's really good. Ragatha offers Zubul a sweet smile. And I'm not playing them. Zubul turns to Ragatha. Besides, Ragatha can take care of it herself. She plays violin or something like that. Cello, actually, Ragatha says, kicking at the ground and clearly a bit disappointed. Well, we can work with something here, you know. I play the piano and Gangle... I turn to Gangle, who is watching us all, a single eyebrow cocked. Gangle plays something too, right?
No, Gangle doesn't play anything.
Gangle says, withdrawing into herself. Are we sure about that? I shrug. Well, we can still do something like, piano, drums, and cello, right? Ragatha nods with unrestrained enthusiasm, turning to face Zubul. We can totally do something with that. Great idea, Danish. Zubul still seems a bit skeptical. But, Gangle, you know, it isn't fair for us to just abandon her to take care of art alone, right?
Well, I can always do art at the practice.
She offers a timid smile to Ragatha.
I'll just bring my supplies.
Zubul's eyes go wide, realizing they are now at risk of being pulled into this live music endeavor. I mean, surely we can't. You know what's funny? The culture festival changes every route. There's something new in every route. Thank you for understanding, Gangle. This is going to be so much fun. Ragatha talks over Zubul, swooning at the thought of performing live music as a trio. Yay! Ragatha wastes no time, taking Zubul and I by our wrists as she heads to a room decorated with various clefs and notes, stylized like sheet music. Gangle follows with a timid smile and lugging a cart of art supplies. Oh, this is different. When Ragatha opens the door, I can see a piano set up against the wall. In the corner, a sparkly red drum set sit. Zubul's eyes widen a moment. I'm honestly surprised they have a drum set in the first place. Ragatha nods, excited, before whispering to me. Yeah, I had to ask Kane for that. I make my way, running my fingers across the keys. It has been a while since I played. Zubul sits down at the drum set, hesitant. Gangle finds an empty desk, setting her papers down and starting on her art. I press a few keys and practice a few chords, and Zubul prods the cymbals on their kit with a drumstick. So, are we thinking of doing an original song? I know I've been thinking of... Zubul lifts their drumstick up, striking their cymbals so hard that Ragatha leaps in surprise. Oh, good to see you're interested now, Zubul. So, I was thinking of... Zubul launches into a heavy drum beat, steadily pounding the bass drum as they strike the cymbal. Hey, yeah, I was thinking of... She tries to shout over the drums, but gives up. But to be honest, I really like the beat that Zubul is laying down. Yeah, add some piano now, come on. I start trying to play a few chords to accompany it. Hey, yeah. Wait, Ragatha gives us a hesitant look before shrugging, pulling her bow across her cello to improvise a melody to match the chords I'm playing. Let's see, we're all putting energy into the performance, but Ragatha's melody doesn't match my chord progression very well. And sometimes Zubul launches into an improvised solo. Yeah, this sounds like a jumbled mess, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even know how a cello can work with the drums. We finish and I turn to Gangle. So, how's that, Gangle? I say, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. Gangle offers an apologetic smile.
That was,
She pauses a moment, then finds the words she was looking for with a wide smile.
That was a really good warm-up.
We all exchange a look. Ragatha looks a lot more optimistic than myself or Zubul. Hey, not a bad warm-up. That's pretty good. Maybe we can base something off of what we just did then. Before Zubul or I can provide our own feedback, Ragatha begins to play a classical-style melody on her cello. I look at Zubul, who shrugs before picking up their drumsticks, improvising a beat to match the tempo of Ragatha's playing. I wait a bit, getting a feel for the melody and the beat Zubul is playing before I try to create a melody to bridge the two, but it's rough going, especially because Zubul is playing their drums very loud with no regard for how they're drowning out our instruments. Ragatha has to shout to make her voice heard. Hey, Zubul, can you maybe play a little softer? Zubul gives Ragatha an annoyed glare. Can't you just play your cello louder? You're sort of drowning our instruments out. Zubul stops playing, throwing their hands up in resignation. You begged me to be here, and now it's a problem that I'm playing?
I don't have to be here. I can go back to the art room and you can play cello with Danish or something. Ragatha sighs as she stops playing her cello. You know that isn't what I meant, Zubul. I just want us to. She gives me a meaningful look. Work together, right, Danish? Don't make me choose. Zubul heaves an annoyed sigh of their own. I don't know what you want me to do. The drums are a loud instrument, Ragatha. And that's what I was kind of thinking, too. It's just a bit, intense. How about Danish and me start and you join in? I have a bad feeling about this. But I go along with Ragatha's request, waiting for her melody again before matching it with good chord progression. The song isn't the best thing I've heard, but it sounds like a classic-style orchestral piece. Once I'm comfortable with the chord progression, I cast a look over at Zubul, who looks irritated and bored behind their kit. So, what do you think of this? Ragatha offers, trying to be helpful, but oblivious to Zubul simmering behind the drums. Zubul shrugs. Sounds great. Seems like you got this. Can me and Gengle go back to the art room? Zubul stands up, walking to the door. Gengle pauses a moment. Come on, Gengle. Gengle makes her way over, avoiding eye contact. Wait, Zubul! Zubul slams the door behind themselves as they and Gengle leave the room. Oh no. Ragatha shakes her head. Oh, what do we do now, Danish? I guess I'll talk to Zubul. I don't know. But part of me feels like Zubul doesn't need to be a part of this, but I feel like that we need to. But I don't know. I don't think the drums really works with this, but I do think the drums is more interesting though. I don't know. I'll talk to Zubul. I say, walking out the door, catching them as Zubul tries to hurry Gengle back to the art room. Wait, Zubul, wait! Zubul turns to face me. Danish, we have a lot of art to do. Besides, don't you need to get to work on your duet with Ragatha? I throw up my hands. Zubul, I don't want to do this without you. Zubul looks away with a huff, crossing their arms, but pauses. Gengle, can you take the rest of the art supplies back to the room? Gengle gives Zubul a nod, leaving to collect the rest of the supplies as Zubul approaches me. Look, Danish, I know what you're trying to do, but I really don't care. I only started playing because you and Ragatha were annoying me about the drums. But Zubul, I'm not upset. I'm used to this. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? I'm used to not fitting in, okay? Being too... Zubul struggles to find the words they're looking for, clearly frustrated. Too different, too much. Just wrong. They clutch their arms, giving me a sigh. Zubul looks miserable right now. Aww! Look, I know I'm being a jerk right now. Just watching you and Ragatha, match each other's energy and just play together perfectly. I just felt like I didn't have a place to fit in there. They look away. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. I put a reassuring hand on Zubul's shoulder. Hey, look, it's cool. I didn't mean to make you feel left out. I'm sorry. I can just tell Ragatha that she's gonna have to play her cello solo if you don't want to do this. Zubul gives me an uncertain glance. But you seem to really enjoy playing piano. Yeah, but I agreed to help you and Gengle first. I give them a smile. Ragatha is nice to talk to sometimes, but I really want to hang out with you, Zubul. Zubul blushes, looking away. And I really liked your drums. Thanks. I mean, whatever. Hey, your nonchalantness is fading. They seem a bit flustered. Anyways, it's getting kind of late. After we put away the art supplies, do you want to walk home with Gengle and me? I nod. Yeah, that sounds good. Zubul nods. After a few minutes, the two finish up, and we head back together. Our conversation drifts to the upcoming culture festival as the three of us walk back. I wonder what type of food Principal Kane will get for the festival. You think there's gonna be food trucks?
Maybe there'll be a ramen stand, the kind with cute paper lanterns and shades.
She says, eyes sparkling with excitement.
Just like Uzumaki Ninja.
She strikes an action pose.
I believe in it.
Zubul and I look at her and can't help but laugh. It must be a reference to one of her anime. With a smile, Gengle walks ahead of us a bit. What do you think will be there, Zubul? Zubul shrugs. Don't know. Kane is weird. Hard to tell what he's gonna want to do. I nod. Well, what if you could pick? Zubul looks at me surprised. What, like the food? They pause for a moment to think. I don't know, maybe like kebabs? Gengle and I nod.
Good pick.
I nod. Yeah, respectable choice, respectable choice. As the dorms finally come into view, Gengle darts ahead, leaving us behind.
Oh, sorry guys.
She calls back after herself.
I need to catch the most recent episode of Refriend End of Journey.
What?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what this is a reference to. I know the Uzumaki Ninja was a reference to Naruto, but I don't know what this is. Refriend End of Journey? Oh, it's a reference to Free Ren Beyond Journey's End. Okay. She waves without turning around. Zubul and I make our way up the steps to our rooms that are next to each other, but Zubul still walks me to my door. So, this is me. Zubul looks away. Yeah, guess it is. There's an awkward pause. Zubul shuffles their feet a moment before looking up at me. So, Danish. Yes? I exclaim before Zubul finishes. Their eyes widen in surprise a moment before they let out a chuckle. Aren't you gonna wait for me to finish my question? Yeah, sorry. I say blushing. Danish, you wanna hang out in my room today? Yes! Yes, I do! I exclaim just as loud as the first time. Zubul rolls their eyes, laughing. Come on then, you dork. I follow Zubul to their room, excited to spend more time with them. I feel a lot more confident hanging out with Zubul today. I feel like we're developing, a genuine kind of bond, you know what I mean? Okay! I think I like Zubul's room the most. I really like Zubul's room. As we step in, I'm greeted by the buzz and glow of neon lights. Mirrors line the walls by the bed. Zubul pops open their closet before tossing their bag inside. I notice a box with some lettering on it, poking out of Zubul's closet. What's in the box? Zubul looks down, looking a little surprised before pulling the box out. Oh, these are my spare parts. They say like it's an ordinary thing to just have lying around. Spare parts? Yeah, basically my limbs and stuff are kind of... They pause a moment to think. I can swap them around. Can I see? I say before I can stop myself. I mean, if you want to. I don't want to offend you, if you're okay with that. I offer apologetically. Zubul looks down, thinking a moment before blushing. Yeah, sure, if you want to. As Zubul finishes pulling the box out of the closet, I can see the lettering on the side spells out the word Zubuls. Go crazy, I guess. I get on my knees and start digging in the box, sorting through a seamlessly endless assortment of colorful extremities. Zubul sits down, watching me. I reach in and pull out a plastic yellow arrow, holding it up inquisitively. That can go on my head, actually. They say, taking the arrow from my hand. Without a word, Zubul pulls their little lightning bolt out of their head. They have fixed the arrow in its place. Ah! Like this. Whoa! I'm awestruck for a moment, then I ask, can you do that with all your body parts? Mostly. It takes a little tugging for some of my parts, though. Check out this piece, I say, pulling out a piece shaped like a bat wing. This one is so cool! You think? They say, looking at me before plucking the wing off their back, putting the bat wing in its place. As I keep looking, I find an oversized spotted green arm. This one is wild. Frog arm. Too big for me to use often. I put it back in the box and keep looking. I wonder if Zubul has tried on every piece in this box. Wow, lots of striped ones in here. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with that. Guess Kane thinks I'd look cooler if I was a zebra or something. They snort, I laugh along with them. I find a large tentacle-shaped appendage. Any fun stories with this one? Zubul blushes. I, don't know anything about that one. Something tells me that you do, but you don't want to say. They turn away. Maybe Kane wanted to do an underwater adventure. I wore it once, but Gangle was sort of weird about it. I'm not sure what they mean about that, but I just shrug and put it back. Clearly this one isn't one that Zubul likes much. I feel like that Gangle drew or wrote some freaky fan fiction about that tentacle. I find a large 4-pointed star-like shape and hold it up, puzzling over it. This looks like way too big for a head accessory. Oh yeah, that one's a chest piece. Chest piece? Yeah, I don't usually use those ones because the uniform Kane gave us doesn't really fit well on them, but before I can protest, Zubul begins to unbutton their uniform. Wait a minute! You were over here, talking about me undressing, and now you're undressing. I can't help but blush. I knew Zubul and I were getting close, but this? Still, I peer between my fingers. Zubul rolls their eyes. Underneath their uniform is a featureless spotted body, vaguely bean-shaped, that they pull out of their uniform and replace with a star. Like this. They sigh. You can look Danish. It's not like I'm showing you the goods or something. I still can't help but blush. This is the furthest I've ever gotten with someone else. Zubul removes the chest piece and buttons their shirt up again. Wow, that is so cool. It's really neat you have so many parts you can swap between. I wish I could just swap my arm out for like, I don't know, a chainsaw arm. I say, making a whooshing noise as I make a chopping motion with my arm. Zubul rolls their eyes. Well, I'm glad you think it's cool. They say, sounding a little annoyed as they swap back to their normal body and start putting the spare parts away. Oh, I guess this is a sore topic. Oh, I pause. Did I say something? It's just, they stopped themselves. Never mind. It feels like all the energy went out of the room. Ah! It always ends up being awkward between us. Hey, Zubul, Zuby. I turn to face them. I'm sorry. Zubul looks at me flustered. What are you even sorry for? Why are you saying that? I don't know, I admit, but I feel like I said something wrong and I really didn't mean to upset you. Zubul blushes a bit. Can I tell you something? Yeah, it's stupid. And I haven't told anyone this before. They pause. Except Kane, but he doesn't listen to me, so he doesn't count. But they hesitate before sighing, looking me in the eyes. I hate this body. What? I hate how silly I look, and how it just comes apart and goes back together. They begin pointing to parts of themselves. I hate this dumb oversized eye, and the weird bendy limbs, and how there's so many parts in the box, but their eyes cloud, their voice so uncertain. None of it feels right. I'm in utter shock. Zubul, you remember how I told you I used to skip class? I nod. I just couldn't get myself out of my room. I would just stare in the mirror for hours, swapping parts out, hoping something would... They curl in on themselves, wrapping their arms around their knees. I immediately regret asking them to try on all their pieces. This is clearly something that really upsets them a lot. I'm so sorry, Zuby. I had no idea. I glance at the box of Zubul's parts. A spare eye seems to stare back at me with accusation. I've never felt so low. I can't believe I asked you to... Zubul shakes their head, putting a hand on my shoulder. Trust me, Danish. You didn't ask me to do anything I haven't done a dozen times. Or anything I wasn't comfortable doing in front of you. Honestly, that was the first time someone told me they thought my parts were cool. I smile at them, helping them push the box back in the closet. Want to do something else? I nod. What do you have in mind? How about that henna tattoo? Didn't you say the ink took some advance notice to prepare? Zubul nods, producing the ink from a desk drawer. I did, but I prepped it ahead of time in case you ever wanted to come over and hang out. They look me up and down. So, where do you want the tattoo? I pause a moment. All right, let me guess. I'm guessing it's gonna be somewhere on the arm. That's my guess. How about like the back of my shoulder? Okay, that's a valid spot. Zubul shrugs. Sounds good to me. Do you have any cool designs you know how to do? Zubul nods, showing me an array of stencils they use for the henna dye. Any of these speak to you? Do I get to choose? Oh, I get to choose! Okay, so should we go with dragon with flowers or koi fish with waves? I wanna go with this one. Zubul goes over to a boombox on the floor after I pick a stencil, putting on some relaxing music as they get their supplies ready. Even though I had to strip down after getting soaked this morning, I'm still a little shy as I take off my top for Zubul. Zubul sets the stencil against the back of my shoulder before dipping their brush in the ink and applying it. I let out an involuntary shiver. This is so cold. Come on, Danish. If you move, you're going to mess up the tattoo. Sorry. After I get used to the coolness of the paste, it actually feels kind of good. Zubul is quiet, completely focused on the tattoo as they work behind me. I'm grateful for the relaxing music that fills the silence, but try to come up with something to talk about with Zubul anyways. So, you used to be a bartender? And also used to be a tattoo artist. What other kinds of jobs have you done? Well, I technically worked at Spudsy's for a day, but I don't really count that. They pause. I wanted to go back to school, but life had other plans. There's a moment of silence before I can think of another question. Well, do you have any other hobbies? When did you pick up drums? I was a kid when I started playing drums. They say, going quiet for a moment as they focus on a specific part of the stencil before continuing. Aside from that, I guess I used to check out abandoned buildings, but mostly it was just drums. The more I learn about Zubul, the more I feel impressed by them. It's like every new thing I learn makes Zubul exponentially cooler, even if they don't see themselves that way. You were really good on drums earlier. Did you play for a band? Yeah, we never really made it out of my parents' garage, but we did a lot of punk and hardcore style stuff. I really liked it. If you come back tomorrow, I bet we could get something really amazing for the festival on Friday. They pause again. When they reply, it's a bit quieter than before. Maybe. They say, so, what about you? What do you do for fun, Danish? I think a moment. Well, I do play piano a bit, and sometimes I watch anime. I trail off, but that's it. Yep. And there doesn't seem to be all that much to do on school grounds, so I guess I don't really do much at my free time these days. Yeah, tell me about it. Sometimes I get so bored, I feel like I'm going to go crazy. I nod. Totally, if I didn't have you and Gangle to talk to, I feel like I would have gone crazy already. Honestly, I'm surprised you don't all hang out together more often. I feel so lonely when I'm alone in my room. When I have someone else to hang out with, the school doesn't seem so bad. There's a quiet moment as Zubul finishes up the tattoo. Alright, and done. You'll need to let it set for a bit. The longer you leave it alone, the darker it'll come out, and the longer it'll last. And you can just rinse it off when it's dark enough for you. I nod. I wish I could see it now, I bet it looks epic. Zubul rushes around the room for a moment before holding a mirror behind me, angling it so I can see the tattoo. Here, look. Whoa, that's amazing, Zubul! I'll be super careful so it doesn't smudge. I'm starting to regret that henna is temporary. I'd love to have some of your art on me permanently. You know? Zubul looks away. In the mirror, I can see them blushing behind me. Well, you know, that's really nice of you to say. We both sit there, neither of us sure how to break the awkward silence that has settled between us when an unexpected third party does it for us. Oh my goodness, bro! Bro, come on! Why are you ruining the moment?
Well, what is going on in here?
He pops into existence just over my left shoulder. Zubul and I almost jump out of our skin. Kane, what the are you doing in here?
The real question is, what is a shirtless Danish doing in your room past curfew?
Okay, I forgot about the rules. I ain't gonna lie. I forgot about the rules. It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like. He says, leaning towards Zubul as he pokes his cane in their face.
You of all people know we have to adhere to a strict PG rating, so I can't let either of you two hormonal students go any further.
Zubul and I exchange a look, blushing furiously. Kane, shut up. We weren't doing anything. Yeah, Kane, it's not like that. We were just... Zubul and I stumble over each other's words as we try to clarify that nothing dirty was happening. Yet.
Sorry, can't risk anything. The FCC will have my hat if I let this go any further.
He adjusts the top hat he's wearing. I didn't even notice he was wearing a top hat.
And whoa! And nobody takes my hat. Au revoir, Danish.
He grins, snapping his fingers. I'm instantaneously transported to my own room. Dang it! I check the mirror. Whatever Kane did, it thankfully didn't smudge the tattoo Zubul gave me. Once I'm sure I'm in one piece, I shoot Zubul a text on my wacky watch. Kane still there? There's a few minutes before Zubul responds. Finally got him out. Sorry about him. Not your fault. And at least the tattoo still looks cool AF. I'm glad to hear that. Try not to smudge it for the next few hours. Wanna walk to school together tomorrow? Yep, see you tomorrow. See you then. This afternoon was a lot of fun. Spending time with Zubul was really exciting. As I drift off to sleep, I start to wonder if my feelings for Zubul are running deeper than I originally thought. Day 3, complete. The first thing I do when I wake up is head to the bathroom and take off my top to check the henna tattoo. I'm still groggy. I stayed up pretty late last night because I was scared I would smudge the ink by sleeping on it. Though, I eventually took a cool shower to rinse off the excess ink and surrendered to sleep. I can't wait to show Zubul how cool this looks. As I start imagining hanging out with them, I blush a bit remembering how close we got last night. And I hope, just a little, that we can get even closer as we keep hanging out, you know? I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a knock on the door. I pull my top back on and open the door. Zubul and Gangle are already waiting for me.
You excited for the culture festival tomorrow, Danish?
She gives me a gentle smile. I nod, stepping out the door and beginning the long trek to school with my 2 friends. This week went by so fast, huh, Danish? It sure did, but I've been having so much fun even though it's just the first week.
Oh wow, I almost forgot it's your first week here.
Zubul nods. Yeah, it's weird to think about. Feels like you've been a part of our group for a lot longer. I can't help but blush at their friendly words. Well, I couldn't have asked for better friends to help me get used to school life. Before I came here, I was so nervous. I really struggled to make even surface level friends. And the friends I did make wouldn't stick around for more than a semester. I guess what I'm saying is, you guys are better friends than I ever could have asked for.
Aw, Danish!
She looks up at me, emotion welling in her eyes, before pulling Zubul and I into a group hug before either of us can resist. Aww! This is actually adorable.
You guys are the best friends I could ask for.
This is actually so cute. This is actually adorable, and she's taking a picture. I love this. She says, producing a camera with a sly grin. Gangle, wait. Zubul says, squirming. Gangle doesn't wait, holding the camera high before snapping a pic of all of us. Gangle slides the camera slyly back into her uniform.
I bet even Jax would be too scared to try anything with us now.
Zubul squints. Yeah, I could kick his with no problem. They flex their claw arm as Gangle and I pretend to fawn over their impressive figure. We all burst into laughter as we approach the school entrance, making our way up the staircase before sitting in our usual spot in the homeroom. Ragatha waves to us. Oh, hey Zubul and Danish, good morning. Have you two decided if you're going to participate in the band? She offers a coy smile, leaning towards us, her gaze primarily focused on Zubul. I think Zubul and I are gonna pass on the... Zubul interrupts me. We'll meet you in the music room once English class is over. That was unexpected. Oh my goodness, thank you both so much. She beams. Well, you know. They scratch the back of their neck, looking away. I don't think I was being really fair to you two yesterday, so, they pause. Sorry. Zubul barely gets their apology out before Ragatha jumps in to offer one of her own. No, I'm actually the one who needs to be sorry. I was trying to control everything, and I was the one who asked you, and then... It's fine, Ragatha. Zubul interrupts Ragatha's apology before the rag doll can get too carried away. Ragatha offers a grateful smile in response, nodding before facing the rest of the front of the class as Kinger starts the lecture. I still have questions, though. Once Kinger's done taking attendance, I turn to Zubul. You, changed your mind? Zubul shrugs as if it's no big deal. Well, I was thinking about what you said yesterday, and I realized that I'd rather spend time working with you and Ragatha than just moping around. And, I guess I like spending time with you. I guess. I kind of like to hear that. Why not? They say with a blush. I want to try doing stuff you like, Oh, thanks, Zubul. I'm sure I'm blushing just as much. I try to focus on the lecture, but Zubul is the only thing I can think of. When my eyes occasionally drift to them, I find it hard to look away. I wonder what thoughts are running through Zubul's head. Are they thinking about me too? Hey, Danish. I jump, pulled from my thoughts. It's lunchtime. I didn't hear the bell? Did I really miss the bell? Oh no, I must really be head over heels for Zubul. Ready to head to the music room? I nod enthusiastically. Zubul turns to Gangle. Hey, Gangle, Danish and I are going to help Ragatha with the music thing. You want to draw in the music room while we do that? Gangle nods.
I'll get my stuff from the art room and meet up with you guys.
All right. Leaving me and Zubul to walk to the music room. Just the two of us. Zubul and I walk into the music room. Ragatha is already setting up her cello by the time we open the door. We head over to the piano bench. Zubul gets behind the drums. Maybe today would be a good day to take the lead. See if I can come up with something that emphasizes Google. Oh my goodness, I keep saying Google. Emphasizes Zubul's aggressive drumming style while also letting Ragatha's more classical style shine. We'll see. Hey guys, I have an idea. Ragatha and Zubul both pause, waiting for me to continue. What if when we play today, we try to showcase everyone's talents? How would we do that? Well, I was thinking we could all take turns. They both seem interested by the idea. What if I play the melody for the first part? Then we do a sort of chorus where we all contribute. Then Ragatha takes the lead on the second bit, then we both pause playing to let Zubul do a drum solo, and we finish by repeating the chorus. Ragatha smiles, nodding, excited to try it. Zubul looks a bit skeptical, but shrugs. I can just play a basic beat until we get to the chorus. Would that work? I nod. Okay, 3, 2, 1. We try my plan. It's rough going at first. I stumble a bit through the first verse, trying to pick a good melody to match Ragatha's harmony. And when we first launch into the chorus, we all play so loud that we end up clashing with one another. Okay, again from the top. It takes about 4 or 5 tries for Ragatha and I to match up a good melody and harmony. And it takes a few tries after that to match each other's volume. But finally, we end up with something that I'm pretty happy with. Just as the piano and cello fade into silence, Ragatha gives Zubul a nod. Zubul plays an impressive solo, incorporating the snare, cymbals, and drums into a high-energy solo, which naturally leads into a final repeated chorus-style verse where we all showcase the best of our musical skills. As we finish, we hear quiet applause. Were we playing so loud that someone outside the room could hear us? As I cast a glance around the room, I remember Gangle joined us. Oh yeah, I forgot.
I thought that was really good.
She says with a shy smile. Ragatha wipes her forehead. All right, well, practice makes perfect. She gives me an enthusiastic smile despite her apparent exhaustion. I nod and we launch into the number again. I mean, we only have one day until the festival, so we have to do this right. This time we work on balancing our dynamics so that no one instrument drowns out the others. By the time we've gone over feedback and settled on a style we like, Zubul is sweating, my hands ache, and Ragatha looks like she's gonna collapse on her cello. But I have to admit, it sounds pretty good. All right, I think we got the hang of things. This sounds pretty good, right? I nod. Guys, this sounds amazing, she says. I wonder how she can keep that boundless positivity in the face of how exhausted we are. I'm sure it will be good enough for Kane. She chuckles nervously. Zubul shrugs. Kane gets what he gets. I'm happy with it. Ragatha gives Zubul a grateful smile. If she doesn't agree with the sentiment behind Zubul's statement, she's at least happy to have Zubul's approval.
Hey, Zubul.
Yeah?
I'm really glad you decided to join us today.
I nod. We do make a pretty good team. I look at Zubul, who's also nodding. Ragatha claps her hands.
Oh, sorry, I just remembered. Kane wants us to come up with a band name for tomorrow.
Zubul snorts. This is literally the first and probably only time we're playing together.
I know, but...
She trails off. The message is clear. We have to keep Principal Kane happy. Zubul shrugs. I don't know. Hey, Danish, how about you pick? Dang, gotta think something up. Oh, I actually get to name... Okay, wait a minute. Zubul, right? Then we have Ragatha Rubel, and then we have Danish Doodle. So, Zubul Rubel Doodle. Okay. I can't even say it. Bro, stop. Be serious. Okay.
Zubul Rubel Doodle. I like that.
Zubul nods. Zubul. Ugh! Zubul Rubel Doodle, huh? Has a nice ring to it. Just as we settle on the name I picked out, Ragatha's wacky watch buzzes.
Oh wow, is it really that late? I still have so much to organize.
She gives us an apologetic smile.
Are you all okay if I head out? I'm sorry, the culture fair.
It's cool, Ragatha. We can clean up in here. Ragatha nods with one last apologetic smile before she heads out. So, Danish, Gangle, you guys want to be done for the day? Just drop off Gangle's art stuff in the art room? Actually, I just remembered I forgot my backpack in my locker. Do you guys mind if I pick that up and meet you at the school entrance? Zubul and Gangle nod, heading to the art room. Just as I close the piano lid and get ready to leave, I hear the door creak open. I duck behind the piano. Who could be sneaking in? To my surprise, it better not be Jax. What is Jax doing? Oh, I'm gonna fight him. Oh, I'm gonna fight him. He's always the villain in all of these paths. I'm so serious. Holding a large pair of scissors, he skulks into the room before spying the cello. There's no way. There's no way he's actually gonna do that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna chop your bunny ears off. He slips the scissors behind one of the strings and, hey! I shout. What the? Huh? He pauses a moment before spotting me, giving me a wicked grin. Oh, Danish. Didn't see you there. What the heck are you doing? Relax, it's just... He closes his scissors around the string. With a sad, high-pitched twang, the string is cut in half, completely unusable. Oh my goodness, we couldn't stop him? His grin widens. Well, why? Words fail me in the face of Jax's undisguised enthusiasm for his own cruelty. To mess up the culture fair, duh. He says like that's a normal motivation. After I finish up in here, I'm gonna go throw paint all over the art room and try to find out what everyone else is doing to see what I can do to mess that up too. But just, I say, still not fully understanding. Why? Jax rolls his eyes. Because I can. And because it's funny. He says, snipping another string on the cello. Could you maybe not do that? If you don't, actually tackle him? He looks at me completely deadpan. No. Well, talking isn't doing me much good. And we only have a couple of spare cellos. If Jax finds those, it's curtains for Zubul Rubel Doodle. Oh, so we have spare cellos. Okay, he doesn't know about that though. No wonder I'm chill. Think, Danish, think. What would Zubul do? I launch into action. Hey, wait! Jax has moments before I launch myself towards him, tackling him into the wall! I won't let you mess this up. We worked really hard. Yet, he squirms, trying to get an arm free. I bite it. Ow, what the heck is wrong with you? He keeps wriggling as I try to wrestle the scissors from his grasp. I'm gonna stab you in the eye. Get off me, Danish, I will stab you. I'll stab you back. Just stop. Jax's scissors nick my sleeve and I recoil. Did he actually just try to stab me? I stumble backwards, knocking over a cymbal from the drum set, which falls to the ground with an immense clatter. The noise attracted someone's attention as the door of the room flies open and storms in. Storms in Zubul. Oh. Hey. So, hey. What the are you doing in here, Jax? Jax eyes my sleeve. I didn't mean to do that. I was just... You are so dead. Zubul gives him a look that could wither a tree to its roots. He was trying to mess up the culture festival, I pipe up. Jax rolls his eyes. Oh boy, Zubul and the tattletale. Am I supposed to be scared? Zubul turns to me. Danish, lock the door. Whoa, what's about to happen? What's about to happen? I nod, standing up and locking it. You about to get pounded, boy. Yeah. Jax's eyes dart to the door, then Zubul, all sense of humor fading from his face as he blanches. What are you doing? Wait, hold on, don't. Ow! Stop! Zubul's wacky watch buzzes. Oh, that's Gangle. She just made it back to the dorms. Apparently there's a new episode of her show on tonight. Yo, Zubul actually just pummeled Jax. Zubul got hands. Jax couldn't even fight back. Oh my goodness. Do not mess with Zubul. Zubul will mess you up. Zubul is so freaking cool. What in the world? Sorry you got held up with me. I giggle nervously, but Zubul shrugs. It's fine. I would have just worried about you if I left you alone after I heard the symbol fall anyways. You were, worried about me? Zubul blushes. Yeah, a little. Well, why are you asking that? I blush too. I just wanted to, I don't have a good answer, so I just give Zubul a shrug. Still, I should have guessed Jax would try to mess things up. I nod. Yeah. I can't believe you tried to fight him off, though. They laugh. I laugh a bit too. That's pretty brave of you. Well, you can't always be the one who stands up to him. But honestly, I was just trying to think of what you would do. I guess you could say you inspired me. What I would... They trail off, blushing before continuing. Well, that's cool that you thought of me. The tension is so thick, you could reach out and cut it. I lean a little closer to Zubul when suddenly... you always are ruining every single moment. Why? Why?
Zubul, Danish, congratulations.
Confetti bursts into the air. Kane? They stammer, caught off guard. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
He repeats the question even as confetti flutters in the air around him. Oh! He snaps.
You and Danish just won the Culture Fair Champion Award.
He says without explaining what that means, seeming frozen in place. Meaning? They prompt him.
Meaning you two put in a truly impressive effort to make the Culture Fair a success. From working on art with Gangle, helping Ragatha form a band to provide live music, to even thwarting the wicked plans of Jax to ruin everything at the last moment. You two have worked your rears off just to make sure the Culture Fair goes off without a hitch.
Another burst of confetti floats down.
I salute you,
he says, saluting a third wave of confetti exploding and covering the path. How many waves of confetti is there?
And your reward is,
he says, conjuring a drum roll from nowhere.
A location of your choice.
A location?
I'll let you two go anywhere at all.
Anywhere?
Anywhere they want, dear studio audience.
He says, looking into a random direction.
I'm watching you.
So like, would a real bar with alcohol be allowed? Kane twitches.
That was only once, and because the suggestion box requested it, we need to maintain a PG rating, Zubul.
You said anything. They insist. Kane twitches again, his eyes cycling through colors for a second before straightening up.
Okie dokie, a brand new bar it is.
He waves his hand.
Check it out and enjoy responsibly.
As Kane disappears, my wacky watch buzzes. A notification on the screen tells me that a new location has been added. Zubul peers down at their own watch.
Huh, he actually did it.
I nod, looking at Zubul.
You brave enough to try it? Last time we hung out at a bar, you lost control and there wasn't even any alcohol in what I served you.
I blush at the reminder. Zubul! Zubul laughs.
I'm just messing with you.
I try to calm my nerves as we walk back to the dorms together. So, if her show is over, should we invite Gangle? Zubul shrugs. We don't have to. They say, blushing before they continue. I actually think I'd like it to be just us two again tonight. I look at my feet, too embarrassed to face Zubul, but nod. I'd like that too, I say before nodding and turning to face Zubul, who is still blushing.
But first, I'm gonna change into something more comfortable. Sound good, Danish?
Oh, yeah, me too.
I can probably get changed and get to the bar in an hour. That work for you?
Yup. We make our way up the steps, parting once we get to our respective rooms. But I don't got nothing to wear. Where did I leave my duct tape? Was it in here? Wait, what? What? Wait. Kinger? Is he in my room? Oh! Okay, that's actually funny. That's actually funny. Oh. That is so funny. Butterflies fill my stomach as I step into my room and try to pick something out. I can't believe this is happening. The first place I look is my closet. Surely there has to be something more exciting than my school uniform. And it would feel really weird to show up to a bar in a fresh pressed school uniform. I'm pretty sure that violates the student code of conduct. Wait, I'm surprised to see a garment bag hanging in my closet with a big red bow draped across. I read the attached note. This is the first time Kane has actually given us something, like, to wear. Every other time, it was like we had to fend for ourselves. Looks like this is Principal Kane's doing.
Hey, Danish, since wearing your uniform would violate the code of conduct here at the Amazing Digital Academy, I've decided to add an extra gift. This set of clothes. Enjoy.
Even reading the note, I can hear his overzealous enthusiasm. Still, as I unravel the oversized bow and unzip the front, I hate to admit, it's a pretty sharp number. It's a nice black dress, and a gold necklace has even been included with a matching set of black heels. This will be sure to catch Zubal's attention tonight. I try on Kane's gift and it fits perfectly. I'm practically skipping. I'm so pleased with this number as I step out into the late autumn night. The bar isn't too far, which I'm grateful for, as the shoes Kane lent me are more for looking nice in than actual walking. Wow, as I get inside, the space bustles with low murmurs of people talking. There's a stage in the center of the space, surrounded by dining tables. Looks like this is a jazz bar or something. I look around for Zubal before spying them.
Hey, Danish.
Okay, wait a minute, you looking snazzy! You even changed your wing! Look, y'all! Yo, Zubal looking good! Even changing this too.
Hey, Danish.
They wave a claw at me. Wow, you clean up nice. I eye their outfit and I can't help but blush a bit. Somehow, even though I've seen Zubal put on and take off parts of their body, there's something even more intense about what they're wearing now. Zubal rolls their eyes.
So, I can take it you like what I picked out for tonight?
Yeah? I stammer. Do you think I'm overdressed for the occasion, or? Zubal scans my outfit, turning away, trying and failing to hide a blush.
Oh, yeah, sure. It looks good, I mean.
They clear their throat, offering me the crook of their arm, which I happily take as we walk up to the bar.
You look good tonight.
They remark once more as we ascend the stairs. We walk up to the well-polished bar, sitting on stools next to one another as we peruse the menu. The menu advertises its karaoke night.
You any good at singing?
I laugh. Trust me, you do not want to hear me sing. They shrug. A red mannequin approaches the mic as we both pick out drinks. A piano backing track begins as the mannequin starts singing a musical number. Oh, okay. I was treated by you since I don't know how long. Suddenly he vanishes. Okay. What in the? Zubal rolls their eyes.
Don't worry, that's just disappearing guy.
Disappearing guy?
He just shows up sometimes.
They say, sipping the martini they ordered as I look at them, utterly confused.
He's one of Kane's NPCs.
I try not to think too hard about that as I sip my vodka lemonade. So, like, that isn't something that just happens if you go up there. Zubal shrugs. Probably not. The next figure to approach the mic is a large figure that appears to be made of large bubbles. Oh, this is, the opposite of Gangle. A familiar bass line begins to play. The bubble figure leans into the mic. He says into the mic, but it's impossible to make out what he's saying. It sounds like someone speaking too close and too loudly into a low-quality microphone. Shouldn't he give the mic some space?
No, that's just Orbs Man. He sounds like that.
This bar is certainly populated with its fair share of, interesting characters. Orbs Man sings his heart out, but I can only make out the lyrics from the backing track and what appears on the screen behind Orbs Man. However, everyone applauds when Orbs Man descends the stage, so I guess he did a good job. Zubal downs their martini with one last gulp, wiping their mouth.
All right, guess I'm gonna try something.
Wait, really? I say?
I mean, yeah. They shrug. May as well, since it's karaoke night. I watch as Zubul goes up to the person emceeing the karaoke. They have to go back and forth a bit, but eventually Zubul picks a song the MC has. Lights come up as the opening bars to a well-known jazz standard. Are they singing Fly Me to Mars? I don't think I know that song, unless it's a playoff of Fly Me to the Moon or something. Fly me out to Mars. Let me watch the planets turn. I don't know how Zubul should sing. I'm sorry. I'd like to know what summer's like on Venus or Saturn. As they sing, I don't know if it's the vodka lemonade talking or my own genuine feelings, but I get completely lost in their voice and their eyes. Colored lights swirl around and the karaoke song lyrics glow behind them, but I can't help but focus on Zubul. It's as if the lights in the bar themselves dim, as if every background noise goes silent, as if the world is just me on my bar stool and Zubul on the stage. As the song comes to a close, they make direct eye contact. In different worlds, I wanna be with you. In different worlds, I like you. They sing, looking at me. I melt. The bar applauds as Zubul's performance comes to a close. The bar lights coming back up, letting the surrounding crowd flood back into reality. Despite their blush, Zubul takes their seat next to me. I know, I'm not really in the right range and that song is corny anyways. They scratch the back of their neck. It was amazing. Zubul seems surprised by my response as they look away. Well, I guess I'm glad you liked it. I loved it. I swooned before catching myself. The song, that is, it has a lot of sentimental meaning to me. Zubul turns to me. Really? Yeah, my mom really liked Hank Bin Batra, so it was always playing on her old turntable. Your mom has good taste. Yeah. The bartender hands Zubul another martini, which they raise. To moms with good music taste. To moms with good music taste. I agree, toasting them with my second vodka lemonade. A few other NPCs go up. What? There's one that bears a striking resemblance to Pomni, except this one appears to have jagged teeth, and her outfit is red where Pomni's is yellow, and yellow where Pomni's is red. Zubul groans. Ugh, evil Pomni. Evil Pomni? Zubul nods. Kane did this softball match once, and he made evil versions of each of us. Well, except for Gangle, but most of us got these weird doubles. Evil Pomni comes up to the mic and greets the entire bar with a series of expletives. Hey, mother... She continues, but Kane's magical sensor bleeps out so many words I can't even make out what evil Pomni was trying to say in the first place. And tonight I'm singing you! A discordant punk track plays as evil Pomni launches into a song that is somehow almost entirely words disallowed by Kane's censor. You, I do what I want! You, I do who I want! You, I do in the... If the lyrics weren't a turnoff, the terrible music behind them would be. The guitar sounds like it's pleading for death, the drums are way too loud, and every chorus and verse sounds exactly like the last one. The song comes to a close, finally, after what feels like an hour. Evil Pomni does a bow, baring her sharpened teeth. Thank you, motherfuckers! Nobody applauds, which unfortunately only seems to piss off evil Pomni. Hey, where's my cheers? One person lets out a solitary whoop, which only seems to stoke her anger. You know what? I'm not getting off the stage until my talent receives the appreciation it deserves. She scowls at the MC, demanding another song. Zubul and I are subjected to another 3 grueling minutes of raw noise as evil Pomni shouts discordantly into the karaoke mic. I would prefer 5 songs by Orbsman to 1 more song by evil Pomni. Boys only wanna if it. She sings a pop country song, her discordant shouting clashing horribly with the delicate melody. I tried downing another vodka lemonade, but it doesn't make listening to evil Pomni any less painful. But it does give me an idea. Evil Pomni finishes the song to very light applause. The aura inside the karaoke bar is comparable to a hostage situation. And I can't let this keep going on. That was weak. You guys need to applaud 10 times louder next time, she demands. I approach the MC. Can I sing the next song? The MC, a mannequin with a headset on, wipes their brow. I can't read their face, seeing as they don't really have one, but I can tell they're relieved. Yes, please, anything but. The MC glances at evil Pomni. More of that. I nod. How about
No zenith high enough. The MC nods. A couple of bulkier mannequins take Evil Pomni under their arms, hauling her out of the bar. I get behind the mic as the familiar intro plays. I look around the bar, and my gaze instinctively focuses on Zubul once it picks them out. There's no zenith high enough. No nadir low enough. If you want me, call me for me. No matter how far away you are, I'll be there by plane or car. 'Cause there's no zenith that's too high. I begin to belt, alcohol and passion overcoming my own inhibitions. By the way, y'all, I can sing better than this. I just don't want to get copyrighted by singing it. And on that dear solo, that it would keep me apart from you. I say, pointing at Zubul. Zubul blushes, walking up to the stage. Danish, what are you doing? I look down at them. Sing! I say before launching to the next verse. My eyes barely drift from Zubul as I sing verse after verse, losing my breath or even forgetting a few lyrics here and there, fueled by a desperate need to be heard, to communicate clearly everything I feel in this moment. Oh, I haven't told you, there is no zenith that's too high, and no nadir too low. I say, repeating the refrain, singing to the bar, but also singing to one person, Zubul, who mostly stands there shocked. But you know, that's okay, because in this moment, I'm not a fellow student or someone else in the band. I'm just Danish, telling Zubul how I feel, even if it's through song. As I finish, sweating and breathless, there's a moment of quiet. Then the bar erupts into applause. Encore! 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 A chant rises, but I'm so breathless. Well, I managed through pants, but before I can turn them down, Zubul ascends the stage. Come on, give the people what they want. They say, still blushing from the attention I gave them during my performance. We can pick out a duet so you can catch your breath a bit. I nod. Zubul descends the stage to request a song, and an extra mic from the MC who nods before the song starts. Ooh! Ooh! We singing together! Y'all, we singing together! Well, I have had the best time in my life. I didn't feel this way until now. I swear. It's very true. I owe this feeling to you. Oh wait, I didn't know they were singing. They say, looking at me. I nod. Or maybe they're just talking. Yeah, I had the best time today, and it's you who made me feel this way. We continue the duet. The bar is electric around us. Even though I'm focused on Zubul for the whole performance, it's hard to ignore the occasional whistle or the way the crowd oohs and ahs at the end of the chorus. Zubul and I maintain eye contact through the performance. The tension in the air is so thick, it almost chokes me. Dang, there's a lot of chemistry between us and Zubul. High key. But I push through it, forcing air into my aching lungs and belting every chorus, calling on my strained vocal cords. And we pass through every open door to find the truth. And I owe my feelings to you. We hold that note. The moment seems to stretch out forever, crystalline and beautiful. But like all good things, the moment does eventually end. The bar cheers around us as we stand sweating, looking at one another. Well, that's where we're ending karaoke night. Aww. Always leave them wanting more. Everyone nods as the bar lights begin to go down and the various NPCs filter out. So, I say, panting, should we head back to the dorms? Zubul nods. I think I sweat through my shirt. They laugh. We hold hands. I guess they hold my hand and I hold their claw. I didn't know you were such a good singer. Zubul blushes. Well, ditto to you, Danish. You really managed to hit every note out there, even if you were singing at the top of your voice for each note. I laugh. Well, it's kind of my first time. Maybe before next time we can do some breathing exercises? I perk up. Next time? I mean, I'd do that again if you want to. I nod. I had a lot of fun tonight. I trail off, looking up at Zubul. Zubul nods, looking back at me. Me too, Danish. I had more fun than I've had in a long time. I can't help but feel warm and fuzzy at their words. We finally get to my dorm door. Time to ask something I've been thinking about. So, Zubul. They look at me. Yeah? Did you, mean it? They raise an eyebrow. Mean what? What you said.
When?
I look up at them. You know, back at the bar? About you being a good singer? I shake my head. No, like during the first song. Zubul rolls their eyes. It's a song, Danish. What? But like, you know, you were looking at me. And you picked the song, so... Danish, it's a song with lyrics. I was looking at you because they blushed looking away. Well, because you were the most familiar person in the crowd, okay? But Zubul! Zubul shakes their head. Look, Danish, tonight was fun. Can we not do this? Oh my goodness. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? I sigh. Seriously, look, I know what you're getting at. I had a lot of fun tonight. They pinched the bridge where their nose would be. But between the live music performance and helping Gangle with our art and just the culture fair in general, I'm not really in a very focused headspace right now. I sag. Zubul notices my response and puts a claw on my shoulder. That's okay, Zubul. But I'm not saying it wasn't anything either. Huh? Look, let's focus on getting our performance done right tomorrow, okay? I nod. I can do that. I promise after that we'll talk about this. About us. I can accept that. Even if I wish I knew now, I know if I press Zubul for an answer, I'll just guarantee a no. Okay, Zubul, sorry if I brought the mood down by asking. My bad. It's okay, Danish. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. But for what it's worth, I really liked singing with you. And I hope that we can hang out more once this is over. I nod. I'm even able to smile a bit. Me too. No matter how things go. Zubul gives me a meaningful look. That really was the best time I've had, for as long as I can remember. We both stand there for a few tense, awkward minutes, and I can't really think of any other conversation topics other than what we just said. So we should probably get some rest for the performance tomorrow, I guess. Zubul seems relieved that I said that. Yeah, exactly. See you tomorrow, Zubul? Yep, I'm looking forward to it, Danish. I give them a smile before I close the door. Not getting a definite answer is leaving a sour taste in my mouth, but I can't deny that today I felt closer to Zubul than I ever have. I really hope this leads to something. I think about the night we shared as I drift off to sleep. The end of day 4. That was actually a fun day 4. Yeah, I think this one might be my favorite day 4, actually. I wake up the next morning and I'm barely able to open my eyes. I spent all of last night tossing and turning, trying to calm myself down, but I just can't. Not after how we left things. Still, I yawn and force myself out of bed, lazily pulling on my uniform and trying to make myself look presentable for the day. That must be... Danish. Zubul. Hey, Danish, we have to head to the culture festival. You ready? Just a minute. I call back. Still, no matter how much I adjust my uniform and try to fix my hair, nothing seems right. I keep trying for some time. Danish, come on. We can't be late. Ragatha's already blowing up my wacky watch asking us where we are. Shoot. I decide whatever state I'm in will have to be good enough. Danish. I open the door just before they manage to knock. Zubul looks me up and down. You look terrible, I know, but I can't really get myself looking right today, so let's go. I was gonna say kind of punk rock. Really? Yeah. I don't hate it. Well, that was unexpected. My hair must be a mess, my clothes must look wrinkled, like, I must look awful. But still, pretty decent as far as responses go. Let's get going, yeah? Zubul grabs my hand, and we rush to the culture festival. Oh my goodness! Where have you guys been? Danish wouldn't stop trying to give themselves a makeover on the way here. Zubul snorts playfully. Hey, I wasn't trying to... Ragatha wipes her brow. What matters is that you two are here now. Kane was getting really insistent. So, does everyone remember their parts from yesterday? Yep, I don't know how we could get all of that down in one day, but hopefully it works out. Yep, perfect. Because we'd only be letting down Kane and the entire student body if we mess this up. She says with a jovial swing of her arm. Her tone is so full of fake enthusiasm, she sounds completely manic. But there's not really any time to comment on it. All right, we step out into the spotlight. Whoa, as I look out into the crowd of my peers, my knees go weak. Was there always this many people in our school? We're all rendered a little speechless at the gathered crowd. Lucky for us, Principal Kane pops into existence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Today, the Student Council President and her selected cohort are here to produce music.
The word echoes as if he is shouting into a large, empty room. The crowd goes silent for a second before erupting into applause. Zubul winces next to me. Even Ragatha seems a little put upon by the introduction.
That's right, music. Those delectable little vibrations that itch something in the human mind that just makes everything feel better. He flourishes, spinning his cane in place. Oop! He loses his grasp on his cane and it goes flying into one of the cymbals. He pauses for a second, seeming to almost glitch in place as he stares at his cane before snapping his fingers. The cane disappears from the front of the drum kit and appears in his hands. Well, that was humiliating. On with the show! Please welcome on the stage, Zooble Rooble Doodle! With another snap, Kane disappears from sight. Ragatha casts a glance back at us, smiling nervously, but giving a thumbs up as the audience claps. Break a leg, guys! Not that I really want you guys to break a leg, or anything like that. She trails off with a nervous chuckle. Zooble turns to me from behind the drum kit. You ready, Danish? Ready as I'll ever be. Zooble nods coolly. Seems like that was the right thing to say. I'll count us in, okay? I nod, giving Zooble a weak smile and a thumbs up. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and... Zooble launches into their drum part. A second ago, my body felt stiff as a board. But seeing the fluid ease with which Zooble plays, I feel a little more confident in myself. My fingers dance across the immaculate piano Kane has provided. Ragatha hits a few sour notes as he tries to match out our tempo, but before anyone can complain or even shout boo, we're already in full swing. Yeah. Take that, Jax. Zooble executes their drum solo flawlessly. The moment they slow down, I pick right up with my piano part, starting in with a complex melody. Once my solo is complete, Ragatha stands in the spotlight and executes her own solo perfectly. Finally, after what feels like hours but is only 5 minutes tops, we finish. Nice! The crowd is silent for a few moments. I cast a worried glance at Zooble, who gives an apologetic shrug. It's fine, Danish. I think you did a pretty good... Zooble is summarily cut off by the roar of applause. The entire mannequin audience is going absolutely wild, jumping up and down. I even see Mr. Kinger, Pomni, and Gangle in the crowd. Bravo! Bravo! Those are my students. Gangle's ribbon-like arms flutter manically as she jumps up and down.
Go, Zooble! Go, Danish!
Even Pomni is wearing a wide smile.
Amazing job, you guys.
Predictably, but regrettably, our concert also has its detractors. Boo! Boo! Violin sucks. I got duct taped to the ceiling over this stupid performance. It's not even a violin. We ignore Jax's boos and bow for the audience. A few students even throw roses to the stage. For a while, it's nice to bask in the glow of our achievement. After a few minutes, the applause dies down and we can safely descend the stage. We're surrounded by our friends as we rejoin the rest of the students for the culture fair.
Seriously, Danish, I didn't know you were so good at piano.
Thanks, Pomni. I'm just glad I was able to keep up. Zooble walks up behind me, putting a hand on my shoulder. Keep up? Yeah, right. You practically showed us all up with your performance up there.
I can't hide my blush.
Everyone did their best. I think we can all be proud of our work. Ragatha just hit a freaking Victoria Justice move. I think we can all sing.
Danish is Zooble for the win!
Did she just say FTW out loud? Kinda cringe, but I let it slide. I'm so proud of you three coming together for the Culture Festival. Seriously, congrats to all of you. Thanks, Kinger. I don't know why that meant something to me that he congratulated us. We all walk around the festival together. After our performance, Zooble and I are parched and starving. There's a stall selling boba tea, another one selling pot stickers. One of the clubs is even making sushi rolls. Without any additional fanfare, Zooble and I stroll the culture fair, picking up a little bit of everything. We finally head to the courtyard to sit down and start eating in. For a few minutes, we're too busy stuffing our faces to even talk to one another. But once there is a pause, I decide to ask a question. The question that's been on my mind since last night. So, Zooble looks up at me, pausing their feast for a moment. Yes, Danish? Are we? Zooble sighs. You know, after the culture festival, I mean, what are we going to be? Zooble pauses a moment before answering. I wanted to wait until after the festival to tell you this. I wince, preparing for the worst. But I actually think I'm kinda, sort of... They pause, blushing. Falling for you. Wait, what was that? What was that? They blurted out so fast it sounds like one word. Huh? Zooble huffs. I said I'm falling for you, okay? It's so embarrassing. I hope you're happy. So this is what a tsundere is. Okay. I breathe a sigh of relief. Me too, Zooble. Not the embarrassing part, the falling for you part. Zooble's blush deepens. Oh, I can't believe I fell for a nerd like you, Danish. I laugh a bit. Yeah, I can't believe you fell for a nerd like me either. Zubul puts their hand on mine. Still though, you always manage to, I don't know, be there for me, I guess. There were times I got frustrated with you, or times I wish you would have just pulled back. But it's just like, I don't know, you knew, you know? I think I do. You knew when to give me space, when to push me, what to say to make me feel less alone. Zubul leans in. I've never really felt seen like this before. And I can't promise I'm always going to be easy to be around, but I really want to give us a shot. I do too, Zubul. I say, meeting them halfway across the table. Aww. Even though Zubul doesn't have lips, I plant a soft kiss on where I'd imagine they would be. Their face is aglow as they push against my face as well, reciprocating my efforts. You know, this is so a little bit awkward, just a little bit, because it's just look at the lotion bottle, right? All smooth and everything like that. Kissing Zubul is like just like kissing a lotion bottle. Whoa, wait, what the? Cute! Ah, Gangle, she got us! She done caught us! What? Gangle? Gangle hides her camera, fleeing as Zubul gets up to pursue her. Gangle, delete that picture.
No way! I got the spicy moment on camera!
Spicy Gangle! They chase each other around. I can't help but laugh at the sight. Eventually, Zubul runs out of breath and lets Gangle escape with her spicy picture. Zubul sits down at the table, snapping their fingers as they look at me. Gangle is so using that for her freaky art. Hey, Danish, I almost forgot. Me and everyone else in our class are lighting some fireworks on the rooftops once the festival winds down. You in? I nod. Of course. We hold hands as we walk back to our dorms. As I step into my room, I notice a new garment laid out on my bed with a note on it. I read it. Dear Danish, as a sincere thanks and congratulations to you, both for your contributions to the culture fair and your success with Zubul, I hereby bestow upon you the fireworks yukata. This garment allows you to access the school rooftop for some good old-fashioned pyrotechnic fun with your fellow humans. Warning, yukata is 100% cotton and may shrink up to 20% upon washing. Thanks. I don the yukata, looking at myself in the mirror. It's actually very nice. Kane picked colors that complement my eyes and skin tone very well. I only have a few moments to admire it before Zubul knocks on my door. Come on, Danish, let's get going. I don't want to miss any of the fireworks. I unlock the door. Wow. They stand there stunned. You look, They pause, straightening their features. Good. You look good. Your yukata fits you well. Thanks. You look good too, Zubul. Zubul blushes. Thanks. Do you want to, hold on hands on the way there? I nod, taking their hand in mine as we walk together. The air is surprisingly warm for this time of year, even though the yukata is a little thin. I don't feel cold at all as we head to the school building. Honestly, Danish, I wasn't expecting to really get close with you. Sometimes at this school, especially with Kane being the way he is, it's hard to form attachments. Feels like people just show up and leave whenever Kane gets bored. But you're different. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's just something about you. I blush. Something that's really special to me. So I guess what I'm saying is, don't go disappearing on me, okay? You mean a lot to me. I promise I won't, Zubul. You mean a lot to me too. We share an easy smile as we walk hand in hand into the school and head to the rooftop. When we arrive, our friends are already crowding around us. Zubul and Danish sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I. Pomni thwops him on the back of the head.
Don't tease them, Jax.
It's good to see you guys. You make a cute couple. What? Who told everyone? All eyes turn to Gangle. She probably showed everybody that picture. Gangle laughs nervously, tapping the tips of her ribbon arms together.
I may have posted the picture I took of you two on the school message board.
Oh, everybody knows.
And also sent it to Ragged and Pomni.
Gangle.
I'm sorry, it was my first time being the first one to know about something. And I just want to tell everyone because I was so excited for you two.
Seriously? I put my hand on Zubul's back. It's cool, it's not like we were gonna hide it once we were up here anyways. Zubul blushes a bit. Yeah, I guess that's fair. So yeah, me and Danish are dating now. Well, isn't that cute? Zuby has a heart after all. Call me Zuby again and we'll see how well rabbits handle a 3-story fall from the school rooftop. Okay. Jax rolls his eyes but walks off. He knows not to test Zubal's gangster. Lastly, Kinger approaches us. Are you guys excited to see some fireworks? We both nod. Who's setting them off? Well, originally it was supposed to be Ragatha, but Gangle asked to do it at the last second. I find that surprising. Zubal and I exchange a look before shrugging. Sounds cool. Alright, the fireworks display goes off, displaying a pretty array of blue, yellow, green, and purple lights. Just as things were drawing to a close, Gangle pipes up.
And this one is for Zubal and Danish.
She lights a pair of specially marked fireworks that go off, igniting it in a pink and white heart that stays in the sky for a few seconds as the specialized fireworks go off. Aww, Gangle being a wing woman is so fire. I love this. Zubal and I hold hands as we watch the last of the display go off. With time, more and more of my memories returned. We still haven't found a way out of the school yet or back to our lives before. I may not know what the future holds or what new challenges will await us, but I know together, with Zubal, there's nothing we can't handle. The end. I really did like that one. I think my favorite part was day 4 though, like with the whole karaoke and the new setting and everything like that, and how we saw so many past NPCs. But yeah, that was really good. So now, we've done Jax, we've done Ragatha, we've done Pomni, and we've done Zubal. Now, we have the final route until they update it with Kinger and Kane, of course. But we have the final route with Gangle. Look at Gangle, you know she wanna tango. Hopefully she's not tangled. Tangled, I'm talking Eugene. I'm talking that queen. I'm talking that I'm clean. Take you on a date. Hey, Gangle, wanna go and paint? What's up guys, it's your girl Shonyx and welcome back to the amazing digital dating simulator. We have done Jax's route, Ragatha's route, Pomni's route, and Zubal's route. Now, the final route that's available right now is Gangle. A lot of people were saying save the best for last. A lot of people were saying Gangle is the best route. So we're gonna see about that. But anyways, without further ado, let's just get right into it. Gotta prepare to read this all over again.
Welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator, a slice of lifestyle school setting where anything and everything is possible. I'm Kane and I'll be your principal for the duration of your stay here at the amazing Digital Academy. Help your classmates pull pranks on the teacher, become a straight-A student, or a rule-breaking delinquent. All this while possibly finding true love along the way. But enough about my wonderful creation. Let's get you enrolled. First things first, what uniform will you be donning?
Considering how Gangle draws Ragatha and Pomni in some spicy situations and stuff, I feel like Gangle would be into girls, so I'm gonna be a girl.
Sounds good. What about your name? What should we call you?
We're back to Danish.
Alrighty then, Danish. Then let's head inside.
Hi, my name is Danish and I'm a transfer student to the amazing Digital Academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague, tragic event that changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all my old friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today is my first day at this new school. I glanced down at my class schedule. This should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger, so where is the teacher? As I step into the room to let in any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. The figure looks like a tall, white piece from a gaming set. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put 2 and 2 together, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name can't really be... Hello, my name is Kinger. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of a genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named, what's your name again? Okay, so for Gangle, I feel like I should say I look forward to learning with you all, and I hope we can all be friends. You know, I feel like that's like Gangle's vibe. Rightio, go on and take any open seat, Danish. Most of our students don't bite. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. I take a moment to think of who to sit by. All right, the shy-looking girl with a comedy mask and a ribbon body. I sit next to the shy-looking girl with a comedy mask and a ribbon body. But even as I sit down and look at my new desk neighbor, she doesn't seem to have noticed me. Instead, she's drawing something in her sketchbook. I'm not used to being ignored like this, so I lean over to see what she's drawing. Once she notices me, she flinches away, blushing furiously.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. You're the new student, right? Danish? I'm Gangle.
She seems really timid. I'm not sure there's anything I could do that would make her feel at ease. Nice to meet you, Gangle. What are you working on?
Oh, these?
Gangle seems surprised by the question, but doesn't shy away from responding.
Well, sometimes I just like to sketch. They're not really good or anything.
I mean, that's cool, so you're an art student? Gangle offers me a sheepish smile.
That's right, I guess you could call me an artist.
She pauses a moment, seeming to revel in that statement, before timidly correcting herself.
I mostly just sketch and stuff, nothing crazy.
Just as I catch a glimpse of her happy demeanor, she retreats back into her own shyness. Aww. I'm about to open my mouth to ask about her skittishness when the abstract figure next to me speaks up. Gangle's just being modest. She's actually a really good artist and the star of our school's art club. Okay, is the art club really big though? I feel like the art club is literally just you and Gangle. You know, I don't even think there's that many people in the art club. Gangle blushes again, giving another one of the shy smiles that seems to be her trademark. The blush and the smile are kind of cute on her.
Oh, thanks. I think your art is really good too, Zooble.
So that's what their name is. Gangle seemed pretty confident talking to Zooble. They must have a history. So you're both artists? Zooble shrugs. I do a little bit when I have time. I don't do it as often as Gangle though. Huh, can I see your art? Oh, Gangle, yeah. I asked Gangle to see her art first. She rifles through the papers, taking a few moments to look for one she deems good enough to show. She timidly hands me the sketch. An anime-style sketch complete with big eyes, small mouth, and a big head. Upon further inspection, it kind of looks familiar. Gangle interrupts my thoughts.
It's kind of a rough sketch. Please don't look too close.
She says the latter phrase under her breath. I'm not sure if she intends for me to hear her or not. Now, why would I say it looks pretty rough? We gotta be encouraging. This is impressive, Gangle. Gangle smiles and blushes, timidly taking back her sketch and giggling.
Thank you, that's really nice of you to say.
There's a lingering warmth in her tone and smile as she goes back to sketching. I feel like I'm getting along well with Gangle, despite her shyness. I try to pay attention to Mr. Kinger's lecture, but I can't help but steal an occasional glance at Gangle's sketchbook. When class is getting ready to end, I feel one of her ribbons gently tap my shoulder.
Me and Zooble usually sit outside in the courtyard during lunch. You should join us.
I can't deny the offer is very tempting. I was just settling into my desk and getting used to the place when something burst into the room. Principal Kane, how exciting to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was a bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Kinger, class, how do you do? Principal Kane extends a hand, gesturing to all of us before freezing in place. With a sound like porcelain grinding against porcelain, chalk against a chalkboard, his teeth slam shut. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth like they're not solid objects. Danish! Wasn't expecting you here. Manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points his cane at me. Why you gotta point me out? Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to making the school interesting. He pauses a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there a reason you're here, Kane? Zooble speaks to him like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal of the school. Kane perks up. Gee willikers, that's right! The reason I'm here, to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One filled with fun, danger, adventure, and thrills! He begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience! Ha ha ha! He turns towards the camera. However, the numbers are in, students, and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time that I tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and Kinger play along, gasping at the revelation. Gangle looks ready to burst into tears. However, my sweet-toothed Starburst, Skittles, Sour Patch Kid students, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way. At this point, the sharp-toothed bubble next to him pipes up.
How are you bringing interest back to the school, Daddy President?
Kane shoots the bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. You see my little Tomar emeralds, my little shining rubies, my little, rocks? What's one thing no academy around here has ever had? A cast of colorful characters. A competent principal. Adequate funding? Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about. No school around here has had a culture festival celebrating the unique talents of all its students. So I, being your benevolent and adorable principal, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best culture festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. Make it flashy. We gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads, I'm almost late for my deep tissue massage. All right, Kinger, I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities, blah, blah, blah. You all have 5 days, break a leg or two, or I'll break them for you, because if you don't get this right, I'm gonna kill you. As abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. All right, class, let's see what roles Kane assigned to each of you for the Culture Festival. Kinger lifts a paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as the class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me. Zubul and Gangle, you two will work on art to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival.
I don't know. I still don't have anything uncomfortable showing everyone else.
Okay, Pomni and Jax, look up what a culture festival is.
Shouldn't we do that before we start making posters? No, I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gangle comes up with for her posters. If it's anything like what she comes up with when she draws Ragatha.
Jax!
Gangle interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading with him to stay quiet. The class erupts into chaos as Zubul and Gangle argue with Jax. Pomni tries to find what a culture festival is, and Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker amongst themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his lesson planned, and it's just waiting out the school lunch bell. As if I had summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their arguments and files out of the room. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. After my chaotic first half of the day, I had worked up quite the appetite. The cafeteria was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Around me, there was a selection of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another. I pick up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scan the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. All right, didn't Zubul and Gangle say they ate lunch in the courtyard? I pick up a garden salad from the cafeteria and stride out into the courtyard. Though there are a half a dozen tables out here, they're mostly empty and it's easy to find Gangle and Zubul. Gangle gives me a big wave with one of her ribbon arms, her comedy mask showing an expression of cautious excitement. Zubul lifts up their claw hand in a friendly wave as well. Oh, is this gonna be the same as the Zubul route? Or a little bit the same? Hey guys, thanks for the invite.
No problem.
No problem. Did they coordinate that? Either that or they've just been friends for a long time.
So, Danish, how are you liking our school so far?
Well, it's pretty different from my old school. I start, Zubul and Gangle waiting on my next words. But I think I'm starting to like it here. Gangle smiles, pushing the tips of her ribbon hands together with a gentle blush.
I like it here too. I'm really excited for the Culture Festival.
We pass the time in relative silence as we eat our lunches. Zubul's the first to break the silence, pointing at my meal. Are you a vegan or something? Oh, this? I gesture to my salad. Not really, I just grabbed something that looked good before heading out to meet you guys. Fun fact, I don't know if I said this before. Did I say this before? I don't really like salads. Like, I genuinely don't like salads. I'll avoid eating a salad if I can. If I eat a salad, I'm really forcing myself to.
I think it looks good.
Zubul shrugs. I like to bring food I cook myself. I can't stand what Kane stocks the cafeteria with. Gangle has a gentle smile on her face as she pokes at a bit of shrimp tempura with a chopstick. How she manages to use chopsticks when both of her hands are the tips of red ribbons is honestly very impressive.
I don't think it's all bad. There's a lot of traditional Japanese foods in the cafeteria. I never got to eat sushi when I was in high school before.
They go back and forth like this for a bit while I stab at the remnants of my salad. A hush falls over the table for a moment, then...
So, Zubul, are you gonna help me get art done for the Culture Festival after lunch?
Zubul looks at Gangle pointedly.
Honestly, I'm tired of talking about the Culture Festival. It's just another one of Kane's stupid plans to make us all come together and make him feel good about himself. I mean, come on, Gangle. He's having Pomni look up what a Culture Festival is. He doesn't care about the Culture Festival at all. It's just something to make us all busy. I don't see why I should put any more effort than Kane is, you know? There's a faint tickle, like something delicate fracturing, and Gangle's smile falters. Gangle's lips start quivering, tears welling up at the side of her mask. Zubul? Gangle, I didn't mean... But their apology is too late. Gangle's comedy mask is broken and now lies on the table in front of us in 2 pieces. Gangle is sobbing loudly. They give me a meaningful look. Come on, Danish, you understood what I meant, right? Well, sorry, Zubul, but I'm doing the Gangle route this time. I'm sorry, Gangle. I promise to help you with your art for the festival.
Thanks, Danish.
Gangle sniffles, sliding one of her ribbon hands over mine on the table. I feel like I'm gonna get on Zubul's bad side. Zubul glares at me. I'm sorry! I feel like I'm gonna get on Zubul's bad side. Oh my god, I'm scared. Zubul's gonna beat me up. Come on, Danish, don't make me out to be the bad guy here. If you've been through enough of Kane's bull, you'd be sick of these sort of things too. Zubul, it's clear this culture fair means a lot to Gangle. Can't you just put your anger at Principal Kane aside for this though? You know? I'm not angry, I'm just frustrated with Kane and They sigh, standing up and giving Gangle an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Gangle. I'm gonna go now. Dang, I almost stopped Zubul and tried to get them to reconcile, but Gangle is still crying, and right now, she has to take priority. Sheesh.
Danish, did you really mean what you said about helping me with the art for the festival?
I mean, of course I do, Gangle. Gangle picks up the remnants of her comedy mask, trying to put on a brave face as she stands up from her half-eaten lunch.
That's really nice of you. I didn't feel like doing all my work alone.
Gangle sniffles.
And I don't think Zubul wants to hang out with me right now.
She sinks deeper into her own sadness, sagging physically with the emotional weight she feels. I support her as we make our way to the art studio, draping one of her arms over my shoulder as I support her. Man. Once we step inside, Gangle starts to regain her composure, wiping her face and taking a seat at a table. She gets to work immediately, picking up a pencil and drawing an anime character with a big smile and a cheerleading uniform. The more engrossed she gets in her art, the more she manages to smile, her pain fading as she adds more and more detail to her drawing. Gangle, you're really good at this. She jumps as I finish talking to her. I think she was so engrossed in her drawing, she lost track of her surroundings.
Danish! You really think so?
She gives me a hopeful smile. Of course I do. She starts leaning towards me as she continues to draw. After an hour or so, she's fully taken up my space and hers as she adds details, working at the paper from every possible angle.
Almost.
She begins to shade in some areas of the drawing and go back over some of her lines to thicken them as she finishes up.
Done.
She picks her drawing up, holding it in front of me with a cautious smile. Aww, that's actually cute. Pomni wants you to get pumped. It took you like an hour to do that? Wait, how long did it take you to do that? That should not have taken that long. It's an anime-style girl that strongly resembles Pomni in a cheerleading uniform, holding up a pair of pom-poms. Oh, I get it, Pomni. Pom-poms? Around the drawing are the words, Pomni wants you to get pumped.
What do you think?
That's really good, Gangle. Gangle smiles at me.
Thanks, Danish. You promise you're not just saying that?
I'm serious. Right? Gangle blushes, looking away from me as she continues.
I'm really excited to work with you to make the Culture Festival a success.
Hey, I'm excited to work with you too. Just as I finish cheering up Gangle, the bell to dismiss class rings.
Oh no! I kept you here and you missed all your afternoon classes!
It's okay, Gangle. I wanted to be here.
Well, we should probably grab our things.
I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head out for the day. My mind drifts to the day's events. I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar masked girl walks up to me.
Hey, Danish. Wanna walk back with me? I can show you some other art I've done and you can tell me what you think of it.
She gives me a hopeful look. Sure thing, Gangle. I'd like that. Gangle almost melts into shy giggles as she takes my hand and leads me out. As we get to walking, Gangle and I start talking about her art again. I'm as full of compliments as ever.
Seriously, Gangle, you should show more people your art. I bet you could even successfully publish a manga-inspired webcomic or something like that.
Oh.
Did I say something wrong? Her face falls instantly. Wait, what did I say that was wrong?
Sorry, what you said just reminded me of something. Something about my past I don't like to remember.
She looks away from me. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I decide to leave the topic alone for now. Desperate to change the topic as we leave school for the day, I decide to ask her a question. So, Gangle, do you drive yourself to school or take the bus?
Huh?
She tilts her mask as she stares at me confused. You know, how do you get from here to your house?
Danish?
She trails off.
Do you, not know?
Not know what? Gangle presses her ribbon hands together, seeming to give her next words a great deal of thought.
Danish, we live on campus.
What? I must have misheard her. Also, who's we? I'm certain I was dropped off by my parents today. Even if I can't remember what car I was dropped off in. Or what my parents look like. Or what my house looks like.
Yeah, Kane made us some housing on campus after Kinger started cluttering our homeroom with his pillow fort. Before we complained, we all just had to sleep at our desks.
Oh, that's cool for you guys, but who's we? Gangle pauses before gesturing to the school, herself, and even me.
Zubul, Pomni, Jax, me, Ragatha, and now I guess you do too.
I start to breathe in and out rapidly, sweat rolling down my face as the weight of her words strike me. No way, but I mean, my parents dropped me off this morning, didn't they? I mean, I can't remember anything about them, but I'm sure I was dropped off. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. Gangle gives me a concerned look.
Danish, you're scaring me.
I can hear the threat of panic and despair in her voice. I take a deep breath. We can't both be panicking here. I have to be strong for Gangle. It's ironic that I have to be strong for Gangle, but Gangle's the one that knows all about, you know, what's going on. Okay. Can you lead me to my dorm? Gangle still looks a little concerned, but the threat of all-encompassing despair has left her voice, and she's able to give me a gentle smile as she offers one of her ribbon hands for me to take.
Sure thing.
As we walk, I start asking her about the dorms. What kind of things I can expect, like does each dorm have a bathroom? Is a bed already set up for me? How much privacy do we have in our dorms?
Well, I don't really know about your dorm because each of ours are customized to ourselves.
Customized?
But every room at least has a bed and a desk.
She's trying to make the best of this strange situation, but I keep my more skeptical comments to myself. Well, that's nice. Gangle leads me to a nearby building. We start walking past all of the rooms. Even the doors seem customized. Pomni's door is half red and half blue like her outfit in class. Ragatha's door looks like the door to a ranch-style house, almost as out of place in the plain dorm hallway as Pomni's room. Jax's door is crisscrossed with black and yellow striped tape. We finally come to my room, a plain oak door. Embossed on a brass nameplate is my name.
I guess this is your room.
She gives me a shy smile. As I push the door open, I can see Gangle shifting in the periphery of my vision, trying to peek inside to see what my room says about me. Let's see, guys! She's probably just as disappointed as I am as we peer into my room. The walls are plain. A boring gray mattress sits on a wooden bed frame with a folded duvet on top emblazoned with the school emblem, as well as a pair of white pillows. A disused PC that looks like it's from the 80s is sitting on a desk in the far corner of the room, probably can't even run Marvel Rivals. There's also a stack of papers and an assortment of office-style pens and pencils.
Oh, it's, nice.
She's trying to inject as much false enthusiasm as she can muster, but neither Gangle nor I are particularly impressed with this room. Sorry if it's not as impressive as everyone else's room, I blurt out.
No, it's fine. I think it's cool that it's plain like this. It gives you a lot of room to customize it yourself.
Thanks, Gangle. And why am I apologizing? This is Kane's fault. We both look at each other every once in a while. One of us tries to start a conversation, but neither of us can keep one alive for long. Why is this so awkward? Oh my goodness. You know what? Shoo, Gangle, get out of here.
Well, I'll leave you to your new room.
Yeah, a part of me wants her to stay so I don't have to confront my bland and depressing room alone. But I also know it would just make things more awkward. Thanks for showing me my room, Gangle.
No problem. I'll see you tomorrow in class.
She's asking me if I'm going to bother showing up. The thought of trying to run or just hiding in my room is appealing, but I couldn't abandon Gangle like that. Yeah, I promise, because I promised to help you with art. Gangle offers me a shy smile as she heads out of my room. I just stand there for a while trying to adjust to my new home. I stand there so long I almost didn't notice as a piece of paper slips under my door. I turn around to pick it up. It's a drawing by Gangle. Welcome to our school. Aww, that's adorable. She drew herself in her sailor uniform, smiling. Underneath, she has written the caption, "Welcome to our school." She's so adorable. I find a container of thumbtacks and push one into the wall above my bed, decorating my room with Gangle's art. It's a small piece in a mostly blank room, but it's something, and I'm so grateful to Gangle for trying to make me feel comfortable here. Maybe things won't be so awful. I lay down on my bed, defeated by the day. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. It doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on, as if overridden by some remote console. The room to my dorm flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinkler. Doesn't that violate some sort of building safety code?
Hello, my darling toy box characters!
Principal Kane announces from what sounds like the hallway. Ah, well, time to investigate. Kane, what the are you trying to pull this late at night? Zubal! His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment, but none too pleased by it.
You're lucky I even let you get sleep.
This he blurts in a harsh monotone before recovering his cheery demeanor.
I'm here because even with the Culture Fair pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to. Which is why I've secured us a sponsorship.
He stretches out the last word, using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words.
Without further ado, I introduce you all to the Wacky Watch! You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been having trouble finding a good audience for their product, probably because there is no audience for this product. But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama!
But we're adults. I'm actually...
Now, Gangle, I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of affixing a Wacky Watch to each of your wrists.
Each of us glance down. To my shock, the watch is already on my wrist. How did it get there?
What in the...
And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very special adhesive. And if you do try to remove them, let's just say they'll be taking a little piece of you with them.
I can hear Gangle begin to whine as panic sets in. Pomni tugs at her Wacky Watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays affixed, her gloves stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Ragatha just looks down with a resigned sigh. Kane, I can't remove the arm with the Wacky Watch. What the Principal Kane ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue.
You see my little turtle doves, my little rolls of toilet paper, and my sweet little lip glosses. In order to secure the funding we need to make it to day 5 in the Culture Fair, I need you wearing the Wacky Watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need any of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your Wacky Watches. Good luck with school life. Can't wait to see what you do at the Culture Fair. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Bye!
He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the Culture Fair easier. With the sound of breaking glass, Gangle's comedy mask shatters and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes.
I don't want a Wacky Watch.
Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up. Well, I think it could be useful. And look, Gangle, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw. Pomni goes over to Gangle, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature.
That is kind of nice.
Y'all, I don't know how I'm gonna get through this route with all of Gangle's crying. I really don't know. I don't know. Gangle sniffles. Yeah, that's the right spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Everyone's door closes. I hear a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustration on. I flick my dorm light off as I close my door. I check my Wacky Watch. I got a picture chat from Gangle. It looks like she may have used a filter for her profile picture. Oh.
I hate it here.
Principal Kane stinks.
Oh, wow. I really appreciate the time you spent with me today, Danish. From sitting next to me in class today to being nice about my art. I know this place isn't very fun, but I hope we can keep spending time together.
You're pretty cool, Gangle. I really liked drawing posters with you today, even if my art skills need work.
I really think everyone can do art if they try. And I can help you with some pointers if you want.
That sounds perfect, Gangle.
Bing!
Okay. Your art on the picture chat app is so cool, by the way.
Thanks, Danish. I hope you keep choosing to spend time with the art club.
As long as you don't make fun of my art too much. Laughing emoji. Sleep well, Gangle. We got a lot of art to work on tomorrow.
You too. Looking forward to it.
Smiley face. I eventually get to sleep, but I can't stop thinking of Gangle and how cute her smile is. I want to be the best friend I can be to her. But I leave those thoughts for another day as sleep overtakes me. Day 1 complete. I yawn as I awake in my room. The clock on my wacky watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the sliver of sunlight peeking from under my door. I slide my school-issue pajamas off and look in the closet. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there, with a little tag on the sleeve of the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Kane's left me a note.
Hi, Danish. This is Principal Kane. As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you've been provided a set of uniforms free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. You're doing a splendid job of keeping Gangle's comedy mask intact. You precocious little scamp.
I don't even know what that means.
As long as you stay the course and keep our confidence up, I'm sure you two can produce some truly fine art to build hype for the culture fair. Best of luck!
As I pull my uniform over my wacky watch, I glance down at it. I have a text from Gangle.
I'm about to head to school. Want to join me?
All right, I'm waiting outside Gangle's door for a few minutes as she keeps getting ready.
Oh no, dear no.
Is she okay in there? Gangle, is everything all right?
I'm fine. Don't come in.
She says that, but I check my wacky watch. If we don't leave soon, we're gonna be late. I don't know what the consequence for that is, but seeing how omnipotent Principal Kane is and how impatient he can be, I don't want to risk his wrath. Like the oblivious lead into some kind of dating game, I push the door open. The sight that greets me is a surprise to say the least. What? What? What's going on? Gangle has tripped, her skirt spread about her knees. I don't even know she has knees. She is desperately holding down the part of the skirt between her legs as the breeze from the door begins to lift it. My bad. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Gangle?
Danish, get out, you pervert!
My bad. I'm sorry. The words barely leave my mouth before Gangle starts pelting me with various art objects lying about her. A pencil, a protractor, and several crumpled up drawings make impact with my head as I close my eyes and stumble out of the room. I mean, honestly, that is on us. Why did we walk in? You know what? We deserve to be called a perv. I wait patiently for her to emerge from her room and tell me off, or for Zubul to snap my neck from behind for perving on their best friend. A few minutes later, Gangle has collected herself and is ready to leave. Gangle, I just want to apologize. I'm sorry. Gangle huffs, turning away from me.
Danish, I didn't take you for the kind of person who won't respect a girl's privacy.
I genuflect before her. I'm really, really sorry, Gangle. She turns slightly towards me, opening an eye to check if I'm sincere. My apology and the position I've taken are evidently enough to earn her forgiveness.
Okay, we can still walk to school together.
She offers her hand, or what part of her ribbon arm serves as her hand.
But no trying to get a sneak peek up my skirt, you perv.
I nod, apologizing again. My bad. Gangle, I'm so sorry. That sort of thing never happens to me. I really didn't mean to see anything I wasn't supposed to. I mean, let's just be for real. What are we gonna see? She's literally a bunch of ribbons. What are we gonna see? I don't even think she wears clothes in the original Digital Circus. Like, she's literally just ribbons. What are we gonna see? Booty ribbon? Gangle nods sagely.
Good, let's go.
The walk to the homeroom is brisk. There's a chill in the morning air, and we have to speed walk just to make it in before the first bell. We talk about the art for the festival, and somehow we start talking about our favorite anime shows. I really like Xenon Evangels of the Exodus. Okay. Which anime is this? I feel like I know what it is. Okay, Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Ooh, me too.
My earlier foibles are forgotten as we step into the school engrossed in our conversation.
It really turned a lot of tropes of mech anime on their heads and inspired so many other works. I know Hirokoshi Aki wasn't very happy with the reception of the finale, but I think it's a masterpiece.
Yeah, I like that scene where the Red Ranger just wastes all those artificial evangels and then takes the Mega Spear to the face. That's such a brutal moment. Gangle gives me a disappointed look.
Yeah, I guess that was cool too.
Clearly, I like action. I take my seat next to her as we step into class. I guess she was looking for more than just a surface reading. But I like your reading too. Maybe we can watch it again together, and you can point out all the scenes you like and what they mean. Her smile returns.
That could be fun. But before you watch anime with me, you need to be initialized.
Initialized?
We need to train your eyes so you can see the deeper meaning behind the text.
So like my eye for detail.
Exactly.
Okay, how will I do that?
I'm gonna send you some anime recommendations.
I grin. She's pretty funny under that shy demeanor. Please let me know some recommendations. Gangle giggles as she tries to hide her excitement.
I have a master list on my Wacky Watch I can send to you.
I nod, excited to start on Giggle's list. She excitedly begins to tap on her Wacky Watch, already sending me her titles. None of these are, weird anime, right? She puffs her cheeks at me.
Says the one who tried to look at my skirt this morning.
Touché. Touché, but I wasn't trying to. Although, to be honest, maybe I was trying to. And why I say that is because why would you open the door if Gangle wasn't ready? It's almost like you were trying to see something. So you know what? You got that. You got that.
Gangle, I said that was an accident.
We laugh as Zubul sits down behind us. Zubul doesn't have anything to say to us. Oh my goodness, Zubul's pissed. Zubul is pissed. They seem visibly uncomfortable as Gangle and I keep talking. I can't help but feel guilty for my part in their argument. For her part, Gangle also casts a concerned look Zubul's way every once in a while. I should at least talk to Gangle later about what happened. Maybe I'll get on both their good sides if I can help them get past the disagreement in the courtyard yesterday. Instead of going for lunch, I decided to look for Zubul. Finding them took practically no time at all. They're sitting alone in the courtyard. Gangle's also in the courtyard, but sitting at a different table. Oh my goodness, no, they're really fighting. I sit down at Zubul's table first. Hey, Zubul. Zubul doesn't answer me as they pick at their plate. I know you and Gangle got into it yesterday. Instead of responding, Zubul just begins to pick more aggressively at their food, skewering a shrimp like they were executing a criminal. And I know I played a role in escalating things. You think? They snap at me, but at least we're talking now. Yeah, I know I'm a jerk for making things worse. I just saw Gangle getting her feelings hurt, and I said the first thing that came to mind. Gangle and I go back way further than you've even been here. That's not that hard since I've only been here for 1.5 days, but I keep that to myself. You had no right acting like you were protecting her from me when I was just venting about Kane, making me out to be the bad guy. Our conversation is so loud it has attracted Gangle's attention. Sheesh.
Zubul, leave Danish alone.
No, I'm trying to help you out. Danish came to me because they regret what they said yesterday. Gangle, come on, we've known each other for a long time. You can't really let this clown break up our friendship. Clown? Not Zubul being jealous. Was that a jab at me? But again, I can't deny that Zubul is right. It wouldn't be completely right for Gangle to just abandon their friendship because I started something.
Why are you two fighting again? It's my fault, isn't it? I ruined everything.
Gangle's comedy mask breaks down the middle, tears flowing freely from the comedy mask underneath. Are you serious? Are you serious? Gangle, I'm sorry. I wasn't being fair to Zubul yesterday.
What?
Yeah, I was being kind of a... I trail off, searching for the words. A jack... Yeah, sure, I nod. Yeah, a jack... I saw you upset and I just reacted immediately instead of thinking about what Zubul was really trying to say. Gangle turns to Zubul.
Is that really true? Do you not really hate the culture fair, Zubul?
She manages to stifle her tears just long enough to ask them. No, I hate the culture festival. Gangle's frown begins to widen as tears prick at the edges of her mask again. But I know it means a lot to you, and if caring about it and doing our best to make art for it is what you want, then as your friend, I promise I'll do my best to help.
Oh, Zubul!
Gangle says Zubul's name, but she throws her arms around Zubul and me at the same time, holding both of us close. Zubul glowers at me, still not fully over the fact that I picked a fight between them, but is quiet enough that Gangle doesn't notice. Yeah, Zubul hates us! Gangle turns to face Zubul.
Zubul, you're my best friend.
Gangle turns to face me.
Danish, I've only known you a little while, but I really appreciate you spending time with me. The culture fair means so much to me.
Gangle wipes out her tears.
I asked Kane to propose it to the student body for me, but I actually came up with it.
Oh. See, that's why it means a lot to Gangle.
I really want to share this with both of you.
Zubul looks shocked at the revelation, then immediately guilty. Wow. Wow. So here Zubul was blaming Kane and talking bad about it. And meanwhile, it was Gangle's idea. Crazy, isn't it, Zubul? Oh my, Gangle, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have said anything about it if I knew it was your idea. I only hated it because I thought Kane came up with it.
It's okay, Zubul. I forgive you.
I stand with Zubul and Gangle for a long time in Gangle's delicate embrace. Finally, Gangle finds her composure.
So, can we go to the art classroom together as friends?
I don't see why we can't. What about you, Danish? You doing anything this afternoon? Not really. I don't think they even take roll at my afternoon classes. Good, you're coming with us.
Are we all ready to get started?
I'm ready. Me too. Gangle motions for me to sit next to her as we start on her art poster ideas.
I really like to draw manga and anime characters, but maybe I can help you too.
She sounds super excited. My heart skips a beat at her exuberant voice and the sweet smile that warms her face.
I noticed your art style could use a little work, but I really think once you get the right line work on the page, everything else is less important. Let's start drawing. How about you draw somebody you know?
My mouth goes dry as I try to think of somebody other than Gangle to draw, but I can't. But also, drawing Gangle would probably be really easy. Really easy. You know what, y'all? You know what time it is. Now, y'all know that I'm typically a terrible artist. Terrible. But I'm gonna try to draw Gangle. Let's see if it's actually easy to draw Gangle. There we go. Okay, there we go with that. Then let's do some blush. Then let's do some ribbon. Okay, that looks a little bit like a claw, but that's okay. I feel like this is my best Gangle. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I think it's actually very easy to draw Gangle. I pick up my pencil hesitantly, every line crooked and wavy as I try desperately to avoid drawing something so bad that Gangle will think it's meant to insult her. The final result is distorted, crooked, wide in places where it should be thin, and thin in the places it should be wide. Gangle plucks it off my desk, holding it right in front of her face as she rotates it left, then right, completely lost as to what it's supposed to be. She finally leans over to me, speaking under her breath so Zubul can't hear us.
Zubul doesn't wear a sailor uniform, Danish.
I was trying to draw you!
And I really don't think they would appreciate this drawing.
I breathe a sigh of relief at the case of mistaken identity. Still, it's a testament to how unready I am to draw that my Gangle drawing looks like Zubul. How you make a mask look like Zubul's triangle face?
Here, I'll draw something and you can watch my line work. And then you can sketch it for reference.
Gangle smiles at the genius of her own idea. She spends a few moments scratching out some lines. By the time she's done, she has a portrait of a beautiful, slender anime girl with long hair wearing a frilly dress.
You don't have to do the dress or any other details. Just try the face.
I try to draw the face at first, but I end up giving the figure the square jawline of a grizzled combat veteran. I crumpled up the paper and start again. The next chin I draw is way too sharp. It looks like something out of a child's nightmare. I finally get the chin and general face right, but when I go to add hair, I realize I've drawn the face in such a way I can't mimic the hair Gangle drew for the character. I try to improvise, but Gangle just shakes her head behind me.
Danish, you're wasting paper that we need for the festival. Here, just let me,
Gangle stands behind me, grabbing the pencil in my hand. Her sailor uniform presses into my back as I stand there frozen. Now I'm sweating for a whole different reason. Hold on. Her ribbon hand gently guides my pencil as it glides across the paper, drawing a perfect chin, neck, and hair. She furrows her brow as she concentrates on guiding my hand to draw the eyes. We're both so close right now that I can barely focus. Gangle?
Come on, just a moment, Danish. Are you paying attention to what I'm drawing with the pencil?
You could say that, I guess. I'm paying attention to a lot of things right now. She finishes the drawing and I breathe a sigh of relief as she stands up from behind me.
Did you learn anything from that?
I think so. Gangle smiles at me.
Good. Now, try it again.
I imagine Gangle right behind me, guiding me with her gentle strength through each line. The feeling of her pressed against me is so etched into my memory, I can actually recall the line work, how deep to make the jawline, how to think of the art in layers so I don't trap myself by drawing an impossible line, even the gentle curve of the eyes and how to add lashes. You got all that just because she's still behind you? I've managed to make a decent copy using Gangle's art as reference. Gangle's eyes are sparkling in amazement as she looks at my art.
Wow, that was so much better, Danish. If you could keep this level of work up, you can use any of my posters that you like as reference and help us make progress.
I smile. I mean, as long as you're willing to sit behind me and guide my pencil next time. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Gangle blushes, realizing the intimacy of the moment we shared only after the fact.
You know,
She giggles nervously. Zubal's listening to all of this, by the way.
you really need to improve. And you know, sometimes you have to learn line work from, that is.
She's a nervous mess as a blush creeps across her mask. I'm just teasing you, Gangle. I think I got the hang of it now. Though I wouldn't say no to any more lessons. Gangle manages to compose herself, but the blush never fully leaves her face.
Well, if only if you work hard and really earn them.
I can't stop smiling, and Gangle can't stop blushing, even as the bell to dismiss classes rings. This was a really good way to spend my afternoon. As the last bell rings, we make our way to the lockers.
Did you get the list I sent to you of anime you should watch?
I glance down at my wacky watch. Sure enough, there's a long list of anime and a text from Gangle, neatly organized from all-time best to guilty pleasure. Wow, this list is pretty long.
Make sure to watch as many episodes as you can.
I'll start as soon as I get back to the dorms. Now, why would I? I feel like that's my catchphrase in this whole game. Why would I? Okay, why would I do my homework? Here for Kane? No.
Good.
She says that a little louder than she probably means to.
I know you'll love them.
Gangle gives me a nervous smile, folding in on herself a little. I hope I like these animes as much as Gangle does. I find Gangle at the school entrance.
Ready to walk home, Danish?
I nod, stepping out into the cool autumn afternoon with Gangle. Thanks for waiting for me. Where's Zubal?
They said they were gonna talk to Ragatha about what kind of art she wants for the culture festival.
She giggles nervously.
Guess it's just us.
I nod. Guess it is. As we walk to the dorms, Gangle seems fixated on her wacky watch, constantly pressing buttons or sketching art on it. I lean over a little bit too close and accidentally bump against her. Gangle jumps as I brush her shoulder.
Danish!
She shrieks.
Don't surprise me like that.
I lean over to peer at Gangle's wacky watch. Oh, instead of default icons, she's made a cutesy anime style icon for all of the apps on the wacky watch. Wow, she really customized it. That's so cool. Wow, Gangle. I'm breathless. These icons are so cool.
You really think so, Danish?
Yeah. How did you do that? Gangle taps the tips of her ribbons together shyly.
Oh, it's just an app. I'm sure you can make icons for your wacky watch too.
I mean, none of them would look this good though. Gangle blushes again. Surprisingly, for someone who was the most apprehensive about the wacky watches, she seems to be using it the most. That is very true. We've just reached the dorm building. As I walk Gangle to her room, I search feebly for a reason to spend more time with her, but find none. Hey, Gangle, it was really nice hanging out today.
Yeah, it was.
She gives me a shy smile.
If you want to, maybe you can text me what anime you're watching. Then I can try to watch the same episode in my room and we can talk about it.
Hey, download Discord. I nod, excited at the idea of spending all night texting Gangle. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Good.
Good. We stand there awkwardly for a moment. Well, I'm gonna get going to my room so I can start watching these animes, okay?
Okay.
We stand there for another few seconds, just smiling at each other, before I actually leave from my room. It is sometimes awkward, like trying to figure out when to end a conversation, so I don't blame you. As I sit down at my desk, realization hits me like a brick to the forehead. My computer doesn't work. I walk out of my dorm looking for anyone who can help me. I eventually see Zubal. Zubal don't want to help us. Zubal don't want to help us. Hey, Zubal. Hey, Danish. Did you need something? Yeah, Gangle recommended some anime for me to watch, but I realized I don't even have a working computer. Is there anywhere I can watch TV or something? Well, there's a working computer in the lounge, but make sure you use the headphones. Sometimes other students go in there to hang out, and they probably don't want to listen to whatever anime you're watching. I nod. Thanks, Zubal. To the lounge. It's pretty nice as far as lounges go. I spy an old PC in the corner of the room. Jackpot. I'll walk over to the computer and plug the headphones into the jack, going on watch anime wherever.rus to watch some pirated anime. Okay, the first anime on Gangle's list is Blue Butler. Wait, I think I know this one. Do I know this one? It's Black Butler. Black Butler. I was like, wait a minute, I know this. I read over the summary before starting the first episode. A knight from hell is forced into a pact by a rich kid who binds him into the body of a butler and makes the Hell Knight help him avenge his family. As I start the first episode, my ears are assailed by a Cockney accent so bad, it feels like the voice actor had a vendetta against the British. Wow. Oi, Sebastian! You're the most handsome butler who ever bustled! Oh, I simply am. Good as hell at being a butler. I get so distracted by the voice acting, I almost forgot to text Gangle about the anime I'm watching. I'm watching Blue Butler right now. A few other students walk into the lounge and start making spaghetti, but they pay me no mind as I watch Gangle's recommendation. Is this Ragatha and Pomni? She texts me back before the first episode is half over.
Oh, Whimsy, that one is so cute! Who's your favorite member of the serving staff aside from Sebastian?
I think for a moment. Randolph, I guess? I think it's kind of funny how he's super strong but also super clumsy. As I watch the episode, Sebastian and his charge, Chris Hampton 5, are trying to investigate a murder in a museum. Randolph runs into the room enthusiastically, but accidentally collides with the dinosaur's leg bone, knocking it over on top of Chris and Sebastian, pinning them in place while Randolph apologizes for his gaffe. I can't help but laugh out loud, earning me a confused look from Ragatha and Pomni, I knew it, who are in the middle of boiling pasta, but they quickly go back to cooking.
I guess Randolph is okay. I like Faden.
The one girl who just chases Sebastian around all the time? Of course.
It's funny and cute the way she chases him around.
I shrug. In the middle of the next episode, Sebastian ends up catching Chris as he falls from a building. As Sebastian sprawls in the snow behind his young charge, the two end up in a rather suggestive position. I decide to text Gangle about her questionable choice in anime. Is this one of those boy love animes? How'd you draw that so fast?
Stop judging it! There's just some cute scenes. The mangaka is just a little weird about the relationship between Sebastian and Chris.
Isn't Sebastian like 666 years old and Chris is barely a teenager? Y'all, is this actually the plot of Black Butler? Does this actually happen in Black Butler? Someone tell me. I know one of y'all watch it. Somebody tell me.
If you're gonna judge it, skip it! Don't complain about my favorite animes.
I'm just teasing you.
Meanie.
I keep watching Blue Butler late into the night, texting with Gangle until I feel a gentle tap on my shoulders. It's our RA Ragatha. She motions for me to take my headphones off enough to hear her, which I do. Hey, Danish, don't you think it's getting kind of late? I look around myself to see that it's completely dark outside. Ragatha and Pomni manage to cook and eat dinner and go back into their dorms. I completely lost track of time texting Gangle and watching anime. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's no trouble, Danish. You must really like that show. Ragatha peers at the scene, and of course it's another weird sequence. Of course it is. This time, Sebastian and Chris ended up in a sauna together, and Sebastian's towel fell off! Y'all, do I need to stay away from Black Butler? You can't see anything, but Chris is blushing furiously, and a lot is being implied. Wait a minute. Wait, what the freak? He's 666 years old and he's barely a teenager. What the freak? Why is anime always like this when someone else walks into the room? Danish? I didn't think I'd have to tell you this, but you can't watch it. No, we're not watching. We're not watching that. The adult content. We're not watching corn. It isn't that. I tried offensively, but it's really hard to defend the scene, especially as Chris blushes furiously and the characters on scene react suggestively to Sebastian's exposed manhood. Bro, Gangle, what did you send me? What did you send me? Gangle, what did you send me, bro? I'll turn it off. I think that would be best. She watches me as I close out of the browser and turn off the computer. As I leave, she pulls out a bottle of hand sanitizer and cleans the computer station. Oh my goodness, bro. Y'all, I feel like she was cleaning the station because she thinks that we were like playing with the DJ. You know what? I'm not even gonna explain further than that. I'm gonna need to find a new place to watch anime. I walk back to my room, head hung low. As I lay down, I get another text from Gangle.
So, you still watching Blue Butler?
Ragatha caught me in the middle of the sauna episode. She asked me not to use the lounge computer. She didn't exactly say that, but I have a feeling that it was implied.
Oh, boo. How about we watch anime on the library computer together tomorrow? I'll tell Ragatha we're using it to get references for our Art for the Culture Festival.
Sounds fun, but let's keep it to PG anime. I don't want anyone thinking that I watch those sorts of shows.
It's just a few bad scenes. The sauna scene isn't even that bad. When Chris gets poisoned and Sebastian has to massage the antidote lotion into his back, that's
spicy scene.
What? Please tell me this doesn't actually happen in Black Butler. She's so cute, even when she's being a weirdo. How about no anime with massage scenes?
That's fine. I'll pick something safe for school tomorrow.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Me too.
Sleep well, Gangle.
You too, Danish.
I'm really happy I chose to spend today with Gangle. If I get to keep spending this kind of time with her, I think I'll enjoy every day I spend at this school. Day 2. Complete. I wipe the sleep from my eyes as my wacky watch blares an alarm. What happened last night? Somebody is knocking very loudly at my door.
Danish!
Gangle whines from the other side of the door.
Wake up!
Wake up. I glance at the clock on my wacky watch. It's 7:45 a.m. 15 minutes past when I'm supposed to be at homeroom? Oh my goodness. Gangle, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how late I slept. It's quite a few moments before Gangle responds.
It's okay.
She says, though she doesn't sound happy.
Just get ready already. I don't like how everyone looks at me when I'm late.
I struggle through my unlit room, stumbling into my closet door and groping around till I find a uniform to yank off the hanger.
Are you okay, Danish?
Just a minute. I flop around my room like a fish out of water, but after banging against my bed frame and the desk, I manage to pull my uniform on. I make my way over to the door, opening it to be greeted by the glare of the sunlight. Dang, we have to be at homeroom at 7:30? I squint at Gangle, who looks uncomfortable with how late we already are. Sorry, I'm ready to go. She smiles.
It's okay, Danish.
Don't you usually walk with Zubul too? Gangle taps her ribbons together shyly.
Yeah, we ended up waiting so long that, Zubul left on their own. So it's just you and me today.
She offers a nervous chuckle. I won't complain about spending more time with you, you know? Gangle giggles, looking away from me as she blushes. We make our way out of the dorms and start walking towards the school. The last late bell chimes and Gangle slows her pace. Gangle, weren't you worried about being late?
I was. But that's the last bell. At this point, it doesn't matter how late we are. We're gonna be marked tardy anyways.
She seems oddly relaxed about this. You're okay with that? Gangle shrugs.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta accept things are the way that they're gonna be.
Well, that's pretty grounded of you, Gangle.
I thought we might be late when I stayed to walk you to class.
She admits shyly.
Maybe we could just go to the cafeteria and get a snack before going to class. I ended up eating dry ramen noodles and rice crackers for dinner last night.
Dry ramen noodles? Who'll be doing that? I look at her in shock. I don't know what sort of nutrition a red ribbon with a comedy mask needs, but that just still seems unhealthy. How do you have enough energy to even get up if that's all you ate? Gangle shrugs again.
That's what I ate back when I was in college and worked fast food.
The mention of working in fast food sent a chill down my back. My first summer job was at a Spudsies. I remember getting splattered with hot grease, having to wear a face shield when working with the stupid sauce, cleaning up bathrooms that looked like biohazards. Still, it's something we have in common, so I decided to make conversation. What position did you work? I used to be a fry cook. First of all, in this world, Spudsies exists in real life?
Oh, I was a manager.
A manager? That's pretty impressive. Gangle gives me an awkward look.
Yeah, I guess so.
She seems uncomfortable and changes the subject.
So, did you like Blue Butler? Aside from the part where you got kicked out of the lounge?
I pause for a moment, genuinely thinking about my answer. Yes. Gangle claps her ribbons.
Good, I knew you'd like it if you gave it a chance. One of my first anime crushes was Sebastian.
I chuckle. Really?
What?
She whines, frowning.
He's so tall and handsome and he has those fierce, cold blue eyes. But he likes Chris. So I don't have a chance with him.
He shouldn't like Chris. He shouldn't like Chris. Dun, 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 dun. He also doesn't really exist, which seems more important.
So, Danish, who was your first anime crush?
I rack my brain for a better answer than the truth. Well, who's the truth? If I had to say my anime crushes, first we got Levi Ackerman. That's the top one, okay? Then we got Satoru Gojo, all right? Then we got Tomoe from Kami-sama Kiss, okay? I would say those are top 3. I would say those are top 3. Although I'm starting to like Jinshi from Apothecary Diaries as well. And Keyfree from Witch Hat Atelier. So maybe that's top 5? I don't know. As I try to make up an answer, I can feel Gangle staring at me.
It's okay if you don't have one.
No, I do. Just promise you won't laugh.
Okay.
I pause. Guess I'm really gonna confess this. Princess Yumakia. What does she look like? Wait, who is Princess Yumakia? I feel like she's based off of somebody. Oh, from Code Geass. Well, Code Legas.
What? From Code Legas?
Yeah, I just really liked her long hair and the frilly dress she wore.
But her biggest moment is when Lelouch...
Well, okay, not Lelouch, Lachul
accidentally hypnotized her into killing a bunch of protesters.
Yeah, that was so unfair to her. I clenched my fist. That just came out of nowhere, and then it turns out Lachul can't control who he hypnotizes, and he just randomly says, make sure not to kill those protesters. And somehow the hypno words are, kill those protesters. Dang, did that actually happen in Code Geass? I never finished it. Gangle giggles a bit, but is smiling and nodding as she looks at me. What?
I like it when you really care about things. You kind of scrunch up your face and you like to wave your hands around.
She blushes before mumbling.
It's kind of cute.
What?
Nothing!
I know what I heard. We make our way into the school and Gangle gently tugs my arm, leading me towards the cafeteria. Gangle eyes the various breakfast options offered before deciding on a Japanese-style one. She picks up a fish-shaped pastry filled with some kind of sweet paste and then decides to pick up a cup of yogurt as well. I take a look at all the options. There's some omelet rice that has been set under a heat lamp, an assortment of pastries, and a few rice balls. I decide on the safest option, the rice balls. Gangle and I find a quiet corner, which isn't hard since there aren't any other students here, and start to eat breakfast. Gangle pulls out a book on drawing techniques and begins reading it avidly, holding it between myself and her. Wow, Gangle, I didn't know you took your art so seriously.
What?
She seems surprised. Your book?
Oh, yeah.
That was weird. Can I borrow it after you're done? Why do I feel like there's another book inside of it? And it's actually like a fake cover.
No!
She practically shouts at me. What? Why not?
You wouldn't like it. It's boring.
But if I don't read more art books, how am I gonna get better and help the art club? Come on, let me take a... As I tug the book, the cover comes loose, falling off of what Gangle is reading to reveal a hidden manga underneath. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it, knew it! Prince X Popper? Okay, so basically, she loves Yao. Yaoi? How do you pronounce it? Yoi? I don't know how to pronounce it, but she loves boy love. She definitely loves boy love. The cover features two men with chiseled features. The one on the left is holding the man on the right's chin in his hand. His weirdly big hand. I can't help but notice the R18 stickers plastered all over it. Prince X Popper. On the back reads a forbidden love between boys of two classes. Gangle clutches her mask in embarrassment.
Don't look at it!
She snatches the fake cover back and tries to jam the manga volume into it. With a ripping sound, the fake cover tears in half and falls to the floor. Gangle looks around, beads of sweat forming at the tips of her mask.
Not good, not good!
She tries to unzip her backpack, but in her haste, the zipper gets stuck. Pages of art featuring characters that look surprisingly similar to our classmates spill out. This is just a chaotic mess. This is a chaotic mess. The more tame ones are just solo pieces, but she's drawn Jackson Ragatha, Jackson Pomni, and Ragatha and Pomni in all sorts of compromising positions with one another. I'm not gonna lie, that is genuinely so weird. Imagine you guys are in class and you see one of your classmates likes to draw you and other classmates in weird, freaky positions. Like, we gotta take a step away from this for a second and realize how insanely creepy that is. Like, come on now. There's one particularly explicit one with Ragatha, Pomni, and Jax all together. Yo! Jax is wearing a maid uniform and is doing something I don't think the real Jax has ever even heard of.
Oh no! Danish, this isn't what it looks like.
Imagine there's one of me. I sigh. Gangle, you're kind of a freak. I want to say that so bad. You know what? I'm going to say, Gangle, you're kind of a freak. And then we're going to go back and actually just say, it's okay. Let me help you put that away. Gangle's mortified expression saddens.
Oh, I thought you'd say that.
Her comedy mask breaks. She uses either half to hide the manga.
I'm gonna go to class now.
I haven't even finished eating. She leaves me in the cafeteria alone, which is fine by me. I hope next time we hang out, she isn't reading something weird like that. Okay, go back. That's too sad. Okay, well, I'll help you put that away. Gangle looks at me shocked.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I have my own questionable taste sometimes. And if it's something you like, then nobody should judge you for it. Right, guys? We're not judging Gangle, right? Right?
You're really nice to me, Danish. Thank you for not judging me.
I helped Gangle open her backpack and put the manga volume inside. We finish our breakfast and pack up, getting ready to head to class.
I really liked sharing breakfast with you, Danish. I'm looking forward to hanging out with you in the art studio later.
Me too, Gangle. Principal Kane will probably talk to us later about being late, but I'd endure 100 lectures from him if it meant spending more quality time with Gangle. Ah! Gangle and I make our way into class, sitting down in our usual seats. Where were you two? Oh, we were already late for class, and Gangle wanted to get breakfast.
You wanted to get breakfast too.
I smile. But it was your idea. I tease her.
No fair. We were only late because you stayed up watching anime.
At that, Zubul turns on me. Yeah, I heard about that. Ragatha said you were watching that content in the lounge. I wasn't. You see, in Blue Butler, I keep trying to come up with an excuse that doesn't make things sound worse and come up empty each time. Gangle seems pleased that the spotlight isn't on her anymore, teaming up with Zubul against me.
Yeah, Danish. Why were you watching that in the lounge?
You were the one who told me to watch it! I point at her.
No, I didn't.
She turns to Zubul.
They asked me what shows to watch and they picked that one.
Zubul shrugs. Just don't do it again. Everybody has to share that computer, and now it's running really slowly. I gulp. Maybe watching free anime on a shady website wasn't the genius move I thought it was. Gangle and I take notes throughout the lecture. Or at least I do. As I peer over to Gangle's notebook, she has gone back to her drawings. One of them looks somewhat familiar, though it doesn't resemble anyone I can see from where I'm sitting. Wait a second. Is she drawing me? I stay quiet, despite her exaggerating some of my physical traits and proportions. Yo, I saw a comment on one of the other videos. Someone said that I should be a lamp, and I actually kind of like that. I could imagine myself as a lamp in the Amazing Digital Circus. I feel like that kind of works. She's focused real hard on the drawing though, and even though there are a few places where it barely resembles me, I can tell she's really enjoying herself. As the lunch bell rings to dismiss the lecture, I tap her on the shoulder. Hey, Gangle. Yo, excuse me, my what is not that big. Hey, Gangle, I just want to let you know, my tatas, they're not watermelons, but I like the picture you drew of me. Low-key, I want to see what happens if we say that.
Danish! You weren't supposed to. It doesn't matter.
She looks away.
You don't like it, so I'll just throw it out.
She bows her head, taking the page and crumpling it before throwing it in the trash, giggling nervously.
Let's just go to lunch.
Okay, no, go back. Let's just say I really like the picture you drew of me, even though you drew some big old balloons on me.
This Danish! You weren't supposed to. Wait, you do?
Yeah, I mean, you took a few liberties with my proportions, but I can really see the resemblance, and I like it a lot.
I was going to give it to you after class, but...
Gangle tears the page out of her notebook before gently handing it to me.
You can have it now. I'm glad you like it.
We decide to get lunch together and go to the courtyard. Gangle gets a plate of sashimi, and I get some pork ramen.
So, Danish, what do you want to do today?
Huh? I'm kind of surprised that Gangle is asking me that. Aren't we going to meet Zubul and keep doing art for the fair?
I was thinking, since I still haven't made anything I want to put up in public, maybe we could just go to the library and watch anime instead of working.
I don't know if we should be lazy about this culture festival. It was your idea. Even though we should do art for the culture festival, I can't deny the appeal of going to the library with Gangle and slacking off for the day. What to do? Okay. Like I want to watch the anime, but like we shouldn't slack off on the culture festival. Let's do the anime and see what happens. Gangle smiles.
Let's go.
We walk to the library, finding a quiet corner. Pomni is at the main table trying to find out what a culture fair is, but pays us no mind as we eventually locate a PC in a remote corner. Okay, let's go to watchanimeonline.rus.
Danish! Those sites have a ton of viruses on them. I have a Crinkle Roll account.
Here, let me log in.
She swaps seats with me and signs into her account.
Since we're using my account, let's watch Magical Girl Makuta.
Well, I've never been one for magical girl anime, but if it makes Gangle happy, it's alright with me. We use a pair of headphones at the library computer, sitting with our heads pressed together so we can both use one half of the headphones. This series is surprisingly dark. Oh. A little into the first episode, Makuta meets a little plastic doll that offers to make her a magical girl. But as the series goes on, it becomes apparent that being a magical girl is super dangerous. One of the characters they meet gets her head chopped off by a giant Venus flytrap monster. I gasp out loud as the girl falls. Nothing remains of her head as she slumps to the ground. Well, okay then. What the
It's a really mature anime, but it changed magical girl shows for a long time. There are like 5 worse versions of this show that came out after this one.
I nod. What show is this based off of, y'all? As we continue watching, I become aware of a presence behind us. I bet you it's Jax. I bet you it's Jax. Although, come to think of it, Jax has not annoyed Gangle this whole time we've been talking to Gangle. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Hey there, Gangle. With a click, Jack pulls the headphones out of the computer. High-pitched dialogue in Japanese comes spilling out of the library speakers. Jax! What the? Watching weird shows in the library. He turns to me. After Ragatha asked you to stop watching this kind of stuff in the lounge. Wonder what she would have to say about this. Jax, don't. This can stay our secret. Just walk away. I'll pretend I didn't see you. Huh? Wait, he wants me to leave? He wants me to leave Gangle alone? Oh, nah! Tell Ragatha I'm not leaving Gangle alone with you. Boring. Whatever, I was just joking anyways. Leave us alone. What? You heard me, we were doing something. Leave us alone. There's a flash of anger across his features before he settles back into a smug smirk. Fine. Suit yourself. But you really should keep an eye out. His eyes narrow. Ragatha is one thing, but Kane is the one you two should really be worried about. He has eyes everywhere. I really don't think he'd approve if he knew what you two were doing, you know, instead of working on the culture fair. His trademark grin comes back. But that's none of my business. He strides out of the library with an infuriatingly cheery demeanor.
Hey, Danish, let's go back to the dorms. Just in case somebody else sees us watching anime instead of working on the culture fair.
We're gonna have to cram in the art tomorrow. She laughs nervously. That's a good idea, Gangle. I stuttered, trying to hide my nerves. Let's get going. We head out well in advance of the bell to dismiss class. Gangle and I started talking about anime to distract ourselves as we walked to her dorm. The conversation started awkwardly, but as we kept talking, it became more lively. Eventually, we were both fully engrossed in the conversation.
Okay, what was the first anime you watched without anyone recommending it to you?
Okay, my first anime that I ever watched was, I think it was Attack on Titan. And then after Attack on Titan, I think it was My Hero Academia. I look away embarrassed. Blade Arc VR. Gangle cranes her neck to look at me in the face before bursting into laughter.
That really weird otherworld anime? The one where there's the really weird fairy world arc where Asami's cousin tries to force her to marry him? The one where the main character's superpower is just holding 2 weapons at the same time?
Wait, is that Sword Art Online? Yeah, I think that's Sword Art Online. I did watch like the first season of Sword Art Online. I blushed furiously. Look, it was free on Netflix. Gangle can't stop laughing and I start laughing too. I stopped watching after the fairy world arc.
It only gets worse after that.
How can it get worse from there? Gangle gives me a 1,000-yard stare.
You really don't want to know.
As we near the dorms, Gangle turns to me.
So, I know things didn't go the way we planned, especially with Jax showing up. But do you want to come to my room and watch anime with me?
All we do is watch anime with you. You really want me to come over?
Jax just makes me really uncomfortable.
Her comedy mask strains against the weight of her nerves.
And it would really help me feel okay if you could just keep me company.
Yeah, I'll hang out with you tonight.
Good. I have some Japanese snacks in my room, so you can come over whenever you're ready.
Japanese snacks? Don't mind if I do! Let's see what Gangle's room looks like. I leave Gangle at her door and quickly rush up to my dorm. I drop my backpack in my room and do a quick check in the mirror before I head over to Gangle's room. Oh, it looks so comfy. She has the best room. Gangle has a set of pink pillows on the ground, shaped like cherry blossoms. She already's taken a seat on one and is wearing a pair of yellow silk pajamas with red cherry blossom patterns emblazoned on them. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
Hi, Danish. Before we get started, do you prefer rice crackers or Pocky Sticks?
Ooh, Pocky Sticks. Look at all the manga on the freaking bookshelf. Pocky Sticks. Gangle grabs a small box of strawberry Pocky out of a basket on her shelf and hands it to me. Gangle has picked out a set of Pocky Sticks for herself.
Let's start tonight with a classic, Xena and Evangels of the Exodus.
Her DVDs are neatly organized as she searches through them, finding XEE in no time and sliding the DVD into the reader built into the TV. Within moments, the first scene crackles to life as Purple Ranger meets Colonel Bad Dad and learns that the impact of alien meteors is slowly causing the tectonic plates to shift. I barely understood what I just read. Earth will be rocked to pieces in only 13 more impacts. Gangle and I have to sit super close together to see the movie on the small TV in her dorm. One of her hands rests on mine as we keep watching. Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry.
No, it's cool. We're gonna have to sit close together if we both want a good view. Yeah, that's why. Gangle blushes more.
Yeah, you're right.
I lean back to help her get a better view. Gangle rests the entirety of her soft weight against me as I lean back, so I end up cradling her between my arms as we keep watching. I watch the show, trying to respect how much Gangle enjoys anime and share her interest with her, but I can't help but notice every small shift of weight as she almost nuzzles herself into my arm. We're at the part of the anime where Colonel Bad Dad reveals everything. White Ranger, you're secretly... He trails off. Clone of my wife, Ranger. Well, dang. Gangle and I both gasp, even though we've seen this anime more than a few times.
I never see it coming.
Me either. This show gets really weird in the later episodes, but I still like it. She smiles up at me from her position, leaning against me. I let my hand rest on her shoulder as we keep watching. Gangle keeps smiling. The lights dance across us as we watch the final episode. The harsh light illuminates Gangle's mask and pajamas as we keep watching the show, painting her in rich blues and vibrant reds. My heart feels like it's gonna beat out of my chest as she nuzzles herself into my elbow. We just finished the sequence where Purple Ranger thwarts the Human Unification Project. All of his former comrades and commanders stand around him applauding and saying phrases like Excelsior or Good Show. The finale ends as the credits roll. Gangle looks up at me.
Remember that moment where Red Ranger and Purple Ranger travel through a bunch of alternate timelines? And in one, they're doing the Pocky Challenge?
She looks away from me. Yeah, I know what scene you're talking about.
What if I told you I always wanted to reenact that with someone?
What's the Pocky Challenge? I blush as I realize the implication. But we've come so far, it feels like this is now or never. My mouth goes dry. I'd be happy to try that with you. As the light from the credits roll and the show begins to start from the beginning again, Gangle pops open her box of Pocky Sticks, her hands shaking as she places one end in her mouth. Whoa! Whoa! What are we doing here? Whoa! So the Pocky Challenge is just like, we're basically just eating it from your mouth. Okay, freaky Gangle! Freaky Gangle! Also, I ain't gonna lie, the pajamas is hanging loose. I see everything. Gangle. All the ribbons. I lean forward, taking the other end in my mouth. Each of us takes small, ginger bites, approaching one another at a snail's pace, afraid to be the first to the center. Gangle has accidentally broken most of the Pocky off. Now only a small nub remains on my end. She gulps before quickly finishing her part of the Pocky and leans forward. She leans forward so close I can almost taste the kiss. Listen, Kane, I've had enough of you third wheeling. Would you look at the time, Bubble?
What is that?
Kane materializes behind us, his trusty assistant Bubble right next to him.
Look at the young students in love.
Indeed, Bubble, but school rules are school rules for a reason. Shame on both of you for trying to fraternize off the clock. Think of the camera crews. How can they be expected to work so late at night without any overtime in their contracts?
Camera crews?
The magic of the moment is lost as Gangle ducks for cover under her bed.
Please no camera crews!
Not to worry, young Danish. I'll set you right.
With a pop, Kane teleports me to my room. I'm flash-banged by the overhead light I left on before I left for Gangle's room.
Now I know you're a strapping individual of indeterminate gender with,
He pauses. The next words have a loud reverb and are an octave lower than Kane's normal speaking voice.
Raging hormones.
But we need to keep those in check. And saving the juicy bits until after class. For shame, my young student. I'd almost think you don't want to be seen.
You think? That was the idea, yes. I'm sorry, Kane. Am I gonna get some sort of punishment for this?
Punishment? No punishment. You're bringing in more viewers than we've had in a long time. But I must advise you to follow your dorm rules about not staying in others' rooms after sundown.
Nobody told me this.
Can't risk losing our PG rating now, can we?
I guess not.
Right you are, Danish. Anyway, nighty-night. Get some sleep.
With a flourish of his cane, he disappears, the lights in my room flickering out. I toss and turn. I can't stop thinking of Gangle. How close we were. In that moment, I almost reached out and I wrap my pillow around my head as I try to drift off to sleep. I can still feel Gangle's soft weight leaning against me as sleep finally overtakes me. Day 3. Complete. Man, if that's day 3, what's day 4 looking like? I wake up the next morning. For a moment, I enjoy the bliss of waking up before my alarm. That's until I remember the events of last night. Kane! I can't believe he popped in Gangle's room. Just as we were about to... I'm taken out of my thoughts by a gentle knocking at my door.
Hey, Danish! Are you ready to walk to school with me?
I jump out of bed and pull my uniform on, checking myself in the mirror and running a hand through my hair to calm my bedhead from last night. I pull open the door to see Gangle waiting for me. Sure thing, Gangle, let's get going. She hooks one of her ribbons into the crook of my arm, wrapping it around my forearm before her hand nestles into mine.
Did you sleep well?
She looks up at me smiling. Yeah. I've never seen Gangle happier than she is right now.
Good, because we have a lot more to watch. If we're gonna keep hanging out and you're gonna improve your art, we gotta get you caught up on all the good anime.
All of them?
We've only scratched the surface. We need to watch Assault on Big Man, Bandito Doo-Wop, and Green Line.
Okay, Assault on Big Man is Attack on Titan. I think that's Cowboy Bebop. And what is Green Line? I think it's called Blue Line. I think it's actually called Blue Line. I turn to her. I actually wanted to talk about last night. She looks up at me, still smiling, though she looks a little shy. We begin to walk, cool fall air rushing past us as we step into the fall morning. I don't know if Gangle can get cold, but she leans closer to me, wrapping her arm tighter around mine. I can feel her mask against my cheek. Every point where we touch feels like it's on fire.
What about last night?
She asks, still smiling. Was everything we did... I pause, trying to find my words. All right with you? She looks genuinely confused.
I liked it.
Her expression clouds, her smile fading into an uncertain look.
Was it okay with you?
I stiffen, nodding. For a few moments, I was scared I had overstepped with Gangle. She's normally so shy. She doesn't even want anyone to see her art. And when we were alone, she just seemed so comfortable moving fast with me. Yeah, she's a fast mover. As Gangle keeps looking at me, her confused look threatening to break into a frown, I look down at her. I like the two, Gangle. I give her a reassuring nod. She smiles back. It's a more fragile smile than earlier, but she doesn't look like she's at risk of bursting into tears anymore.
I was thinking maybe tonight we could spend more time together?
I pause before stepping through the entrance. Here we have more privacy. Oh! Looking down at Gangle, the breath leaves my lungs as I realize just how cute she is! Aww, so cute! Just how much I have come to care about her. I can feel the blood rushing to my ears as I look down at her. That sounds great, Gangle. I'd really like that too. She smiles and runs a little circle around me before nuzzling her mask against my chest again.
Good, I want to spend a lot of time watching anime with you. And eating snacks together.
I try to hide the very apparent heat rising to my face. But let's get to homeroom. Gangle smiles and nods happily. Still, we enjoy each other's company as we enter the school, arms entwined. We ascend the main stairwell at a snail's pace. When we finally enter class, it's more than a few minutes late. Dang, we're late every day. Nobody takes notice of us getting in late, though neither of us can suppress quiet giggles as we take our seats. Zubul notices. What has you two so happy?
Oh, nothing.
Gangle blushes as she flashes me a smile. We just really enjoyed the anime we watched last night. I blush too as I cast a glance back Gangle's way. Cool. They don't seem interested. Class flies by as Gangle and I exchange notes and art. The bell for lunch rings.
Hey, Danish, do you want to get lunch and hang out in the dorms?
A good place as any to pass time with Gangle. So we really are not working on art. We really are not working on any art. We both pick up some food and meet up at the school entrance.
Ready?
Wait, y'all, we're not working on the art. Ready. We step out into the midday autumn air, which is a bit less crisp than the morning or evening air. The walk to the dorms is long enough for my food to cool off a bit, but I hardly notice as Gangle and I keep exchanging glances. We make it to our room soon enough and take seats on the same pillows from last night. In fact, the room looks almost the exact same as when Kane interrupted us last night.
So, Danish, what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Gangle asks between bites of her lunch. Aren't we going back to school to help Zubul put up the last of the art? Gangle rubs the tips of her ribbons together, giggling.
Oh, yeah,
She looks into my eyes.
we don't have to worry about that.
What is she talking about? What? Gangle looks away from me.
I sort of told Subo to,
She pauses. The next words that come out of her mouth come out in a rush, as if she's afraid she'll stop mid-sentence.
I told Subo to forget about the art for the culture festival.
What? What? She turns her gaze back to me. Even her laughter is uncertain. But why? We worked so hard. I was really excited to share our art with the school.
Well, Danish, nothing we did was that good. Besides, didn't you say you weren't that proud of your own art?
I did say that, but I just meant compared to Gangle and Zubul's art. I didn't mean I was ashamed of it. Y'all, did we choose the wrong choice? Did we choose the wrong choice earlier? Remember when it was like, go work on art or go watch anime? Did we make the wrong choice? We spent all week working on it, Gangle. What are we gonna do all day?
Well, I was thinking
She looks up at me again, nervous.
we could just...
She wants to watch anime. She pauses, then continues in a voice so delicate and uncertain. It feels like her words could be carried off by a stiff breeze.
stay in and watch anime all day?
I can't deny the appeal of the idea, but is it really right to abandon our art project after the rest of the class worked so hard on their part of the culture fair? Well, except Jack's. Gangle, we need to go back and put our art up.
Danish! I already told Subo we weren't going.
I shake my head. Gangle, I know you're not confident right now, but we both worked really hard. I want to go back and I hope you come with me. I finish my food and stand up. Gangle shrinks into herself. For a few moments, I'm sure she isn't going to follow me. But as I begin to leave, I feel her ribbon wrap around my wrist.
Okay, I'll go back with you. But you have to tell them it's your idea to put our art up.
She sniffles.
I'm too embarrassed to talk to them about it.
I give her a gentle smile. We'll tell them together. I glance down at my wacky watch. Lunch is almost over. I pull Gangle along with me as we run back to the school. Zubul is waiting in the lobby and doesn't look too happy to see either of us. Danish, Gangle, good of you to show up. What the was that text earlier? Gangle looks away. I'm sorry, Zubul. We both got a little stage fright as the festival got near and sent an impulsive message. Gangle and I really want to present our art. Please let us get it from the art studio. Is this true, Gangle? Gangle nods wordlessly. Right. It totally wasn't because Gangle just wanted to focus on watching anime together. Fine. Get them to me quick. I barely have time to put them up. I nod. Gangle and I rush to the art studio. When did we even work on it? We worked on it for like 2 days. That's it. As we collect our art and get ready to head back to the lobby, I turn to Gangle. Gangle, how would you feel about putting up our art?
No, wait. If someone sees me putting up my art and makes fun of it, I think I'd never be happy again.
I can't rush this. It's gonna be baby steps with Gangle, and there's nothing wrong with that. I feel so strongly about spending time with Gangle and about making her happy. That means being patient, even when it comes to improving. Still, an idea comes to me. What if we swap art?
What?
If you put up my art, you can tell the other students you're just putting up a friend's art. And I can put up your art so you don't have to be nervous about what other people will say.
That could work.
Good. We return to Zubul, who still doesn't look too happy. That took longer than I was hoping. Just give me the art. Wait, Zubul, wait.
What?
Gangle and I want to help put up the art.
Really?
Yep, I'm gonna put up Gangle's art and she's gonna put up mine.
Cool. Thanks for the help. Let's get to work.
All right, getting to work is exactly what we do, splitting up to cover as much of the school as possible in our posters. I put up Gangle's amazing art and hope nobody is looking too close at my chicken scratch and stick figures. Every once in a while, Gangle and I cross paths and we exchange shy smiles before continuing. By the time we're finished, the school has been covered in art celebrating the Culture Festival. Ah, nice! Let's see what we have. We have someone abstracting, we have Join Us, we have Culture Festival. We have something with the Ragatha over there. We have Are You Cultured? A flower, come to the culture fair. That's definitely mine. Food. And, ooh, I like this one. We meet back at the stairwell where, to my surprise, Principal Kane is waiting.
Excellent work, students!
He twirls his cane.
I've never seen such school spirit in all my years of being principal.
You've only been principal for like 6 months.
Not important! What is important that you all have earned a reward! For just today, I'll be designing a 3rd location for you all to visit!
Zubul turns her back to Kane.
I'm good. Kane's jaw drops. Seriously, Zubul?
Zubul shoots him an annoyed look before walking off. Kane shrugs. I guess this is a normal interaction between them.
Well, can I entice you two with anything?
Well, I've always wanted to go to a maid cafe.
A maid cafe? I guess I should have guessed from her anime fixation, but I'm still surprised.
What do you say, Danish? Have you two made up your mind? Ah!
I appreciate the pun. Yeah, Principal Kane, thanks for the offer.
Not to worry. Now come on, you two. Make some cinema magic. The audience at home is rooting for you two.
Whatever that means. Colors whirl around us as the world seems to become ephemeral. Oh! We spawn inside a quaint cafe. Both Gangle and I in completely new outfits just for the occasion. Did Kane change our clothes? The interior of the small cafe is lined with light pink wallpaper, lending to the kawaii aesthetic. Before I really even have time to question it, Gangle speaks up.
I always wanted to go to one of these.
Her ribbons are pressed against her face. She's enthralled by the decor as we stand by the entrance. Gangle really is too cute. A mannequin in a maid uniform approaches us.
Ohio! Welcome to Kawaii Maid Cafe, where all your dreams are made real.
Another maid pun. I wonder how many of those they'll make.
Table for 2?
Gangle nods enthusiastically.
Yep!
She's so entranced by the atmosphere that she takes the lead, taking my hand in hers as the maid leads us to a table. We're going to seat you with one of our newer staff, so please be patient with them. It's gonna be freaking disappearing guy.
Okay, we will be.
I nod. I've learned a lot about getting along with others and being patient in the last few days, so I think I can handle whatever comes our way. Still, I couldn't have anticipated what I was about to see. As Gangle looks over the menu, many delicious pastries and types of tea and coffee listed, a familiar figure comes up to us. Except he looks different, more pink. What? I was not expecting this at all. What in the world?
I'll be your maid for today.
His voice is all wrong too, but I'm not gonna let myself get fooled. Jax may have dyed his fur pink and be wearing a maid uniform, but I'll never forget how he tried to bully Gangle a few days ago.
Evil Jax?
Evil Jax? There's a version of Jax that's even worse than the original? I immediately feel my body tensing. I don't know what to expect, but it can't be good.
Hey, Gangle. I'm glad to see you. Are you enjoying your time here?
He's being polite? Gangle, who is this? Who is this guy?
Oh, that's Evil Jax.
She waves a ribbon at the shy bunny in the maid uniform.
He's actually really nice, unlike our Jax.
I can't quite keep the skepticism out of my voice. Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, I promise. I know that Jax can be tough to get along with, but I hope you won't judge me too harshly.
Weirdly, he sort of reminds me of Ragatha. Maybe they'd get along. Okay. So, you aren't gonna try to bully Gangle or mess with our drinks?
Oh no, I would never mess with your order. I really want to make this as pleasant an experience as possible for everyone who comes to Kawaii Maid Cafe.
He makes a little heart with his fingers. Well, he sounds genuine. I'll have the kawaii hot cocoa and an order of white kuma macaroons. Ooh. Gangle nods in approval.
Good order. I'll have a strawberry milk tea and a bun cake with strawberry frosting and doki doki sprinkles. Of course, I'll be right back to pour those for you and with your food order.
He leaves us. So Evil Jax is good?
I know, it's from an adventure Kane did where we played softball against our evil clones.
Softball?
There was an evil version for all of us. Evil Pomni was really mean and said a lot of curse words. Evil Ragatha spoke in a weird accent and taunted everyone. Evil Zubul was called Bazubul and was just kind of stupid. And Evil Jax was actually really nice.
She leans in.
Sometimes I wish we could keep Evil Jax and send the real Jax away.
I giggle as I nod in agreement. He seems really nice. How about Evil Gangle? Gangle looks away.
Oh, Kane didn't want to do an evil Gangle, I guess. So he just had Evil Orbsman.
Orbsman?
He's an NPC from a different adventure.
Here she goes talking about adventures with Kane again. Are those like field trips? I leave it alone. There are some things about this school I just won't ever understand. I nod. Just as Gangle finishes explaining this all to me, Evil Jax comes back to our table.
So, Evil Jax, where did you get the uniform? Oh, I actually got it from Jax.
Huh? Jax had a maid uniform?
Once he stopped saying really mean things to me that couldn't get past the censor, when I asked for it, he let me keep it.
Evil Jax rubs his forearm.
Even if he did just sort of throw it at me and call me a rude name.
We both laugh at the awkward story while Evil Jax smiles nervously down at us. Okay, Gangle is up first. He sets a cup with boba pearls in it down in front of her, before pulling out a pitcher and slowly pouring into the cup from a great height, occasionally flourishing as he does so. Impressively, he doesn't spill a drop. As the strawberry milk tea is filled to the brim, he gently affixes a cute bear-style plastic top and puts a straw in Gangle's drink before setting her bun cake in front of her. This is making me feel like boba.
And now for you, Master Danish.
He pulls out a steaming pitcher before putting a mug down in front of me. Again, he twirls as he pours into the mug and doesn't spill a drop. He drops 2 bunny-shaped marshmallows into the drink as he finishes, then puts a tray of macaroons in front of me, decorated with cutesy bear faces on them. As he finishes, he presses his hands together and bows. We both applaud the performance.
Aw, you're too kind.
He waves away my praise shyly.
That was really good, Evil Jax. I'm really glad. I hope you two have a good date.
He turns away before either of us can respond. Date?
Yeah.
We're both too shy to attempt eye contact. Gangle drinks her milk tea noisily. I burn my tongue, sipping my hot chocolate before it's cool.
Ah. Are you okay?
I didn't burn my tongue. I burned my tongue.
Sorry.
It's okay. There's another period of silence. Oh, this is so awkward. Gangle, I really like spending time with you. Gangle clears her throat and nods with a shy smile.
Me too, Danish.
We keep sipping our drinks. Every time our eyes meet, even for a second, we both turn away. I guess we're both too timid to make the first move. But, I mean, some things are worth risking. Gangle, I like you.
What? Danish! What are you saying all of a sudden?
Well, I've already started. Time to follow through. I guess, what I mean is, I gulp. Gangle, the time I spent with you this week has been my favorite. From texting you while watching Blue Butler to watching Xenon Exodus in your room.
Danish, you don't have to.
I mean it. I would accept 100 lectures from Ragatha on the appropriate use of the lounge computer if it meant spending more time with you.
Well, I feel the same way.
She says, waving her arms with frantic energy.
Everything we've done together this week.
She tucks her face forward, looking at her shoes, her smile growing even wider.
Even if it was just dealing with Jax or sitting together and watching anime, I really liked every second of it.
Me too. There's so many things I would never have tried without you, like watching anime or trying art or even going to a maid cafe. You're my favorite person here, and I want to keep spending time with you.
Danish, you've really been there for me this week.
It's kind of interesting how we're confessing on day 4 instead of day 5.
You've really stood up for me when I need it.
She pauses.
And even sometimes helped me stand up for myself when I need to. So I want to spend as much time as I can with you too.
Gangle and I slowly sip our drinks, talking about anime, art, and the culture festival tomorrow. All the earlier awkwardness dispelled as we embrace our mutual friendship. We both linger a long time, slowly nibbling at our snacks, even as other patrons are seated and complete their orders. To his credit, Evil Jax never pressures us to finish our meal. He just comes by to take our occasional extra drink order or ask if we want any more snacks. By the time we leave, it's dark outside. I walk Gangle to her dorm.
Danish?
Thanks for everything this week. I'm really excited to show the rest of our class our work in the art club. With you.
She's so cute. So cute. Me too, Gangle. Even if you're definitely the better artist.
You're still pretty good, Danish.
We both know it's a lie, but I appreciate it anyways. Well, either way, I'm excited to go to the culture fair with you tomorrow. To myself, I resolved to confess my true feelings to her tomorrow. Did we not confess tonight? We finally arrive at her room's door.
Well, this is good night, isn't it, Danish?
I nod. I don't want this night to end, but we need to be well rested for tomorrow. Good night, Gangle. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.
You too, Danish. Sweet dreams.
You too. With that, Gangle slowly closes the door. I head back to my dorm, satisfied with the night's events. By the time I change into my pajamas and crawl into bed, Gangle has already sent me a picture chat of herself, making a heart with her flexible ribbon arms, smiling. Aww.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow, Danish.
Me too, Gangle. Thank you for spending tonight with me.
Thank you for making me go back and put my art up. I was feeling really bad, and I don't know what I would have done if you didn't talk me into putting my art up. Sleepy time. We have a big day tomorrow.
I'm excited to spend all of the time I can with Gangle. The happy thoughts carry me into a restful sleep. Day 4, complete. When I wake up the next morning, I pull my uniform on straight away and prepare myself for the culture fair. With my smelly breath, I open the door and Gangle's already waiting for me.
Ready to go, Danish?
She offers me her hand. I take it and we walk to school together as we prepare for the culture festival. As we walk up, we're greeted by our class representative. Danish, Gangle, you made it. She says that as if it was a pleasant surprise instead of what Principal Kane expected of every student in our class.
Yep, we're here, Ragatha.
I had Kane set up a stall for the art club. You guys can head right there. She beams at us before moving away to greet other students.
Guess it's time to go to our stall, huh, Danish?
I nod. Yes, it is. When we get to the stall, a crowd of students has already formed. Some of Gangle's art has been pinned to different parts of the stall. A few drawings even hang from the front of the stall. Is that Jax in a maid costume? I have a few pieces of art on the stall as well, but it's clear they are mostly there out of pity. Yeah.
Ah! That's too many people.
She turns to me.
Come on, Danish, we tried. Let's go back to the dorms and watch anime.
Somehow I feel like Ragatha wouldn't like that. Or, more worryingly, Kane. I shake my head. Gangle, we said we'd help with the culture festival. We have to take care of the stall we were assigned.
Danish, but all those people, I didn't sign up for this.
I take a deep breath and puff out my chest. Maybe not, but Gangle. I put my hands on her shoulders. When Purple Ranger found out he was secretly what? When Purple Ranger found out he was secretly piloting his mom, did that stop him from foiling Colonel Bad Dad's evil plans? We'll see if that helps.
No.
When Chris needed him, did Sir Bastion get shy and run away from all those mafiosos who were trying to destroy the Hampton 5 estate?
No.
And when Uzumaki Ninja had to face off against Orphan Ninja, did he ever stop believing in him? Uzumaki Ninja would never stop believing in it.
That's what Uzumaki Ninja does. He believes in it.
I nod. Now are you ready to face your adoring fans and help run the art club booth? She nods, her confidence restored.
It's time to sell some art.
And that is just what we do. A small crowd forms around the booth. Everyone is clamoring for Gangle's art. Some of them even offering above the price we're selling prints for to outbid other students. I even get a few people pity-buying my art. You know what? I appreciate them. After a couple of hours, we're both exhausted, but we've sold all of the art we made for the festival. Principal Kane himself pops up, looking at the jar of money we've made, accompanied by his trusty companion, Bubble. Excellent work, Danish and Gangle! You've made enough money that we can keep the lights on at the school for another season. That was a concern. But of course, now that all the art is sold, it's time for the best part of the culture festival. Walk about the festival grounds. He gestures to the jar of money again. Feel free to spend any of the Kane tokens trademarked that you have been paid in to get a tasty treat while you tour your culture festival. If those are his own Kane tokens, then how will they help him keep the lights on? Have fun, you two!
That's right. Have some wholesome legal fun.
Thanks, Bubble. With that, they leave us in peace. I want Bubbles to have more voice lines. Give Bubbles more voice lines.
So, Danish,
She looks away.
want to check out the festival?
I'd love to tour the festival with you, Gangle. I cut her off.
Good, let's go then.
She offers a hand. We get various Japanese street food, all of which Gangle knows by name.
Ooh, Danish.
She points to a stall selling dumplings covered in eel sauce, and mayonnaise with squirming flakes atop them.
They have takoyaki. We have to get some.
I nod and hand the vendor a couple of cane tokens. I pop one in my mouth as I hand the basket of dumplings to Gangle. It's chewy and savory and more than a little fishy, but I like it. Not.
So good.
Gangle stuffs her face before noticing another stall selling fish-shaped pastries.
Ooh, taiyaki. We have to get those too.
I nod, shelling out a few more cane tokens. We each get a fish pastry. Despite its shape, the bread is like pastry dough and is filled with sweet bean paste.
Wow, Kane really went all out.
She has a few crumbs at the edge of her mouth. Thoughtlessly, I reach over and brush the crumbs from her mouth.
Danish, did you just?
Sorry, I just sort of did that automatically. We avert our gazes from one another, traveling in awkward silence until Gangle seizes my wrist.
A ramen stall! Please?
As if I could say no to her. How do you say no to that face? I fish out the last of our cane tokens and we both get a big bowl of ramen. We take a seat at an empty table. Despite the fact that it's being prepared on a portable stove and the noodles are from instant ramen packets, the ramen is delicious. I can't help but slurp the noodles and Gangle follows suit. The ramen is delicious, the broth is rich and salty, and each one even comes with a half hard-boiled egg in it to simulate a ramen egg. Despite the fact that we both got large bowls, we finish in a few minutes.
Can we get another?
I turn out my pockets to show her that we're out of cane tokens.
Aww.
As we finish our ramen, a quiet falls over the table. For a few moments, we sit there awkwardly. Why is there so many awkward moments with us? Like, why is this the vibe? This ain't romantic. Then, I remember, there's one thing I really wanted to ask Gangle. Something that has been on my mind ever since we hung out in her room and watched anime. Gangle?
Yes, Danish?
My mouth immediately dries up. But it's now or never. I like you. Like you.
What?
Like, I like you. Like, more than a friend.
Danish? I was really hoping you would say that.
I feel like a weight is lifted off my shoulders as Gangle leans forward.
I don't know how or exactly when, but sometime when we were hanging out,
I put my hands on hers. Me too, Gangle. She leans forward.
You know, if it's okay, I'd like to kiss you.
She asks sheepishly. I'd like that, Gangle. She leans forward and I meet her for my half of the table. Our lips meet in the middle. Her mask is warm against my lips. She sighs, giving the kiss her all. Let's be real. She's probably the best kisser out of everybody in the cast because her freaky drawings, the freaky things she watches, the freaky things she reads, she probably is taking all those notes and applying it to this kiss.
Danish?
We part for only a moment before sinking into another kiss. Then another, and another. Some of the other students don't mind, but most of them move away. Ugh, puke. Hey, get out of here! Shoo! Leave them alone. I think they're cute together. Zubul grabs one of Jax's ears. Ah, ow! Watch the ears, Zubul. They're sensitive! We're leaving, bunny boy. Go, Gangle and Danish! Pomni cheers us on in the distance. Well, PDA is technically against school regulation, but as long as you two are happy, I think I can let this one slide. We're not even gonna talk about what we did in your route, Ragatha. You wanna talk about what happened in your route? Okay then. Shush. After several kisses, we finally part.
That was amazing, Danish. I'm so happy you feel the same.
Me too, Gangle. Just then, Gangle's wacky watch buzzes.
Oh no, I almost forgot!
What?
Well, me and the other students are going to meet on the rooftop tonight for fireworks. You wanna come as my date?
I smile back. Nothing would make me happier, Gangle.
Good, let's go back. I have to get changed for the fireworks.
I nod and we head back, hand in hand. When I get back to my room, I see Kane has put a plain green yukata for me. There's also a tag. Congratulations on making friends and growing close with Gangle, Danish. Consider this as a gift in recognition of your skills as a true friend. And maybe more. Just remember to keep things PG, my precocious little pinwheel. Okay, huh? I change into the yukata and meet Gangle outside of her room. Oh, I love her! I love her little accessories.
Ready?
I nod and take her hand. On the rooftop, all of our friends are already waiting for us. Glad to see you two here.
Good to see you too, Zubul.
Zubul turns to me. Don't mess things up with her Danish or I'll kick your Okay, I get it. You're protective. You're protective. I get it. We're gonna be on our best behavior.
Zubul!
Just kidding. Have fun, you guys. I don't think Zubul's kidding. But seriously, Danish, be a good partner to Gangle. I nod. I will, Zubul. Good. Good talk, Danish. Okay. Zubul's like the protective parent. You two look so cute together.
Ragatha!
Well, it's true.
Yeah, seriously, you two are sweet. I'm glad you ended up together, Danish and Gangle.
Well, thanks.
Ragatha and Pomni smile as they leave us in peace. We all talk until the sun goes down and the stairwell door opens. Did someone say fireworks? I'm pretty sure nobody did, but it does seem like a good time for them. Kinger gingerly sets down a series of fireworks. Don't try this at home, Kinger says before setting off the fireworks. Blues, greens, reds, and oranges streak across the sky, but the entire time I can't keep my eyes off of Gangle. My time at this school has been pretty hectic, but the one constant has been Gangle, who has been a good friend, the person I go to when I want to relax, and my partner in making the culture festival a success.
Hey, Danish. I'm really glad we met. I like you a lot, and I'm really happy you joined our class.
Me too, Gangle. With time, more and more of my memories returned. We still haven't found a way out of the school yet, or back to our lives before, but no matter what the future holds for us in the digital scape, I know I can face it with Gangle. The end. Y'all, we finally finished all the available routes in the amazing digital dating simulator. Okay, now I feel like it's time to rate them. Number 1, I gotta say, I really liked Pomni's route. Pomni's might actually be my favorite route. It just felt really natural. And I don't know, I just had a lot of fun in that one. Jax was a really good one. Jax is a really good one though. I think I'm gonna go like this. Pomni, Jax, Zubul, because I really did like Zubul's as well. I like Zubul's day 4. I thought it was like funny and stuff. I think I gotta go Pomni, Jax, Zubul, Gangle, and then Ragatha. I feel like Ragatha's was a little bit slower, I think. I think Ragatha's my least favorite one. It's between Ragatha and Gangle. I feel like Ragatha and Gangle's didn't have too much going on. But yeah, I will be back on this whenever they do a Kinger or a Kane route. Let me know down in the comments below which route is your favorite and which one is your least favorite. If you didn't watch the other routes, you should definitely go and check them out because I did a video on all the routes. But thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and join the squad. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Shawty's up in here, this an anthem. Up in the room, still the beauty with a mask on. I just laid up, y'all be smooth